So, let me begin. There is an old, delicious Soviet joke about Radio Erevan. A listener asks, is it true that the Jew Rabinovich, this is a standard figure in Soviet jokes, won a new car on lottery? The radio answers, in principle, yes, it's true. Only it wasn't a new car, but an old bicycle, and he didn't win it, but it was stolen from him. Does exactly the same not hold for Marx's legacy today? Let's ask Radio Erevan, is Marx's theory still actual today? We can guess the answer. In principle, yes. He describes wonderfully the mad dance of capitalist dynamics, which reached its peak only today, more than a century and a half after Marx. But the English so-called analytic Marxist Gerald Cohen enumerated 4 features of the classic Marxist notion of the working class. First, it constitutes the majority of society. Second, it produces the wealth of society. 3, it consists of the exploited members of society. And 4, its members are the needy people in society. When these 4 features are combined, they generate 2 further features. 5, the working class has nothing to lose, so they are ready to do revolution. And 6, it can and will engage for this reason in a revolutionary transformation of society. The problem is that none of the first 4 features applies to today's working class. Which is why features 5 and 6 also cannot be generated. Even if some of the features continue to apply to parts of today's society, they are no longer united in a single agent. The needy people in society are no longer the workers, and so on and so on. The question of the continuing relevance of Marx's work in our era of global capitalism has to be answered in a properly dialectical way. Not only is Marx's critique of political economy, his outline of the capitalist dynamics, still fully actual, one should even make a step further and claim that it is only today, with global capitalism, that Marx's analysis became fully valid. However, a properly dialectical reversal intervenes here. At this very moment of full actuality, a limitation has to appear. The moment of triumph is that of defeat. Therein resides the properly dialectical paradox. Marx was not simply wrong, he was right. But he was wrong because he was right more literally than he himself expected to be. For example, Marx couldn't have imagined that the capitalist dynamics of dissolving all particular identities would affect also ethnic and sexual identities. Also, sexual one-sidedness and narrow-mindedness become more and more impossible. Also concerning sexual practices, all that is solid melts into air, and all that is holy is profaned. So that capitalism tends to replace the standard normative heterosexuality with the proliferation of unstable shifting identities or orientations. Today's celebration of minorities and marginals is the predominant majority position. Even old rightists who complain about the terror of liberal political correctness present themselves as protectors of an endangered minority. Or take those critics of patriarchy who attacked it as if it is still a hegemonic position, ignoring what Marx and Engels wrote more than 150 years ago. In the first chapter of the Communist Manifesto, I quote, "The bourgeoisie, wherever it has got the upper hand, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. End of quote. What becomes of patriarchal family values when a child can sue his parents for neglect and abuse, when family and parenthood itself are de jure reduced to a temporary and dissolvable contract between independent individuals? So, this is my first claim to provoke you. I think that this ongoing struggle between alt-right conservatives and so on, and transgender, gay rights, feminist radicals, it's an important struggle, but it's, for me at least, strictly part of today's global capitalist dynamics. I think I was not shocked when, with that, just before Trump was elected, when this was the big topic, transgender toilets, special toilets or not, that you look at the list of who is who in, if not in the entire modern corporate America, but in what I call, with all the irony, the new corporate organic intellectuals. Those who are even fashionably for socialism today. Bill Gates said we need socialism. Elon Musk said we need socialism. They are the truly dangerous ones, I claim. But how, without any problem, they all stood up for transgender. So, I have nothing against transgender. On the contrary, I think that to be authentically transgender is an extremely painful, symptomatic, but the most radical position imaginable. And to improvise a little bit in a very Marxist Hegelian way, you know what's my problem with LGBT plus? My reason of critiquing it, but also of fanatically supporting it, is the plus. Usually people take this plus as an empirical plus. The idea is this one, not just binary opposition, male, female, there are other sexual identities, and we cannot ever be sure that the list is complete. So let's be open and always add a plus, like in the sense of, empirical sense of, our list is not complete, it's possible that there will be other identities, and so on and so on. My theory, and this is just to arouse your curiosity, I will not develop it here. My theory is that one can also be directly a plus as such. Plus is a specific identity, which is maybe the closest to what subjectivity is. And I think women are privileged here. In this sense, not in the sense of all biological binary, I believe in feminine subjectivity as paradigmatic form of subjectivity. What do I mean by this? You know this, what women are hysterical. Don't misunderstand me. This is for me and for all good Freudians, the highest praise that you can give on them. What is hysteria? Hysteria is the most elementary form of critique of ideology. Hysteria is a certain question, like you. By you, I mean ideology, ideological hegemony, social authority, paternal authority. You are telling me I am this, whatever. Woman, teacher, mother, or to man, worker, whatever. Hysteria is this basic doubt. But why am I what you are saying that I am? This fundamental disbelief in social identification. That's why, but this is another topic, we don't have time for it today. That's why I think that this was the dangerous moment, I know it, I was there, of '68, so-called revolution. At that point, it was fashionable to mock hysteria and to be for perversion. Like, hysterics are not really subversive, you provoke a little bit a master, but it's really a call for a better master, while perverts go to the end. As even Freud, unfortunately, says somewhere, perverts do openly what hysterics only talk about and dream about. I think the situation is the opposite one, and Lacan has shown this clearly, that perversion is not subversive. Perversion is just the hidden obverse of every edifice of power. Perverts are ultimately on the side of power. The only thing really undermining power is hysterical questioning. And it's not just a questioning in the sense of objective doubt. You say this, but is it really this? It's subjective doubt. Is it, what am I? Am I really what you are saying that I am? And I claim this doubt is constitutive of subjectivity. Okay. Back to my main line so that I don't get totally lost. How does ideology function in these conditions? In these conditions of fluidity and so on. And you should, the first thing I advise you is that always be attentive to the form. Take alt-right. They are really, for me, very dangerous subversive radicals. They're not really what they claim to be. They are the wrong perverts, as it were. They are something radical is happening. And did you read that book? I'm sorry if I will pronounce the name incorrectly. Angela Nagle, Kill All the Normies. I think it's a very profound insight in that book. Namely, the insight that today things enact almost a reversal with regard to when I was young, 60s, 70s, when, you know, we young leftists were provocative, using dirty words, irony, and so on, to unsettle, undermine the dignity, social stability of authority. No, today it's the alt-right which assumed, which adopted, which so successfully reappropriated this old leftist, marginal, subversive, mocking of every authority attitude. And the counterpoint is, of course, political correctness. We don't have time to go into it. I want, what's the general, just let me focus on one thing. What's the mode of ideology at work here? My answer is very simple. Cynical ideology, of course. And I'm sorry if I will now repeat some old jokes, but they are crucial. I think the way ideology functions today is that, to give you the formula, and not only you don't have to seriously believe in ruling ideology, I suspect that it's even a positive condition for an ideology to function not to take it seriously, not to believe in it. Here, Marx can help us. Where? Now I will repeat a point that I repeat again and again, but it's crucial. Here, Marx's theory of commodity fetishism fully works only today. What is Marx saying there? Not what you think. Marx is not saying in actual life we are doing one thing, but we live in a fetishist illusion, we don't know what we are doing, we live in idealist nightmare, whatever. No, Marx is saying almost the exact opposite. What he calls commodity fetishism is an illusion, but an illusion which is embodied in the social practice of what we are doing. This is the beauty of Marx. Like, you may be cynical, not take it seriously, but in your social practice, you act as if you believe. If I may repeat an old joke, you're not obliged to laugh, because I think that even in this room, I already used it 2 or 3 times. That old Niels Bohr story. You know, when a friend reproached him, why do you have that horseshoe above the entrance to your country cottage? In Europe, this is a superstitious object. A horseshoe above the entrance to your house is meant to keep evil spirits out. Niels Bohr gave a perfect answer. He says, I'm a scientist. Of course, I'm not stupid. I don't believe in it. Then the friend repeated the question, but if you don't believe in it, why do you have it there? Bohr says, because I was told that it works even if you don't believe in it. That's ideology today. You know, so again, ideology is in what things are doing. That's what Marx calls commodity fetishism. Average capitalist is cynical realist. He doesn't believe in any magic of commodities, but he acts as if he believes in commodity exchange and so on and so on. So again, cynical disbelief is the way things work. Second point. That's, now I'm trying to give you some arguments about why do I think that ideology is, if anything, more alive than ever today. Second thing, the function of ideology is not to justify the existing state of things, to paint an ideal image like, oh, nonetheless we live in a basically good, just society. It's, as my friend Alain Badiou put it, the basic function of ideology is not to destroy opposition or actual resistance. Police, others do this. It's to kill hope. This is why, you know, where I encountered ideology at its purest, and I was too confused to answer it properly. I had about a year and a half ago, in London, a debate with the English writer Will Self, who, when I painted the dark picture, you know, ecological exploitation, ecological catastrophe, the destruction of natural resources in Africa, and so on, he over-agreed with me. He said, yes, of course, in 40, 50 years we are all doomed, there will be the end of civilization, of course, no problem, no problem. Just, he said, we can't do anything. All attempts to change things will just make things worse. I think this is maybe the most efficient ideology today. They don't try to convince you and they know it's not so bad, global warming is exaggerated and so on. They agree with everything, just they go to the end. And incidentally, if I understood correctly, the latest news from your beloved president, he is already now slowly adopting this line. I think that one of his latest tweeters about global warming, it's no longer, it's not happening, but it's already happened, it's too late to do anything or whatever, you know. This is ideology, to kill hope. Second thing, again, we should re-actualize Marx's old formula of religion as the opium of the people, but with a specific twist. We have to move further from Marx here. I think that apart from some ridiculous fundamentalisms, Muslim, Christian, or whichever, which obviously function as the opium of the people, in the sense that they enable us to experience today's global capitalism as meaningful through this illusory religious politics. But I think that as Marxists, we should realize that today we have two other new opiums of the people. You can guess which are they. Opium and the people. Exactly. First, opium. Are you aware to what extent, if you read statistics, our daily lives, especially of us here, degenerate middle-class academic intellectuals, whatever, most of us, the majority, is already taking Xanax or some kind of drugs. So I mean here opium in all the scope of the word. From a calmative you take here and there, to depressants, antidepressants, to real hard drugs. And it's a wonderful contradictory functioning of these drugs. Like, if you are overexcited, first you take drugs to calm you down, and then you take drugs to re-excite you again so that you are not depressive. But the sad thing is, again, the extent to which really, for our normal, regular, stable, relatively social reproduction, we already have to rely on biochemistry. It's part of our daily life. And the second opium of the people, again, is opium itself. in the sense, even some left, unfortunately, is playing this game. I don't know how you look at this, but in Europe now, the formula of left populism is regaining popularity. The idea is, I call it in a very vicious way, a wrong, perverted Me Too. Like, the right-wingers have populism, and as if the left is saying, Me Too, why not we also have our own populism? I think that, unfortunately, this does not work. Why? And here, okay, first for theoretical reasons. I know this is not popular to say, but populism works with clearly designated enemies. You know, populism means, as Ernesto Laclau, the theoretical father of today's political populism, knew very well, populism is not just popular mobilization. It's a mobilization of people against an enemy of the people. And this enemy has to be constructed in a pseudo-concrete, personalized way. They, bankers, immigrants, whoever you want, they can also be combined. Modern populism is doing miracles today. For example, in Europe, so I'm not involved in cheap America bashing. We Europeans, in spite of your Trump, are worse than you, I think. In Europe, you have now a new right-wing racist theory, which is incredible, which goes so far as to claim that the struggle between Palestinians and Israelis is a false struggle just made to distract us, to obfuscate the fact that they are working together to destroy Christian Europe. That's why they say that immigrants penetrating Europe are not Jews, and they are right, you know. I never trusted this simple leftist formula, Nazis had Jews, we have now Muslim immigrants. No, there is one big difference. Jews were invisible. That was for the Nazis their horror. Invisible in the sense of, you never know where we are, they look like us. Well, the problem with immigrants is, on the contrary, that they are all too visible. Everywhere. The complaint is all the time among European races. You cannot even walk on the street to see a covered woman at whatever you want. But this is the latest fashion now to claim that, how is this happening? This cannot be spontaneous. Muslim immigrants entering Europe is part of a plot. Who is behind it? Jews, Soros, and so on. They're in reality working together. I think that the tragedy today for authentic, not cheap populist, radical leftist politics, and I'm not blaming here Sanders and his followers. He is not in any meaningful way a real populist for me, is that, I will try to improvise but to be as precise as possible. It's that we can play a political game against enemies and so on and so on. But the true enemy, the ultimate thing that we fight, not that I blame it as a work of the devil, is nonetheless the global capitalist system as such. And the problem is that precisely you cannot personalize it into an enemy in this way. Look at your situation. Of course, the enemy is Trump. But a true leftist should never forget that Trump just filled in the gap of the failure, disintegration of the liberal democratic hegemony. So if you want really in the long term to defeat Trump, we have to introduce at least some radical changes into the predominant left liberal consensus. That's what Trump got it. A further theoretical point here, I hope I'll be clear enough in formulating it, is that the further problem, the basic problem is that, you know, Marx, in his idea of proletarian experience, being a proletarian for Marx is not just an objective determination. You are the lowest, exploited, and so on. No, to be a proletarian for Marx means a certain, almost, why not, existential experience of void of subjectivity, everything is taken for you. But at the same time, this very being deprived of all objective content allows you to emerge as a free subject. So, I don't have time to go on to it now, but this is another aspect of Marx that I appreciate more than ever today. Marx would have been, and I think, you may protest, Marx would have been abhorred by the idea that in fighting global imperialism, we should return to some basic, primitive, local experiences, like some of my Brazilian friends are telling me, literally, I'm not kidding, you know, up the Amazon, there is a tribe where they have some wonderful rituals of tribal meetings which can be used for our postmodern democracy and so on and so on. No, the only way, Marx always insisted on it, that the capitalist destruction of all traditional stable forms is absolutely the condition of freedom. We have to pass through it. The problem is this one. Marx still counted that majority, potentially at least, of the people who go through this proletarian experience, the more I work, the more I'm poor, the more I'm deprived, what we call usually alienation or whatever, that this is a point at which the highest theory, in this case for Marx, his own, Marxism, the vision of proletarian revolution, finds an echo or can be rooted in the most concrete existential experience. Marx counted on this link, as it were, between his historical materialist theory, which talks about proletarization, proletarian revolution, and concrete experience of impoverished people. I claim that this exactly is what is getting more and more complex today. Unfortunately, and this I consider maybe the greatest danger, the problems we are dealing with today, for example, take ecology, can only in a limited way be transformed or be grounded in our immediate life experience. Okay, you will say, nonetheless, people feel drought. Yes, but not as part of a global capitalism and so on and so on. It gets dispersed. It's typical that it took even long time ordinary people to take ecological topic as a serious problem. I am old enough, I remember in the 1970s, 80s, when we became aware of ecological problems. For example, I know because I live not in Germany but close to it. The majority of Western European, especially German trade unions, were ferociously opposed to ecology. They even claimed that ecology, this idea of we have to limit our exploitation of nature, that it's a plot of the ruling classes to limit social progress. So, you see what I mean? I mean is that problems we are facing, biogenetic, financial madness of financial speculations, ecology, and so on. Also, flow of immigrants, if this is a problem for you. The point is that it's more and more difficult to ground radical progressive politics in all these levels in concrete life experiences. If you ask me, the first result, even if now Trump recognizes, which I doubt, but nonetheless, the seriousness of ecological situation, I claim that the first reaction will be America first, or China first, or Turkey first, or Russia first, or whatever. It will simply be, okay, it's happening out there, there is a drought in Africa, who cares, let's isolate ourselves, and so on. It will be isolation. It will be the same with the flows of immigrants and so on. The idea would be the world outside of our borders is a mess, let's isolate ourselves. In Europe, I can see this. A couple of years ago, Europe was much more open towards the flow of immigrants. At some point, when Angela Merkel did open, for a short period of time, the borders allowing 1 million Middle East immigrants to enter Germany, 60% of the population supported it. Today, no longer. So I always, in a brutal, cynical way, I ask my leftist friends who are telling me we should open the borders to immigrants. I told them, okay, so are you for abolishing democracy or what? Because this was when I was included in debates in Germany, and I basically, of course, advocated, just in a more regulated way, the arrival of immigrants with the basic argument, not humanitarian one, but a more radical one, that, my God, we are responsible for it. The flow of Middle East immigrants is basically the result of American intervention in Iraq, of the international intervention in Syria, of how international communities screwed it up in Libya, and so on and so on. So, the only way to do this is to somehow violate the will of the majority. And people in Germany told me, are you a Democrat or not? Should we not ask the German people, do they want immigrants or not? Then when I said, okay, but maybe why should only Germans vote, and so on and so on, they told me, then what kind of a vote would you organize? Who should vote them? Should the immigrants also vote? I mean, what I'm just saying is that there is no longer this, let's call it long-term transparency, that people can be manipulated, but nonetheless in the long term, what will prevail is a kind of a global solidarity, to use Ernesto Laclau's terms, that we can successfully build a chain of equivalencies: women's rights, gay rights, religious rights, immigrants, third world poverty. All these struggles should be combined into one big struggle. Well, it's easy to say, it's more and more difficult, I claim, to do it. Let me just, not to go into details here, I just want to focus on one problem. This is why, and I wonder to provoke you if you will agree with it or not. This is why what is beneath all this is, for me, nonetheless, not that I demonize it, the problem of capitalism. What is our typical story? You get a progressive leader like Lula in Brazil, like Mandela in South Africa, elected, people are enthusiastic, everything works. Then after a couple of years, if not earlier, you confront the real problem. How much do you dare to disturb the smooth functioning of capitalism? Capitalism doesn't care about gay rights, transgender. You can have 30 toilets in a row. It doesn't. They will even say, fine, nice new investments, and so on. No, the problem is, how much do you dare to do this? And here I don't blame only liberal left. I blame the left itself. We should here go to the end. I know there are no direct answers now. I know it would be unproductive and crazy to demand now precisely what kind of a new society do we want. But nonetheless, what makes me sad is one fact. And before I conclude, I would like to dwell a little bit on this fact, which is very sad for me, that when people claim communism failed, there is one example of communist power which was economically a mega undoubted triumph. It's of course China. Because, okay, you will say capitalism. Yes, but it's capitalism under a tight control of the Communist Party, political control. And here I disagree with my liberal friends who claim, oh, what would have happened if the Communist Party of China would have decided at that point of Deng Xiaoping reforms to make just a step further and allow also political democracy. I'm here terribly sad and resigned. I claim no, in all probability it would have been worse. We would not have this type of economic triumph that we have in China. And at least till the time being, this triumph, don't underestimate it, this triumph is real. Is real. Are you aware what is happening? Never in history of humanity was there such a tremendous explosion of new wealth created in just 30, 40 years. And the sad thing is that it's precisely, and now the story is repeated already, at least in Vietnam, I was told. Are you aware that, and that's the saddest thing, that this economic triumph is the result of what? We leftists like to, we hate two things of modernity. On the one hand, this wild exploitative capitalism, its brutal dynamics and so on. On the other hand, strong authoritarian power. Isn't it said that the most successful model today precisely combines these two features? And it works perfectly. And it's not just China. I see the world, unfortunately, moving in this direction. I think not only in China, but all around we have this move towards more authoritarian capitalism. And what I want to say is that it's interesting that some Marxists, like the one who recently died, unfortunately, the Italian Marxist Domenico Losurdo, along these lines, they even try to rehabilitate Stalin and Mao and China today. They claim that what is happening now in China, China is still socialism because Communist Party is in power. They allowed a degree of capitalism, but Communist Party controls, so he claims, I don't agree with him, of course, on behalf of the people, so that capitalism is also productive for the people. And he claims that the Cold War is going on. It's today between China and the United States, and for the first time in history, the socialist camp, that is to say, China has chances of winning. Okay, I will not go into details here, the paradoxes that I see here. I'm just saying that all this should give us, all this should really give us to think. In the sense of, what are the options today? What can we count on? No wonder that, and this makes me really sad, no wonder that many of my radical leftist friends, they don't tell this publicly, but privately all the time I'm hearing this rumor that the only thing that can save us is a big catastrophe. And with some of them, of course, I will not name them, not to embarrass them, some of them even think maybe we should risk and hire some terrorists to organize a mega catastrophe, like a nuclear plant exploding, whatever, millions dead. This will then awaken people. Unfortunately, I think that such an approach is in itself a catastrophe. So is the situation lost? What can we do? It's a serious problem, because the obvious solution would have been the only thing that works is modest social democracy. Look at Latin America. He is half my friend, I admire him. Alvaro Garcia Linera, the vice president of Bolivia. What they are really doing is a much more cautious, progressive politics, not disturbing the capital too much, but nonetheless using it, collaborating, social progress. They succeeded. Before, there was practically an illegal coup against him and his successor. Lula in Brazil did it, and so on and so on. With here in the States, with Sanders and so on. Well, I wish all the best to him. I totally support not only him, but the entire democratic socialist movement. I'm just saying that two things. First, are you aware how modest are really his positions? This is not a criticism of Bernie Sanders. This is just an indication of how our entire political map, its center point, moved to the right. If you look at what Bernie Sanders wants to do and compare it to a moderate European social democracy half a century ago, especially Scandinavian ones, they were much more radical. So again, we live in times where a relatively modest social democracy is already decried as capitalist, even communist madness, and so on and so on. So I am all for it. Let's try. But it's our duty nonetheless to claim that this will not solve the entire problem, how should I put it. At a certain point, we will have to change things more and more and more. Why? As I already mentioned, the problems we have today, for example, ecology, I don't think they can be solved at this level of nation state or even local communities recycling their stuff and so on and so on. No, this is all part of ideological strategy. If you want to see ideology at its purest today, I claim, it's this everyday life ecology. Did you recycle your cans? Did you put aside all newspaper? Why? Instead of asking systematic questions, it is addressing you as personally responsible. But what did you know, this is typical in Europe. For example, you demand radical changes and they tell you, but what about you? Do you know you have all those metals in your iPhone? Are you aware that you contributed to exploiting Africans and so on? So this is how today's ideology works. It makes you personally responsible. Like, what did you do for it? At the same time, it's offering you an easy way out. Recycle, do these, buy organic fruits, whatever, and you contribute to it. That's, for me, ideology at its perfect. And incidentally, you must know already, some of you at least, my old jokes. That's why when people ask me which is the main ideological apparatus today, I think, although now it's no longer truth, I like to answer Starbucks. Because it's really ideological genius behind it. You know, now it's no longer so much, but you remember years ago when you entered the Starbucks, you had this, buy our cappuccino, 2% goes for some stupid Guatemala children, whatever, and so on. Or they were selling some stupid water where, again, 1% goes for some resources in Somalia. Why do I make fun of it? Not because I make fun of Guatemala and Somalia, but when already the mathematics is so ridiculous, they charge you $50 more for those 2% which go there. But you know what's the operation? You worry about ecology, and they make it possible for you, not that you can fight for ecology, welfare of third world countries, not by changing your life, but by consuming even more. Because the message is, for example, buy our cappuccino, and you are at the same time helping also third world countries, so that, and that's a true genius, that your ecological duty itself is commodified. It's included into the price. That's the ultimate ideology. But what I want to say is that, so should then the answer be simply, and that's the big dilemma, the only serious dilemma, it's not even specifically a Marxist dilemma today. Should we be satisfied by this modest social democracy? The system more or less works, let's just take care of, okay, let's call it global capitalism with a human face. In the same way once we fought for socialism with a human face, you know. helping the third world countries and ecology, feminism, all that you include. Is this enough? That's why I remain some kind of a more radical communist, not because I want the dark plot of killing. No, what I'm simply saying is that we cannot cope with our problems in this way. Take again ecology. As I already mentioned, I think larger transnational actions, bodies that can implement this are necessary. It's clear that we can confront ecological challenges only through large international cooperation. It's the same with the other thing with which I'm obsessed almost, although it appears marginal today. New forms of control, digital controls and brain control. I think that it's no longer science fiction. I'm a dark guy, you know, don't underestimate it. I have connections with some dark laboratories through strange personal links who work for the army and so on. Even in China, I have friends who have, and what I learn is terrifying, that the big obsession of the army laboratories today is what you just learn a little bit around. It's direct wiring of our brain. Like they are already, it's still very primitive, but the path is clear. In an elementary way, it already works. That my brain can be somehow, it's still clumsy, but it works, connected with a digital network, and then on the one hand it's beautiful. I become almost like God. I think about something, it happens. I learned from a friend in Cambridge that in the last years of his life, Stephen Hawking was already functioning like this. He no longer even needed his finger. He thought and his wheelchair moved forward and so on. Of course, we see what's the problem. The problem is that what goes on comes back in. That is to say that computer can also read our mind and so on. And it's already progressing tremendously with all these nightmarish things that, for example, they can already control neurons which gives orders to move to our hands or feet. And for example, maybe you even hear this story, I repeat it all the time. Red can be connected, her brain, to a computer. You press a button and Red changes into a remote control car. You can direct it. And then, as my friends told me, they are going a step further. They are already discreetly doing such experiments on humans, asking the key question: how will you as a human experience this being controlled? And the answer is very sad. Let's say I am your Red, one of you has a book, press the button, I walk freely around, all of a sudden you control my movements. The result is very sad and dangerous. It's not that all of a sudden a foreign force takes over. No, I will still think that I'm acting freely. This, I think, changes everything, because our basic human identity and experience of freedom is that of the distinction between inside and outside. I'm here, in my mind, for example, a vulgar example, but very pertinent. I can think about you the most politically incorrect, dirty sexual things and so on, but I'm in here. There is a gap. And this gap is the gap of normal communication of freedom. If this gap disappears, who knows what will happen? I'm not necessarily a cultural pessimist here. I'm just saying that I take pretty seriously this term post-humanity. Something new is emerging. And what I'm afraid, and in this I see an important lesson of a film which was not as bad as many people claim, the Blade Runner 2049. It's the first film about this hypothesis of how we can have post-human capitalism. Maybe humanity, the way we know it, will come to an end, but capitalism can survive. So again, by this problem, ecology, brain control, refugees, and so on, more radical changes will be needed. In what direction? I now cannot give you a revolutionary recipe or whatever, but to conclude, so that if you allow me another 5-10 minutes, so that I return, or at least not return, I never was there, to the title of my talk. You know, I read a fascinating book. I don't think it's in print now, but you can download it from, I don't even know, YouTube or whatever. Curzio Malaparte, an Italian author, first a fascist, then he moved to the left later in his life. In 1931, he wrote a book about technique of revolutionary coup d'etat, something like that. A wonderful and I think correct analysis of Bolshevik revolution. He went there, and it was just before full onslaught of Stalinism, so he was able to talk with all the people and so on and so on. And he came to this result, that the true genius of the revolution was even more Trotsky than Lenin. Why? Now, this may sound eccentric because it's not the Trotsky you maybe heard about. Lenin was in between when Lenin was a strategic genius. He saw a brief opportunity, we can grab power now, of the revolution. But basically, till Trotsky converted him, Lenin remained a traditional revolutionary. His idea was gather thousands of workers and soldiers, attack parliament, imperial castle, whatever, big centers of power. Trotsky had an absolutely ingenious idea, and he did it. He says, but wait a minute, look at the modern state, how it functions. Forget about all that bullshit, the crowd confronting the police and blah, blah. A modern state functions through just some 8, 9, 10 knots, technical centers of power. Railways, post office, phone, electricity, water supply, and so on. Before you play all those revolutionary games, storming parliament or whatever, in a discrete, quick operation, you should take control of this. And you don't need tens of thousands of people. We even know exact numbers. Trotsky said, I need less than 1,000 people. Dispersed, organized in groups of 20, with soldiers, I mean, people ready to fight, and especially good technicians. And it's incredible this is the true unknown story of October Revolution. What was happening weeks before the revolution, when they were getting ready? The government, Kerensky, all them, none of them expected this. And this bill, for example, every morning in front of the central post office, groups of Bolsheviks came and ran up and down the stairs and so on, and people simply didn't notice it. They thought, are they crazy or whatever? The same for electricity and so on and so on. So in the night before the October Revolution, Trotsky did it. It was over in one night. All these knots of power were under his control, and the game was over. Then all that, you know, storming Winter Palace, blah, blah, that was a comedy. I mean, Kerensky and the army, they knew revolution is coming. It was an incredible event, October Revolution, because they knew, and they were still getting ready for the traditional confrontation. Gather the army here, people here to protect the parliament. Trotsky just ignored that, said, who cares about that? Control this and everything else will be thrown into disarray. Why am I mentioning this? You can guess. Because I think that today, the situation is even more like that one. And the name of this machine, it's no longer a railway, this, that. It's simply the digital network. This is why I think today we not only need political organizations, like parties, maybe a new forum. We not only need mass crowd mobilization, we also need, I use with all the danger this implies, this term, narrow, fanatical, highly specialized units. Because everybody knows, especially those in power know it, that our societies function, the life, the everyday exchange of our societies, electricity, water, food supply, everything, is to such an extent mediated through digital networks that the one who controls that controls everything. And those in power are getting ready of it. They're in China and so on, it's clear. But you know, I don't like to mention China too much because we are doing the same thing. We just project it onto China as the evil one and so on. So I think that that's why we need, with all the mistakes he made, people like Julian Assange, WikiLeaks and all that. The real struggle will take place at this. If we don't somehow regain control over the digital network, those in power will still have the possibility to block, to sabotage any kind of public disorder and so on and so on. One of the absolutely crucial struggles is this one. I'm not saying it is the exclusive struggle. I'm saying that more and more, it's no longer, I even suspect that all that obsession with, you know, new nuclear arms race and so on, they're not really doing that. We are now, you should know this, in the middle of the new arms race. It's not only that Trump wants to step out of it. They are all for a decade already in it. But it's not so much nuclear arms. It's they're obsessed with new supercomputers, digital control, and so on and so on. And so, again, they know that, those in power know that even if you have a big mass upheaval, if you suspend, if you sabotage, block the digital network, people are isolated, you can block it. So we have to prepare also for the struggle at this level. I don't know how, I don't have precise answer. I'm only saying that I am at the same time a pessimist and an optimist. Pessimist in the sense that the true utopia is to think that things can go on the way they go on now. You know, a little bit more Bill Gates approach, distribute help to third world, be friendly towards refugees, and we will somehow manage it. No, we will not. This is why, following my friend again, Alain Badiou, I don't like this parallel between now and the mid-30s fascism. I think a much better parallel is between today's era and the decades before World War I. I read with interest these so-called new Enlightenment optimists. You know, Steven Pinker, Enlightenment Now, and so on. And many of their data are correct. For example, Steven Pinker insists, never in the history of humanity were there so little wars as now. For the first time in the history of humanity, obesity is a greater problem than hunger, and so on. All this is true, but what moment are we approaching? Okay, first, this story of progress is not as simple as it appears. Because, look, Pinker likes this statistic, compare the state of things between now and then. Okay, let's take the Jews. Their position is now incredibly better than 100 years ago. 100 years ago, anti-Semitism was legal. You could publish all the books also in the West that you want. Now, anti-Semitism, at least in the Western countries, is prohibited. Jews have their own state and so on and so on. Okay, but unfortunately, in the middle it was something called Holocaust. No, and none of this progress without Holocaust. But something else interests me. That exactly the same situation there was like today, like today's position of rational optimists, this new enlightenment, was among the majority of the people in, let's say, 1900 or 1910. They say, but wait a minute, for over half a century, we have more or less peace in Europe, incredible progress. You know what happened in the second half of 19th century? General election, the right to vote expanded, suffragette movement, women to vote, trade unions recognized, religious freedoms. It was an incredible progress, but nonetheless, World War I happened. And I think, unfortunately, we are in a similar situation today, where and isn't this clear? It's exactly like that time. All the big powers are, in some sense, preparing for war. And the tragedy is this one. At that time, you could still adopt a brutal Leninist attitude and say, okay, let's have a war, it will enable the revolution. Now we cannot any longer, the war will be too horrible for that. We can only hope that some kind of it's no longer, let's have war, war will enable the revolution. No, it's only some kind of revolution that will prevent war. So what will happen? Don't lose hope. I think that, no, lose hope. I don't like cheap hope. In the sense of, you know my old joke that I use eternally, also in my new book. I hate this proverb, the situation is not so bad. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. You know my joke. Of course there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It's another train moving towards us. But I think that I believe that gradually, through more ecological catastrophes, even hopefully they will not be so radical, or refugee problems, or people being aware how they are manipulated through biogenetics, digital media, that some kind of resistance will emerge. I'm not totally a pessimist here. Now you will say, but Trump and so on. Trump is for me precisely a preemptive strike, a sign that things are changing, that change is possible. Now, I will not conclude with any praising of Trump. Be serious, he is a nightmare. But nonetheless, I will be open. One thing I almost admire in Trump, how he knows how to dare and break the rules. I had a talk in Switzerland with an American diplomat, quite by chance, who was anti-Trump, and he told me what Trump knows to do. You know, in every political process, you have explicit rules, laws, what Congress can do, this, that. But these laws are only alive, they only work with implicit rules, unwritten customs. You do this like this, you are expected. Trump is a master in breaking these implicit customs. The way you see, like nominating Kavanaugh or whatever. Obama could have done it already, but he was too considerate. He was convinced by those who claim, no, you cannot proceed too fast, it's not done like that, and so on and so on. For me, the predominant left today is still afraid to take risks. I'm not saying break the law. I'm saying follow the law, and this is much more radical often. Follow the law, but violate the implicit conformist rules of how you practice the law. And here we should absolutely learn from Trump. Be more daring, risk it. In politics, you don't proceed. Here I like Lenin, who mocked German social democrats. He wrote that, I don't know how it is here, but in Germany, even when I was young, to enter a train station, you had to buy something, it was called a platform ticket or what. Even if you didn't want to board the train, just to wait for somebody, no? And he said, Lenin, that social democrats, if they want to make a revolution and occupy the train station, they will take care of first buying the platform tickets to be, no? Don't think like that. In successful radical acts, create their own success, in the sense that they are risky, but if they succeed, they retroactively legitimize themselves. If and you take, now you'll say, but what if it doesn't work? You have to take a risk, you know. And this, again, will be more and more needed. The only true utopia today is the utopia that if we just go on, as already said, like this, somehow we will manage. No, we will not manage. Radical changes will be necessary. Don't be afraid of them. I'm sorry if I was 10 minutes too long, but that's life. Thank you very much. Now, I was told, I barely see, I was told that there are 2 microphones there, and okay, since people accuse me of being a right-winger, I will proceed like this and I will begin on the right. So, 1-1, if it's okay with you. 1-1-1-1, please. The blue sweater bearded guy.
Yeah. So you were talking about some of these like long-term issues, like ecological problems, which the negative effects are, you know, 50 years or 100 years down the line. What kind of social changes do you think, or political changes do you think would be needed for us to be able to keep those in mind, or to be able to have an effect on those? Because capitalist systems, you know, they care about things on the quarter-by-quarter level or election-by-election level, and that doesn't really work with these longer-term issues that kind of have like a big impact.
It's a difficult question because I don't think a concrete answer. All I can say is that, now I will say something horrible, which you may consider doubt, but you mentioned this quarter by quarter or election by election. I think that even a new form of mobilization, international, will have to be found, which will not be immediately depending on our today's sense of logic of parliamentary democracy. I'm not playing, don't be afraid, any Stalinist game of true people's democracy. I'm just saying this. Are you aware that, and I'm talking about our political democracies, an effectively functioning democracy is only possible against the background of a certain basic ideological homogeneity. We must agree on many basic procedures. That's why I think, if you ask me, even you in the United States here, if you are from here, I don't know, are in a dangerous moment. This split now between, let's say, Bernie Sanders and Trump is too strong to be contained in a simple electoral process. Why? Because ultimately there is no compromise here. One side has to win. The struggle is much stronger. So what I am saying is that some kind of transnational bodies with a strong executive power to prevent this false ecology, which is ecology of protecting just ourselves. For example, I was a couple of years ago in, how do you pronounce it, Iceland, the country whose capital is Reykjavik, is Iceland. Okay, sure. And they had a big movement about, they want to build some phosphate metal manipulation, collaboration factory, which would be bad for their coast, which is otherwise extremely clean and so on. They said no. And I told them, but they're ecologists. I attacked them in a TV debate. They invited me. I told them, so for you it's okay to build it somewhere else, you know. Just know we want our island there clean and so on. This attitude of it's not enough to say we don't want it here. We don't want it in general, or where, how do we do it? We need to learn a global approach. Let me give you another example of this ethical revolution. I've written about it. My friend, who is otherwise a right-winger, but an intelligent one, Peter Sloterdijk, the German guy, he said that, are we aware to what extent till now our entire ethics is an ethics of war, of sacrifice? We live our ordinary lives, earn money, pleasures, but the true ethical test is war. Are you ready to sacrifice your life for your country? This is the ultimate ethical act. So, Hegel consequently conceptualized this. He said this is the paradox, that our entire ethical life within the country has at its foundation, it's the ultimate ethical act, war, which is internationally a return to barbarism. In today's global society with ecological dangers, whatever, we have somehow to overcome this ethics. And the only way I see it is just through gradual awareness, because I don't think incidentally we have half a century, if you ask me. I think less. It will be, you know, maybe it's already even happening, we are just not aware of it. These gradual changes. Look, forget about drought in Africa. Look what's happening in northeastern Siberia, where that permafrost is melting. And you know that more of this, what are those bad gases that out of car fumes they come?
Carbon dioxide?
Yeah, you know that though from that melting of permafrost, more this dioxide is already going into the air than all the cars combined and so on. We are already in such tremendous changes. So I think that literally some kind of global emergency state will be needed. It will come. I don't worry about will it come or not. I just worry that maybe it will come too fast. But you know what literally demoralizes me? How the rich people are already aware of it. I have a friend in New Zealand who told me, you know how many rich people are already buying properties in New Zealand? Because they think if it's a global ecological catastrophe, they are even far away, 3 hours flight south, even from Australia, it's the safest place, and so on. So, again, I think that it's not just more democracy. It is more democracy, but also, something horrible to say, a stronger, even more authoritarian state power. I don't have an easy answer here. Sorry for. Okay.
Thank you.
I move to the left. Is there anybody there? Yes, here, please.
So the Treaty of the European Union states very vaguely security measures, and I was wondering if you think that the EU has the capacity to form a united military, or if it's more probable that it will devolve into either state factions or
no, if you're asking me about European Union,
yes,
I must tell you openly my big skepticism about it. I don't have any illusions about it. European Union is so impotent. Look how it miserably failed in all the tests. Refugees, Catalonia crisis, and so on. And what gives me hope is that it's still, to such an incredible extent, the target of all others. It's almost an obsession of Putin and Trump combined to ruin European Union. Whenever there is something that will weaken European Union, Putin is at it. Catalonia, Putin supported secession. Brexit, Putin supported Brexit. Even now in Macedonia, you know, it was a very sad event. They have this long conflict for the name of the state. Greece doesn't want to allow Macedonians to be called Macedonians because they claim this is an ancient Greek name. Macedonians are also too arrogant. They try to reappropriate the historical legacy, which is effectively Greek and not theirs. Because the Greek ancient Macedonians, Alexander the Great and so on, they were ethnically not today's Macedonians who are Slavs who arrived later. And so if you go to Skopje, you have there a big statue of Alexander the Great, big statue of Philip the Great. It's okay. Finally, they arrived at a solution that it's a stupid one, but a compromise acceptable for that Macedonia should be called Northern Macedonia. And Russia puts all its machinery in Macedonia and in Greece against it, for very egotist reason. Because if this happens, then probably Macedonia can join. Now it was blocked by Greece or European Union, and that's bad news for Russia. But what I'm saying is this absolute, almost obsession with the danger of united Europe. even, for example, John Bolton, your greatest strategist. You notice how he threatened many of my friends dismiss the Hague Criminal Court as just another imperialist blah blah. Wait a minute. Trump and John Bolton, they hate it. John Bolton threatened again. We don't recognize it. We are ready to attack it if it imprisons any Americans and so on and so on. So this negative reason that European Union is so hated is what gives me a little bit of a hope that maybe, although I doubt, something will happen. No, it's more an ideal of what could have happened. I have no illusions here than the actually existing Europe. So, again?
Hi. I heard you second time now talking against Lacan and what he said about hysterics. Yes, I remind you that there are three discourses that serve the master. The master's discourse, the perverted discourse, and the hysterics discourse. Actually, capitalist discourse is very much hysteric. I was wondering...
Where did you
in seminar 17 that you're walking away from. Yeah. And I just wanted to ask you that maybe if you dropped your Hegelianism and humanism, you would not end up supporting, for example, you know, hysteric masters like Avital Ronell, you know, and maybe you would become Lacanian again or even Althuserian. What do you think about that? And do you think that it's time to kind of balance the hysteric and perverts discourse? Because that's where the analyst discourse is.
No. I have in my new book, again, a lot of it, but I think that, no. Where did you find this? It's absolutely clear that Lacan, even precisely in his seminar 17 and so on, he emphasizes all scientific inventions are hysterical in that nature. Hysteria is
scientific, I mean.
Sorry?
No, he's not very liking of that scientific hystericism.
Oh no, wait a minute, no. Lacan is not a postmodernist. He absolutely believes science touches the real
from
and so
analytic, dialectical discourse, not from a hysteric discourse.
No, okay, I would love to enter this, but nonetheless, again, what is absolutely clear in Lacan, which is for you then the good discourse, the analyst?
Analyst, yes.
Yeah, but the only way to analyze discourse is through hystericization. It's not through perversion, it's not through master. Analyze discourse is, I think, it's clear, a twist in the hysterics discourse. It's based on that, because...
Or quarter turn and perverts discourse.
Sorry?
Or quarter turn and perverts discourse. It gets you both ways, it gets you to analyze.
No, but if you read Lacan clinically closely, he says that to even begin analyzing a pervert, you should hystericize him. Lacan follows here Freud, who says in a beautiful way, because many people think that perversion is like your unconscious is out there in the open, you do everything. But Lacan follows Freud, who says that nowhere is the unconscious so inaccessible as in perversion. Perversion is a repression at its worst. What I tend to rehabilitate a little bit is master's discourse, if you ask me. I think that today, to horrify you again, and Lacan was aware of this, we need a new figure of a master. And master is not, don't confuse master with the one who knows better what is good for us and so on. Master is for me the enabling master. A true master does not tell you what you want. A true master, I'm aware of all Mao's horrors, but you know, when Mao says, yes, you have the right to rebel, that's a true gesture of the master. The master's message is, yes, you can do it. And at the end, then you get rid of the master. A proper master waits to be killed and so on then. But what I'm saying, I'm so sad we don't have to go further into this, because no, I'm not afraid to answer what you briefly hinted at the end about supporting Avital and so on. Didn't you notice that I didn't really support her? I wrote in my third installment or what, she made a serious mistake, blah, blah, blah. What really annoyed me is this, how I just say, let's look at all of it. letters between him, her, and so on, all the exchange, and see what's happening there. And again, I get the answer, no, it doesn't matter, she was his master, that decides everything, and so on, and so on. And the other thing that annoys me a little bit is, look what the guy was doing to her. Writing passionate love letters while at the same time mocking her. And when confronted with, why are you doing it, he says, it was necessary for my career. No, fuck off. I don't accept this, that you simply accept this. And as I wrote there, I will not tell you the name, I found something like this again and again in American academia, my God. I quote, I will not give you the name of who it is. Once I had a debate with a feminist, not even feminist, gender theorist, who attacked me in the usual way. You Lacanians are part of the ruling patriarchal discourse where we are the truly subversive. I told him, look at all the posts of strong academic power that you hold. Show me one Lacanian in the United States who has some serious academic power. The answer of this guy was Drusilla Cornell. Then I said, listen, but because at that point I was at a certain conference when Drusilla Cornell ferociously attacked Lacan from Derridean standpoint. I said, but Drusilla Cornell, I appreciate her, but she's openly Derridean, attacking Lacan. And the reply was, no, it doesn't mean anything, she just has to do this for her career. Okay, the first irony was how, first the claim is that we Lacanians are establishment, and then you have to pretend to be a Derridean.
You sound like a Derridean with your hysteric discourse.
Sorry?
You sound like a Derridean yourself.
Derridean? No, I think that Derrida is a perfect university discourse, because this is the basic, this is what I reproach deconstruction with. The work is never done. Analyze more, go on, go on. What I like in Lacan is precisely the idea analysis is not an infinite process. At a certain point you say, stop, it's over. It's finite. It's not this infinite, you know, also in the interpretation of the works of art, I hate this professional, oh, Joyce, you can read it for hundreds of years, and so on and so on. That's why I hate Joyce and I prefer Beckett, but that's another story. I mean, I would very much like to go, I'm sorry. Okay, left-wingers again.
I'm not going to pretend I understood all of that, but if paranoia is knowledge...
Can I tell you something to your own good?
Yes.
It's nice that you say this, because many of my critics pretend that they understand, but they don't.
Okay, I know, I've read a couple. But if paranoia is a form of knowledge, as I believe Lacan says, then I have become very paranoid by this talk today. In a good sense, I hope.
Yeah.
Now, I want to ask about agriculture, because I think that that's something that we don't talk about, and it sounds like a bit of a kind of folk politics notion, idea, but I think agriculture is maybe the repressed today in our political discourse, because agriculture is in some sense the very fuel on which our society is based, more or less, and yet and to create a direct homology between Marxists and the bourgeois political economy. Both of them were structured by urbanization, more or less, if I'm not incorrect. And so I think, in some sense, the move towards urbanization away from the feudal state, based on agricultural production, was what fueled capitalism, fueled the rise of capitalism. But we're now moving away from the production of agriculture. We're moving away from the consideration of agriculture as a critical problem today in our culture and in our political discourse. And just to bring it to today's politics, in a sense, you might say that the conservative right, the alt-right, who have been left behind are directly related to the once part of our agricultural society that is no longer agricultural.
No, I got it. Sorry,
today.
leave him. My God.
I apologize. Yeah, so I guess that's more or less my.
You know,
I don't mean to.
Yeah. No. But my answer may surprise you. I think that first, unfortunately, we are so deep into this industrialization that in the present state of things, without killing half the population on the earth and so on, any return direct to ancient agriculture will mean catastrophe. For example, a friend from Bangladesh explained to me, why do they have such floodings there? Because people up there in Bhutan and so on stick to old agriculture, but with modern healthcare, there are too many of them, they are cutting too many woods and so on and so on. But another point that I want to make, I spoke recently with a German ecologist who convinced me in a totally crazy idea that from the standpoint of earth pollution and so on, the worst thing that can happen to us is if we all move to live in individual houses in the countryside and so on and so on. Ecologically, the best thing is that as many of us as possible should be concentrated in big, dirty cities where we are polluting each other and allow, like, this is basically, some friends explained to me, and allow the majority of nature to be relatively unpolluted. I was told, for example, that this is the Japanese formula. They have 30% of land, these gigantic megacities around Tokyo, around Yokohama and so on, or Osaka. 30%, but the 70%, they keep it very much under control. It's nature, small farmers, forests, and so on and so on. So as a short-term solution, if you ask me, I'm almost for this. More alienation. That's for me today the only way to save some kind of a peaceful, natural reproduction. Because again, I'm always horrified by this idea, move to the countryside and build a sustainable house there. As some architects explained to me, those famous sustainable houses, to build them, you spend more energy, you pollute more, and so on and so on. I see it's a real problem, what you are saying. I just think that, and it's maybe a too tragic view, you can convert me, that our Earth is already so much polluted, destabilized through industrial corruption and so on, that I don't see any direct way back.
I agree for the most part.
So what would be your solution?
One last thing is,
would you accept this? Let's concentrate people in big dirty cities.
I think that is almost the reigning ideology of our time, because that's mainly what we've been doing, is concentrating in big urban centers, whereas the urban centers are what's taking up most of the resources themselves. That's where most people are concentrating.
Yeah, but do you imagine, nonetheless, if you have a big urban center, you know, you spend, it's very vulgar what I will say now, you spend much less on heating, on all that, because it's much more expensive to organize our level of standard in isolated country houses.
I absolutely agree with you, but a dispersion of social organization is what I think needs to be considered, and we often think of one or the other.
I agree, but still I would emphasize also some higher level concentration of power, because I think again that maybe with future ecological catastrophes, again, you will have larger international. We will have to move hundreds of millions of people, I think.
Thank you.
Sorry, yes.
Last question. That's it.
I'm sorry. Okay, it's terror. It's terror, but okay, please.
How you doing tonight, Slavoj? Oh, yeah. You know
what?
You're right. Hey.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I didn't get what's happening now.
They want a woman to speak, and yeah.
What?
So
Sorry?
I'm going to. No woman has spoken. So I'm going to hystericize a bit, if you don't mind.
Sorry, you will?
I'm going to hystericize a bit, if you don't mind.
Can you speak? Do you
Hystericize a bit.
Yeah.
And make sure you get my good side. So we already got the thing about the hysterics discourse versus the analyst discourse, and also there's no symptome, which is very important, I think, in really bringing everything together. Isn't that really like Lacan's solution, the symptome? You know, he talks about it from Seminar 17 implicitly onwards until he starts playing with knots, you know. But I think one of the other things that I want to talk about is social democracy, which you seem to like but not like,
exactly.
Which all of us do. But there is the thing that you don't talk about, which really, as a Lacanian, why don't you? The drive, the capitalist drive for money. Capital is the objet A. It is what we're supposed to be driving towards, and we can never get it. So it's the logic of capital that we need to get rid of. And it's not just simply replacing a state with another state. You know, the Leninist model. In the Cultural Revolution, which is, I think we see, I'm sure Badiou and Lazarus and people like that agree with the moving from the politics, from the objective, the state and history combined together in exteriority with politics in command, politics as the subjective, as thought of the people. So we think about all that.
Give me, this is a nice formula, but can you just give me a little bit of a hint, an example of how this is done? Because I'm afraid of these principled formulas, then I cannot translate them into...
The revolution in the Philippines, the New People's Army, the Communist Party of the Philippines. In the red zones, they've been providing medical help for the peasants in the liberated zones. They issue divorces, which is illegal in the Philippines. The red zones are the only places with divorces. So they're pushing together progressive women's rights, land reform, gay rights, because a lot of the members of the Philippines, the Communist Party and the New People's Army are gay, or, you know, LGBT.
Okay, no, I'm all for this. But again, the problem I see is how people always give me, 10 years ago it was fashionable to mention Chiapas in Mexico and so on. And I always saying, yes, this works at a certain level. Can it take over all of society?
Well,
you know, and this is not a rhetorical question. I think that, no, I will just formulate my position now clearly. I think that if anything, it's horrible what I will say now, I know. The left should rediscover the state, a strong state.
Why?
Sorry?
Why?
Because the only thing that can save us is a strong state or even trans-state organization. I don't believe in this local organization, self-management, when people organize themselves. This goes up to a certain level.
So if we think of it dialectically,
sorry?
If we think of it dialectically, if we have a term and a term in its place, the state is the place of the term. The state is the bourgeois society. It's the locality of capitalism existing, of the locality of the logic of capital. So if we continue to have a state, we continue to have this place where bourgeois society is.
Okay, but no, wait a minute. You know, my first reproach again would have been that all this attempt at, however you call them, let's call it, maybe I'm misreading you, local self-organization, where people organize themselves to cover for their needs and so on and so on. I think that this is what fascinates me in modern society. I want to, again, I will say now a thing which is even more horrible, maybe for you. I want to rehabilitate alienation. Alienation in the sense of, I want to live in a world where I don't know everybody. 3/3 of the people fuck off the way you live and so on. And I think this is our only reality. It would be a nightmare to live for me in a closed society where we understand each other. True tolerance for me is not the tolerance of a neighbor whom you love and know. It's the tolerance of a neighbor whom you don't understand, maybe even despise, it horrifies you, and so on and so on. So I think that your model works for certain local, works up to a certain point, as it were. So, and you know who also tried this? It shocked me. Look, I supported them publicly, I love them. Podemos in Spain. That was their great motto. Forget about big ideologies, there are bullshit. Listen to concrete people, to their worries, and so on and so on. And then when they come close to power, they somehow disintegrated. They somehow, their electoral manifesto was a very modest social democracy. In other words, what I would like to hear from you is, obviously these communities, that's wonderful, they do divorce, all that up and down. What kind of a state do they demand, or can they survive without a state? You know, I think that even Marxism is here a little bit too fast in its theory. Marxism, I think, simply doesn't have a theory of the state. And if you want to be Lacanian here, look at the ambiguity of Lacan here. He is even too past. You know, Lacan formulates the problem, how to break out of the logic of capital, but his only consistent answer is the position of a saint. He literally mentions this in Seminar 17 and later, that the only one who, saint, of course, not in the moral sense, but in this sense, and the saint at the same time excrement and so on, madman. No, sorry, just to finish, and then I will give you the. My problem with this abstract, my problem is that when you have this self-local democracy movement, I claim that, whatever you call it, I claim that without an element, now I'll say something horrible, without an element of healthy alienation, it always leads at the end to the violent return of a certain figure of a master. And not the master I would like. This is my experience already. That's what horrified me in, for example, all those communes. I'm old enough to, not to live in them, but to see them in the late 60s, you know. They were very anti-authoritarian. But then, if you look closely at them, you always discover that there is one guy or a couple of guys who terrorized all the others on behalf of, we really should prevent any authoritarianism and so on and so on. No, no, no. What interests me is how do your communities where they organize their life the way you've described, I don't believe that you can simply say then the dream is that these communities then collaborate, participate, build larger communities, and so on and so on. That's not strong enough for today. The world is so united today with global market and so on that you have to, the only way to combat global market is to fight it also at a global level.
But is it not all united? I think that's one of the key points in Lacan's logic in sexuation. Not all. In Lacan's logic of sexuation.
I would love to go in this direction.
I'll give you
Sorry
my
if
email.
I don't follow this. But for me now, me and my friends wrote books on it. When you say non-all, but non-all for Lacan does not mean, but there is something outside. Non-all means there is no exception. Lacan is very clear here. Lacan's non-all, the second part of non-all is there is no exception. And I think this is the whole point. That's why I think, for example, when Lacan speaks about feminine sexuality, he is totally misread, as if non-all of women are not totally integrated into symbolic, part of them remains outside, and so on and so on. So we would have to go very deep into this. It's very contested topic. What did Lacan exactly mean by non-all? And here, if you want, the other guy mentioned this. Yes, I am in some sense critical of Lacan, in the sense that, and he admits it, if you really read closely his last seminars, very last, where the whole seminar is 5 pages or what, it's clear that he concedes a defeat. He reaches a certain limit around Encore, and then he looks for a different ways out. For example, knots, all those graphs and so on, and at the end, in a very tragic way, he admits a failure. So Lacan is a very unfinished in the sense that tragically open thinker. This is why I disagree with those Lacanians who are looking in last Lacan for some secret, what did he whisper when he was dying? Was there some final wisdom? No, it's much more tragic, it was not. And I think backward, if you look at great philosophers, I think that this is the fate of most of them. The greatest Hegel is not the last Hegel. The greatest Plato is not the last Plato. The greatest Plato is Parmenides, where he gets into a total mess. And then after Parmenides, he just tries to bring some order but fails. I'm sorry, we cannot go into it, but it's a wonderful topic because...
Can I just point out just one little thing you said? Because I love puns and Lacan.
Sorry?
Because I love puns and Lacan said, you said the thing Lacan left is Lacan's not.
Okay, yes, but you know that in his last seminars he precisely denounced knots as a false way. He totally rejects it at the very end. And I think the whole problem is first even to formulate what was Lacan struggling with in the last 10 years of his life, but that's okay. Sorry, I would love to go into this dogmatic Lacanian direction, although I have problems there because of my Hegelian descent. Okay, so I'm sorry.
Sorry, thank you so very much. I think we're going to have to leave it there, but thank you very much for this.
No, I'm grateful to you, and I would love to. Sorry, but seriously, you know what was the problem here? And this is my usual mistake. I should have made it clear. Is it more politics Marx, and even with Marx? We can talk about Marx at a much higher conceptual level and so on. Because I think that the more fundamental problem of Marx, and Lacan was aware of it, is that Marxian notion of communism is nonetheless a dream of keeping capitalism without the capitalist object. Marx sees clearly that capitalism introduces a certain dynamic. But then his idea is that then this dynamic is thwarted by the obstacle, capitalist form, appropriation of surplus value. But then Marx's conclusion is, if we drop this capitalist form, we get an even more explosive, pure development. We don't get it, I think. I think that Marx should have been more radical, and that the way Marx imagined communism is capitalism without its obstacle. What Marx imagined as capitalism is, I think, it's a communist fantasy. It's a fantasy of communism without its obstacle. And this is, for me, the absolutely crucial element of what Lacan calls plus de jouir, surplus enjoyment. That is the constitutive obstacle. It's something that apparently is an obstacle, but you take away the obstacle and you lose the thing itself. Okay, this is very speculative. I'm sorry we don't have time, but I will not be bluffing now. I want sincerely to apologize of this a little bit of confusion in my talk, you know. Too political in the false sense of bad politics, too concrete, and at the same time this escapades into pure theory. But what I did is I tried, as we say cynically in Slovene, we have a proverb, when you try to sit between two chairs, you usually fall down in the hole, you know. So I hope to meet you again, and maybe we can risk a little bit more of a theory. I'm grateful to you. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you for Irena to inviting me, for Jeffrey for this wonderful introduction. I especially agree without any irony with that very precise point about dogmatics. I think that, and especially I would even go a step further and say dogmatics in the theological sense in the word. Why? Maybe it will become clear from what I will be saying. So let me go to the point, but nonetheless, I hope you will not be too disappointed, because it will not be only jokes in what I will be saying. Okay, let me begin in a very traditional way with a big question. What can philosophy do today? What can it tell the general public haunted by the problems of ecology, racism, religious conflicts, and so on? I think that the task of philosophy is not to provide answers, but to show how the way we perceive a problem can be itself part of a problem, mystifying it instead of enabling us to solve it. There are not only wrong answers, there are also wrong questions. These wrong questions are what we call ideology. When we are dealing with a problem, which is undoubtedly a real problem, the ideological designation or perception introduces its inevitable mystification. So again, when people ask me ecology or war, what can we do? Well, I don't know. What I can do as a philosopher is just to analyze how we perceive the problem. Let me take the example of tolerance. I'm opposed to this notion. I think it's a pseudo notion. Now, of course, the immediate reaction of well-meaning liberals is, but how can you be for intolerance towards foreigners? How can you be for anti-feminism, for homophobia, and so on and so on? But this is the catch. Of course, I'm not for intolerance towards foreigners, for anti-feminism, and so on. What I am against is the perception, which is today more or less automatic, of racism as a problem of tolerance. Make a simple experiment. I did make it. Go and check on the web Martin Luther King's speeches. If there is a great figure of anti-racist fight, of course it's Martin Luther King. You will see that the word intolerance is practically absent there. For Martin Luther King, one doesn't fight racism with tolerance, but with what? Emancipatory political struggle, even armed struggle. So, why are so many problems today perceived as problems of intolerance rather than problems of inequality, exploitation, injustice, and so on? You see my point? That's for me the problem. Racism is a problem, but to perceive racism as a problem of tolerance, it's not automatic. In this innocent shift of perspective, there is ideology. Why? I claim the reason is the liberal, multiculturalist basic ideological operation, the, let's call it, culturalization of politics. Political differences, differences conditioned by political inequality or economic exploitation, are naturalized, neutralized into cultural differences. that is, into different ways of life, which are something given, something that cannot be overcome, so they can only be tolerated. The cause of this culturalization is the retreat, the failure of direct political solutions such as welfare state or various socialist projects. Tolerance is their post-political ersatz. And I think the same goes for harassment, another heavily connotated ideological term. Again, of course, I am very much against brutal harassments like rape, bigotry, and so on and so on. The problem is that in today's ideological space, real harassments, their perception, is irreducibly intertwined with the narcissistic notion of an individual who experiences all proximity of others as an intrusion into his or her private space. So I claim that the way we, in the so-called highly developed Western countries, if you look closely how we effectively use the word tolerance, I claim it de facto as a rule means its exact opposite. Tolerance means don't harass me. Don't harass me means don't come too close to me, you know, like are you washed, desodorants, don't smoke. And in other words, tolerance means I am intolerant towards your over proximity to me. Tolerance means don't come too close, stay at the proper distance. So ideology is in this precise sense a notion which, while designating a real problem, blurs a crucial line of separation. Okay, another of such classical ideological notions today, I think, is this celebration pseudo-Deleuzian of nomadic existence and so on and so on. Why? Because instead of enabling us to draw the crucial distinction, it blurs it. It brings together under the same cover, nomadic existence, two totally different phenomena. One is the nomadic existence of, well, to be frank, somebody like me, and probably upper middle class intellectual, traveling nicely, sometimes with upgrades and so on, even business class. But then, you know, to put me together with, let's say, to be a little bit pathetic, a third world person, refugee from a war-torn or starved population, and claim we are both nomadic. It's a little bit like, to quote Gayatri Spivak, to take a rich fat lady who is dieting and a starving third world woman and say they are basically doing the same thing, eating less than. This ideology of tolerance can be reduced to the motto, love your neighbor as yourself. However, as we learned from Freud, neighbor is not simply another person with a rich inner life filled with stories she or he is telling himself, herself. This is the counter-revolution attacks, or what? Enemy never. You see? Okay. This is what in Lacan we call intervention of the real and so on. Okay, let's go on. It's usually when we say neighbor, multiculturalist ideology tells us, yes, we should know the other from within. We should not objectivize the other. The premise of liberal tolerance is thus that such a person whom we know from within cannot ultimately be an enemy. Or, to quote a well-known motto, which I totally oppose, incidentally, but it sounds so sublime, so deep. An enemy is someone whose story you have not heard. Okay, there is a nice literary example known to all of us, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It is true, Mary Shelley does something that a conservative would never have done. In the central part of her novel, she allows the monster to speak for himself, to tell the story from his own perspective. Her choice expresses the liberal attitude towards the freedom of speech at its most radical. Everyone's point of view should be heard. In Frankenstein, the monster is not a thing, a horrible object no one dares to confront. He is fully subjectivized. Mary Shelley moves inside his mind and asks, what is it like to be labeled, defined, oppressed, excommunicated, even physically distorted by society? The ultimate criminal is thus allowed to present himself as the ultimate victim. The monstrous murderer reveals himself as a deeply hurt, desperate individual yearning for company and love. Now, along these lines, practicing this noble motto of multicultural tolerance, the authorities in Iceland, Reykjavik capital, but also now I heard in some other European countries, maybe even here in the United States, I don't know about it, they are recently imposing a unique form of enacting this subjectivization of the other. In order to fight the growing xenophobia, the result of the greater and greater number of immigrant workers in Western Europe, as well as sexual intolerance, they are organizing what is called living libraries. Members of ethnic or sexual minorities, gays, immigrant East Europeans or blacks, are paid to visit an Iceland or British or German family and just talk to them, acquainting them with their way of life, their everyday practices, their dreams, and so on. In this way, the exotic stranger, who was perceived as a threat to our way of life, appears as somebody we can empathize with a complex world of his or her own. So this sounds very nice. What's the problem? The problem is, let's take this noble motto, an enemy is someone whose story you have not heard, and do something very vulgar in the sense of British empiricism. Let's just replace the general name with a concrete example. Would you also say Hitler was our enemy because we did not really try to hear his story? And the problem is deeper here than it may appear. Namely, the automatic presupposition which we should abandon is that the story we are telling ourselves about ourselves, our inner, authentic self-experience, is the point of truth. As if you humanize the other, if you get him at his or her or their innermost, then you can say this is what they truly are. But I think that this precisely, if there is a lesson of psychoanalysis, is that this precisely is what we should radically abandon. If from what we know about Hitler, if we take again the worst example, one of the worst, Hitler, I think that even for him probably, the same as Hannah Arendt claimed for Eichmann would have hold. Probably he was, as we know from the memories of his secretary who died only 2 years ago or when, he could have been quite kind, compassionate, he liked to serve cakes to small children and so on, gentle vegetarian and so on. And I'm even quite sure that he was absolutely sincere in this. This is the important lesson of Hannah Arendt, that people who cause great evil, we should not elevate them into sublime, Byronesque, demoniac figures of evil. The gap between their intimate experience and the horror of their acts is always immense. So again, the experience we have of our lives from within, the story we tell ourselves about ourselves in order to account for what we are doing, is fundamentally a lie. That's not the point of truth. So let me give you two extreme examples which I already developed in some of my earlier books. One Western, one Eastern. The West, Père Joseph. You maybe know who he was. The grey eminence of Cardinal Richelieu. And you should maybe read the book Aldous Huxley, The Grey Eminence, about Père Joseph. What fascinated Aldous Huxley so much about Père Joseph? It's that he was, well, the most brutal real politician that you can imagine. Organizing kidnappings, torture, dark plotting. He's basically the guy, if we simplify history, who is responsible for Hitler. You know, in one sense. In the 30 Years' War, 1618, 1648, in Europe, he was the one who made a pact between Catholic France and Protestant Sweden against, Catholic Austria, in order to weaken Germany, to prevent the reunification of Germany. He succeeded. The result was the German deferral of reunification, which was the structural condition for Hitler. Okay, the worst guy you can imagine. But there is something quite fascinating. After he did this dirty work every evening, metaphorically, almost every evening, he was in permanent conversation, exchange of letters with some French convent with nuns, and the exchange of letters demonstrates that he was practicing mystic, the same Père Joseph, and you cannot escape the conclusion. His mystical meditations are, how should I put it simply, top of the top, absolutely at the level of Saint Teresa, of whatever you want. And this is what fascinated Huxley. How is it possible that the same person who was ruthless, lying, poisoning, brutality itself, at the same time demonstrates a breathtakingly deep spiritual strength? Huxley's solution was a very simple one, was that there must be something in Western Christianity which enables this, opens up the possibility of this deviation. He thinks it's too much fixation on pain, fascination with the figure of Christ on the cross. So Huxley's solution, let's turn to Eastern spirituality. But there I think the story is the same. I read a book which I often quote, Brian Victoria. He himself is a Zen Buddhist, Zen at War, where you learn again. This is a book about how the Japanese Zen community related towards the Japanese war effort in the 30s and 40s. And you learn in this book that with really a couple, like 5, 6 minor exceptions, millions of them not only totally supported Japanese war effort, but even provided the justification of it. Let me mention a figure which I'm sure is well known to many of you, Daisetsu Teitaro Suzuki, popular in the 60s here in the States and in all Europe as the great popularizer of Zen Buddhism. Maybe we should also read his texts from the 30s and 40s, where, for example, in justifying Japanese invasion of China, he said that the Chinese should learn that from the cosmic perspective, the sport which is killing them now is really a sport of love. Then he advises the attitude of a true warrior, that you should, as it were, overcome your ego and objectivize yourself, which makes killing much easier. He says, like, when you kill a man, you shouldn't think I'm pulling the trigger to hit him. You should say, I'm observing how my hand triggers a gun, and when the bullet flows through the air, the enemy body stumbles upon it, so that instead of a substantial confrontation of me hurting another human being, you get some kind of an abstract ballet. So even more, Suzuki and others, if you want detailed proofs, read the book, demonstrate how he demonstrates how yes, so Suzuki even went a step further and claimed, very direct claim, that for the majority of ordinary people who don't have time for big meditations and so on, to spend days on them or years, absolute obedience to military discipline is the only practical way to achieve Satori, the Zen Buddhist enlightenment. The idea is when the commander shouts, shoot, and you shoot without thinking, you have overcome your false ego, and so on, and so on, and so on. So again, my point is not, look, Suzuki was a dirty militarist in reality. No, this would have been easy. My point is, you got my point, to accept this gap. That at the same time, he could have justified terrible crimes, and at the same time, he was absolutely authentic purveyor of spiritual experiences. So, the lesson is clear. It concerns the difficulty to fully accept the gap between the inner authenticity of one's life and the ethics one practices. Inner authenticity is no guarantee against ethical monstrosity. Let me engage now with a much more problematic, maybe to some of you, example, which I mean with whole respect towards the victims, of course. When the United 93 plane flight on September 11th and other 3 planes were kidnapped, it is significant that the focus of the phone calls to their closest relatives from the passengers when who knew they were about to die was always something like, I love you. However, a suspicion remains here. Is this desperate confession of love also not something of a sham? The same kind of fakery as the sudden turn to God and prayer of someone who suddenly faces the danger or proximity of death. In other words, you know, I'm talking now about a very desperate moment. They knew they were dying. You make the last call to your wife, beloved, whatever, I love you. But I claim, why should this be authentic? There is no reason to think this is authentic. Another example came to my mind, which is known to every old United States leftist. I remember when I was young, we were all taught the horror about the Rosenberg trials, you know, against the two of them, Julius Hitler, Rosenberg, accused of spying for Soviet Union. And we were fascinated by when their prison letters were like this sincerity, this purity. Even their advocates have to admit, today we know that, maybe not both of them, but he, Julius, I'm sorry, we have to concede here to the devil the right, when they are right. He was a spy. He was a spy. So this makes all the more crazy this, as it were, moral naivety, purity, how he was able to insist in his lie to the end. So I think that even when we are in this kind of a desperate situation, now I know I'm going to die, I don't think we are authentic at that point. At that point, we desperately construct a lie the way we would like to be remembered, and so on and so on. You know what would have been a truly radical ethical act here for me? Please don't take it in an obscene way, I mean it deadly seriously. Let's say I'm on a plane, of course this only holds if it's true, the implication. The true act would have been, okay, I'm on a plane, I have a chance to call my wife, I know in 2 minutes I will be dead. To call my wife and to say, listen darling, in half a minute I will die, but frankly our marriage was hell, I'm glad, and so on. That would have been an act. That would have been something. You know, to avoid this surge, oh my God, now I must patch things up, and so on. At that point to assert, that would have been something. And incidentally, I'm thinking maybe even it would have been humanly the best thing. Certainly for the wife, it would have been easier to forget you in this way. Recall another tragic figure which really fascinated me from the Cold War era. Those Western leftists who heroically defied anti-communist hysteria in their own countries with the utmost sincerity. They were even ready to go to prison for their communist conviction and defense of Soviet Union. Like I now read a biography of, you know, the great black singer Paul Robeson, who was up to the end total defender of Soviet Union. Isn't it the very illusory nature of their belief which makes their subjective stance so tragically sublime? The miserable reality of the Stalinist Soviet Union makes the inner fragile beauty of their conviction all the more sublime. This leads us to an unexpected radical conclusion. It is not enough to say that we are dealing here with a tragically misplaced ethical conviction, with a blind trust that avoids confronting the miserable, terrifying reality of its point of reference. What if, on the contrary, such a blindness, such a violent gesture of exclusion, of refusing to see, such a disavowal of reality, such a fetishist attitude of, I know very well that things are horrible in the Soviet Union, but I nonetheless believe in Soviet socialism, is an innermost constituent of every ethical stance. Immanuel Kant was already aware of this paradox when he deployed his notion of enthusiasm apropos the French Revolution in his late writing Conflict of Faculties. According to Kant, the revolutions, French revolutions, true significance does not reside in what actually went on in Paris, much of which Kant was the first to concede was terrifying and included outbursts of murderous passion, but in the enthusiastic response that the events in Paris generated in the eyes of sympathetic observers all around Europe. A quote from Kant. The recent revolution of a people which is rich in spirit may well either fail or succeed, accumulate misery and atrocity. It nevertheless arouses in the heart of all spectators a taking of sides according to desires, which borders on enthusiasm and which, since its very expression was not without danger, can only have been caused by a moral disposition within the human race. End of quote. So, to translate this into Lacanian language, the real event, the dimension of the real, did not reside in the immediate reality of the violent events in Paris, but in how this reality appeared to observers and in the hopes thus awakened in them. The reality of what went on in Paris belongs to the temporal dimension of empirical history. The sublime image that generated enthusiasm belongs to eternity. And, mutatis mutandis, I claim, does the same not apply to the Western admirers of the Soviet Union? The Soviet experience of building socialism in one country certainly did, to quote Kant, accumulate misery and atrocity, but it nevertheless aroused enthusiasm in the heart of the spectators, who were not themselves caught up in it. The question here is, does every ethics have to rely on such a gesture of fetishist disavowal, of such a I don't want to see something as a condition of my sublime ethical enthusiasm? I think, yes, every ethics, with the exception of the ethics of psychoanalysis. To wonder at this fact is not a proper philosophical attitude. That is to say, what if that which appears as an inconsistency, as the failure to draw all the consequences from one's ethical attitude, what if this is on the contrary the positive condition of possibility of ethics? What if such an exclusion of some form of otherness from the scope of our ethical concerns is co-substantial with the very founding gesture of ethical universality, so that the more universal our ethics is, the more brutal the underlying exclusion is? What the Christian all-inclusive attitude, St. Paul's famous, there are no men or women, no Jew or Greeks for me, what this attitude involves is a radical exclusion of those who do not accept inclusion into the Christian community. In other particularistic religions, even in Islam, there is a place for others. They are tolerated even if they are looked upon with condescension. The Christian motto, all men are brothers, however, also means that those who do not accept to be my brothers are not men. In the early years of the Iranian Revolution, Khomeini played on the same paradox when he claimed, I remember it plastically even now, in an interview for the Western press, that the Iranian Revolution is the most human in the entire history. Not one person was killed, he claimed, in the Iranian Revolution. When the surprised journalist asked him about the death penalties publicized in the very Iranian media, Khomeini calmly replied, those that we killed were not men but criminal dogs. I think this logic is somehow implied by every ethical universalism. So what then does ethical universality exclude? Which dimension? There is a wonderful passage in Marcel Proust's Recherche in Search of the Lost Time, in which Marcel, the figure in the novel, uses phone for the first time, speaking to his grandmother. Her voice, heard alone, apart from her body, surprises Marcel. It is a voice of a frail old woman, not the gentle voice of the grandmother he remembers. And the point is that this experience then colors his entire perception of the grandmother. When later he visits her in person, he perceives her in a new way, as a strange, mad old woman drowsing over her book, overburdened with age, flushed, coarse, vulgar, no longer the charming, caring grandmother he remembered. This is how voice as autonomous partial object can affect our entire perception of the body to which it belongs. The lesson of this is that precisely the direct experience of the unity of a person, where voice seems to fit its organic whole, involves a necessary mystification. In order to penetrate to the truth of the person, one has to tear this unity apart, to focus on one of its aspects in its isolation, and then to allow this element to color our entire perception. This is what Freud, I think, meant when he opposed hermeneutics, when he wrote that one should interpret en détail, not en masse. To locate every feature of a human being into the totality of the person is to miss not only the meaning of this detail, but the true meaning of the whole itself. This is a very radical lesson of psychoanalysis, I think, that if I want really to understand you, no, I shouldn't see you as a whole person. I should do something like what Marcel experiences there. Isolate one feature, where when I isolate this feature, I see the vulgarity, the whatever, and then let this feature color all of it. And to put it in, back to Lacanian terms, or even theological terms, in this way I pass from neighbor in the simple sense of semblant, of one who is like me, to the neighbor in this more radical dimension. This would be maybe, for psychoanalysis, the expression of a neighbor. There is someone whom you think you know him or her perfectly, person with whom you spend decades and so on. But doesn't it often happen that at a certain point this person does something, you catch an evil gaze, a nervous gesture, of some vulgarity, unexpected brutality, and all of a sudden you ask yourself, my God, is this really the person that I knew? At that point you encounter the neighbor. So when Freud and Lacan insist on the problematic nature of the Judeo-Christian injunction to love your neighbor, they refer precisely to the dark, impenetrable abyss which is a neighbor. Beneath the neighbor, as my mirror image, the one who is like me, with whom I can empathize, there always lurks the unfathomable abyss of radical otherness, of someone about whom I ultimately do not know anything. Can I really know who he is? How can I be sure that his words are not a mere pretense? This is why Lacan applies to the neighbor the term think. The thing, das Ding, used by Freud to designate the ultimate object of our desires in its intensity and impenetrability. One should hear in this term all the connotations of horror fiction. The neighbor is the evil thing which potentially lurks beneath every homely human face. Just think about Stephen King's Shining, in which the father, a modest failed writer, gradually turns into a killing beast who, with an evil grin, goes on to slaughter his entire family. This is a neighbor. Since a neighbor is primarily a thing, a traumatic intruder, someone whose different way of life, or rather, way of enjoyment, disturbs us, throws the balance of our way of life, throws the balance of our way of life off the rails, when the neighbor comes too close, this can also give rise to an aggressive reaction aimed at getting rid of this disturbing intruder. As Peter Sloterdijk, with whom politically I disagree, but from time to time he says something penetrating, as Sloterdijk put it, more communication means at first, above all, more conflict. This is why, that's another problem that I have with this. We should hear everybody's his or their story from within and so on. This is why I think this is a typical superego injunction. No, you should understand everybody. It's not possible. So then you feel guilty. You are never up to the level. No, I think that, how should I put it very brutally, but I think this is the only honest position. I don't want to understand everybody. I don't care about majority of the people. I think what we need today, when we are different cultures violently thrown together, I think we need, as Sloterdijk put it, a new code of discretion. We need more alienation. We need to learn to ignore each other. I don't think we need more to understand each other. This is again an impossible task which makes us forever guilty. But did you really understand? How did you know what I meant with that smile and so on? This is typical liberal blackmail which we should reject. Perhaps the best way to describe the status of this the status of this neighbor would have been, and this is, I think, there you see clearly politically the limit of this. Let's understand the neighbor would be the deadlock of that truth and reconciliation procedure in South Africa. Of course, I sympathize with it. But again, it has its limits. You know, the wager was very honorable, human one. Instead of engaging in revenge and so on, why don't we just offer to all apartheid torturers the chance of confronting their victims, openly describing what they did, and in this way we guarantee them if they come and confess, they will be pardoned. The catch is that this procedure implies, or rather only works when we can count, how to put it, on a minimal ethical responsibility and dignity of the torturer. What if what happens is what, according to my sources, did happen, at least a couple of times, that you got an apartheid murderer, torturer, who came there, confronted his black victims, and with a cynical smile said, yes, don't you remember, I tortured you in this way, in that way, I confess everything, okay, haha, now I'm over. And he perfectly followed the rules. The problem was that this implication was not met, which is why, based on this, because the motto there in South Africa was, we forgive, we don't, we forgive you, but we will not forget it. I think this is a very limited motto. I'm opposed to it. It's a fake. First, again, it has limits. It works only at a certain level. Would you be ready to say this for Hitler or Stalin? We forgive you, dear Hitler, tell us the story of Holocaust. We will not forget it, but we forget. No, I think that when we are dealing with really radical crimes, I'm almost tempted to propose the opposite motto. I am ready to forget it, but I will never forgive you. This is, I was told in Korea, South Korea, how the people there spontaneously, a friend told me this, relate to Japanese crimes. I mean, they are still traumatized by what the Japanese did to Koreans under the occupation in World War II and before. The treatment was so brutal, you know, 10,000s of women forced into prostitution, not to speak about other things. The idea is, it's so horrible that for our psychological sanity, we cannot afford to remember it, to think about it. So, let's forget it, but we will never forgive you. I think this is a much more correct attitude when you are dealing with a neighbor. So again, the first conclusion is that neighbor, in this sense of the abyss of otherness, which is simply the core of subjectivity, is the limit to ethical universality. Which is why all these formulas of love your neighbor as yourself are an impossible demand. Underlying this love is always fear. The predominant way to maintain a distance towards these inhuman neighbors, intruding proximity, are customs, habits. What are habits? I would like here to repeat an old joke, and maybe known to some of you, and refer to the very important here in the United States philosophical debate which took place some 4 years ago in March 2003. The philosopher in question was Donald Rumsfeld. You remember when he engaged in that amateur philosophizing about the relationship between the known and the unknown. You remember? I quote him, "There are known knowns. There are things we know that we know." It means very simply, like, I don't know, I'm now in Boston and I know that I know this, clear. Then he went on, there are known unknowns. That is to say, there are things that we know we don't know. Also, it's clear, like, I know there are probably some cars in front of this building, but I don't know how many cars are there. But I know that I don't know this. Then Rumsfeld went on, but there are also unknown unknowns. There are things we don't know we don't know. It's clear what he meant. That was his argument. It's not only weapons of mass destruction, which we at least know that we don't know. What if Saddam even has some weapons about the existence of which we don't even absolutely know. So we don't even know what we don't know. There may be something totally unexpected there. But did you notice what's problematic here in his reasoning? That there is a fourth term which is missing. Known knowns, things we know that we know. Known unknowns, things we know that we don't know. Unknown unknowns, things we don't know that we don't know even. And something is missing, which is the most interesting category. Not the known unknowns, but the unknown knowns. Not things that we know that we don't know, but things that we don't know that we know. And that's the Freudian unconscious. And that's why you are in trouble in Iraq, I claim. Because what the American politics didn't take into account is not some mystery there in Iraq or whatever, but to use this inappropriate name, the unconscious prejudices and so on, all these ideological prejudices, habits and so on, which determined the American politics and military activity without American soldiers and politicians even being aware of it. The problem was here, I think. The problem was not that you missed something, the CIA didn't do well the analysis up there. The problem were all these prejudices, usually racist, cultural prejudices, political miscalculations, and so on, which then brought the result in which we are. And these unknown knowns are located in habits. What are habits? I'm more and more convinced that habits are an extremely interesting dialectical category. They are not as simple as it appears. Okay, we know that every community, in order to function from a university department to whole nations, needs some rules. People obey rules. However, I think these rules are never simple. It's never, these are the rules. If you obey them, you are in, otherwise you are out. The catch is that every rules, for structural reasons, which in Lacanian terms can be nicely explained as the inconsistency of the big other and so on, every rules need meta-rules, higher level rules, which tell you how to relate to explicit rules. The problem is that rules are never simply rules. We have often rules which explicitly prohibit something, but the message between the lines is solicitation. Like most of the sexual prohibitions work in this way. When father tells a son, don't mess with girls, it's basically, do it, but discreetly. Prove me that you are a man or whatever. And also many social rules are like this. I don't know, when I was in the army and so on, it was always that often a prohibition was a direct call, violate the rule in a discreet way. But then, an even more interesting reversal is the opposite one, the opposite gap. When you don't have an explicit prohibition, which between the lines you are called to violate, but you are explicitly allowed to do something, but the message between the lines is you shouldn't do it. Like, you are given a certain freedom on condition that you do not use it. And I think this category is very useful in, for example, I will not be too long, my God, time is running. Let me give you a nice example. Ex-Soviet Union, Russia, was in deep crisis in the 90s, in the Yeltsin era. From what friends told me, the main problem was precisely the collapse of these implicit, unspoken rules. Like in old Soviet Union, you knew where you stand. You knew what do you have to do when a policeman stops you. How can you bribe him? You know when you should take authority seriously. You know when something was offered to you, like we live in free society, there is freedom of speech. You knew what this means, that you shouldn't do it. It was clear. And then in the Yeltsin years, it simply wasn't clear. This is what fascinated me in old socialist regimes, how these implicit rules covered everything. For example, in my country, ex-Yugoslavia, there was free medical service. You wanted a quality operation done fast. It was exactly codified. for what type of operation, how much money, bribery, to what doctor, how much to the nurse, how much to the top doctor, and so on. The implicit rules were clear. The most elementary level of these habits is made, and these I think are rules at its purest, is made of so-called empty gestures. Offers made or meant to be rejected. For example, a friend from Japan told me that in Japan, workers have the right to 40 days holiday every year. However, you are expected to use maximum half of this amount. So I, stupid as I am, I asked them, okay, why don't you simply put 20 days? They told me, you're an idiot, you don't understand it. And of course, they were right. That's the mystery of rules. Why this type of exchange? Let me give you another example, which we have in our country, in my country, or in Europe. I don't know if you have it here. Let's say I compete with my friend for a job. I lose, he wins. It's considered polite for a friend to tell me, listen, I know you deserved it, really, so I will step down and you get the job. But of course, I'm expected to say no. Like, no, you have it, and so on. And that's the mystery of it. Although it's clear to both of us that he doesn't really mean it. It's in a way a sincere lie. We both know it's a fake, but it works. Sometimes you can even save a friendship. And I think that every procedure of exchange, especially like apology, works like this. Let me, in the American style of talk shows, give you a confession. This happens to me with my good theoretical enemy, personal friend, I hope I'm allowed to say this, Judith Butler. When we were last summer together in some summer seminar, I, vulgar person as I am, I did something brutal. I used, referring to her and to lesbians, unnatural bitches. I even prefer to forget what kind of name. Then I noticed she was a little bit hurt. Okay, so life is full of surprises. So I called her immediately afterwards and told her, listen, I'm very sorry, you know, I'm blah, blah, whatever. And she was very kind, of course. She said, listen, Slavoj, I know what person you are. No, this was so nice, kind of. And of course, I know you didn't mean it in any evil way, so please forget about it. You don't owe me an apology. Now, what's the catch here? You got the catch. The catch is that she was able to say, you don't owe me an apology, only after I did offer an apology. And only in this way it worked. If I were to do what would have been logical, and the way my evil mind works, I immediately wanted to do it. My idea was then to tell her, okay, if it's not needed, I take it back, the apology, no? No, it would have been impolite. On the other hand, if she were to say, oh, finally you did apologize, yeah, you were nasty, you should apologize, it would also not be correct. You get it, how something which logically, if you analyze it, it's meaningless. I offer something, I get it back as unnecessary. But in this very way, very paradoxical way, as superfluous, it's necessary. That's a symbolic gesture at its purest. This is what habits are about. But habits can be more complicated. The true mystery of habits is that it's not only that something is prohibited, but that prohibition itself is prohibited, in the sense that it's prohibited to, how should I put it, to announce it publicly. I read this description of this scene in some book on Stalinism. It's a wonderful, simple example. Imagine a dream for me. We are now in Moscow, 36, 37, Central Committee, okay, I am Stalin. I give a speech. Then one of you stands up and criticizes me, attacks me. Okay, everybody knows that. The next day the question would be, who saw that guy the last? Okay, but then imagine that another guy would stand up and attack the first guy who attacked me, Stalin, and would say, are you crazy? We don't attack Comrade Stalin in Soviet Union. Why are you doing this? I claim that this second guy would disappear even faster than the first guy. That is to say, it wasn't only prohibited to criticize Stalin, it was even more prohibited to publicly announce this prohibition. This is the level at which customs function. And it's interesting to me more and more the way all this functions. Namely, this implicit, let's call it the implicit obscene underside of prohibitions which one shouldn't announce, of transgressions which remain implicit. For example, a very touchy example, problematic, the Catholic Church pedophilia. I claim it's definitely this kind of inherent transgression of the Catholic Church. You cannot say the way the Church is saying, okay, priests are humans like everybody else, of course some of them are pedophiliac, we cannot control it and so on. No, I even know some examples from a journalist who did research in my own country, in Slovenia, that of priests who, when they joined church, were, how should I put it, straight heterosexuals. This was the institution itself which made them pedophiliacs. So this is something, this is what interests me, how institutions have this kind of a secret collective unconscious, not in the Jungian sense, but in the sense of an implicit symbolic structure which is publicly disavowed, but nonetheless a disavowed constituent of their identity, which is why typically the Church reacts to these cases in this ultra-protective way. Okay, so, and I think that these implicit rules, these unwritten, prohibited habits which control us, but they are prohibited to mention publicly, this is where change is the most difficult. For example, from my experience of the army when I served in 75-76 in the Yugoslav army, this was my basic experience there. How, on the one hand, explicitly, the military community was extremely homophobic. If somebody was discovered to be homosexual, he was beaten every night, totally ignored, and so on and so on. But that's only one side of the story. The other side of the story is that unbelievable to what extent the entire army life was penetrated with homosexual innuendos. Like, for example, even to say hello in the morning, we didn't say hello. We say, I'll smoke yours, or something like this. It was unbelievable. How this is what interested me. How, again, the explicit prohibition was sustained by a kind of a permanent reference to some kind of a thwarted, implicit homosexuality. The difficult thing is to change things here. That is to say, to change things at the level of what Lacan called the big other. And now I'm coming, if you allow me, you're my superego, Irena, a little bit more. The problem is the big other. That's the tragedy today. We conservatives are telling us we live in a godless era, blah, blah, blah. No, I think, if anything, we believe more than ever, but we objectivize onto habits, onto the big other, our beliefs. What do I mean by this? What is the Lacanian big other? Of course, the most obvious figure of the big other is the big other in the sense of God, the guarantee of meaning, some big symbolic institution. Here, so that I will not say only bad things about Christianity, here I think precisely every leftist materialist should fully appreciate the what in bombastic terms we call Judeo-Christian legacy, whose message I think is precisely, basically, there is no big other. In what sense do I mean this? I think the text, the first criticism of ideology, okay, is the book of, how do you call it, the guy who was screwed up by God, Job, the book of Job. What's so interesting? Why is this the first criticism of ideology? Remember what happens. Things look really bad for Job. He loses his wife, his goats, whatever, everything. And what happens then? Okay, it's a traumatic situation, loss. Then, do you remember, I think there are 3 or 4, 3 theological friends came, each of them explaining, trying to convince Job that his suffering, his misfortunes have a deeper meaning. That's the point. It's not so much that he is guilty. That's only the first theological friend says. God is just, so if you are suffering, even if you don't know what, you must have done something. Then others give more refined accounts, like maybe God is testing you, but the message is clear. You must have, this has a meaning. It's not just a contingent misfortune. And then comes the beauty. When at the end you remember God comes, his message is no. All that the three theological friend says is lie, everything that you said is true. That is to say, God's answer is unbelievable. It's truly, as my favorite theologist, Gilbert Keith Chesterton, said, God there becomes for a moment a blasphemer and an atheist. God's defense is not, no, it looks to you that it's a meaningless catastrophe, but it has a deeper meaning. No, God, you know, when God then goes into this crazy rhetorics of, but what about, did you see how the sun rises? Did you see how when it rains, it can rain on a desert where nobody needs it, and so on? God's message is, you are nothing special, the whole universe is crazy, like this. It's as if God concedes that his own creation is somehow meaningless, doesn't have a cover in meaning. Which is why I think we should effectively read Job as prefiguring Christ. Because I think, to be brutal and to read the Bible, now I'm giving you a very condensed version of a longer theological argument, what dies on the cross is precisely this God which is the guarantee of a deeper meaning. Here I think Christianity has still a very radical message. What do I mean by this? You know that disgusting, for me at least, metaphor of evil as a stain. Like, if you look at the picture, if you look too close at the picture, you see only the stain. But if you look from a proper distance, you see how what appeared to you as a stain is effectively just an element which contributes to the global harmony. So the idea is what to our finite perspective appears as a stain, evil, really from the omnipotent, all-seeing divine gaze, for that gaze is part of a global harmony. Of course, now the problem is, can we really then say Holocaust, Gulag, or not just the usual suspects, for example, and this always shocks me. Here you can see the falsity of all these humanitarians and so on. My God, everybody knows what is going on now. According to Time magazine cover story last summer, in the last 10 years, at least 5 million people died unnatural death is in Congo. But they are not in, so nobody cares. So, okay, Congo, Holocaust, Gulag, and so on. Are we ready to say, no, this appears only in our perspective because of our over proximity as a stain, but really it contributes to global meaning, beauty of the universe, and so on? I think that Christ marks the moment when you no longer can say this. The death of Christ means precisely the death of that God up there which guarantees meaning. Because what comes after Christ is the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is simply the community of believers. The meaning of the death of Christ for me is, there is no big other, I throw myself into the universe, it's up to you. As every deep theologist knows, the message of Christ is not trust God, but God trusts you. It's up to you, up to your freedom. It's a very materialist message, if you want. Okay, that's one aspect. But then there is the opposite aspect of the big other, which is much more interesting. The aspect of appearances. You know the classical joke, I used it 3-4 times, but now I will give a different twist to it. That famous joke about, you know, a man who thinks he's a grain, a seed, and, okay, is cured, but then goes out of, is dismissed from the psychiatric ward, and then immediately comes back and says, I encountered a chicken. And the doctor tells him, but why are you afraid? You know now that you are not the seed and the chicken will not eat you. He says, okay, I know it, but does the chicken know it? That I'm no longer... Okay, now what I want to do now is to claim how this is a joke, but it depicts a very real mechanism. A whole country fell apart so that in order to protect the chicken's ignorance. It's Yugoslavia. Namely, what it's clear now from some memoirs that they published is that already in the early mid-70s, it was clear to the inner circle nomenclatura that the country is in deep economic trouble. But Tito, lifelong president, was old and dying. So they made a collective decision that Tito should die happy. So they prolonged the false welfare by collecting incredible debts in a couple of years, 15 for Yugoslavia, more than 15 billions of dollars, so that the 70s went so relatively well. When Tito died, economic crisis did strike and so on. So you see, it's literally this logic. We know it, the chicken should not. The chicken should not get it. And I claim this is ultimately what culture is. It's not we don't know. It is as if for a gaze of some big other, there is always a chicken which shouldn't know it. This chicken can be a children. For example, how do you, let's say you are one of the parents, you are fighting with your partner, blah, 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 blah. How do you measure the amount of your civilization? It's if you are still able to say, but the child shouldn't know it. No, let's cover it, let's keep it secret from the child. Of course, the tragedy is that usually the child does know it, but pretends not to notice, not to hurt you and so on. But the mystery is then that it works. This is, I mean, appearances are a big mystery here. Again, sorry for my old communist obsessions, an incredible story about appearances from Soviet Union again. It's here you can see the theological dimension of Stalinism. In '53, in the summer, Beria, the secret police boss, was arrested. And became a non-person. At that very point, the first volume of the new edition of Soviet Encyclopedia appeared, where ABC Beria. There was a page on Beria in it. What happened? This was printed just before Beria's arrest, so Beria was celebrated as a great leader. What then happened after Beria's arrest was that every subscriber got one leaf of paper which fitted exactly that page, and he was ordered, and we are talking about over 2 million subscribers, he was ordered to cut out that page and put in the new page, which re-established perfect continuity. The previous entry went on, then instead of Beria, which was almost 2 pages, they replaced it with Bering Strait, you know, between Alaska, with some photos and so on. So ask yourself a simple question. Whom were they trying to deceive? For whom were they trying to re-establish this continuity? As if, you know, nothing should be, the appearances should not be disturbed. Not for any empirical person. There was no empirical chicken who shouldn't know. The chicken was the big other, because every empirical person knew it, because he had to do it, to cut it out, put it in, and so on. Now that you will not say that I'm just making fun of Eastern Europe. You in United States have the same, I know at least one wonderful example. You know, of course, Hitchcock's Vertigo. Remember the scene after Scotty saves Madeleine from when she jumps into the Golden Gate beneath the bridge and takes her home, okay, undresses her, puts her into his bed, then you have in his living room a long panning shot showing him, then the camera passes the kitchen sink about which her underwear is drying up, and then the camera passes on, shows the door of the bedroom where she is. There is only one problem with this scene. If you don't believe me, rent, or if you have the video, put the freeze on that very moment when you see the underwear above the kitchen sink. It's not underwear. They're just abstract pieces of cloth, like towels and so on. No underwear. You know what? I read in a book about Vertigo. The reason is that these were the last years of Hays Code, censorship. They insisted that it shouldn't be underwear, because if it's really underwear, it would have been a proof that Scotty saw her naked. This is not allowed, so it shouldn't be underwear. But it's the same mystery as with Stalin and Beria. Now, whom were they trying to protect? Because we, viewers, we all automatically assume that we see underwear. There is. So, in other words, there is a big other here. So, if you allow me a little bit more, please. I would like now to give you 3 examples. Okay, I will try to condense it a little bit. A couple of examples of how this defense against the traumatic. What happens when this protective screen of habits disintegrates? How do you protect yourself of the over proximity of the neighbor? One interesting example here would have been pornography. I claim that the role of this stupid protective screen is there played by the stupidity of the story, because the problem of pornography would have been, of course, hardcore pornography, the over proximity of the neighbor, intrusive, which is why I think to block too much of identification, they do something which did always surprisingly as incredibly vulgar, but I think there is a necessity in it. Did you notice, if you watch hardcore pornography, how incredibly stupid the story, the narrative is, which introduces as if somehow it's the choice. You see it all, but the story should be openly ridiculous. Like, I don't know. I remember when I was young, I saw one which, you know, a plumber comes, fixes a hole in the sink, and then the housewife said, I have another hole to be fixed. It's undescribable. Now, people are telling me, but today this is falling apart. You have this, especially French, Catherine Breillat, romance, and so on, films which try to combine really engaged melodrama with hardcore pornography. No, I think censorship did strike back with even stronger oppression. The latest fashion, I was told, is so-called gonzo hardcore, which is what? Which is kind of like we'll talk about embedded journalism, embedded hardcore, which means that actors don't even pretend that they are part of the story. They, with their comments, ironic grimaces, and so on, they directly address the camera. They don't pretend. And I think that this precisely is censorship. They fear that the proximity of the neighbor would have been too direct, and so on and so on. Okay, the next example, but I will skip it, I wanted to use here is torture. The way to deal, in order to deal with torture, we are now in the middle of the process where torture is being rehabilitated. How? There, the dimension of the neighbor should disappear. And finally, my royal example, as it were, would be that of anti-Semitism. Because if there is, in our Western tradition, one epitome of the disturbing neighbor who is always too close and so on, it is the Jew. So let me make my position very clear here. Of course, I totally reject those leftists who think that because of the international situation, all the suffering of the Palestinians and so on, one should make compromises and tolerate a little bit of anti-Semitism. Like, one should understand them, you know. No, I think that anti-Semitism is for me the zero-level ideology. You don't make compromises there, to put it quite metaphysically. It's always bad. But something very strange is happening later. Is happening recently. I think that we are witnessing a strange new mode of anti-Semitism, and before we start shouting, I will give you a proof, at least wait to the end of my argument, Zionist anti-Semitism. Why? This idea came to me when I was in Israel with my friends, like my cinema maker Udi Aloni. We had a debate, and then he was ferociously attacked by hardline Zionists there. What did strike me is how the criticism reproduced all the usual cliché against the Jews in the West. The reproach was, you just pretend to be one of us, but you are really uprooted, you are not solidary enough with the state of Israel. You are really too cosmopolitic. You don't have roots. You are not identified with your community. You think only about commercial success and so on and so on. In other words, what did shock me is how the Zionist critique of those Jews who do not solidarize fully with the state of Israel takes over precisely all the standard clichés, main clichés in the West against the Jews. If you don't believe me, do something. Go on the internet and look on the www.masada2000.org/list A. It's a Zionist website where you get the list of what they call self-hating Jews. It's a shocking document. Why? Because first the term they used is something like self-hating internal terrorist shit. Like, they call them shit. Point two, and you find there many of our friends, Judith Butler is there, of course, Avital Ronell, 4,000. What shocked me is that every person is described in an extremely aggressive way. The photo chosen is usually one that makes you look like a freak, ridiculous. And on the top of it, wherever they could have got it, you have email address, a solicitation to hate mail, of course. But the impression is really, my God, we are back at the, like anti-Semitic, you know, the list of shitty Jews. It's precisely the same logic. So again, here we have the problem with the neighbor and so on. So if you allow me just 3 minutes more, I would like to conclude with a question which maybe bothers you. So does this mean we should just, in a kind of a Levinasian way, respect our neighbors, no universality, just let's keep a distance and so on? No, there is a positive universal ethics which does take into account this. What kind of ethics? Ethics, I would say, without morality. But this, I don't mean the Nietzschean point, when morality means how you relate to others and ethics means are you faithful to yourself, to your existential choice and so on. I mean something else. For me, to use Schiller's opposition of naive and sentimental, morality is sentimental. You do something, but you feel good doing it, no? Like, you know, when you pay for charity for the African kids, you think, isn't it nice? There is a happy kid there because I sent him $10 a month, whatever. Ethics is much more ruthless. And I would like just to finish to give you a brief example. You find it in the bookstores, one of the defining novels for me, by a Hungarian writer, now an old lady who emigrated from Hungary in '56, Agota Christoph. Agota Christoph. I like the name. It looks as if some stupid Eastern European mispronounced Agatha Christie, no? She wrote a trilogy, The Notebook, The Proof, The Third Lie. It tells the story of two young boys, twins, living with their grandmother in a small Hungarian border town during the last years of the World War II and the early years of communism. These twins are absolutely immoral. They lie, blackmail, kill, but I think they stand for absolute ethics. Let me give you a couple of examples. One day they meet in a forest a starved deserter and bring him some things he asked them for. Then that's their narration. When we come back with the food and blanket, he, the deserter, says, "You are very kind." We say, "We weren't trying to be kind. We've brought you these things because you absolutely need them. That's all." I think this is a wonderful, truly Christian ethical stance. You just do what is needed. You don't do it because it's good. You do it because the other needs it, because it has to be done. And no matter what the other asks. For example, one night, the twins find themselves sleeping in the same bed with a German officer, a tormented gay masochist. Early in the morning, the twins awaken and want to leave bed. But the officer holds them back. Dialogue. "Don't move, keep sleeping," says the officer. The boys said, "We want to urinate, we have to go." "Don't go, do it here." We ask, "Where?" He says, "On me, yes, don't be afraid, piss on my face." We do it. Then we go out into the garden because the bed is all wet. Like, totally cold normal, the guy wants to piss on his face, what's the problem? Why not? This is the true work of love, I think. Then the twins' closest friend is the priest's housekeeper, a young, voluptuous woman who washes them and their clothes, plays erotic games with them, and so on. Then something happens when a procession of starved Jews is led through the town on their way to the camp. One of the Jews asks them, "Please, bread?" The housekeeper, the young girl, shows a little bit of bread, then smiles and eats herself the bread. The boys decide to punish her. They stole from the German officer a little bit of munition and put into the kitchen stove so that her face explodes and disfigures her. It's considered a simple ethical act. I would have done absolutely the same. Then, the two brothers blackmail the good priest. because they have a young girl who is harassed by the whole village, poor girl, and the girl needs help to survive. So what do? They go to the priest and said, we heard the story that you were once playing with a small girl. The priest said, it's not true. And the boys said, we don't care, but the girl needs money, so if you don't give us so much money every week, we will tell this to the whole village. Then the priest said, I quote it, it's monstrous. Have you any idea what you are doing? The boys answer, yes, sir, we are blackmailing you. At your age, it's deplorable. The boys answer, yes, it's deplorable that we've been forced to do this. But Herlip, the girl, and her mother absolutely need money. I would do the same. There is nothing personal in this blackmail. Later, they even become close friends with the priest. And when the girl can survive on her own, learns to work and so on, they go to the priest and said, thanks very much, now we no longer need any money. They tell the priest, quote, keep it, you have given enough. We took your money when it was necessary. Now we earn enough money to give some to Herlip, to the girl. We have also taught her to work. And the same when the mother, the grandmother asked them to kill her, they kill her, and so on. That's where I stand. If you would ask me what kind of ethics I would like to follow, it's precisely this, an ethical monster without empathy, doing simply the duty to help others with blind spontaneity, but without any narcissistic self-satisfaction. I claim that with more people like these two monstrous children, the world would have been a pleasant place to stay. It is only in such a world that we would be really alive. You know, the old religious question, is there life after death? Wolf Biermann, the German, in the old days dissident poet, has a wonderful poem where he asks the true question. He says the true question is not, is there life after death, but is there life before death? And his answer is, okay, only with certain attitude and so on. And I think these two children, with their ruthless, brutal ethics, you do it. It's needed, you blackmail the priest. It's needed, you kill. Friend asks you to piss on his face. What's the problem? You do it. That's what I would like to be. Thanks very much. Now we can pretend that we are in a democracy, no, for some time.
So we have approximately half an hour for questions, and so I would like to ask everybody to make them as short as possible so that we can have as many people as possible asking the questions, okay? Thank you.
Very enjoyable.
Go to but directly. Yeah.
No, I don't have a but. I have a question. When you think about fundamentalism, is it big other? Or
no?
Is it no?
Almost the opposite.
Opposite. Okay.
Is this the question? Mm-hmm. Or you want to elaborate it?
No, I want you to elaborate it, because if you look at...
by fundamentalism, you mean what we usually mean by fundamentalism, so-called religious fundamentalism, or what?
That's only one of many, so I don't know. No, I'll leave it up to you.
Which are the others for you? No, I just want to get the location of your question.
Well, there's fundamentalisms. I mean, there's a kind of a secular fundamentalism that you saw in the 50s, maybe in Eastern Europe. Yeah, so, I mean, there's different ones, but I think people think about religious fundamentalism. Do you have a theory or an account of the rise of it in the 70s, in the location of the West in a certain sense, or why this time and not another time? I just wondering what you think.
What I would have done first is, the first thing here I would apply my own theory the way I began to this. First, I always try to ask, are these designations to be taken for what they are? I think that what people call fundamentalism often covers two very much opposed phenomena. I think that what we usually refer to as fundamentalism, you know, Pat Robertson, Jerry Falwell, that kind of people, I would even deny to them the term fundamentalism. You know how I have a very naive criterion of defending what I'm really tempted to even claim is authentic fundamentalism from this kind of fake fundamentalism. How do you relate? Is there envy or not? Let me be very naive. I don't have any illusions about Tibetan Buddhism. But Tibetan Buddhists that I've met, or Amish, again, I don't have illusions about Amish. According to some statistics, they have the highest rate of family incest, but they are authentic fundamental. You know what did strike me when I met them? They don't have this typical religious fake fundamentalism obsession with what the others gays are doing or what. They are very benevolent. They don't have this hatred towards the others. They don't have the attitude of envy. They live in peace with others. I think the fake fundamentalism is this which is secretly fascinated by the sinful ways of the others and so on and so on. So my next criticism would have been that if you look at it closely, so-called fundamentalism, Pat Robertson, Falwell and their gang, Jimmy Swaggart, mentioned the really big ones and so on, but isn't it that the way they deliver their message undermines the message? In the sense that the way they deliver their message is precisely an instance of what they criticize, a big ego trip and so on and so on. Now, a more difficult question. I totally also agree with you that it's a misnomer, that this is not the only fundamentalism we have. I think even that you know, what surprised me were the violent reactions to, I don't think she's a great theoretician, but it's an interesting book, Naomi Klein's new book, Shock Therapy. What's the important, maybe, I'm not saying she's a great theoretician, but it surprised me how violent the reactions were to the book. Why? Because she touched an important point, how, let's call it liberal economic fundamentalism, how it is not ready to admit how, okay, we have markets, they work, but in order they work, but in order for the markets to work, you need quite a lot of extra market violence. You know, it's not just, this is the big, maybe the biggest utopia of our time, I claim. It's the market utopia, which is why for me, it's not, the official story goes like that. The 90s, I mean, 89, 90 is the end of utopias. Finally, we learn to renounce big utopias, plans to reconstruct society, blah, blah. We learn to accept the lesser evil, no, and so on. But I think the true utopia were the 90s. The utopia, the Fukuyama utopia. And you know, it's easy to make fun of Fukuyama, that idiot who thought the end of history. But basically, even most of my so-called leftist friends, we are all Fukuyamaists, de facto. Most of the leftists that I know, they silently accept the basic Fukuyama premise, which is capitalism, okay, capitalism with a human face and liberal democracy are the frame which we cannot overcome. All we can do is make it a little bit more tolerant, better, and so on, and so on, and so on. So, this is for me the true fundamentalism. It doesn't take into account the extent to which market, in order to function, and already there is a lot of violence, millions losing job and so on and so on. There is a much more invisible objective violence of the market. But even if we discount this, market mechanism needs quite a lot of subjective violence. I mean, these are the big debates. For example, the well-known English of German origins philosopher Ralph Dahrendorf called this the problem of the valley of tears. Like, democracy functions after you have a certain level of development of economy. But to get to that point, you need 20 years at least of authoritarianism. dictatorship. He openly says this. He says, look at the third world countries, okay, third world, outside of Western Europe, which are economically successful, South Korea, Chile, and so on. His conclusion is they had to go through Pinochet or military dictatorship. But the problem is deeper today for me. If there is a lesson to be learned from China today, it's that, because typically those who have sympathies for this dictatorship, why don't they also support China then today? China is doing exactly this in a much larger amount. The irony is that I know, but the problem is the following one for me, because they have still this old liberal hope that China will get caught in the same dynamic when they still have this trust that after some 10, 20, that sooner or later capitalism does bring with itself democracy, the way we understand it. I think the lesson of China and so-called Asian values capitalism is not. I think that's the true danger today. I think that capitalism is entering a new stage where no longer democracy, the way, even in this formal, limited way we used it, democracy is needed. Democracy is needed. So in this sense, so that I don't get lost, in this sense I totally agree with you about how the term fundamentalism first should be used. We should be very clear how we use it, what we designate with it. We shouldn't limit it to these so-called hardline religious freaks or whatever. No, I mean, the basic fundamentalism today, I think it's precisely this liberal trust in the market mechanism, in the sense of you just have to clear the space for market mechanisms to let it work, market mechanism, and the work will be done. The other problem that I see for me is that the second distinction I would make is that the fundamentalists that I wrote about this in my last big book, Parallax View. I spoke with some fundamentalists in this narrow sense. Really. What surprised me is that they are truly a threat to belief. No, not in this sense, authentic belief, but in a much more formal sense. I think the way I understood them, their mystery is that their procedure is that they treat religious statements like Christ has arisen from the dead and so on as simple positive knowledge statements. Which is why, for example, let's take the Turin Shroud. I like these mysteries, you know, is it or not? Every genuine Catholic is horrified by the idea that it may be authentic. Because if it is, you immediately have very delicate problems. Like, okay, then we do the DNA test. And then the question, who is the father of Christ, becomes a very empirical question. And to be cynical, you would probably discover that some probably Arab slave of the Joseph family, no, had something to do. I mean, you never know into what you get, no? But I spoke with some fundamentalists who are usually very pro-science. They say, no, they even have theory. They say, God doesn't have DNA, so it will be Mary's DNA redoubled, just 2 times the same, and so on. You know what I mean? The horrible thing is that for them, again, which is why, true, in this narrow sense, religious fundamentalists, they don't have any problem with science. They basically reduce religious statement to similar positive statements of science, and I think that in this way, even the true greatness of religious belief is lost. As every authentic religious person knows, belief is an existential wager. Belief is not belief in facts. Belief is always a decision, like belief is that I say all people have the same dignity. And it's in a way a crazy thing. Because when I look at you, to put it in simple rational terms, I can say, but I need more than you, you more, why should, I mean, this is a crazy decision which I accept. There must be something crazy, absurd in an authentic belief. So the paradoxical conclusion for me would have been that this kind of anti-Darwinian fundamentalists and so on, they are not a threat to science, they are a threat to authentic religious belief. The third problem I have here is that what do we mean by belief today, more generally? I think that, again, what I wanted, but I lost the thread, to develop a little, one of the lines that I had to drop out. Like, for me, even New York Times was kind enough to publish a text of mine, but now the story goes even later about that. I love the Chinese because it's madness. You remember that 2 months ago they passed a law regulating reincarnation, no? And I love this, that it's not a joke, like, you know, if you want to reincarnate there, you have to fill out a form, where, how, and then I can even imagine, I have this evil imagination, how some bureaucrat in Beijing says, you want to reincarnate as a llama? Sorry, all posts are taken. There are some insects free, some dogs there, make your choice. But it's quite clear. But now they're playing the game even further. I read a couple of days ago that now Dalai Lama, in reaction to this, because this law regulating reincarnation, the whole point is to prevent Dalai Lama choosing his successor. Now Dalai Lama claimed that maybe he will not reincarnate, but he will organize something like the council in Vatican, some kind of a parliament of all Buddhist figures, Tibetan, to democratically elect the next Dalai Lama. The irony is that the answer of Chinese government was, no, you are violating the tradition. Dalai Lama should be reincarnated and so on, because they want to control it. My point is that it's too easy to say that they are simply, that they are simply faking. We are back to that model that I used of a chicken doesn't know. The mode of belief today for us is not that we directly believe, is that we need to relate to another one, a child, or as for Stalin, it's the pure appearance. It's another who believes for us. That's our typical strategy today. You don't have to believe, but you need to know that the chicken doesn't know it, as it were, that we need a chicken. And here, okay, to repeat an old joke, I use it in my book, here the formula of this belief was given perfectly by Niels Bohr. You know that wonderful story about Niels Bohr, who he had at the entrance of his country house a horseshoe, superstitious object preventing blah 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 evil spirits to enter the house, and he was asked by a friend scientist, why do you have this? Are you crazy? Do you believe in this? Niels Bohr said, of course I don't believe it. But friend asked him, but why do you have it? He says, of course I don't believe that horseshoe protects the house. But he said, but I have it there because I was told that it works even if you don't believe in it. That's how beliefs function today. We don't believe in it. We are very rational, cynical. But we nonetheless believe that it works even if you don't believe in it. And at this level we are ultra fundamentalists. And this other belief, this transposed belief, this is the most difficult thing to accept. It's not for you to be an atheist. It's for you worrying, does my child know, or the innocent figure know? Their things are, this is where ideology is today. We have no illusions, but there is a chicken who has to have illusions for us. How should I put it? No? Okay, I'm sorry, I got lost a little bit, but that's that.
Wonderful ending point. Just because I was leading into my question, you give a great position on ethics, as it were. But I was wondering, where do you stand as for how we progress toward the future with dealing with ideology? You give a good criticism of the cynic in The Sublime Object,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But I was wondering, what is the alternative in our now postmodern world?
That's a good question. I will tell you. Okay, I can only give you a very abstract number. I think that the problem I see is political, but not in this superficial sense, to find a political form. The problem today is that we have, on the one hand, this, let's call it liberal individualism, whatever, and then these new forms of, or rather, return to old communities and so on. Is it possible to invent a new collectivity to overcome individualism without regressing into some kind of traditional community, to invent a new form of collective? And this, I think, is deeply political. It's why many thinkers, philosophers, to whom I feel very close, like from Alain Badiou to Giorgio Agamben and so on, are so focused on St. Paul. St. Paul is for them a political project of precisely community of believers, which is not a traditional community. It's not a traditional hierarchy organic community. It's based on universal truth community of believers. I mean, this is for me the crucial question. Or to put it in another way, the problem is how to not accept what I referred to apropos the death of Christ, the fact that the big other doesn't exist, but not as sometimes, here I have problems with some Lacanians, Miller even, and others around him, who basically adopt this would be maybe an answer to you. Their view is that psychoanalysis provides, to put it naively, the ultimate authentic insight. But it's just a momentary insight. You see, there is no big other, void, whatever. But then life goes on and you have to return to some kind of illusion. In other words, the idea is that our social life is necessary illusory. And all you can do is get these momentary insights. I think if this is the case, then life is boring. No? I think that the whole point is, can the very fact that, as Lacan puts it, there is no big other and so on, does this mean that it's just a radical truth, like Lacan develops apropos Antigone? Is truth just this momentary encounter? For a moment you see it, you shouldn't look too long into the truth, then it renders you blind, and you must somehow return to the world of illusions? Or can we make truth operative in politics, in social life? Of course, my whole point would be, yes, we can. And I think more and more that, how should I put it? Okay, I will not develop it now, how, but that the whole development pushes into this direction, social development, in the sense of problems from ecology to other problems, they will push us in this direction. For example, ecology would be another mega example of what I said, ideology. On the one hand, it's absolutely a real problem, ecology. But I think that precisely because of this, ecology is one of the biggest fields of ideological investment today. I mean, I think there was a book written by an American, he's called Tim Morton, something like this, I'm sorry, I'm bad for names, with a wonderful title. I think the title of the book is already Ecology Without Nature. I think that should be also... I
haven't heard of it.
No, but it's a wonderful book. No, what he means is not some kind of subjectivism. What he means is that what we mean by nature, automatically, when we talk about ecology, the usual paradigm is there is some kind of some kind of a harmonious organic reproduction balance disturbed by human hubris, and then we should re-establish the balance. I think this very paradigm should be radically dropped. If there is a lesson from radical Darwinians like Stephen Jay Gould and others, it's precisely that there is no nature. If by nature we understand this kind of a balance which was this, nature is crazy in itself. I mean, what is our main source of energy? Oil. What is oil? Can we even imagine what kind of a mega catastrophe had to occur on Earth so that there was oil? In other words, I think that this means that ecological crisis is even much more serious than we think. We cannot even rely, we have nowhere to withdraw. There is no balance to which we can return. The situation is totally open. And I like a certain crazy German ecologist who drew this radical conclusion and said that the goal of humanity should be not to re-establish any natural balance, but to violate nature even more. His idea is that nature left to itself would explode, render human life impossible. So since humanity can survive only in certain geographic, weather, and so on conditions, we should try and freeze the earth. So we should be even more violent and so on. In other words, I think we should totally drop all reference to all anti-scientific jargon, especially. You know, this is the usual ecological ideology. You know how the source of ecological troubles is our over-exploitation, objectivization of nature. We act as if nature is out there, the object, as if we are not embedded in nature, breathing with it. So we should step out of technological attitude and live with nature. I think this is a problem, not a solution. The problem for me is the following one. We all know we are in deep shit, warming, whatever. The problem is, why don't we act? I think it's a perfect example of what in psychoanalysis is called the fetishist disavowal. I know very well, but. We know it very well, but. You hear a talk, you read a text about ecology, it convinces you, then you step out, you see there is sun, there are birds, rain, and you, precisely because we are embedded in it, wired into it, we cannot really accept that this can change. So I think paradoxically, we need more alienation from nature, in the sense of we have to accept nature in its total contingency, madness. That's nature. Nature is not balance, paradise. Nature is, you know, something happens, small imbalance, and everything goes crazy. I mean, every natural balance is temporary, fragile, and so on and so on. Why am I saying this? Because this would be, for me, to bring it to the end, what Lacan says, the big other doesn't exist. You know, usually people say either you are a subjectivist, self-responsible, and this means you are arrogant, absolute subject, or you defer to the higher authority. The difficult thing is to separate between these two, to accept that we are totally responsible, but nonetheless we are not absolute subjects. You know that it's a very difficult position to sustain, but I think we will be forced into it, as it were. I'm sorry, okay, I was too. You should be my superego, my God. You should be to evoke the most noble example from American culture, you should be my Miss Bates, you know, from Mother, from Psycho, yes. Sorry, please. I will try to be shorter, I'm very sorry. This is superego. Why 7? Why not 8? Why not 6? Okay, sorry, please.
I'd just like to ask you about your idea of ethics and how it's similar or different to Richard Rorty's idea of ethics. Because even when you said that helping when it's needed, it sounds like Rorty's idea of solidarity and particularly Rorty's idea of ethics without principles, like this deeply unrooted ethics. That's highly contextual. So it's not very absolute in that sense. So I'd just like to know what you think about that.
That's a nice question. I'm so sad I don't have time, but first, let me say, I greatly appreciated Rorty as a person. He was one of the few academics that I knew. Academics are usually very filthy, plotting against each other. He was one of the few persons that I knew that I can authentically say he was a good person. But I totally disagree. I disagree first with his underlying premise, which is that, again, as you said, no positive universal values, but just his liberalism at its purest. Each of us, his story, basically, what makes us ethical subjects is our suffering and our right to tell about our suffering and so on. The best way to develop where I disagree with Rorty would have been with reference to Kant. Rorty opposes the private domain, as he calls it, embedded in philosophers like Derrida, Heidegger, who have these private fantasies, and then the boring Habermasians who have objective rules. For him, the point is the balance between these two dimensions. As he puts it, Heidegger and the wild guys are good. The moment you let them to gain power, you get mad. But I think that what Rorty misses is the way Kant already uses in exactly the opposite way the distinction between public and private. Kant is here still my ideal. You know that for Kant, in his, I think, what is Enlightenment text, for Kant, what Kant calls private use of reason is precisely what Rorty would have called public. For Kant, when you work for a state, it's private use of reason. Why? Because it's not just the abstract space of intellectual debate, but it's part of the common good of a society. It's already part of, it's predestined whom you serve and so on. And for Kant, precisely when you subtract from your community and just talk in the free space of reason with others, individuals, this is the public use of reason. So the paradox again for Kant is that state is a private institution. But universities should be public, exempted from state. So this universal dimension is missing for me in Rorty. This is why I'm sorry that I didn't have time to develop it further, because the conclusion of what I said, it's definitely not some kind of total idiosyncrasy. We are just this kind of terrible abysses of neighbor. We cannot come. No. I'm totally pro-universality. How should I put it? I believe in universality. I think that one of the greatest ontological errors, as it were, undermine sustaining this liberal multiculturalist ideology is precisely this distrust of universality, as if every universality is ideological, imposed, and so on. I don't think this is the true problem today. This problem of there are minority voices here, there. We should open more and more the space so that all these voices should be heard and so on. No, the problem today is not how to reach plurality, more plurality. The problem is precisely the opposite one, unity, universality. So I'm very much pro-universality. So again, along these lines, I don't have time now to go into it. I think that one should definitely move beyond Rorty to a kind of a without any shame, to a kind of a more aggressive universal project. The key problem is for me universality and truth. Because Rorty basically plays this game of, there is no truth, there are just stories that we are telling, and so on and so on. No, emphatically here, Rorty is a postmodernist, I am not. I believe in universal truth. But with all the Leninist paradoxes, that truth is partial. Truth is not what unites us. Truth is division. Sorry.
I was, at the end of your talk, you were discussing a morality without narcissism. And I've always seen certainly conventional morality as being inherently or de facto very narcissistic.
Yeah.
So can you just describe, first of all, is it possible to speak of a morality qualitatively without narcissism? And second of all, how would that work, or what would it qualitatively
That's a good question. Like, was I simply representing with this example two freaks, or it works? Okay, all I can tell you is that I will take your question very sincerely and try to answer it naively. I mean, like, yes, I know some people with whom this works. That is to say, who effectively do things, and they are not naive in the sense that they don't reflect. They can reflect very cruelly and so on, but what I like is that there is simply a certain not narcissistic ruthlessness in what they are doing. There is none of this satisfaction, I do it because it feels so nice doing it. Now here I have a slight disagreement with my good friend Irena, because Lenin would enter that, and you would have small problems here, no? Like, sorry, a big problem. Okay, yeah, which is why, again, when I take power, you go to re-education camp. But since I am your friend, I will tell you how lucky your life will be. When you will be there in Siberia in a re-education camp, I will call the boss of the camp, and every Sunday you will get for free an additional plate of that shitty cabbage soup there, Isn't this nice? So it will not be so bad for you then. Sorry, please, but no, you see what I mean? I think, back to this, I think there are situations in, how should I put it, struggling situation and so on, when this kind of collective can work in a way. And I think that in a way, if you read authentically, I'm a total materialist, but this is for me where I write atheist Christian books, This is the way I appreciate Jesus. I mean, not what Jesus? There was no Jesus, of course. What I mean is the figure there. It's that it's totally, how to put it, non-narcissistic in the sense that the way I see is that in Christianity you cannot have a blasphemy of Christianity because in a way Christianity is already its own blasphemy. My friend Terry Eagleton already develops how the whole logic of Jesus is the logic of, like, you know, this whole idea he is the king of the king of the Jews. It's clearly that this is staged as a kind of a ridiculous carnival and so on. How to put it? It's, I think, totally. This is how one should read all these statements, Paulinian about love and so on and so on. As totally non-narcissistic. It's not love in the sense of I love myself loving somebody. It's love without this dimension. And again, I think that it's not only freaky individuals who do it here and there. I think that there are from time to time collectives, like again, maybe some political collectives and so on, where this works. Okay, but thank you.
Interrupting it now, thanks. At
Thank
this
you.
high point.
I'm very grateful.
Thanks very much. No, quite seriously, and you will soon see why I am very grateful for this invitation. I'm proud to be here, and this is not like empty talk. On the contrary, when I talk directly and praise people, I like to insult them and so on. What I mean is that in today's world, I notice this especially in the United States, these Ivy League and other big universities in our domain, our specific domain of our type of humanities, they are not interesting. Nothing of any interest happens there. What happens today in philosophy in Harvard and Princeton? Nothing. You have to look around to smaller colleges, and the same I heard it's here, for example, the old big name, Oxford, Cambridge, and so on. No, places like this one is where I'm proud to be, especially with my good friend Frank. And now comes a little bit of irony. You will get back. You know what you know, when he went into these different versions of how people introduce me and so on, you know. And he just added another version, which was also already repeated, that you improvise on the difficulty to make an introduction, no? You begin with, I don't want to make a long introduction, then you get caught in these reflections, and you are even longer than all others. Second thing, but this is a very interesting philosophical topic, more in the Freudian sense of small details which tell a lot. For example, what you try to do, this is not an interesting subject, how people introduce me, but I remember years ago, I think we talked about it. For example, to classify an epoch by the titles of the books which predominate, which are typical, hegemonic for that epoch. I remember when I was young, it was after 68, gradual crisis of Marxism. If some of you are old enough, you may have the same vague memories, like already from the 70s onward, nobody dared to do a book simply Marxist aesthetics. You had to do something like Elements for a Future Marxist Aesthetics or Prolegomena for, like, we are not yet there, you know. And even some leftist parties that emerged at that point were not communist party, but group to organize a communist movement and so on, you know, a distance. Then comes the period which I really, although I was even at some point a little bit identified with it, that I find disgusting, 80s and 90s, which was this typically postmodern distinction between poetic title, explanatory subtitle. Like the one I remember is like, Beat Me Harder, Darling, masochism in feminist poetry of the 19th century or whatever. You know, you have to do something poetic in the title, you know. And frankly, I don't have a theory what comes after that, but it's an interesting choice. Now, for some insults to my really good friend Frank, we are really friends, and I will give you a proof which will embarrass him. Because this is my crazy universe. That's why I get so many problems with political correctness and so on. For me, you can be polite, kind towards enemies. I think that precisely not you, Scotland, but the British way of life has this. How to speak in very nice words, but really insult totally yours. So, my idea is that a true friend is the one to whom you can say very, even vulgar, brutal things, and the implied logic, it's a very beautiful one maybe. It's the logic of, you see, we are such good friends that we can talk like this and still be friends. And I can go pretty far here, since we are talking today about Beckett. I think maybe I went just a little bit too far. You remember? He is now happily married, recently with a wife, Eve, who is a specialist in Beckett. And, sorry, it's my nature. You know, it's like the Scorpio who bites the frog. I couldn't resist it. I told him, I know what your wife told you after you spent the first night together. You know what? The most famous line from Beckett. Try again, fail better. Sorry, that's the price of being associated to me. But what I really want to say is, what important roles he played, really, in my development. First, if you are not convinced that Hegel is our contemporary, read his book on Hegel's, it's translated into English, on Hegel's concept of rebel. You know, sorry, here is a lady with a small child. You know what's my dream? I have this masochist dream. One would have been to ask me, please talk a little bit less loud. The girl wants to fall asleep and so on, you know, like, I have all the time this, or my ultimate masochist dream is that a phone rings and I excuse myself and calmly for 10 minutes, totally private met. Unfortunately, we are not. We are the last surviving race. I think if the present trend of political correctness goes on, such an introduction as I made now will no longer be possible. I want to say that his book on Hegel's notion of Pöbel, rebel, he mentioned it, those who are not part of social edifice with no specific social position, but as excluded stand for the universal dimension. He, Frank, avoids the usual Marxist reading that Hegelian rebel is just a preparatory step for Marxist proletariat, working class. But Hegel was still blah, blah, blah. No, if anything, today with immigrants, unemployed, and so on, those without full citizenship, we have in a way even to return from Marx back to Hegel. And maybe he is also doing an extremely interesting stuff on determinism, freedom, and so on. Maybe even at another level, we should return to Hegel. Hegel is usually read and interpreted, especially in today's image of liberal Hegel, as the crazy idealist. Reason encompasses everything, we know everything. I think Hegel is maybe the most open thinker that we ever got. A proof. You know, one of the best, Hegel is usually dismissed politically as kind of a soft liberal fascist. Yes, human freedoms, but there must be firm social hierarchy, to each his, her, their own position, and so on. And it is usually to prove this point one usually makes reference to his philosophy of right, which effectively describes such a system. But wait a minute. It's one of the most often quoted passages of Hegel, and people simply ignore its implication. Namely, when Hegel says, you know, in that famous passage that Marx tried to turn around, that the owl of Minerva, that is to say, philosophical thought, takes off only in the evening to paint gray on gray. Hegel's idea is that philosophy cannot see into the future. It can only describe, bring out the conceptual structure of a certain social order which is already slowly disintegrating, approaching its end. So either Hegel was a total idiot, or we should apply this also to his philosophy of right. Hegel is not presenting there in this corporate model the way future society should be. He's describing a model which is literally like vanishing, dissipating between his fingers. Hegel is absolutely open towards the future. Here we should return to Hegel against this remainder of, let's call it, historical teleology in Marx. It's a beautiful construct, the one of Marx. But what Marx still believes is that we are in unique point of history, this, you know, the 0 point crisis, but then we can already see the turn towards some more emancipated society and so on. And if we can learn anything from the 20th century, from the catastrophes of Stalinism and so on, is that no, that the emancipatory large movements, communist revolutions and so on, were also caught fully in this tragic dialectics. So precisely, if we want to remain, and both of us still want to, if we want to remain faithful to Marx, we have to move further here. Sorry for this long introduction. Now, I will speak a lot about philosophy. Hope it will not be too boring, so I tried to squeeze in between here and there some nasty, problematic passages. I would like to begin with how, in our age of ideological decay, when inconsistency is less and less considered a reproach, the old philosophical motive of the coincidence of the opposites acquires a new specific form. Oppressive brutality is presented as its opposite, as an instrument of liberation. An example which did strike me as shocking, it's again just a detail, but I think it tells a lot. It is almost a kind of a symptom of where we stand. Is there anything more brutal and destructive than a direct military conflict, killing, shooting somebody? Yes, of course, there are worse things like chemical and nuclear attacks, but for most of us, shooting at the enemy is still the paradigm of aggression. Should we then be surprised that the US military is now searching for, this is not a joke, I was so shocked, it's really happening, is searching for bullets which would be biodegradable and contain seeds for new plants to grow where the bullet hits the ground. If you don't believe me, here is a report from some website. Firearms are an accepted part of modern warfare and military operations. But after the job is done, the environment suffers. Not only do spent shells and casings litter the landscape, they can also prove to be a hazard to local wildlife. Not to mention the impact that chemical residues can have on future plant growth. The US military recognizes that this is a problem and is now asking for proposals to mitigate the issue through biodegradable bullets and ways to seed growth as operations in the field continue. A couple of years ago already, the US Department of Justice sent out a public request for proposals to develop biodegradable ammunition loaded with special seeds to grow environmentally beneficial plants. This effort will make use of seeds to grow environmentally friendly plants that remove soil contaminants and consume the biodegradable components, and so on and so on. End of quote. Now, so these bullets are first to be used for training, but then imagine a country, imagine bombing a country, and you can say, we really want to make it green. We will just bomb it to make it green, full of plants, with no waste left on the ground. But let me generalize this paradox. The same structure, the thing itself is the remedy against the threat it poses, is widely visible in today's ideological landscape. Take the figure of the great philanthropist George Soros. Soros stands, first, we should not forget this, for the most ruthless financial speculative exploitation, combined with its counteragent, the humanitarian worry about catastrophic social consequences of the unbridled market economy. So even I read somewhere Soros's daily routine is marked by a self-eliminating counterpoint. The first half of the day, his work is devoted to financial speculations, and the other half to humanitarian activities, such as providing finances for cultural and democratic activities in post-communist countries, and so on and so on. And basically all these modern humanitarian billionaires are doing the same. Take Bill Gates, the most brutalist attempts to monopolize the digital field, but at the same time the greatest humanitarian in the history of humanity, and so on and so on. Even in ecology it's happening today, how the very companies which, like Exxon, all those oil companies, are now presenting themselves as the only one who can save us. So the model is simply, let's use market mechanisms to combat its destructive effects of the market itself. Now, I have nothing against this in principle. Of course, we should tax heavily pollutants and so on and so on. But simply with the scope of ecological problematic that we get today, this cannot work. Because the prospect of great catastrophes that we are facing today does not allow to this approach. You know, you must act quickly. Like I always mention this example, my good friend and very good theorist of catastrophes, Jean-Pierre Dupuy, D-U-P-U-Y. As part of some European delegation, he was there the day after Fukushima catastrophe in Japan. And he told me that for a couple of hours, Japanese government was in a total panic. They thought that they will have to evacuate the entire Tokyo area, 30 to 40 million people. Okay, they decided not to, but what I'm saying is, let's imagine, and I'm sure there will be catastrophes where something like this will be necessary. Are we aware to what extent we will have to change our lives to make such large and fast movements of populations feasible? I mean, we have to install new forms of international cooperation and so on and so on. I'm not here just criticizing the left, the right. I'm even criticizing the left. Now I will tell you something that you will not like politically. I'm more and more convinced that after the fall of traditional social democracy, communism, of course, there is one last remainder of an alternate project in the heart of remaining radical leftists, this idea of non-representative local democracy. You know, like we all gather together, we organize collectively how to organize schooling, healthcare, and so on and so on. I think this absolutely doesn't work in today's conditions. We live in a global society, and even in order to have where they work, it's wonderful, this type of local cooperatives, you have to have a very efficient state to provide the basics, electricity, energy, and so on and so on. So that's why, to provoke my friends, leftist friends, I made, and it caused a shock, a year ago or so in Madrid, a talk entitled A Plea for Bureaucratic Socialism. Now you will say, are you crazy? This is Stalinism. No. If you read Stalinism, the problem of Stalinism is precisely that it was never able to build a simple, efficient bureaucratic state, which is why it needed purges all the time. And what I like about bureaucracy, it's precisely what people condemn as utter alienation and so on. Would you like to live in a shitty, small society where every afternoon you have to debate how to organize kindergarten, this, that? No, I would like to live in a nice, alienated society where some invisible bureaucratic network, okay, which also should be controlled in some sense, of course, organizes basic things. So I can do what I like to do, watch movies, read books, write books, and so on. I think this model of total pre-representative local democracy is very problematic. But let's not get lost in politics. Let's just conclude from this very brief introduction that, and now comes philosophy, that we live in crazy times which make Marx actual, but for this very reason, we should criticize Marx. What do I mean by this? The problem with Marx is that precisely where he was right to such an extent that he couldn't even imagine how right he is. And that's why he did. No, I will give you a simple example. You know the famous lines from Communist Manifesto that with capitalism everything solid melt into thin air, all stable forms are dissolved and so on, all stable hierarchies and so on. But would Marx have even imagined where we are today? For Marx, sexual gender coordinates were still stable. That even that is today experienced as something fluid and so on. Or even nature itself. For Marx, nature was still, in the typical modern European way, with all its storms, wild things, and so on, the stable background of our being. We humans are Promethean, we change things, and so on. But somehow Marx still counted that nature is this vast reservoir of forces, and so on, is somehow strong enough to incorporate or to neutralize the destructive effects of our activity. Now, as we all know, living in the era called Anthropocene and so on, you see, Marx was much more right. He should have also added in Communist Manifesto not only social forms, but even what we perceive as natural forms. Life on Earth, our gender, sexual identities are much more fluid, unnatural, and so on and so on. So this, I think, compels us to think more radically, to question many presuppositions. Another nasty thing, I want to provoke you politically. Marx mentions in Communist Manifesto also their all old patriarchal relations are, with developed capitalism, are undermined, rendered fluid, and so on and so on. And that's why I think, with all my respect for transgender movement and so on, that's why I am not surprised that transgender movement is so immensely popular among great corporate figures of the United States. You remember when month before Trump was elected, I mean, this is, I think, one of the reasons why he won. The main topic of big left liberal media, like New York Times and so on, what to do with transgender toilets. Is it 2, 3? Is it single toilet? And so on and so on. And what made me a little bit suspicious is that all of them, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, name them, all of them fanatically, even the worst capitalist, like who is now, I forgot, after Steve Jobs, the boss of Apple, Tim Cook or who, they all fully supported it. I mean, we should accept it, yes, of course, but that's another topic. Transgender, Me Too. But they are not, I claim, inherently revolutionary. They fit perfectly the dynamic of late capitalist subjectivity, with this infinite plasticity and so on and so on. That's why I also have a problem, although personally we are in good relations, with my big philosophical nemesis, Judith Butler. I agree with her. She gives the correct description of what is happening today. You know, we no longer have, or less and less, this binary logic, predetermined sexual roles. We rediscover, recreate, repeat, reconstruct, invent our identities. My only problem is, what's so revolutionary about it? My reproach to her is that in some sense, she is simply describing modern late capitalist, typical modern late capitalist subjectivity. We live in a unique era where today, if we can construct this in a naive way, I simplify it. Today, ideology, and I don't mean a personalized ideology, but in the most elementary sense, when you're growing up and all the time later, what society is telling you to be, in a very naive way. What does it expect from you? My God, it's no longer obey your father, sacrifice yourself. It's what I ironically like to call spiritualized hedonism or enlightened Western Buddhism. Basically, the message is there are no higher causes worth sacrificing for. Enjoy life, but not in a stupid sense. Look into yourself, recreate yourself, explore your potentials, and so on and so on. Sometimes this also has very comic effects. For example, recently, not so recently, years ago, I was in Argentina, and I was told there a wonderful story from a historian of psychoanalysis, how things changed, because as Foucault, I don't agree with him, I'm not a Foucauldian, but he's not an idiot, one should read him. So, Michel Foucault noticed in a very nice way somewhere how the key decision, power decision of a psychoanalyst is, what is a symptom that has to be analyzed as a clinical case, and what is just a normal state that doesn't deserve to be analyzed. You know, somebody comes to you, if you are an analyst, I am not, and you can guess why. Once a student, this is not a joke, unfortunately, once a student in New York told me, I would like to go to you in psychoanalysis. My idea was, you are really mad. Okay, but seriously, they told me that, a very simple, stupid example. Half a century ago and more, a very traditional, stupid point, simplistic, with regard to promiscuity. If you were a man or a wife, promiscuous, sleeping around with others, it was considered pathological, something to be interpreted. You know, the idea was, what are you running from? Why this fear from stable relations, whatever? Did you have Oedipal problems, blah, blah. Today, they told me it's the opposite. I'm not joking. If you are faithful to your wife or husband, you'll get, oh my God, you have a traumatic fixation. This has to be a thing. So, you know what's the first lesson here? That it's not just a stupid game of words. Hysteria is historical. Forms of hysteria are always historically specified. In what sense? In the sense that hysteria is my old Lacanian and at the same time Marxian thesis, hysteria is the elementary form of critique of ideology. Critique at ideology at its most elementary subjective level. Because as you already, I think, indicated, incidentally, I will not go into it, but that's what nonetheless makes me some kind, at least I hope, some kind of a feminist, because hysteria is feminine. If you want this opposition in types of pathology, obsessional neurosis is more masculine. There are even among some clinicians that I know great debates of can there be even a feminine obsessional neurotic. But what I want to say is, what is hysteria at its most elementary? It's an undermining of interpellation. By interpellation, I mean this mechanism elaborated by Louis Althusser of ideological identification, like society or figures of authority are telling you who you are, your symbolic identity. You are my wife, you are professor, you are pupil, you are revolutionary, you are a communist, whatever. And you recognize yourself in it. But the basic hysterical question is, but why am I what you are saying that I am? This elementary doubt, it's much more interesting skepticism. It's not about reality. Are things really like that? The question is, who am I? Am I really? You know, it's the old Juliet from Romeo and Juliet question, what's in that name? Am I that name? And so on and so on. And I claim that here we should move further from the revolutionary, I always doubt if they were so revolutionary, 60, 68 and so on. Because there, and this is, I wonder why people do not analyze it more. This is one dark anti-feminist undercurrent. I know I was there, not participating too much, but I remember this tendency, undercurrent of 68. It was mocking hysteria as feminine, they provoke the master, but it's really a desperate call for a new master and so on. And they were celebrating perversion. Perversion, that's it. As even Freud, in a very inappropriate way, put it once, perverts really do go to the end what hysterics only dream about. I think, for reasons that I will not develop now, that this and Jacques Lacan and Freud are very clear at this point. No, perversion is not subversive. Perversion is always the hidden, obscene other side of every power structure. Every power structure needs some kind of a support in perversion, and maybe what is happening now with Trump and so on is that simply this perverse underground is coming directly into the open. But the true undermining of authority is the hysterical one, is this questioning, and I think, and this now will bring me to philosophy, that this questioning, why am I what you are telling me that I am? I mean, you can detect this questioning even, and it's a very deep question, which is usually dismissed by men as woman annoys me and so on. This proverbial boring questioning of a man from a woman when they are a couple, tell me why do you love me? It's a very good question, because there is no answer to it. The paradox is that the moment you can answer it, it's by definition not love. My God, love is not like, you know, sorry for vulgarity, I have 3 women. This one has good legs, nice smile, this one has nice eyes, this one whatever, and then, oh my God, this one has 4 points, the others only 1. Let's go a little bit in theology here. Intelligent theologists are dogmatic in a correct Marxist way. They know very well that if you say, I believe in Jesus Christ because I've studied comparatively all religions, and my God, Christianity has the best arguments. If we were to be in medieval times, if somebody claims that, I would say burn him immediately. The proper Christian answer is, yes, there are reasons to believe in Christ. But to understand these reasons, you have to believe. And it's exactly the same with love. You can say why you are in love. That woman, and you always notice details, nice smile, whatever, the way she laughs. But these details appear as cause of love only when you are in love. To others, they are just ordinary features and so on and so on. Now, you will ask me, okay, this is some kind of religious erotic mystique. What does this have to do with Marxism? It has, because Marx is claiming exactly in contrast to Stalinism, although I'm not saying Marx is innocent and so on. I mean, about Stalinism, about proletarian position that you, Frank, mentioned, that for Marx, it's not the way Stalin describes it. Social analysts look at history and see a tendency. Oh my God, look, proletariat is now weak, but the future belongs to proletarian. This is the winning horse, so let's join the working class. No, the point of Marx is that Marxist theory is not a neutral theory. It's a theory which appears to you in its truth only if you occupy a certain subjective proletarian position. But, okay, what I want to do here now is something else. To elaborate a little more this structure of subjectivity implied here. Subjectivity as such is this self-questioning. There is no subjectivity without this self-questioning. That's why perverts, and perverts by definition don't question things, which is why every good psychoanalyst will tell you it's very difficult to cure in psychoanalysis perverts, because they have answers. They know what's good for you, even if you suffer in it, you know. Perverts are typical politically totalitarians. Like you in, not you, but in England, I mean Great Britain, there was this wonderful formula which is pure perversion by Charles I before Orwell. No, Orwell, sorry, Cromwell did the good thing. Chop, chop his cat. Didn't he? It's quoted, I think, by Hannah Arendt. He made this wonderful statement, my God, I will set free the British people even if I have to kill them all, or whatever, you know. This idea of, I know better than you what is good for yourself. Precisely when I appear a cruel bastard to you, I'm really working for your own good. It's the position of knowledge. That's why I don't have time to go into it, but just to make you see how things are connected here. That's why, for example, I was tempted as an old Stalinist when you applauded me briefly after this worthless introduction to join the applause. Because you know why? I'm sorry if you know this old joke of mine, but this is the difference between Stalinism and fascism, similar as they may appear. A fascist master is a pure master. Hitler gives a speech, people applaud, Hitler just stands up and receives the applause. Check it out if you don't believe me in old documents from Communist Party congresses. Whenever people applaud to Stalin, he stands up and joins the applause. You know, the message is, I'm one with you, I'm not the master, I'm a servant. I serve you, the people. We are all together servants to the historical cause, and this changes subjectively everything. Let me provide a little bit to amuse you, maybe. That's why, for example, you have something in Stalinism that is unimaginable in fascism. I read this not from some crazy left-winger, from one who is very much anti-communist, and Applebaum, Gulag. Do you know that in the worst years of Gulag, 49, 50, every year on Stalin's birthday in a Gulag camp, all inmates were brought together and they all had to sign a telegram to Stalin wishing him all the best. Can you imagine something like this? It doesn't work in Nazism. On Hitler's birthday, they collect Jews in Auschwitz. Now, you know why not? It's very interesting. Because Stalinism is, in all its horror, part of European Enlightenment. Which means that even if you are the worst scum, traitor, whatever, still you are able to participate in universal reason and see what kind of a scum you are. No, it's literally read their horrible reading. The minutes of interrogations in Stalinist horrible show trials. It's incredible how, for example, the one maybe most horrible rhetorically, I read it on Rudolf Slansky in Czechoslovakia, German Secretary of the Party. He was then tortured and so on. His interrogation goes like this. The prosecutor tells him, explain to us, how did you, I simplified, how did you become an enemy of the people? And he answers, already in my youth, my parents installed in me the hatred of the working class. And, he gives an entire objective explanation. So it's as if you are, even if you are the worst Trotskyite traitor, you are at the same time vermin, piece of shit, Stalinists use all this, but at the same time you participate in universal reason and you can see, of course this is all a charade, it's horrible spectacle, but the truth about yourself. In fascism this doesn't work. It would have been easy for Hitler to organize a mega trial of leading Jewish figures in Germany where they would have to confess the Jewish plot or whatever. This is meaningless in the Nazi universe. Why? Maybe Nazism is here a little bit worse nonetheless, because, and that's the horror of Nazi anti-Semitism, you don't have to prove anything to a Jew. You just have to prove that he is a Jew. You are guilty, literally, fully, for existing, for what you are. But let's go on. So, perverts, no. But the truly subversive position is the hysterical one of questioning knowledge. And here, I think we can clearly see the progressive legacy of modern, even Cartesian philosophy of the notion of cogito, thinking subject, and so on and so on. Now, let's improvise this a little bit. What do I mean by this? Let me take a strange example. I'm sorry if some of you know it. In some of my books, I mentioned it already, the last books a little bit. I will not be ironic, as people accuse me, against LGBT+. I will try to convince you precisely what is great in this movement. Why plus? LGBTQ whatever plus. You have, here I'm critical of you, not of you, but of British empiricism. The predominant reading is the, ironically I say this, British empiricist one. They claim so that the idea is this one. In patriarchy, we have this binary logic. You have two main positions, masculine, feminine, defined as gender roles, but this is binary patriarchal oppression. There are many gender roles, positions, and we have to be open. So they propose, instead of the binary, and then maybe you tolerate some exceptions, the list of all possible sexual positions. The state of New York even proposed, I think, 33 or 34 these identities. Butch, bigender, trigender, asexual, and so on, all of them. But they want to be careful. That's the usual explanation of plus. They want to be careful and claim, but what if our list is not complete? Because as we know, all classifications tend to be incomplete. What if a group will emerge, we say, wait a minute, we are not on the list there. So to keep this open, you add a plus. But, and it's not my invention, I know some from Australia, I forgot their names. There is an LGBT plus group which did something, now we are in Frank's domain, very Hegelian. Their point is, but I want to be plus as such directly. Don't take plus as just a shorthand for all other. You can be plus itself. In the sense of you, in your subjective position, identify with the excess itself. And this is the best definition of the subject, I claim. This is what Hegel means when he says subject is not substance. Subject is in itself an excess. This means this status means something beautifully paradoxical. We don't have time to go into it. Once I compared it with the status of, stupid here, I think it's a photon in microparticle physics. Namely, the idea is this one. Every particle has a certain basic mass. It must be something. And then, of course, this mass grows, at least in the way it affects environment, if this element moves. For example, this bottle has a certain weight, and if I put it like this, it exerts a certain pressure on the surface of this table. But if I drop it, and if it doesn't then explode, if I drop it from high above, if it hits the table with a certain higher velocity, its pressure will be much greater. If instead of this we put a heavy piece of iron, if I gently put this iron on this table, nothing happens. If I drop it from 2 yards up, maybe it will break the table. But then, the definition of some particles like photon, so I read, is that they are the paradox of elements whose entire substance, mass, comes from velocity. It's not mass plus what is added through movement. They are only as excess. You know what I mean? Like, if you take away this surplus wave which comes from movement, they are nothing. And I think that human desire and subjectivity, to cut a long story short, are something like this. And when Lacan talks about, Jacques Lacan talks about so-called object A, object cause of desire, it's end of surplus enjoyment, plus de jouir, it's precisely a paradoxical entity which exists only in excess. When Lacan speaks about surplus enjoyment, it's not we have a basic enjoyment and then a surplus enjoyment. Basic enjoyment is simple pleasure, it's not enjoyment for Lacan. Enjoyment is in itself an excess. And now, let's go further. To amuse you a little bit, I will try to develop it now. Here, maybe you can correct me later, maybe I'm simplifying things, but I undoubtedly am. But like I would like to draw, maybe there is, maybe not, I'm not so sure, a difference here. It doesn't matter if I really hit with this Alain Badiou or not. The difference between Badiou and Lacan. For Badiou, subject is without an object. What makes subject is precisely, it's not embedded in object and so on. For Lacan, there is no subject without an object. Even the most abstract subjectivity, the Hegelian, pure self-relating or Cartesian cogito, need to be sustained by an object. But this object is not a paradoxical object, it's precisely this object as excess, as surplus enjoyment. Now, all this was an excuse to tell you a wonderful old Jewish joke, which, I'm so sorry, I will disappoint you, it's not a dirty joke. I like to do things which today in the United States require, as they say, trigger warning, you know, now in American academia. And once I even proposed that a student should enter the room prior to my class with a great poster, trigger warning, trigger warning. So the joke is a well-known one, quoted already by Derrida, by others. I'm sure you probably know it. On Saturday in a synagogue, Jews are saying things to each other, not confession in Christian sense, they don't confess, but okay. So the rabbi, powerful figure, says, oh my God, I'm nothing. I'm not worthy of your attention, I'm nothing. Then a rich Jewish merchant stands up and said, oh my God, I'm also nothing, I'm not worthy of your attention, and so on. Then a poor ordinary Jew stands up and says, God, I'm also nothing. And then the rich merchant kicks the powerful rabbi and says, but who is this guy? This nobody, he can say, who does he think that he can just say that he is also nothing, and so on. It's a very interesting joke, because what you find in this joke is the idea, precisely, that's the point of this joke, that to say you are nothing is not as innocent. It may appear as an utter self-humiliation. But this very gesture of claiming, of denying all your particular features, of abandoning your identity, brings, object A, brings a surplus enjoyment. Now I will give you precisely a very problematic example. It's more adapted to United States situation, but I think it's a nice way. Involved in many polemics and debates in the United States, I encountered this problem. I noticed how, first, it's a very simple observation. Some people even claim it's not true, but more and more I'm convinced it's true. You know how the more you are perceived as marginal, powerless, the more you are, it's not only tolerated, but you are even required to assert your particular identity. Like, to be vulgar, if so-called Native Americans, I say so-called because I have many friends among them and they hate this term. You know what, I'm sorry if I repeat an old joke, you know what one of them told me? He told me, I much prefer to be called Indian than Native American, because Native American means what? We are native, natural, and you white people are cultural, or what? He told me, if you call us Indians, at least the name Indian is a reminder of your white man's stupidity. You thought that you were in India, you know. No, they have an incredible sense of how false this patronizing respect towards them is. You know, like, we white people exploit nature, but when Native Americans dig a mountain, they first ask the spirit of the mountain for permission and so on, all that stuff. They hate this. One of them wrote a wonderful book, a short essay, not book, sorry, trying to prove that Native Americans killed more buffaloes and burned more forests than all white men combined. No, I mean, probably not true, but his point was, we are tired of this false. So, what I want to say here, that in this line, okay, Native Americans, if you return to your tribal traditions, oh, wonderful, wonderful, they are restoring their culture and so on. Then, blacks, okay, still absolutely okay. Especially if I always thought it was the worst ideology. If you like that roots idea, you know, you go to Africa, ooh, I discovered a tribe from where my grandparents were. Incidentally, that's why I like Malcolm X. He was absolutely opposed to it. He said, Malcolm X. X means we don't have roots, we cannot return to roots, they are destroyed, and this gives us a unique chance of new freedom. But what I want to say is that, and then it goes on. Japanese, Orientals, yes, still. You begin to smell bad, but still. Italians, suspicion. Germans, ay, and then at the end, white Protestants. If you say we want to assert our identity, you are practically immediately denounced as white supremacist, fascist, and so on. I am well known of discrete power relations, why it's not innocent to be to assert your identity. That's not my point. My point is the hidden bias of those who pretend to say, you know, this eternal self-whipping, like you say, our identity embodies oppression of others and we don't have the right to assert our identity. But you know what I notice systematically again and again? How, okay, they absolutely prohibit to their own group, white, anti-racist, multiculturalists, to assert their identity. No, and then, you know, the more you are away, marginalized, the more you can. But it's so evident from all the debates where I participated of how this apparent self-humiliation, we are guilty of blah, 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 gives them an extraordinary position of authority precisely as negating their particular identity, they stand for universality. They always, I was so often, for example, after that thing happened, you know, Indians didn't want to be called Indians but Native Americans. There was immediately a good white guy who told them, you shouldn't call them this. This is, you are falling into the trap of white ideology, whatever. It's incredible to what extent, and this is the surplus enjoyment. I apparently humiliate myself. Who am I? Nobody, but you know very well that this nobody gives me a certain ideological preference and so on. And what I am afraid, we will not have time to go into this today, what I am so afraid is that in parts of Me Too and so on, you have a similar logic of using victimhood, proclaiming yourself powerless, gives you an immense power. I mean, I often am, maybe because I talk in indecent ways often, I am often a victim of this. Like, people attack me, they interrupt my lectures and so on, and claim that they talk from the position of victim, I'm making fun of victims. But it's so clear that in the concrete academic constellation, when they say this, they act as the pure figures of brutal power. I'm not even allowed to defend myself and so on. Now I want to make a step further, if you allow me, and tell you another Jewish joke which works even better. It's a very sad, tragic joke, but again, it also tells us how a true atheist, which doesn't mean simply ignoring religion, a true atheist, which is for me this pure hysterical subject, denying its own identity, should refer to divinity. It's a joke about Auschwitz, and incidentally this shocks me all the time. I think that how when things are really tragic, horrible, beyond tragedy, often the only appropriate thing to do is comedy. It's not easy comedy, like that you laugh. But, you know, when things get really crazy, so what do I mean here? Let's go on. I mean, I know numerous Jewish jokes about Auschwitz, even from my recent past, of my ex-country, Yugoslavia. I know that survivors of Srebrenica have series of extremely vulgar jokes making fun of themselves being slaughtered by Serb army at that point. But, okay, that's not the point. The point is that this is a joke. To understand this joke, you have to remember this old theological motif. God died at Auschwitz. The idea is that what happened in Auschwitz and elsewhere with Holocaust is so horrible that if God was there, it was too much for him. God couldn't have tolerated that. So the idea is God died in Auschwitz or God was not there. God was not there. It couldn't have been. The idea of God somehow regulating our universe is too much for it. So now comes the really evil part. It takes place in paradise. A group of Jews who died at Auschwitz. It's paradise. They have a nice time. They sit on a nice bench in a meadow and tell dirty jokes about their experience in Auschwitz. And one of them says, this mocking way, says to another Jew, they are all dead, no? You remember, Jacob, how when they were dragging us towards the gas chambers, you slipped down and hit your head and died even before entering the gas chamber. And they all laugh, they make fun of it. And then, now comes the beauty of this joke. Then God, he has a break, God himself walks around to have a short break and listens to these jokes and looks at them in a strange way. And one of the Jews asked him, tell us, our master, what's wrong? And he says, sorry, I don't understand this. And then an old Jew steps towards him, embraces him and said, don't worry, of course you don't understand it because you were not there. You know. But you know what's the beauty of this joke? It's that it's not about, it turns around the standard cliche, you were not there because you couldn't tolerate such horror. No, the idea is, of course, God can tolerate the horror. God doesn't have the joke. That's what escapes God. That you can even make fun of that. And I don't have time to go into it now, but I would have said that this is my materialist, I'm a total materialist Christianity, that with Christ you get a totally different type of joke. Christ is not a savior. He is one who would understand this joke. I always think that we should read the New Testament as a comical book. Like, didn't you get it how, for example, often Christ says something, the disciples don't understand it, and then Christ says, I will tell you a parable. And then this parable is totally confusing, and you need to read it back even to understand the parable. You know who knew this, so that you will not accuse me of going into cheap obscenities. It's Kierkegaard who emphasized this. He has the most beautiful metaphor for what Christ's arrival on earth means. He said, imagine there is a court, castle, big hall, in a castle, all the curtains, blah, blah, and you expect the king to arrive in all his majesty. And then behind a small curtain, a small dog runs as if by mistake on the scene. And he says, this is the arrival of Christ. No, things are much more complex here. But okay, let's now, in the remaining time, sorry, because I drag on, no? And I almost forget to, we didn't yet come to Beckett, no? But it's already 1 hour, and I almost wanted to say, maybe the title of this talk should have been a version of my old joke that I quote all the time already in my first book, you must know it. This standard, one of the most beautiful, complex Soviet anti-communist jokes about Lenin in Warsaw. You know it, that there is, that's the myth, of course it's a joke. There is in Soviet times, in a gallery, an exhibition, and there is a painting there. On the painting, it's Nadezhda Krupskaya, in the middle of a sex act, fucked like crazy by a young communist Komsomol member. And the title of the painting is Lenin in Warsaw. And a surprised visitor asks, but why this title? Where is Lenin? And the guide says, of course, Lenin is in Warsaw. That's why he is doing this here. So maybe I can say this title is like something like, you know, Beckett is in Warsaw, so I cannot mention him, but it's still the title. No. Now comes, if you allow me just a little bit, I will condense it, the philosophical part. Mostly. The lesson of this empty hysterical subject is praising abstraction. True Hegelians are not thinkers of the concrete in the sense of, let's have a concrete analysis to understand the phenomenon, you have to put it in its context and so on. No. The first step is always to understand a situation. It's a brutal abstraction. You take privilege one feature, which even appears pathological, marginal, and then by tearing out this feature, you denaturalize all of it. The organic whole is lost, and then you re-establish totality, but from this standpoint, from the standpoint of this feature. To go quickly, I will give you an example which I already used in 2-3 my books, but it's very clear, so forgive me. To some of you, I'm repeating myself. There is a wonderful passage in Marcel Proust's In Search of a Lost Time, where Marcel, not Proust, but the narrator, the figure, for the first time talks to his grandmother via phone. He calls her to Paris. And something weird happens. When he hears for the first time grandmother's voice in its abstraction, not as part of her totality, entire personality, he all of a sudden noticed what a vulgar, stupid old lady she is. There is no charm, she is senile, and so on and so on. Now, to dispel this impression, he goes to Paris quickly to meet her, to talk with her. And then things get even worse. Why? Because, of course, he notices all other features. But they are all spoiled by his experience of the voice. He notices how vulgar she is, senile, whatever, and so on and so on. This would be the passage to Hegelian concrete totality. Abstract totality is this organic, grandmother, and so on. Concrete totality is when you tear out one feature and to take a look at the totality, but from the distorting angle of this feature. Now you will say, this is a bad joke, what has this to do with theory? Well, Marx and Freud are doing exactly the same thing. When Marx says that economic crisis is the key to understand capitalism, it's precisely this. Take a phenomenon which may appear an excess, it provides the key. Freud is saying the same. Pathological phenomena are the key to understand normal functioning of the mind. Before I go, do I have some 10 minutes maximum? My God, never did I felt so objectivized and terrorized as with this. No, I will try to be very brief. Okay, first I wanted to tell you that I have a larger development here, but I will reduce myself to one example, how you can do the same thing, this was just meant pedagogically, with movie actors. Take Tom Cruise. He plays a certain person, stage persona. And then there is one role, usually some courageous, whatever it is, you know. But there is one exception. Did you see his movie? No, his movie, he is one of them, Magnolia, where he plays a very vulgar guy who gives some vulgar how to fuck them, screw them, sexual education classes. What if we take this as the key to his entire personality? And it gets very interesting, or even a better example, Ben Kingsley. I hate Gandhi and all that bullshit. And you know, this wise man that he plays. But did you see him in Love Beast, where he's this extremely brutal, vulgar guy? What if we need these lenses to perceive even his Gandhi? Then you notice that Gandhi was not such an innocent guy and so on. And any honest Indian will tell you this. That's why Gandhi is now losing terribly in India. Okay, Now, to conclude, I'm saying that if there is a writer of, I will try to be as short as possible, of abstraction, it's Beckett. Because on the one hand, Beckett is not abstract in the sense, in the way he is perceived as abstract, you know, like with some abstract existential problems out of politics and so on and so on. Years ago, a lady called Emily Morin wrote a wonderful book, I think even in the 90s, on Beckett and politics. And she convincingly demonstrates how Beckett's entire work is penetrated through and through by political context, references, and so on. For example, what is for me his high point? All the three big novels, you know, especially Malone Dice and Unnameable. Malone Dice, it's all about the historical context is the French situation, and all around there in Europe immediately after World War II, you know, millions of people displaced from the prisons to be repatriated, whatever. And this is the background of Malone Dice. But now comes the genius of Beckett. What he does is not, what he does cannot but appear to a traditional Marxist as mystification. Like instead of depicting a concrete historical situation, he provides just an abstract image of this anxiety situation. But I think he is, I wonder, Frank, if you would agree, that he is, I'm sorry of disturbing you, you are probably thinking about more pleasant things, is that Beckett is in this sense a Platonic materialist. Instead of going deeply into historical context, he, in a Platonic sense, abstracts from it the idea. And this idea is not just the universality, but it's a concrete universality, the form of it, which is relatively independent from context. That's why. And you know, if you want, the obvious example of Beckett and abstraction is, of course, what is for me his single greatest play, the short one, Not I, where even it's like, I claim, a staged version of Unnameable, where even subjective identity is reduced to a mouth. But Beckett, at his most subversive, is in one of his even later short play called Catastrophe. And it's such an evil, wonderful play, because officially it fits. It was written, I think, in mid-70s or when Václav Havel was condemned by Polish communist regime, and it's in solidarity with him, blah, blah. But if you look at this play, it's incredible in its power of abstraction. It moves at three levels. First, you have on stage, if you know the play, otherwise download it on YouTube, you find 10 versions or whatever. It's Beckett, it's just on stage, it looks that somebody is questioning, somebody is questioning a prisoner who is there standing like that. Then you soon got it that it's really a play about police interrogation, and that the director is basically terrorizing the actor. Move your hand and so on and so on. Then at the end, when people applaud, the guy who was totally broken down, the prisoner or actor playing the victim, just raises his hand and looks into it with a clear message. But you are doing the same. So from this concrete cheap dissident, oh, communist horror, Beckett's message is, but when you stage this in theater, are you not participating in the same idea? And a clear, even step further, when we are at the big dissident event of solidarity with prisoners and so on, are we not in some sense also participating in the same process? You know, it's this movement of abstraction in Beckett, which is, I think, today today actual more than ever? These are questions to be raised today. In what sense, for example, this would be a Beckettian analysis of political correctness. In what sense political correctness, protesting against violence, but in the way it approaches, it reproduces violence on its own. So again, I did not 5 minutes, but 6, 7 minutes. I have much more. It will all be in my next book, because I was always convinced that, again, sorry to disappoint you, Beckett is the one, not Joyce. Joyce is boring, bluffing, and so on. Finnegan's Wake is, my God, what an arrogance to give something to do to literary analysts, what did he say, for 400 years and so on. No, I am all for Beckett. I think there are 3 great writers of the 20th century in Europe. Beckett, Kafka, and Andrei Platonov, the Russian. And they all move in this same, at this same level. But to really conclude now, this is connected to what you said in introduction, this concrete universality and so on, no? That the first step towards serious analysis, that was my philosophical point, is to break the spell of this, you know. You can only understand things by locating them in their historical context. No, first, I think that the proof of the greatness of a work of art is precisely that it survives the abstraction from its context. What is so great about Shakespeare is that I'm ready to go so far. It's not only that, it's not true that you have to understand all the details of Elizabethan England to understand Shakespeare. It's quite on the contrary. To understand Elizabethan England today, you have to read Shakespeare. And the mystery of Shakespeare is precisely this power of abstraction, how he survives his own era. You can have modern Shakespeare, you know, all these versions of Shakespeare staged in today, which sometimes work even better. That's, for me, the true historicity, the true multiculturalism. I don't like Salman Rushdie. He's too liberal for me now. But once, and this is the concluding sentence, once I was with him at a round table and somebody attacked him for betraying his Indian origins. Like, you are now too integrated into the West, blah, blah. And he gave a nice answer, I must admit it. He said, no, absolutely crucial influence of my work are 2 Indian writers. You know which 2? Jane Austen and Charles Dickens. He said, Jane Austen is the middle-class Bombay life, Mumbai life I come from. As to poverty in India today, it's Oliver Twist and so on and so on. That's the true universality, this type of universality. I'm sorry if I was too long. On the other hand, fuck you, I'm not sorry. Thank you very much. What I fear is, we had, my friends, a certain cliché of you students here, that mostly relatively well-standing, in early years this was a rule, art curators who just wanted to get some stuff to bluff in their introductions, you know. I have such a bad experience with these art curators. I listened to one of them, I left after 5 minutes. He said, we live in a post-Kantian universe, and he didn't have an idea what is Kant and so on, you know. So it was that. And also, if I may put it like this, they didn't have a respect. I don't mean respect towards me. I mean, look at me, how can you, if you're... I mean respect towards the autonomous logic of theory. Did you also have these experiences, how I'm explaining Kant to them, ethics. Oh my God, is this a bad sign? No. Yeah. And one guy told me, one of these curators, Kant is wrong. I did yesterday an ethical act. I didn't experience it like that. I'm like, yeah, fuck you, who cares? Who are you even? You know, experience for me doesn't count as. And this is my I will go, don't be afraid, I will not lose my thread. This is also one of the problems in the bad version of Me Too and so on, a too direct reference to the experience. For example, I was one of those who argued, okay, it's horror, I agree, Weinstein and so on, but I still have some problems. Did, for example, C.K. Louis, the comedian, did he really deserve his entire career to be ruined? I don't think so. And the counter answer, some women started to shout at me in New York, was, who am I to judge them? This is how they experience. They can also, but my point is, are they aware that by reasoning like this, they are reproducing the worst Cartesian cliché against women? That we men can reason, while women cannot move beyond their experience. You know, if a woman, then my second argument against experience is, again, it's not a measure of justice. They say, maybe a woman experiences this as utter violence. My answer is, okay, and maybe I am a racist, and if a black man comes too close to me, I am disgusted. And you tell me, okay, it's false, I tell them, fuck you, sorry, I experience. Experience is not, and that's also the lesson of psychoanalysis. As Freud said, except anxiety, all other emotions or whatever you call them, cheat, you know. So I think that, okay, let me not get close. I will tell you to disappoint you what I plan to do today. Something extremely simple. I will keep my word, my promise already to students. You will get 2 very substantial philosophical texts tomorrow. To whom should I send them? Is it you, Nemanja? Is it who? You. To whom should I send a text so that it reaches you all? You. Okay. And then you will be, fuck you, selling them around for 10 Swiss francs. Or okay, no, sorry. What I mean is that one that I appreciate very much, I think I did relatively great thing about, you know, all these paradoxes of place twisted into itself. In mathematics, it's called unorientables. The basic simple one is Möbius strip, no? And then there are 3. The most complex is Klein bottle. And I try to promote this as an ontological model, to cut the long story short. And I think you deserve this one. And what I promised you, one on what I missed on very simple introduction, philosophy today and sexual difference, but not sexual difference precisely. And here I must do publicity for my colleagues. Alenka did a book which is even doing very well. If some of you are from her class, you know what is sex. The thesis is very daring one. It's that we have, of course, these pre-modern, not even ontologies, cosmologies which are deeply sexualized. Usually the origin universe is some male principle is screwing some feminine principle, you know. Night, day, night, spirit, earth, light, darkness, whatever. Now, modernity, the big event of modernity is to be the desexualized universe. Like, it's just this gray, boring, I think Pascal has this wonderful formula, this infinite, vast universe. Now, Lacan's paradox is that he reintroduces sexual difference, but I claim absolutely not in the sense of this ancient resexualization and so on. And there is a guy here, I mean in a positive way, who I hope we will have tomorrow time, who asked me precisely this question, which is central today. And it shouldn't be answered in an easy way. I will approach it towards the end of today's talk. I already improvised this in my class, like, what's still the role of philosophy today? There are good reasons. Hawking, in philosophically very bad book, his one before the last, nonetheless makes an apparently convincing case, no? He says that, look,
what were traditionally big metaphysical questions, out of scope of science, do we have free will, is our universe finite or infinite? Science is dealing with this problem today. It's neurology, cognitive sciences which try to resolve this problem of free will. It's quantum cosmology which tries to decide is the universe finite or infinite and so on. So what remains of philosophy? His answer is nothing. Maybe just some kind of general methodological reflections and so on and so on. And I think this is maybe the big tension in modern contemporary philosophy. And I think that philosophers then try to isolate, or whatever you call it, a space which nonetheless remains to philosophy. The usual question, reply is, he is today's, don't underestimate him, today's state philosopher. I don't agree with him, Habermas. His idea is a typical, very easy transcendental terms. Science can explain everything, but it's this basic reflexive transcendental term, but it's nonetheless caught in a circle. I explain this as a natural process causality, but in advance I already have to approach in this scientific way nature. It's not simply I look around and nature appears like this. Nature, this is the classical Heideggerian point even, nature has already to appear to me or to be conceived in this way to me. Like that nature is a causal link or whatever, even with all the further complexities of quantum physics and so on. So the idea is that in order to explain everything, maybe even our brain, our mind through, it must be always already here. A certain modern scientific approach to nature. And this is then the hermeneutic question, no? Like, but I see problems here. This is the position that many people share, even if they appear to be opposed, from Heidegger to deconstructionists and so on. The idea is that you never get, as it were, an innocent view, innocent in the sense that not predetermined with our horizon of understanding of nature. But then the conclusion, and Heidegger was here truly radical, he systematically raised the question here. What am I saying here is, take somebody like Michel Foucault, whom I appreciate greatly. Sorry if this will be repetitive to you, but if you ask him, for example, do we have a free will? His answer would have been to reject the question in this direct naivety. He would have said, it doesn't matter what answer you give, to raise in its today's meaning this question, you already have to be within a certain episteme. Because in some other approaches to the world, such a question is meaningless. Or is everything naturally determined by natural causality, or is something that escapes natural causality? Of course, answer would have been, this question itself presupposes a certain approach to reality, where reality appears to you as a nexus of causal effects, chain of causes and effects, and so on. So, for him, this direct ontological question, if you then insist, but fuck you, but what about really? Are we free or not? He would have refused this question as too naive. For him, Germans, if you are some Germans here, have this beautiful phrase, I love it, unhintergehbar, what you cannot move behind. That the further we can go is this, what Heidegger called, I'm oversimplifying here, Lichtung, openness of being, the way things appear to us. And we cannot step out of it and ask, okay, but how things really are? Because precisely how things really are always appears within a certain horizon, and so on and so on. So, but Heidegger, not being an idiot, he, a couple of times very mysteriously, he raises the question, beginning in his wonderful, where he has all these thoughts about animal, lizard, stone, human beings. He says, but what about things, to put it naively, in themselves? In the naive sense of course, let's say a table, a stone appear to me in a certain way, always. Like, this is the great motive already of the early Heidegger. You know, this in der Welt sein, how I always, the way I perceive this table is overdetermined by my entire practical approach and so on. But the problem is, but how are things really if I drop that? Does this table simply continue and so on? And Heidegger said, and he repeats the same in one of his very last, his conversation with Eugen Fink on Heraclitus. He has says the same thing. He said, I totally neglected this. And what me, my Slovene gang, me, Mladen, Alenka, are now obsessed with, literally, repeatedly approaching this. It's precisely how to approach this, let's call it, limit of the transcendental approach, to move beyond, but without regressing into the old naive realism. No, you cannot say, forget about ourselves, let's just look at things the way they really are. This is, for me, pre-Kantian, pre-critical naivety. We cannot do it. So if you are interested in this, I will definitely send you one text on this. And then, I'm sorry if you know this story, but most of you are new here. Let me amuse you before I go to my topic with another detail, story where I see here the interest of quantum physics. Why I again and again return to it, although, I mean, I don't understand it, but you know, all honest scientists in nuclear physics, you know, one of the most admitted, one of the most famous Feynman's sayings is, nobody understands quantum physics. It's just mathematics works, you know. But I'm sorry if you know this story, but it's beautiful. I think that the interest of quantum physics is to elaborate something, again, a strange connection, which in a way Heidegger, when he speaks about Verborgenheit, openness, and how nature is hidden and so on, approaches in a different way, namely what fascinates me immensely in quantum physics is this idea of ontologically incomplete universe. And I try to elaborate consequences of it. What do I mean by this? Not the simple idea, as it is usually misread, that we cannot ever know nature fully. Every idiot knows this. Quantum physics is much more radical. Look at if you know a little bit, now I will give you a little bit of my bluffing, you know. That's the difference between Heisenberg, the bad guy in this case, and Niels Bohr. Heisenberg formulated the so-called uncertainty principle. You cannot measure the position and the movement of a particle, blah, blah. But there is a very interesting polemics here between Heisenberg and Niels Bohr. Niels Bohr reproached him that he is still too naive. Heisenberg basically reduces the uncertain principle to the limitation of our knowledge. It is, we cannot measure both. You have to choose. Either you measure the position or the movement, while Bohr's point is, and that's so thrilling, that no, in themselves they don't have position and movement. You know, it's not our limitation, it's the unfinished character and now of reality itself. And now comes my joke, repeated 30 times in my books, I hope you don't know it. The idea how to read this came, I forgot the name, to a vulgar, common, but it's not, it's well written, Introduction to Philosophy, where forgot the name, sorry, it's quoted in my books, where the guy tries to explain this uncertainty principle, but correctly read through Niels Bohr, through video games. And I love video games. If you are a philosopher today, you should study video games. I will immediately tell you why. His idea is this one. You know that the universe of video games, I'm talking about simple video games, you know, that I am too stupid to play them, too old, but I enjoy observing my son playing them. The world there is not perfectly programmed. For example, in the back you see a forest, but it's not part of the game to go there. So it's meaningless to ask, oh, I want to see those trees there in detail. It's not in the program. They exist only as this blurred, incomplete background. Or, most stupid example, the interior of a house. If in the game that you are playing, it's not part of the rules that you can enter the house, then of course, why lose time? The interior is not programmed, you know, it's meaningless. And the idea is this one, that, it's a beautiful one, that in creating our world, but you can give atheist reading to it, God was a lazy programmer. God underestimated us. He thought humans are too stupid to move beyond atom. So why should I bother there with programming, position and velocity? They will never reach that point. And we, as it were, caught God by his pants down, you know, as you say. We went too far. We approached this incompleteness of the universe. And I think this is something really worth thinking about. Because it's if we move beyond these jokes, it's a very complex term, this idea of incomplete universe. You find this already in good historical hermeneutics, where, you know, the first stupidity you should get rid of is this obsession with the original context. Here I like, but everybody likes him today, so it's time that somebody begins to hate him, Walter Benjamin. When he says he compared works of art with, you know, this is all that I'm quoted, with a shot on a film for which we don't yet possess the developer, how to make the image visible, so that he said, not only is later time, when you lose the immediate contact with a work of art, not only is it not underprivileged, like, you know, this historicist stupidity. You have to know all the context, the original context. No, I claim works of art in this sense are genuinely open. Maybe we can understand today some classical works of art much better than in their original time. My great example here is, of course, think about Shakespeare. He has many of these open places in the sense of not completely developed thoughts, which only today, with later development, we can fully understand them. So I think that not only are we limited because we come late. No, we are in a much better position. The original is necessarily stupid in this sense that they don't know what they are doing. It's only later, retroactively, that things become what they were. And this is not only the naive distinction between original and then later readings. The original is in itself ontologically incomplete and all that and so on and so on. And this opens up immense problems of retroactivity. My favorite saying from, I always like intelligent conservatives. You know, T.S. Eliot, in his, what is the title? His best-known essay, Tradition and Individual Talent or what? He has this wonderful idea that the true revolution in the work of art not only opens up a new future, it's a radical cut, but changes the entire past. When you have a new invention, all the past appears in a new way. And this is the basic paradox of the new. How it's not only that it's new with regard to the past, it changes the entire picture. It changes also the past itself. For example, Heidegger would have permitted it, his, or even in a more vulgar, slightly way, Adorno, Horkheimer, the dialectic of enlightenment, where basically it's a radical reductionist reading. They trace the origin of our technological nihilism basically not only to ancient Greek, but even to the most primitive tribal magic manipulation. They see already there the root of technological manipulation. I think they go a little bit too fast there. But what I think is that, in a way, this is the true historicity. Not reducing to historical context, but something much more radical. And I think we live in such a unique moment today. Things are changing, potentially at least, so radically, and now I will try to go quickly through it. I would like to do something extremely stupid and naive. Just condense what I was writing about, because people ask me, but how can you be a Marxist? Isn't capitalism thriving everywhere or whatever? And in a way, I agree with them. So I will try just to convince you, and I'm not saying anything revolutionary here. I don't have a clear idea, but what we should do. What the hell do I know what we should do? The only thing I know, I hope you will agree with me, is that there is a certain Marxist eschatology that I think should be abandoned today. What do I mean by this? You know, Marx liked to describe the so-called alienation of history. History appears to us, individuals, as a process out of control. You do something with the best intention, what kind of a shit comes out of it, you get something totally different. But the way I read it, Marxist hypothesis was nonetheless that the revolutionary act is the unique act where you overcome this alienation. And this is developed in at a top philosophical level with the young George Lukács, maybe the greatest Marxist of 20th century, in his classical book, History and Class Consciousness. How proletariat, working class, is the first subject-object of history, where, to put it in simple terms, in a revolutionary act, proletariat does something and it knows perfectly what it does. Alienation is overcome. For reasons I don't want to go into, I think that if there is a lesson of the 20th century, it's that, no, it doesn't work this way. That the same logic of alienation, you do something, it fails. You are surprised by the result. You have to do it again, and so on. If this is not a lesson of the 20th century communist attempts, then I don't know what it is. That the same impenetrability, the same unexpected result is everywhere. From Chinese Revolution to already October Revolution, go through them. So, what meaning does it have to still claim we need to step out of further of capitalism? First, at some level, I remain an admirer of capitalism, as Marx was, incidentally. Marx didn't simply hate capitalism. He was absolutely fascinated by capitalism. Marx saw very clearly that capitalism was a uniquely dynamic order where crisis was its normal state. It thrives through crisis. And you can locate this in a very comical detail. How, already Marx was saying, late Marx, with new imperialist dynamics, capitalism is approaching its final state. Then Lenin came and said imperialism as the last stage of capitalism. Then Mao came, the more capitalism is rotting and it goes from one to another last stage, and the better it is doing, you know. This is quite unique of capitalism. How, what for other regimes was a catastrophe, like permanent imbalance, it's the very water in which capitalism swims. Also, what is very important today to insist against, I claim, false multiculturalist ideas is that, horrible as capitalism is, precisely by, as Marx describes already in Communist Manifesto, precisely by, you know, ruining all ancient traditions, hierarchies, values, and so on, it creates the space for freedom. We have to go through this, and in a totally different way. He's not talking about capitalism. Even Heidegger makes this clear. Technology is not just modern technology, a deviation which, no, we have to go through it to reach a new beginning. So, the first even political consequence is, don't fall into this cheap idea of local ancient cultures as sites of resistance towards global capitalism. No, they fit perfectly global capitalism. But let me now begin properly. So I will try, I'm sorry to be boring, for you to address an extremely simple question. Are there limits to capitalism? Or, to put it in traditional terms, are we today confronting antagonisms for which it is, I will be very modest, reasonable to conclude that in the long term capitalism will not be able to deal with them? And, okay. Here, the situation is very complex. Permit me to quote, repeat for the 20th time, an old joke that I use all the time, but I will give a different twist to it. You know, I love those Soviet-era political jokes, and one that I use all the time applying is that joke about, you know, Rabinovich, the Russian Jew, figure of jokes. Rabinovich, they ask Radio Erevan, this legendary, mythical Soviet radio station, which is the butt of Soviet anti-communist popular jokes. Whatever you ask this station, the answer begins with, in principle, yes, but. So they ask Radio Erevan, is it true that Rabinovich won a new car on lottery? And the answer of Radio Erevan is, in principle, it's true, only it wasn't a new car, but an old bicycle, and he didn't win it, but it was stolen from him, you know. And I think if we ask Radio Erevan, is capitalism still thriving today? We would have gotten a similar answer. In principle, yes. And I know, you know, that there is today a whole trend of new optimists, Steven Pinker, Jordan Peterson, Tim Harris, who repeat this line again and again. And one should listen to them when they refer to data. It's interesting how, listen, we complain all the time, wars here, but do you know that never in the history of humanity were relatively so little wars than today? For the first time in the entire history of humanity, obesity is a greater problem than hunger, and so on. So there are good reasons for, but nonetheless, why then all the rage against capitalism? Why this almost panic? Why? And this is a very interesting phenomenon. Even big names like, I quoted in my class, like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, all of a sudden they are all saying, capitalism cannot survive, we need some kind of socialism. Where does this, usually the reason they give is ecology, you know? The idea is this one, it's a quite consistent, nice one, that capitalism thrives as long as you have a natural, this impenetrable natural background on which you can rely that it will somehow equalize the things. Like, we can spoil, ruin, poison nature as much as we want, but we can rely on Mother Nature somehow the balance will be re-established. The problem is, can we still do this? And I think quite reasonably they argue we cannot. And they are also aware, and it's very sad that if all the surviving Marxists, it's up to them to point out this, that, okay, there is, in a limited amount, there is also capitalism which can help us here through taxation and so on to regulate. But I think the challenges are simply too strong. My eternal example, look at, you remember, now it must be already 6-7 years ago, Fukushima, the catastrophe. My friend Jean-Pierre Dupuy, a great, maybe you should invite him if you get him here, theorist of catastrophes, was in Fukushima as special envoy of European Union immediately, still in the midst of a catastrophe, and he told me, do you know that for a couple of hours, Japanese government thought that the pollution will be so strong that they will have to evacuate the entire Tokyo area, 30 million. So, like, sorry, capital doesn't work here. You cannot say, okay, let's put this on the market, which country will tell them. We don't have time for that. We absolutely need some new type of, let's call it, new type of collective act. So, what to do in this contradiction? German sociologist and leftist economist Wolfgang Streeck wrote now a bestseller. You may not agree with all of it, but he makes a very nice point. He said that our era is unique in the sense of, till now, when there was a crisis of capitalism, it was always experienced as an opportunity for the left. There was some kind of a less or more radical left waiting them. Perfect, we have a plan how to move it to a higher stage. Now we have something very sad. Capitalism is just disintegrating. And I'm sorry to tell you, I'm still a communist. I don't see any consistent leftist project what to do economically. Do we have an alternative model? That's why I think left is getting so politically correct, this time in the bad sense of moralism. You know, this is one big lesson of politics. When progressive politics gets moralized, protesting about whatever, it usually means they don't have an alternative global vision. And so this is, I think, what makes it so problematic. But there are, I think, to begin the analysis, to see clearly the limitation, maybe, is to refer to, I always like this mixture of ideology, popular ideology, even popular theology, and economy. Did you notice how the motive which I like, this theological motive which is now very popular among American Christian fundamentalists, of those left behind. The idea is there will be soon a rapture, all those really close to God will be taken up to Christ, and we others will have to fight Armageddon, no? And you know, I love this apparently meaningless debate. Then I learned that there are 4 or 5 different schools fighting with each other. You have the name theological for Armageddon is tribulation, the horrible time, Antichrist, and so on. There is a minority, but still the strongest, of so-called pre-tribulation rapture. They claim that rapture will occur now, anytime, and then there will be the big catastrophe which will end by second coming on the Christ. Okay, at the end, good forces will win, but there will be a horrible catastrophe. Hundreds of millions at least will die. And then you have the post-tribulation rapture people who claim, no, there will be first tribulation, we will all suffer. There is no easy way out. Like if you are faithful to God, oh, you will go to God before. Why do I find this debate interesting politically? It's not as stupid as you may expect. Because post-tribulation rapture people point out quite correctly that those who think rapture, usually they talk about 5–10% people disappearing. Did you see any movies? They are lower trash movies and novels. You know Tim LaHaye, you know his series Left Behind. You should read it. It's the lowest of the lowest. And then there is a more intelligent one. Did you see the TV series Leftovers, which deals precisely like 5% of world population disappears? Nobody knows why and how others deal with it, but the idea is this one, that instead of preparing you for the fight, pre-tribulation rapture people basically tell you, if you are faithful to Christ, don't worry, you have to fight, you will be saved, taken up. No? And they say, no, we should fight, we could control. But for political reasons, although I'm of course an atheist, I prefer nonetheless the pre-tribulation rapture people. Because, you know, in tribulation, there will be a fight between forces of Antichrist and followers of Christ, but those who were not faithful enough to be raptured. You know, they had their doubts and so on. And isn't there a wonderful lesson, if you are for pre-tribulation rapture, that those people who are really faithful to Christ are useless. They will not participate in the struggle. And this is the deep insight of truly great theologies. Kierkegaard says, if you don't doubt God all the time, you are not a true Christian, and so on. You know that, in a way, the big battle against Antichrist will be won not by the truly faithful. They are meek, compromised idiots. They go up before. It's by us who doubt, maybe who are even atheists, who will do the fighting. So, but what interests me in this idea of left behind is, sorry, why is this theme so popular? I'm tempted to offer a very vulgar materialist Marxist, but vulgar, but I think it hits a point reading. That, as usual, God is listening to economy, you know. Isn't the topic of left behind the big, maybe fundamental geopolitical and economic fact today? As my good friend, a conservative but intelligent one, Peter Sloterdijk said, global capitalism is like a cupola. We, the privileged, are inside. It's like 75 to 25, approximately. 1/4 of humanity lives in relative welfare, and we are not, although we see the outside, but we are in a way derealizing it. And those are quite literally left behind. And there is a tendency in capitalism to produce more and more of those who are simply left behind, left out. And here it's crucial how we react. Now I will say, to provoke you, something which caused me a lot of political troubles, but I stick to it. The problem of refugees in Europe. What do I find problematic in this moral view? Refugees are coming. Are we human or not? Will we open our borders? No, I think I distrust this change of this subtle transformation of a key geopolitical economic problem into a humanitarian question. First, I think that refugees who are coming are not simply, I think always that the true tragedy, the truly left behind, are those who remain there. We are all talking about carrying their children in North Africa or whatever. What about those who are left behind? And we tend to forget that and change it into And what into our humanitarian problem, we should ask ourselves, how are we complicit in creating the situation there that makes them escape? For example, to be very blunt, I have, believe me, no sympathy for Saddam Hussein. I'm not crazy. But isn't this a model? I mean, without American invasion of Iraq, without the West toppling Gaddafi, without Syrian war, which incidentally it's purely a proxy war for big powers, mid-level big powers around it, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and through them, United States, Europe, Russia, and so on. Look, even those who, Syrian friends told me, even those who started the resistance against Assad, which was later taken over by ISIS and fundamentalists, they are now on the side of Assad, almost. They say, my God, what we produced is worse. So, and with Saddam, it's the same. He was a nightmare. But you know that this is so sad. Do you know that Iraq and Syria, where, I don't know if they still are, the only two Middle East Muslim regimes, Muslim in the sense that population is majority Muslim, which were not formally Islamic states. They were secular states. Do you remember how is it called? Tariq Aziz or who? Saddam's foreign minister. He was a Christian and so on. Saddam only at the end to get support against Iran started to flirt with Islamism. He was always a nationalist patriot and so on. So the justification of the invasion of Iraq, incidentally, Saddam was a nightmare. I know details from some journalist of his techniques of torture, better not to mention that. But there are two facts. He did quite a lot with his relatively secular regime for emancipation of women. Women has all the access to public posts and so on and so on. And point two, he was not religiously fanatic. You have there 2 million, I don't know how much, Christians living peacefully. Now, the main result of occupation of Iraq, there are three main results. A, women are much more oppressed now under Islamic fundamentalist pressure. Point two, the majority of Christians already left the country, and I love this. United States intervenes. Why? To help cleanse the country of the Christians. And third point, if anything, Iran is now a key player in Iraqi politics. You see, this is a model of how not to do things. It's the same with Libya. I remember when he was already losing, in an interview Gaddafi said, are you aware what you are doing? I made a pact with you. He was even, as you probably know, doing dirty things for the West. He was receiving rendition prisoners to be tortured for the West and so on, you know. As they say, my friend, you know, it's not only outsourcing for cheap labor. What the West invented is outsourcing of torture always. You know, it's too dirty for us, so what I am saying is that the same is happening now, not only in Syria, but for example, remember, Yemen. It's undescribable what is happening there now. There is mass starvation. The whole country is being ruined and so on. It's undescribable. One can see. And where are we now? Are we really waiting again for humanitarian problems, flow of immigrants? I think that the big temptation here of some of my leftist friends, that I don't agree with them, is false romanticization, celebration of immigrants. Like here I slightly disagree with my friend Alain Badiou, who coined the term nomadic proletarians, you know, like. But behind this, I think there is a terribly weird vision. A friend of mine from Finland wrote me an email, and then he was so mad at me that we stopped all communication, where he said, now finally, he said the problem in Europe is we are too corrupted, there is no revolutionary force. Now with immigrants we are, you know what this means? They even want to outsource revolutionary force. Like, we have a good revolutionary theory, we don't have revolutionary subject, let's import one. It's totally wrong perspective. Refugees are not coming here as a revolutionary force, and incidentally, I understand that. They just want to become normal proletarians, you know. They're searching for a job, and so on and so on. But what I'm saying is that this operation of changing the problem of refugees into a humanitarian problem, you know why it's horrible? Because you should always bear in mind the class dimension. I think this is manipulated by those in power who, you know, when you are rich, you are always humanitarian. You always suffer with. I know this from my own experience. When I'm lucky for long flights to get business or once through upgrading even first class, and I'm immediately boarded, check in. You cannot imagine with what sincere compassion I looked at those long queues of economy class people. Haha, fuck you, because I'm not there, you know, like. And it's the same with this sympathy. And you know, the biggest success of those in power is that and again, I don't blame them. They feel this as a problem, immigrants stealing their job and so on. They triggered a conflict between two lower classes, immigrants and local poor. And it's a wonderful opportunity for them to play big, you know, in United States, this is always, even with many feminists, the strategy, this hidden class dimension. You know, like, they don't like to say it officially, they claim they are always against racism. But if you speak with many American feminists, it's always in a coded way indicated that Mexicans or the poor, redneck, working class, they are really the ones who beat their wives, who, I don't know, and so on and so on. So let me tell you a story which Alenka told it to me. I don't think she used it in her classes. I will, you know what, I will do something totally crazy because I have the text. Sorry if I get lost in this. What if I send you also the text of what I wanted to deal with today? You know, it's madness, I know, you know, it's madness, but no, I want to trigger your reaction to this. She told me the story, Alenka. There was a crazy politically correct incident recently, I forgot where, she knows, in some American campus. The problem was this one. There was one of the rich universities with a swimming pool, and some student girls were bathing there, laying in sun in their bikinis, and a house 4 or 5 stores close to it has all those, how to call it, when you are restoring the facade. And there were some, of course, Mexican illegal workers there. And of course, I don't agree with it, I am a feminist, but of course in the sense that it's not unexpected that the workers tried to address to the girls what I think, at least in Argentina, they call piropo, el piropo, these sexist remarks. The girls protested, and then, you know how this is for me almost a caricature, the worst of political correctness. You know how university solved it? That they established a plastic wall separating the house from the swimming pool so that it was invisible, plus they built a kind of a plastic covered tunnel to prevent any chance of the poor workers seeing the girls. So everybody was satisfied and so on and so on. This is political correctness for me. But don't misunderstand me here. This is a deadlock situation, because what does it work? In a certain way, if you are a sensitive feminist, the girls were right. You know, they were harassed. On the other hand, the laborers immediately said, which was probably also, at least partially true, that it's a class dimension. It was rich girls horrified at the piropo jokes, advances from the poor workers, and as one of the workers said, if instead of being a working plateau, this were to be a balcony of a rich boys' club, I wonder if the girls would protest in the same way. So what's the solution? I think that precisely there is no direct solution. In the short term, we maybe should say, okay, girls, we should protect them, but we should be aware that there is also a class injustice in it. So, you know, the problem with, this is for me the problem of political correctness. It doesn't solve the problem through all those ridiculous plastic walls and so on. That's what political correctness is doing. You don't solve the problem. But okay, let's not lose time. Let me go on very quickly. My God, I'm afraid even to look at it where I am now. Time. Okay, I will go quickly through the 4 points where I see the limit of capitalism today. First, the commons of culture. I will just repeat my old Marxist way. I think that the problems that we usually refer to as intellectual property, they clearly point to the limit of capitalism, at least. First, on the one hand, there is a lot of stealing, although I'm for it. I mean, if you were to check my PC, the most widely used website is Pirate Bay, of course, you know. But what I'm saying is, on the other hand, we get this phenomenon. Did you ask yourself why all these new corporate guys like Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, and so on are the wealthiest men today? Where does their money come from? It's not classic profit and exploitation. It's ridiculous to say that Bill Gates is extra exploiting his workers. I think it's a totally different phenomenon, what I call the privatization of commons. All these new mega capitalists, they privatize something that should be our commons. Like Bill Gates owns the very software, texture of our communication. Most of us, if I email to you, I use Microsoft, whatever, and so on. So I agree with those Marxist economists who claim we are witnessing today a weird return from profit to rent. I think the source of the wealth of Bill Gates is we are all paying rent to him. Rent which enables us to participate in our commons. Bill Gates is here when I will send you the email and so on and so on. It's rent. And this clearly introduces some kind of irrationality in the sense that even what under normal, under quotation marks, capitalism we could consider as rational, it's now getting totally crazy. If a guy with an invention in his garage can become in 1 decade or 2 the wealthiest man in the world, it simply means the system no longer functions. Okay, I will not go into it in detail. This, I think, is the first limit of capitalism. It will, and also then finances and so on. Then, the commons of external nature, simply ecology. I think that there also we are approaching a limit. You all heard about Anthropocene, no? Like the new age where we humanity are a geological factor. What's so interesting about it is the fundamental paradox. Insofar as already said, nature is an impenetrable background and you can rely on it. We can screw it up, but nature will somehow reasonably balance. We were able to be subjects in the sense of exploiting ruthlessly nature. Precisely because we became too powerful, we humanity all of a sudden discovered our limit. And here also, I don't want to lose too much time, here also Alenka Zupancic, who again, I prohibited her from being here, made a wonderful variation of, you know, Freud's term Unbehagen in der Kultur, the discontent. It's not a good translation. The translation English, civilization and its discontent, it's totally wrong, because Unbehagen is not discontent, it's more being out of place, uneasiness. You don't feel in that today with this Anthropocene, it's not just Unbehagen in der Kultur, or it's Unbehagen in der Natur also. You know, like nature itself is more and more denaturalized. We are discovering how nature itself is not natural. If by natural we mean this regular rhythm, seasons, summers, and so on. And here I'm a good multiculturalist in the sense of, you know who has maybe the best novel on this? I quote it in my last book, Incontinence of the Void. I forgot the name, sorry, my racism, but there is a Chinese science fiction author. I draw your attention, yeah, the how do you call it, the three-body problem. And it's precisely this wonderful idea, us and this other planet, with three suns where nature is denaturalized and so on. So here also, I already mentioned the example of Fukushima. Capitalism can be useful, but we will need another approach. I think that we will have to regulate, subordinate whatever capitalism. Next threat, in the sense of antagonist, which I think it will not be able for capitalism. Capitalism will not be capable of coming to terms to cope with it, is, of course, the commons of our internal nature, cognitive sciences, biogenetics, and so on and so on. Are we aware what is already happening there? People usually focus too much on this, how we are digitally controlled and so on. And I boast now, ironically, you know, that 3 days ago I was in a rich bank and fuck you, they treated me much better than you. A big Mercedes limousine was waiting at me at the airport, taking me to Gstaad. From Gstaad, a big Mercedes took me here, and when I leave 2 days from now, fuck you, I will have to travel with that yellow post bus. No, sorry, let's be serious. I went there simply to earn some money, which I promise you I will spend it to travel around, to visit friends and so on. I mean, for a good cause, political and so on. But there are some interesting references there. Two guys, one lady, one man, reported on what is already happening. And it's, okay, this is the usual story, Cambridge Analytica story. But it's much more radical already and developed. So it's true that, you know, the problem is not only that we are controlled in the sense of what am I thinking? The problem is that they are gathering data about us that we don't even know what these data are. For example, I will not lose your time, precious time, but just to show you how serious the thing is. Chinese, and when they say Chinese developed this, I always suspect that Chinese are a comfortable example. They are there, you know, to distract the attention that we are probably doing the same thing. Chinese already developed such an elaborate satellite strategy that you can cover an entire 60,000 people stadium and you get data about every individual. How excited is he? In this way, this is supposed to be the triumph. They only knew that, isn't this terrifying, that there is a mass murderer on a stadium. And they discovered it through this. They scanned the whole stadium and each person was, they somehow measured the intensity of your excitement, whatever, they caught him in this way. Second thing, as a British lady of Swedish origins, Pippa something, I don't know the name, who is also a specialist in this, told us, are you aware and that practically all of the computers and especially flat big screen TVs that you use today, they also have a camera, you are watched, and this camera doesn't only register, did you watch hardcore pornography or whatever, what do you watch? No, they measure the intent, they have basic algorithms, how did you react, passionately or not, and so on and so on. And with today's mega computers, you simply have, they have enough computing powers to use all this. We all already have, and this lady gave another wonderful example. Do you know that the sneakers, I don't have them here, this was imposed on me by my wife. The sneakers have a tiny chip already in them which reports how much do you walk, with what intensity do you walk, and so on and so on. Okay, this is the big news, but I'm not so much afraid of it. I'm sorry if it will be an old story for you, but it fascinates me. I'm much more afraid of something else. Namely, this idea, I developed it already here, I think, years ago, of a direct link between our brain and computers. It's progressing like crazy. You know, look, to begin with my usual example, you know that Stephen King story, Stephen Hawking, I prefer Stephen King. You know, he usually communicated for long years in his wheelchair by, he was able to move a little bit one finger, no? In the last years, he no longer needed it. His brain was directly wired, so for example, he just thought intensely, move, and his wheelchair moved. This is almost what in German idealism they called intellektuelle Anschauung, where perception and activity coincide. This is divine in the sense of you think about something and it happens. Okay, the bad news is of course that if it goes out, it goes also in. In what way? And this is the new military tactic now. I was told by my friends, US Army, Chinese Army, Russian Army, they invest like crazy in this. How to read your mind. It's all still primitive, but it's progressing tremendously. And now, I hope you don't know it, to give you my final example here of this. Do you know that they already did now, it's very primitive, but it's terrifying for me. They succeeded it first with rats, and from my connections I learned they also are doing it discreetly, just you don't read it in the media, with humans. I was shown a video of a rat running around freely in a cage, but the nerves of the rat were linked to a computer because they broke the code, a very simple one of directions, run this, left, right. So it's terrifying. The rat is running around, then you press a button, a living rat becomes a remote-controlled car. You can direct her. And as it was hinted at me, that's the beauty. They did this discreetly on humans. They can do it, and they asked the right, almost, okay, not philosophical, but in that direction question, how will a human being experience this? Will it be, oh my God, let's see that I am that human rat. I walk here around, let's say you, I give this honor to you, you press a button, you direct me. How would I experience? Will I experience it? The result is very sad. It's not that I will feel, oh my God, a foreign power took over. No, I would still think that I'm free, that I'm freely moving around and so on. So I think, although I'm against these New Age dreams and so on, that the way these things are developing, something new. I don't like to call it post-human, because post-human brings Ray Kurzweil and all those New Age idiots. You know, we are entering a new era, singularity, one collective mind. But definitely something which no longer fits our definition of being a human being. Because being a human being for us means this basic difference. I'm here, reality is there. This minimal distance. I think, I don't act. And this is clearly threatened. I'm not here a pessimist. I'm not saying the result will be this. I share neither the crazy optimism of people like Ray Kurzweil and so on, happy new singularity and so on. They cheat, I think. When they paint this new collective mind, they still write and talk as if somehow we will be the same singular individuals. But on the other hand, I also don't share the simple technological pessimism. Horrible, we will be robots. I just insist that, and with this I will conclude, that we don't know what will be the result. I want to keep it totally open, because, and here I will be now even critical of Marx. What is the usual temptation in these situations? Heidegger knew this very well, and many others. We have dreams of immortality and so on, eternity, but they are all dreams from the standpoint of our finitude. You cannot, we cheat. The way we imagine immortality, it is meaningful only from our temporality and finitude. And so the trap of some of these utopians is to imagine post-human subject, if we still can use these terms, as precisely from the dream of our limited humanity, as if we will get that, but we will not. And where is here critique of Marx? I try to develop somewhere that there is maybe a similar flaw in Marx's approach to communism. Very intelligent critics showed that Marx's idea was this one. If you have an incredible dynamics, I simplified, of capitalism, but then at a certain point capitalism became obstacle to its own dynamics, so you, whatever, socialized means of production, and you get wild expansion outside capitalism. I don't think it works. I think that the very obstacle to expansion, capitalism, is its positive condition. If you take Marx's dream is to get capitalism without its symptom, as it were. As if somehow, I don't know why, in communism, this crazy dynamics, always further, surplus, permanent imbalance, which is, I think, clearly specific of capitalism, will simply survive in its unconstrained, pure form. And it's the same problem with this post-humanity. We don't know what, and as it's clear, now I covered briefly these 4 domains. Yes, the fourth is, of course, what I began with. Those left behind, new walls, new apartheids, and so on. I think our tragedy today is that we can clearly see, that's what even people like Bill Gates and Truman see, that capitalism, at least as we know it today, will not be able to cope with it. Or if it will be able, it will be a catastrophe. Can you imagine all this tremendous thing of digital control, wiring our brains, to be left to private companies? Now they will say, but we need state control. Yes, but as we learned already now. Here, in spite of his problematic acts, I agree with Julian Assange, who wrote a wonderful book, totally ignored, on Google, where he shows that Google is basically a private counterpoint to NSA. These big corporations are all intensely linked with state apparatus and so on. So, again, we have to break out of capitalism here with biogenetic manipulations. Again, it's nightmare if we leave it to free capital. With ecology, I don't think you can cope with it in capitalism, and so on, with capitalism, and so on, and so on. So, but then, what to do? Well, here I will disappoint you, to conclude really now. All I can tell you is to repeat an old joke that I'm sure most of you heard, if not from me, from others, but I think it's more than appropriate here, that eternal joke of mine against Lenin. There are so many beautiful jokes in Soviet tradition about Lenin, like my favorite is still the old one used in my early book. I think whenever I have to explain the reflexive signifier as the signifier of a leg and so on, I always use that. I'm sorry if you already heard it even from me in my class. You know that wonderful joke on, in Soviet Union they have an exhibition of painting, and there is a painting titled Lenin in Warsaw. And on the painting you see Lenin's wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya, widely fucking a young Komsomol guy. and the visitor asked, okay, but why this title? Where is Lenin? And the guy said, hey, Lenin is in Warsaw, you know, that's why she's doing this here. This is what Lacan means by Vorstellungsrepräsentant. Something is, the title doesn't name the content of the image, but that which has to be excluded so that you can get that content. Okay, my final jokes, you know it even more. You know this eternal, you have to know this. I think I even used it here already in public classes. When I was young, even in communist countries, we all had, as an instigation to us pupils, these words of Lenin advice to young people. What should you do? Learn, učica, učica, učica. Learn, learn, and learn. So, you probably know the joke, typical communist. They ask Marx, Engels, and Lenin, what do we prefer? To have a wife or a mistress? Marx, more conservative, morally, says a wife. Engels, more bon vivant, said mistress. Lenin says, I want both. So they are shocked. Lenin is supposed to be ascetic, revolutionary. What is this? So they ask him surprised, but why, Comrade Lenin? What would you do then? And Lenin answers, well, so that I can tell my wife that I'm with the mistress, I can tell the mistress that I'm with my wife. And they ask him, okay, but what do you do then? And he says, of course, learn, learn, and learn. That's what we need today. If wife stands for the traditional order, trust in capitalism, it will not work. So tell your wife that tell capitalists that you are with critics, dissidents. Dissidents today don't really know. We don't have a vision. So tell them you are with capitalists and learn, learn, and learn. We live in an epoch when new things are happening. Like, what will be this post-human subjectivity? We don't know. Even what is happening socially, is today's China still capitalist? In what sense? We don't know. So that's why I'm not here just kissing your ass, but I mean it sincerely. That's why our institutions like EGS here are so precious. Because our academia is more and more, that's the catastrophe of what in Europe we call Bologna reform, streamlined, directed in the sense of it must be of some social use to solve real. No, true intellectuals don't solve problems. They raise the right questions. The first critical gesture is when society wants from you solve this problem. Like typically, we have fundamentalist demonstrations, whatever, help us, how to, no. We should first ask, is this the right problem? Why this problem? And so on. And for this, unfortunately, there is less and less space in our official academia. And it comes often to the types of institutions like here, which are the only space where you can still raise this type of questions, obviously. So that's my final message. Learn, now I will be very cynical. I go to my mistress and you fuck you, learn, learn, and learn. Thanks very much. Thank you. What I want to say is that I think that what I call Christian atheism is still the ethical stance which fits today's predicament. Okay. Let me begin with a simple observation. Those who follow obscure spiritual cosmological speculations have for sure heard of one of the most popular topics in this domain. You know all these mythical stories that when three planets, usually Earth, Moon, and the Sun, find themselves along the same axis, then some big cataclysmic event takes place, the whole order of the universe is momentarily thrown out of joint, and the universe has to find a new balance. You remember that it wasn't taken seriously, but the panic of 2012, where idea is to some old Maya predictions precisely because I think Earth, Moon, and Sun were in the same line. It's not good. And I think that politically something like this holds for this year, 2017, which is a triple anniversary. In 2017, we do not celebrate only the centenary of the October Revolution, 1917, but also the 150th anniversary of the first edition of Marxist Capital, 1867, and maybe the most tragic event, the 50th anniversary of the so-called Shanghai Commune, when in the climactic moment of the Chinese Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, it's a wonderful moment, maybe the crucial moment of 20th century communism. Residents of Shanghai, workers and students, decided to take literally Mao's call. You know, when Mao said, attack the headquarters, you don't need neither the party nor the army, people should take over. Well, they took this literally and simply overthrew offices, destroy of local communist party, ignored the army and took over. And that was the crucial point, because then Mao had to send the army. And it's an extremely tragic event, because this was then, people don't know this, the biggest battle of the Cultural Revolution. Forget about, okay, they were tragic, all those scenes, you know, red guardists pulling their beard, terrorizing professors, intellectuals, all that. No, it was the battle for Shanghai when the army turned on the very revolutionaries. And one don't know how many, the idea is that it goes into tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dead people. But I think this event is fascinating because I don't like this big question, was Mao sincere or not? At a certain level he was not. It's clearly that he triggered the Cultural Revolution to regain his full power in the army, in the state. But it doesn't matter if Mao was manipulating. Things ran out of control. Ordinary workers took it seriously. Let's have directly the rule of the commune, we don't need the party, we don't need the army, and so on, and it went too far. So I think these three events mark the three stages of the communist movement. First, Capital by Marx outlined the theoretical foundations of the communist revolution. Then, the October Revolution was the first successful attempt to overthrow bourgeois state and build a new social economic order. And then the Shanghai Commune stands for the most radical attempt to immediately realize the most daring aspect of the communist vision, the abolishment of state power and the imposition of direct people's power organized as a network of local communes. It didn't work, and of course I will not answer the question today, namely the big question, what went wrong? I think, that's my hypothesis, what went wrong with this cycle? Perhaps the answer is to be sought, and people don't talk about it, but for me at least, as a Christian atheist, it's the key date. Don't you know that today we have 4 planets in a line, another mega anniversary. 2017 is the 500 years anniversary of 1517, when Martin Luther put on that door the 95 Theses, Protestantism. And I still think that the Protestantism is the key, the greatest religious event that you can imagine. Why? Let me begin in a very simplified way, but I'm not totally bluffing, because I presented a version of this text in a theological colloquium in Cambridge, and it went well, what can I say? So I'm not totally bluffing. Let me begin by this triad of Orthodoxy, Catholicism, and Protestantism. The way I see it, maybe I'm wrong, Central to the Orthodox tradition is the notion of theosis, of man becoming like God. Or to quote Saint Athanasius of Alexandria, quote, "He, Christ, or God, was incarnate so that we might be made God." End of quote. What should otherwise seem absurd, that fallen, sinful man may become holy as God is holy, has been made possible through Jesus Christ, who is God incarnate. And then Saint Maximus the Confessor wrote in the same vein, again a quote, "A sure warrant for looking with hope to deification of human nature is provided by the incarnation of God, which makes man God to the same degree as God himself became man. Let us become the image of the one whole God, bearing nothing earthly in ourselves, so that we may consort with God and become gods, receiving from God our existence as gods." End of quote. This Orthodox formula, God became man so that man becomes God, is, I think, what Protestantism radically rejects. The deepest insight of Protestantism, although it's implicit already in the Bible, is that, to put it very simply, God became man and that's it. Nothing more. Everything already happens in the incarnation. What needs to be added is just a shift of perspective. I think that in authentic Christian vision, there is no resurrection to follow. Holy Ghost already is resurrection. Resurrection happens in the Christian community. God dies and he remains dead. We are condemned to freedom. Holy community is not, I read here Christianity in a radically atheist way. Holy Ghost is not some kind of a synthesis, God, man, and then they are brought together. No, with crucifixion, precisely that type of God, you know, this primitive idea, up there then is some great old guy with a long beard who takes care of us, so don't worry too much, ultimately we are taken care of. That's what Hegel, my favorite, puts it nicely. He says, what dies on the cross is not an earthly representative of God. It's God himself, that God of beyond. So what remains? We, in our freedom. And that would be the properly Christian trick. I say God gave us all freedom and so on. He said, but he didn't. God abandoned. He just creates us and let us alone. God abandoned us. I'll say, but that's another name for freedom. You should just shift the perspective. Or to put it in another way, and I'm here, I'm basing my reading on some very good theologists from my beloved Chesterton onwards. In other religions, to simplify it very much, you have God, man. We have fallen from God, so the idea is let's climb back through some stupid spiritual exercises, whatever you want. Like, let's get rid of our sinful nature, let's go back to God. The Christian solution is a totally different one. It is this one. Okay, let's say you, an ordinary believer, find yourself totally abandoned by God. So what's the way out of it? Not, okay, let me do some good works or self-punishment to become clean. No, it's that at that point, when I'm totally abandoned by God, I identify with Christ, who finds himself in exactly the same position with the famous Father, Father, have you forsaken me? So that it's a wonderful insight that you should see in a very Hegelian way how our separation, we overcome our separation from God, not by rejoining God, but by realizing that this separation is separation also of God from himself. That at that point we are divine. Because again, the ultimate moment of divinity is that moment of, as Gilbert Keith Chesterton put it, the moment when God himself becomes an atheist. You know, because remember, on the cross, when Christ says, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, Father, he for a brief moment becomes a non-believer, which is a crazy moment. You find this in no other religion. In other religions, you do find men who abandon God. Where do you find God who abandons himself? And again, the Christian solution is not, you suffer, you are low, but don't worry, there are good news. No, there are no good news. Good news are only a different shift of perspective on the bad news. We remain abandoned by God. God will not come to save us, as even conservative theologians who are not stupid knew, like Paul Claudel, my favorite French conservative Catholic. He says very nicely that the ultimate secret of Christianity is not trust God. Things may look bad, but God will help you. No, it's the opposite. God needs our help. Only we can save God. In other words, the divine and some theosophic speculation, I will not go into it, we don't have time to lose here, developed this in a wonderful way where they claim that the secret of incarnation is not that God did something heroic to redeem us. God without incarnation is not fully God. God incarnates himself in man to become fully God. That's the solution of one of my favorite, apart from Hegel, German idealist Schelling, who developed in his Heidegger claim, that these two texts, especially Freiheitsschrift, Schelling's text on the essence of human freedom, and later Weltalter, fragments on the ages of the world, he developed this how God produced Logos, gave birth to Logos Son. Schelling literally said this, to save himself from his own madness. It was, if I may be cynical, a kind of psychiatrists say if you are caught in psychosis, you need creative therapy, through work. Well, that's what God did. And if you think I'm bluffing, some very intelligent Protestant theologists came to the same conclusion. Like a Norwegian friend of mine gave me a reference and he translated some parts to me because it's not a well-known book, famous only in Norway. The guy's name is Peter Wessel Zapfe, a book on Protestantism God. It's a reading of Book of Job. And you know what's his reading? What does Job discover when he encounters God? When he realizes that God is doing very strange things, punishing him for nothing, and so on. Here is a quote from Zapfe. Job finds himself confronted with a world ruler, God, of grotesque primitiveness, a cosmic cave dweller, a braggart and blusterer, almost agreeable in his total ignorance of spiritual culture. What is new for Job is not God's greatness in quantifiable terms. That we knew fully in advance. What is new is God's qualitative baseness. And I think this is masked inside also of the big Protestant topic of predestination. You mean God was simply playing a brutal game with us. He didn't care. God decided in advance, you are redeemed, you are lost, totally irrespective of what we are doing. And I think this is the right line. I think that as intelligent Protestants saw it, this Catholic way of linking our salvation to our good works introduces immediately an element of handling, of financial transaction. I see the child drowning, should I do it or not? Well, I may gain salvation, so fuck it, why not do it, It makes our good deeds part of almost, I would say, financial investment into future, no? But as Luther put it very intelligently, if there is predestination, then the solution is pure goodness. Because you see a child drowning, sorry for this pathetic example, and you know very well that it will not help your salvation in any way if you help the child or not. So it's only goodness that It's only goodness that makes you that makes you do it. Sorry, we are here. Yes. So let's go on here. What in this position where the solution is not some kind of a reunification of God with man, we overcome our alienation of God through a simple realization that God is already alienated from himself, self-abandoned. I like to apply here to divinity Hegel's wonderful reading of ancient Greek statues which are impenetrable for us, like what does the Sphinx mean? And you know what's Hegel's formula? The secrets of ancient Greeks, secrets for us, were already secrets for ancient Greeks themselves. And Hegel's theology is precisely this one, that the secrets of divinity are secrets also for divinity itself. This is the old mystical topic. Hegel goes there into that line. You find it in Meister Eckhart and all other guys, that to bring history into God himself, what happens on our earth, our theological activity, decides the fate of God himself in a way. It's the other way around. It's not that God decides. No, we in our struggles, we fight for the fate of God himself. So how to bring this, and now it comes, maybe it will be a little bit difficult, the proper theological point. I think I improvised a little bit already in my classes about this. Does this mean that Protestantism simply abolishes our freedom? Everyone who knows Luther, and I don't have the time to go into it, but I have it written, a detailed analysis of the tension between Martin Luther and, of course, Thomas Müntzer, the great theologist of the German peasant revolt. Maybe this will surprise you, but I'm almost more on the early Luther's side. He was right, Müntzer, in criticizing Luther for his conformism, taking the side of the masters and so on. But Müntzer, I think, comes all too close then to this perverse instrumental position which comes close to totalitarianism. Because Luther was right, and this was his greatest theological insight, to insist on divine impenetrability, which read in materialist way doesn't mean God knows what he is doing, we just cannot penetrate it. It means that quote from Zapwe, God is crazy, doesn't know it. So Luther warned against precisely what we call today fundamentalism. Any position of an agent, historical, who, my God, what is happening here? I'm getting superstitious. Yesterday it was one, at least they are not black cats, and we will survive there. But it's the Maoist movement, one divides into two, no? Yesterday was one. Okay, sorry, let's go on. Luther comes too close to this, seeing his political movement as direct instrument of the divine will. And this is what Luther is right to prohibit. He insists on this radical impenetrability. There is predestination, but we never know what is predestination. Like, our lives are decided in advance, but we cannot ever know it. So it's absolutely prohibited to claim I am an instrument of the divine will, like the Stalinist communists in a different way. Historical necessity of progress towards communism runs through me. No, we cannot do it. And I think this is authentic freedom. This idea of my life is predestined, but I don't know what it is. So this terrible struggle to make the right decision. Because, you know, here common sense doesn't work. Because common sense would tell us, why do you worry? if there is predestination, sit down and masturbate and watch hardcore movies, it doesn't matter. No, the idea is that this also, that it doesn't work, explains, we all know it, I'm even repeating myself, I think years ago I was already selling this here, I'm sorry, because this also explains this paradox of predestination and freedom, explains the greatest mystery of this old Max Weber's thesis, why is Protestantism as a religion which is based on predestination, why Protestantism became the religious background, at least originally, of capitalism, which is precisely the most active social system, a system where you are solicited to be active like crazy all the time. Again, wouldn't it be logical to claim, if it's predestined, fuck off, I lay down, awaken me when God comes, but leave me alone? No, Weber saw this clearly, and Luther, that precisely because you don't know it, knowing that your fate is decided but not knowing what your fate is, pushes you to incessant activity. And I think that this decision, this difficult decision to discover if there is predestination, fate, necessity, what is that fate, is much closer to authentic freedom than, I'm using now a metaphor that I already used, I'm sorry for my students in my class, than this simple freedom of, I go to a patisserie, they have strawberry cake, chocolate cake, vanilla cake, or which one I will choose, you know, this simple freedom of choice. No, true freedom is this one, and even now you will say, I'm crazy, but let me give you an example to repeat it that I already give in my class. Think about love. The choice of object in love. It must be free. If not, it's not love, of course, no? But it never happens to you, admit it, as a free choice. If you say, oh, now I will fall in love into that lady or man, it's fake. It is a free decision, but as Schelling would have put it, a transcendental, atemporal free decision, which you experience precisely as its opposite, as your fate. You experience love as, my God, I cannot escape it, I'm caught into it. And that's true freedom. That's the radical freedom. Now you will say, this is sentimental speculation. No, I'll use another example from my class. Isn't it exactly the same with a tough political decision? Not these simple decisions, vote for Macron, vote for Le Pen, which tough, I don't care. But let's make a pathetic example. There is war, my country is attacked, and I have to decide, will I risk my life, do it or not? This is a free decision by me. But if you take the difficult decision that you will fight, you don't experience it as a choice. You experience it, I would love not to do it, but it's my duty, I cannot not do it. I have to do it. You know, and I think this provides this wonderful dialectic described, as far as I know, by philosophers, only nicely, clearly, only by Hegel, how predestination is much more paradoxical if we read Protestantism in a materialist way than the simple notion there is predestination, everything is decided. No, it means we have a fate, but we retroactively create this fate. Like, I freely decide something, and once I decide it, it retroactively becomes necessary. If I do the right thing, I experienced it, my God, I couldn't do it otherwise. I had to do it. That's freedom. So that's my first point about Protestantism, which means that not only you are free, but you are even more free than you thought. You are even responsible for your fate, for your necessity. And again, as I already explained in my classes, here psychoanalysis rejoins Protestantism, because in psychoanalysis the obvious result is something like predestination. You know, like, I think I'm a free being, but no, everything is predetermined through my past traumas, through whatever, you know. So I discovered that I'm not free. And this was the fashionable lesson half a century ago with that fashion of structuralism in France. This is how psychoanalysis was read, structural psychoanalysis. You think you are a free subject? No. You are just a puppet, the big other, the symbolic order runs the game and so on. But no, Lacan follows here Freud. Yes, you are overdetermined, but you cannot use this overdetermination or psychic necessity which makes you what you are. You cannot use it as an excuse, you know, like, to be vulgar, I'm sorry. I rape a child and then I say to the judges, sorry guys, what can I do? I was overdetermined by my unconscious complex. No, you are predestined by fate, but you are responsible even for that. You are much more radically responsible. And I can't go into it now, I already did it in my class to develop how the same goes also for, that's why it's a great thing, Kantian ethics. When Kant says, do Kant, then do Sollst. You can do it because you must do it. Like, no excuse to not do your duty. If it's your duty, you have to do it. But Kant, this is not so often noticed, goes even a step further. He also implies that even doing your duty cannot be an excuse for doing your duty. Like, Chris, I hate you, let me do, like, I have to do something, it's my duty, which will hurt you. I don't have the right to tell you, sorry guy, but it's my duty. No, I don't have the right to externalize it. I'm not responsible only to do my duty. I have to fully subjectively assume also my duty in the sense of what is my duty. This is why, incidentally, I mentioned this briefly in my class, and now I will stop with plagiarizing myself. Don't worry, I will not repeat my class. This is why I think that although I admire her, at some point in her otherwise wonderful Eichmann in Jerusalem, if I remember it correctly, Hannah Arendt was wrong. When she took seriously Eichmann's statement that he was just a good Kantian. He did his duty. For him, duty was embodied in Führer's orders. So, sorry, I was doing my duty. No, Eichmann did precisely the wrong thing. He was not a Kantian, because he did something that Kant strictly prohibits. He used duty as an excuse. Sorry, I helped killing millions of Jews. What can I do? That's my duty. No, you cannot refer to your duty as some objective determination that you have just to follow. You are radically responsible for your duty. Now I will complicate things. Now the end of self-plagiarizing. You will get some new stuff. This solution, this dialectical interconnection of necessity and freedom, where yes, there is necessity, but this necessity is in a deeper sense contingent. Like, you do something in a contingent way, once you do it, it retroactively becomes your fate. This solution works only on one condition. The subject, believer, agent, is absolutely constrained by the horizon of his, her, its finite subjectivity. What Protestantism prohibits is the very thought that as a believer, I can, as it were, take a position outside, above myself, and look upon myself as a small particle in the vast reality. Here, since I already mentioned Mao Zedong, I would like to criticize him a little bit at the philosophical level, and incidentally, because of some of my lines like this, Alain Badiou is even now mad at me, you know. Mao Zedong, I think, was wrong when he deployed his Olympic vision, reducing human experience to a tiny, unimportant cosmic detail. You know, in his famous statement where he say we don't fear atomic war and so on, okay, with that I in principle agree. But Mao went on and said this, a quote from Mao Zedong: "The United States cannot annihilate the Chinese nation with its small stack of atom bombs. Even if the US atom bombs were so powerful that when dropped on China, they would make a hole right through the earth or even blew the Earth up, that would hardly mean anything to the universe as a whole, though it might be a major event for the solar system, and so on. You know, it's kind of a weird excuse. Okay, Americans can destroy us, but what does it mean from the standpoint of the universe or whatever? I think that this argument, Mao's, only works if, in a pseudo-Kantian way, we presuppose the problem is, where is Mao speaking from? From what subjective position when he states this? He acts as if he speaks from a totally external, purely divine position where you see objectively reality in human eyes, and then you can say, okay, our Earth is blown apart, fuck it, a tiny blimp in some small planet, who cares? Here, I don't have time to develop it, but this is a beautiful theological topic. Intelligent Protestantism have a wonderful vision where it's again that link between contingency and necessity. On the one hand, yes, we are a tiny piece of shit in a vast universe. Protestantism is not ethnocentric, which is why Protestantism, insofar as it stands for modernity, was precisely the religious background of modern science, which precisely introduced the objective view of reality. You know that before Protestantism, the medieval world was Earth in the center, although we humans were not the center of the universe, it was God, but nonetheless, we were the highest point of the created universe, everything turned around us, and so on and so on. So, what Protestantism unites, I don't have time to develop it now, just to give an idea, is, I think, something wonderful. It's, at the same time, this extremely brutal view. From an inhuman gaze, we are nothing. A tiny species on Earth, it doesn't matter. But nonetheless, since we cannot ever really assume that view, external view, in our ethical practice, we have to act as if whenever, and Kant puts it this very nicely, although objective science is telling us that, fuck it, we are again one tiny piece of dust in the universe, nonetheless, in a big ethical struggle, it's not just our fate that is decided, it, as it were, Kant put it so nicely, the entire universe was created as a background for that struggle of ours. You know, I love this unity of extreme ethnocentrism. The world was created so that we can fight this battle. And this radically external view. Because this is, in a way, when you witness a big change, revolution or whatever, even with Holocaust, I think the intelligent argument, even Habermas made it, who tries to be a rationalist. But Habermas, I don't agree with him, made once a nice point, where he says that with Holocaust, and I would add nonetheless some other events, like what happened in Congo, other horrible things and so on, something so horrible happens that you, in a way, diminish its horror when you reduce it to a simple human event. Something went wrong in class struggle, whatever. It's horrible to say Holocaust was just a subchapter in class struggle and effect and so on. Something that Habermas said very intelligently, that theological dimension means here just a way, a specific way, to signal that something so horrible happened that it doesn't fit our universe. We cannot, I'll put it this way, we cannot simply renormalize it as just another historical event. That's why, isn't this the title, you may correct me, maybe you know it more, of one of the books on Holocaust, The Black Sun, the sun itself turned out. You know, like, as some people say nicely, when something like Holocaust happened, it's a shame that the world continued to exist. If there were to be an elementary ethics in the world, out of shame, the world should have fallen apart. So that's, and now come, I thank you for your patience. Maybe my first more interesting aspect. It's part of this, that's the paradox of Protestantism, radically anthropocentric, but at the same time, let's look at ourselves with inhuman eyes. Here, I think, but I'm reading them. By them, I mean assemblage theory, new materialism, object-oriented ontology. They can be combined with my position, because what's the true, let's call it naively, shattering ethical greatness, although I read it in a different way that it's usually read off. I will focus here on so-called new materialism, Jane Bennett. This idea that we should look at our life in the middle of nature as an interaction of agents. She calls them, I think, following Latour, actants, and they interact, and we should look at it through an inhuman gaze, to see this as a process of interaction, even living interaction, where we are just one of the elements. In her book, I think, Vibrant Matter, Jane Bennett provides a beautiful description of a trash site. She said, we think trash site just nothing, piece of shit there, things rotting, but she says, what if we look at it with an imagined inhuman eye? As a living process, we have a complex interaction of rotting trash, worms, insects, abandoned machines, chemical poisons, and each element, actant, plays its own, never purely passive role. That's, I think, so-called new materialism or object-oriented ontology at its most radical, to provide this type of inhuman view. And again, I think there is an authentic theoretical and ethico-political insight in such an approach. Agency thereby becomes a social phenomenon, but the limits of sociality are expanded to include all material bodies participating in the relevant assemblage. Say, an ecological public is a group of bodies, some humans, most of them not, and they are subjected to harm defined as a diminished capacity for action. Of course, the ethical implication is that we have to acknowledge the entanglement within a larger assemblage. Like, we are not, nature doesn't serve us, we are just one among the agents on the earth. Here comes my first modest disagreement. I think unknowingly this argument of her description also remains radically anthropocentric. You know, in what sense? The more it tries to be objective at the level of content, the more it privileges us, human species, as the only species which has access to this universality. That's my problem with those so-called deep ecologists who claim animals. Even a Scandinavian friend of mine wrote a book where he claims even beautiful canyons, pieces of nature, should be treated as subject agents with human rights. Like, there is a beautiful organic totality in, he gives a beautiful example of wonderful rock formation in Iceland, and he says, not only, as it's popular to say now, animals should have their rights, not just human rights, trees should have their rights, even rivers should have their rights. Yeah, but you know what's the catch? They don't know it. We automatically, when we want to act as deep ecologists, is the most arrogant anthropocentric position that you can imagine. Because you automatically assume that we apparently humiliate ourselves, but we humans are the only agents who have access to this universal dimension. I mean, trees don't know about their rights. When a river is ruining the trees, it doesn't know that it is infringing upon others' rights. Oh, you know, it's the same falsity as the one, I think, of a certain type of multiculturalism. where we claim, but we are not the only ones who have the right, also other cultures have the right, but the more we humiliate ourselves, oh, we Western civilization, we are just one among them, the more we act as the only one who has the access to the universal dimension and can say what the rights of the others are. Like, I felt this quite often in debates in the United States. It's typical arrogant, politically correct attitude that, and once I witnessed it, a white liberal guy, of course they're always white, defended black rights. That's perfect. I'm radically for them. But the problems were what? That some black guys then didn't agree with him. And basically he started to shout at him, like, you don't know what are your rights, I will tell you, you know. That's the hidden arrogance which, and I think it's the same problem with those who sympathize with refugees and so on and so on. It's that that's why I find suspicious this eternal self-humiliation of Europeans. I called it a reversed white man's burden. You know, white man's burden is an old English expression, colonialist, for we white people are tasked by nature, God, whomever. Our burden is to lead other nations to civilized life, whatever. Now we have the opposite version of white man's burden, which is, I think, also a refined racism. Whenever something happened, it's in third world country, slaughter like Rwanda, it has to be an effect of colonialism. And I have an African friend from Nigeria who got the point and exploded. He said, you are such racists, you Europeans. You don't even allow us to be genuinely evil. You treat us as such innocent children that you know, whenever we do something wrong, it must be your guilt. This is the new version of white man's burden. Let's look around. There is a slaughter in Kampuchea. Oh, it must be an effect of colonialism. There is okay, let's go on. Now things will get even much nastier. I hear Jane Bennett, if she were to be here, would have exploded. My ultimate example of assemblage would be not as a cheap provocation, not, please don't misunderstand me, to read assemblage theory as proto-fascist, quite the opposite. That I even tempted, but I'm afraid I would be even more attacked than I am, to write a short text on describing Auschwitz as an assemblage. Let's forget about human suffering. Let's look Auschwitz as a collaboration between humans, victims, worms, fire there, and so on. A kind of objective process of objective process of material interaction. And we can say not only the Nazis were agents, inmates were the agents, worms who ate the corpses if there were some, if they were not properly burned, were agents, and so on and so on. And we can do it. But now another philosophical point, I'm so sad I don't have time to develop it. What we get here, and now I will turn to Gilles Deleuze, towards whom I'm critical, but he's a genius, has ingenious insight. Deleuze said that his thinking tries to construct, a quote from Deleuze, a perception of reality as it was before or after humanity. A perception released from its human coordinates. He says we should view reality as, quote, iridescent chaos of a world before man. Now, I claim this doesn't mean cosmological speculation, how did Big Bang look? It means that take a phenomenon like Auschwitz and you look at it from outside of human concerns. Of course, it's let's not misunderstand me, it's an utterly obscene vision, because in some sense you cannot do it. And here I come to my next point. I will be very brief, I really don't want to spend too much time. I think that here Deleuze introduces, and he does it at some point he explicitly uses the terms, the Kantian distinction between for us phenomenal reality and in itself, in the sense of nominal, independent of us, not in this naive sense that in itself is reality out there the way it really is outside our view, but in itself as, I will put it like this, an impossible phenomenon. The problem with the vision of Auschwitz that I gave to you is not that you cannot claim it's bluffing, that it's the way Auschwitz really was. No, it's still our view, but it's impossible view. It's too traumatic. As ethical human being, we cannot afford to look at reality in that way, where inmates are, the burned people there are just reduced to one among the actants together with worms and whatever. So my point is this one, that here Claude Lanzmann, with whom I often don't agree, I think, to shock you, that his Shoah, I found it very suspicious ethically. But at some point he was right. He wrote somewhere that if he were to discover, let's say that some Nazi sadist did it, if he were to discover reels, I mean movie, cinema, with direct shooting of the most brutal moments of Auschwitz. You see the bodies being gassed, and then how in panic mother climbs upon her child to be a little bit higher, to be gassed. Like, you know, all the most brutal moments. He said, I would burn it immediately. And he is right. You see too much there. But you see the point. It's not that you see objective reality the way it's seen. You see a phenomenon. It's still a phenomenon. But a phenomenon which cannot be integrated into our reality. Okay, that's philosophy. Now I come to the final point, which may be problematic to some of you. At some point I got even, for showing this part in London, an old lady approached me and said, basically, she demanded from me a trigger warning. She said it was too brutal, you shouldn't have shown it to us. But I don't believe in this logic of trigger warning. You know, I think that academia is not a safe place where you escape harsh life. Academia, on the contrary, should confront you with brutality, you know. Okay, so let's go on. In this messy world where everything is on us as ethical subjects, but at the same time, you see the paradox I'm saying. Look, for example, at slavery in the United States. You can provide an objective history. It was a collaboration of black stripes in Africa who were selling the slave, blah, blah. You do an objective history. You can do it, but it's an utter obscenity. To do it from this neutral way, objectivity becomes an utter obscenity. It's an obscenity to report on it in an objective way. So again, if we try to bring together the two aspects, this ruthless objectivity and at the same time utter ethical engagement, what kind of ethics do we get? Here comes now my final example. One of the good aspects of globalization, I think, I really love it, is I'm not against globalization, you know what? Because it's genuinely multicultural. By this I mean a simple thing, not multicultural in this usual left liberal sense, but in the sense that it's not only American culture and maybe French, English, also smaller nations get their chance. Do you remember how years ago there was a period of South Korean, Taiwanese movies? There was a period even of Romanian movies. They are very good, wonderful sense of irony and so on. Never forget that this is also a good effect of globalization. It's not simply we will all eat hamburgers and watch Hollywood blockbusters. If anything, my prediction is that one possible result of globalization will be that Hollywood will start losing. I mean, who still wants to watch their stupid, this blockbusters where they even cannot produce new formulas, and all they can do is endless remakes of old movies and then combining them. No, now you have Batman with Superman and so on. It's despair. So what I'm to say is that I like to read the good detective novels, and we have now a new wave, and that's what I like, I discovered. It's no longer a couple of privileged sites, like for classical whodunit England, for hard-boiled novels LA area or United States, maybe a little bit of France and so on. Now they can happen, detective novels, literally everywhere at any time. Do you know that you already have novels which take place in ancient Egypt? A priest who is a detective at some stupid pharaoh's court. You have detective novels, Stephen Saylor writes them, which happen in ancient Rome. An acquaintance of Julius Caesar does the work. You have one series on Alexander the Great and so on, anywhere. Medieval, Umberto Eco started the fashion, medieval. You have them now which take place in Tibet, in Russia, and my favorite are those which take place in extreme circumstances. Like, you have now a whole subspecies of detective novels which take place in two of what, at least in Europe, we perceive as extreme moments: the last years of war in Germany and the harshest Stalinism. Like now, yesterday, I finished a novel called Jim McDermott, Peenemünde, where von Braun built rockets, Deceptions, where there is a murder in 44, one of the engineers is shot in Peenemünde. And I love, or you have Stalinist one, 35, a body is discovered in the middle of Moscow. An honest policeman tries to resolve the crisis, but the victim is a foreigner, KGB intervenes, whole mess. And, okay, not to get lost, along these lines, okay, I will tell you a dream, because nobody will want to do it, I don't care if you know it. My simple dream is to do a novel, but honest one, not cynical, which takes place in Auschwitz. Like inmates, and one is found strangled. And they are all on the edge of dying, but one of them tries to resolve it as a murder case. And then I want to do a paradoxically upbeat, tragic ending. He solves the crime, but then they all go in a well-known, to a well-known place with a big burning machine and so on. So along these lines, I love the new, this is old story, yesterday's news, Sweden, even Iceland, Norway, Joe Nesbo. My favorite are now, thrillers come from Denmark. Not only novels, but also TV series, The Killing, and a series of novels which were made into films, a trilogy. I want to show you a short clip from one of them. The original title is Flaskenpost, Message in a Bottle, and in English, I don't know why, but it's a very good change of title. It was changed into A Conspiracy of Fate. Incidentally, I would love to write a text on the logic of, that now they no longer do it, but in the 50s and 60s, even later in some countries, they were always, when they dubbed a movie for another country, they were changing the titles all the time. For example, it's interesting, Hitchcock's North by Northwest. In Germany, it was quite logically, Der unsichtbare Dritte, the invisible third, and so on. My favorite example, sorry, I cannot abstain from playing bad taste racist jokes. You know that for Brazilians, I spoke with you, Portuguese are stupid. The idea is all the intelligent guy from Portugal went to Brazil. Idiots remained there. So you know the story, I will not lose time, of Hitchcock's Psycho. The joke in Brazil is that Psycho's title was changed in Portugal into The Son Who Was His Own Mother, to make it understandable for So along these lines, this time it works. The title is A Conspiracy of Fate. A Danish Mar from 2016, again, a call to illegal activity. You can immediately download it from Pirate Bay or whatever. I will not bore you with the story, but just I will show you, just a minute please, 4 or 5 minutes clip. It's the story of an honest policeman who is described as a terminally depressive guy, always in despair, of course totally atheist, and children are disappearing, they are killed in a strange sadistic way, and at the end he, the detective, locates the murderer, who is really a kind of ideal Parsifal, Aryan guy with blue long hair, a pathological murderer who thinks he is an instrument of devil's son. And his task is, he says, to destroy the faith of the parents. It's not just to torture children, but he does this so that in presence of parents, or so that parents are aware of it. So he says his main task is not just to torture and kill people, but to do it in such a way that it destroys their faith. And then an ethically quite shattering scene occurs. I find it beautiful. Don't be too alarmed. If some of you, trigger counter warning, are to be too shocked when a child is really drowned, killed. It's not. At the end of the film, he survived. He was just unconscious, so that you will not be too... No, because some people at some talk, when I show this protested, how can you show this, and so on and so on. Don't be... Okay, let's show... Now, I think I described it.
Manuset, nå skal du leve.
Okay, stop. I think even the movie now loses its spirit, because it's nonetheless as if after this stance, you know, God intervenes from the outside. But nonetheless, my point is a very simple one. From my Christian atheist standpoint, no, the murderer is wrong. God was there 2 times when he, the detective, offered himself. Take me, and when the girl didn't want to stab the guy. So, this is my crazy position. I will try to be short, not to go too much on now. Buy my next book where you will have all the chapter on this. No? It's called Incontinence of the Void, to appear MIT Press in October. No, this is what I mean by Christian atheism. You know, Christ as a figure is not an active redeemer. It's just this impassive gaze which gives you the readiness to do it without any guarantee in faith. I don't read this in this cheap way. The guy, the detective, thinks he's an atheist, but really he's the deepest believer. No, he is. The murderer is right. The deepest believer. You know, when the murderer tells him, I never met a guy with such a faith as you. But precisely because he needs no guarantee whatsoever in some higher force. He just has to do it in a totally hopeless situation. It's not that he wants to gain his place in heaven. That's pure divine goodness. You see a situation, you have to do it. It's not because you account, oh, if I save this child, I will be forgiven to cheat on my wife, I will get a bed. It has nothing to do with that. So, okay. Why then, now you can ask me a simple question. Why do I call this Christian atheism? Why don't I simply say it's a materialist ethics, like this, pure goodness, no guarantee? Here, of course I am a materialist, no misunderstanding here. But my good friend, I really like him. Okay, not good friend, I boast, I exaggerate. I met him 2 times. We went along really well. You know, Rowan Williams, the leftist ex-Archbishop of Canterbury. In his book on Dostoevsky, I don't like Dostoevsky, but I like his book, Williams is of Dostoevsky. He, among other things, I cannot refrain from briefly describing this to you, he provides the best reading that I can imagine of Dostoevsky's Idiot. You know, the usual reading of Idiot is, he is too divine for this world, a saint. For Rowan Williams, It's a wonderful reading. And it's so deeply true if you know the story of Dostoevsky's idiot. He is not pure evil, idiot, Prince Mishkin, but something much more refined. There are people, and I met them, they really exist, who are really sincerely, no doubt, innocent good in themselves. But the way they act in their social environs is that it's a kind of a wrong goodness. They are absolutely sincerely good, but they cause catastrophe all around. You know, and for example, Prince Mishkin, what does he cause? Nastasia Filipovna gets murdered by that other guy, or whatever. He causes catastrophe around himself. Okay, the same Rowan Williams provided a wonderful definition in his book on Dostoevsky on what really is the divine dimension at its most elementary. And he, Rowan Williams, makes a reference to 4 British Catholic novelists, O'Connor, Percy, Spark, and Ellis, and this is what he says about them, a short quote. All 4 create a world in which the secular majority account of what is going on is relativized. But there is no simple alternative that anyone can step into by a single decision or even a series of decisions, in the sense of this secular reality is shitty and there must be a higher order. The religious dimension of these fictions lies in the insistent sense of incongruity, unmistakable even if no one within the fiction can say what we should be congruent with. So it's just that our world is out of joint, inconsistent, lacking something, but it's literally negative theology. Not negative theology in the usual sense, God is so much beyond that we cannot describe it properly. No, it's simply God is just this absence. The empty place comes before what we fill it in through our images of God. The basic divine dimension is this void, just this void, in the sense of our reality is not, something is terribly wrong with this reality. And I think not only we can't think this in a materialist way, but the only proper way is to think it in a materialist way. And here things get complicated. Here we should reject, you know, one of the most famous formula of Marx, that religion is the opium of the people. First, be careful, Marx does not say for the people. This would be way too vulgar for Marx. It's not that, as in a certain naive form of enlightenment, some evil priests are fabricating religion the way drug dealers like from Colombia, sorry, my bad, I'm so sorry, are fabricating. No, it's of the people. But you know what's my main argument against this formula today? Yes, we have a religion which works as the opium of the people. Of course, the terrorist, fundamentalist religion, but never forget, not just in Muslim countries. I'm here a radical pessimist. You know that FBI has under observation in the United States 2 million Christian fundamentalists suspected of being potentially terrorists. I'm sorry to tell you, that's basically the same percentage as among Arabs, you know. So the question should not be just to be Islamophobic, it should be what is it in the dialectic of modern global capitalism that pushes people towards fundamentalism. But okay, this is kind of also maybe a version today of the opium, religion as the opium of the people. But there are at least 2 others, and I think Adorno already says this somewhere. We have 2 other opiums of the people. You will guess, I hope, which are they. Opium and people. For populists, their opium is people themselves. You know, this phantasmatic image, people, and so on. Marine Le Pen's opium are the people, and so on, no? The true French people threatened by... And the other opium of the people is opium. For many intellectuals, opium is drugs. It's opium itself, you know. So, the way to get out of it, I am for a religious dimension, but in this purely abstract way, and I don't have time to do it, a wonderful reading can be given in this sense to link, since these guys are Danish people, to link with the obvious person, with Kierkegaard, no? Whose formulas of religion, when he says God is not something we relate to, God is relating itself. And all those formulas, who at least I think, come to the edge of a certain type of very paradoxical materialism. I don't want to bore you too much, and I hope you will not protest again against this politically correct madness I've shown you too much. My God, if you, you know, also when I talk about rapes, people claim you shouldn't talk in such plastic terms or whatever, you know, that it's shocking. Fuck you, it should be shocking, you know, because if you just abstractly describe it, then it doesn't really affect you. Then it's just, oh, it's like bureaucratic statistics, you know. No, you should be shocked by the horrors which go on. Thanks very much for your kind patience. I begin here. I will do what I was asked for, but I will Buddhism, blah, blah. But nonetheless, I would like to somehow connect it, link it to what we were talking, to the line here. So, speaking about what I did already, that's one days ago. You remember what I said? I want to share these thoughts with you. I hate this expression. This is California, you know. The biggest thing you can do is share your experience, you know. Now, sorry, I'm evil. I cannot resist it. Let me tell you a dirty story where John Kobzek almost killed me. I was explaining Lacanian formulas of sexuation once. You know, the idea being what John Kobzek, and she chaired the session, advocated that it's a very beautiful theory that, you know, Immanuel Kant himself opposes masculine and feminine identity as sublime and beautiful. I mean, it's disgusting by chauvinism. Of course, like, women are beautiful, men are sublime. This means, of course, all the greatness is, you know, on which side, and so on. No? But then, John Kobzek did something tremendous. Did you already hear about Lacan's? Okay, I do it in my book and repeatedly, in my Daring with the Negative, in my big fat book, Less Than Nothing. This Lacan's so-called formulas of sexuation, the paradoxes of symbolic order, if you have a totality and all, it must be grounded in an exception. If there is no exception, then it's non-all. You cannot totalize it, and so on and so on. So, the genius of John Kobzek, this was already 25 years ago, almost, was to link this Lacanian formalization of sexual difference not to beautiful sublime, like this anti-feminist way, women are just beautiful, if you want this abyss of deep sublimity, you turn to men, but to two modes of the sublime. You know, that Kant distinguishes between mathematical sublime and dynamic sublime. Mathematical sublime is quantitative sublime. It's simply too much to grasp. And dynamic sublime is the sublime of intensity, qualitative, like, I don't know, an explosion of energy, like, I don't know. I experienced once this, and let me advise you, it's not nice. I mean, it's romantic to look like, were you already when the lightning strikes, but really close to where it strikes, you know, I can tell you it's not nice, you know, because like you are in the ship, you know, it's no longer the nice distance. Okay, so incidentally, what you mentioned, you, the young Che Guevara, you are writing now, I'm sorry, it's my nature to be evil. Are you writing the diaries? You go on with the diaries. Yeah. And now you have what? And now you are a star. What do you have now? Porsche diaries or helicopter diaries? Sorry, it's in my nature to be evil. Yeah, sorry, seriously. What you said, you know, about that Italian, you mentioned what opera excess, no?
that I think that in music you find, I read about it, a wonderful example of this. Italian versus German sublime. German sublime is masculine, even if Wagner all the time has this bullshit about, you know, this, like, Isolde dying, excess, but I think I've proven this. And even, I was in Bayreuth once, they invited me, I debated with Syria, this idea that, this is a nice rereading, that, you know, basically just the story of Tristan and Isolde, no? Wagner's, yes, that the proper way to understand Act 3, you know the story, like this ridiculous missed encounters. Tristan is dying, when Tristan dies, Isolde comes, and then she dies, they don't die together. One French director who is very traditional, but here he was very good, he died, Jean-Pierre Ponel, you must know it, I refer to it all the time, it was a stroke of a genius. His reinterpretation was that Tristan dies alone. That, you know, after Act 2 they are discovered at lovers, and then to be cynical, Isolde said, okay, I had my fun, now I play it safe, let's stay with my husband, no? And the idiot Tristan is there waiting for her. So the reading is, but it's done so well in a cinematic way that Tristan waits for her, gets crazy, and then the only way for him to die is with her. So, you know, the very last song, so-called Liebestod, that this is Tristan's imagination, fantasy. It's very nice how he cannot die without her, so the only way to die is to imagine her, and you know why? It may surprise you, why me and Talent, but you defend Wagner. We know he was total anti-Semitic and so on. But I claim what he was doing in his operas is precisely undermining his own ideology. Okay, but I will not go into this now. Just to make the point that it's such a wonderful staging. It plays precisely with object A as, you know, when do you experience object A? Precisely because it's a pure, how to put it, phantasmatic embodiment of the void. Now, sorry if I refer in a very primitive, male chauvinist way to femininity, but isn't it that when a woman feels attractive, I mean, maybe this is a male myth, I don't care, but how to say the Italians like it, se non è vero è ben trovato, no? It's a nice theory, screw it, true or not, that it's, you probably don't know, it's secret beyond the door, a nice late Hollywood Fritzland, not so late, 48 I think, melodrama where a woman is attracted by a guy and there is a wonderful phrase how she's seduced. She says to her friend, another woman, you know, the way this guy who looked at me, I felt that she sees in me things like sexual potentials that I even wasn't aware that I have them. You know, this idea that object A is what you see of you in the other's gaze. Like when you see fascinating gaze on you, you know. Okay, so let's go on. Something like this, it is staged. It's wonderful. Tristan is dying. The scene is in colors, the usual, the trees, that island where Tristan is dying, Cornwall. And he then looks into the camera, the hall, the podium, and drops his and then Isolde comes, but you know how, as a kind of a outgrowth, artificially lighted behind him, and he never looks at her. It's as if he's looking at our gaze, you know, seeing her. And then it's done so depressively wonderfully, because after Isolde dies, since the last notes, there is already in Wagner 1-2 seconds of a break, and then like 10, maybe 15 seconds of orchestral music. That 1-2 seconds break is used by Wagner, is used by Ponel as visual equivalent to fade out, fade in. So that when Isolde stops singing, she's really like this in a totally artificial light, the focus, but behind him, Tristan is really at us. you get fade out, the stage gets dark, and then 2 seconds later, she must have run away very quickly, you get back, and you see Tristan alone, all the scene is grey without her, lying there, no? I mean, it's so efficient, it's so well done, but again, this intensity there is male sublime, like, you know, it's too strong, blah, blah. I'm so sorry I don't have it here to play it for you. I much prefer the Italian, this quantitative sublime. You find it in Rossini, in a typical area of Rossini. I've written about it, for example, you know, the best known one from Figaro, Largo al Factotum, or even a better one I claim from Cenerentola, The Evil Father. It is a wonderful intersubjective complication. It's the best staging of obsessional satisfaction, because Lacan provides a very precise definition of obsessional neurotic. For Lacan, obsessional neurotic is someone whose object of desire is the demand of the other. Now people say, what does this bullshit mean? It's very simple. I remember from my mother. My mother was always complaining, you are just exploiting me, you are sending me on errands, this, that. Then, of course, evil as I am, I was like, fuck you, so nothing. And then she was immediately desperate. What, am I of no use? Please allow me to do. You know, precisely the object of eternal complaint was her object of desire. You know, in this quite literal sense, my desire, if I am, and my God, I am an obsessional neurotic, the object of my desire is your demand, like. And this is then, Rossini stages the most beautiful, in at least 2 areas, coordination. He renders it in this area of obsessional neurotics, full happiness. For example, in Cenerentola, okay, Largo al Factotum, del Figaro here, Figaro there, we all know him, but this one is a father of the 2 evil daughters, you know, and then the Cenerentola, what do I say this in English, I don't know, the ash lady, you know, Cenerentola, you know, sorry? Yeah, but you know which story I'm talking about, the one, the ugly, sorry, Cinderella, my God, I'm so stupid, yes. Okay, so you have the father, when he thinks that the prince will marry one of his 2 daughters, staging a small show for the daughters, it's wonderful. Imagining how will it be when one of his daughters will become the queen. How, of course, what he imagines is that all the sleazy guys around will come for him to intervene. And he will demand, he dreams about being the focus of corruption, okay? And it's done in such a precise way. First, he describes the situation. I will be sitting there, people will approach me, a lady flirting, oh, can I go to bed with you if you provide a post for my son, another guy giving you pieces of gold, and so on and so on. And then he imagines the whole dialogue of how he answers them. Oh, maybe, but I don't see enough money there. Maybe, but okay. Then comes the first subjective twist where he fakes, and that's the sublime, that it's too much, you know. He starts to think, no, all of you demanding of me this, that, sorry, I cannot, you know. He dreams about being overwhelmed by demands, and then it's so beautiful. Just the last twist is when he says, oh, what a happiness, I'm so happy to be. And with Figaro it's the same, you know. First he complains, Figaro here, Figaro there, everybody wants things from me, no? And then the end is, oh, what a happiness to be this. I prefer this, what happened, okay, I didn't lose my thread. What happened with John Kopchak is this one. People said that this is bullshit, this is just abstract logic. Give us one example where this really works. Like, give an example of these 2 logics of sublime which would have anything whatsoever to do with sexual difference. No, haha, they thought with the wrong guy. I did it. It was so nasty. I gave the example which, well, all I can tell you is, without being too indiscreet, that I asked many ladies who are my friends, and I wasn't doing this with them, and they confirmed it. Okay, now let me be a little bit disgusting. When a man does cunnilingus to a woman, and a woman says, yes, yes, more, more, I was literally told that there is the standard miscommunication. Woman, according to the formulas of sexuation, means this in a quantitative sense, like go on quantitatively more, while typically man means she wants me whatever, to bite her or what, you know, to be more intense, more forceful. And this is the typical misunderstanding. Now what then happened is that, because this was in California, is that John Corbett, who is a little bit prudish, very nice lady, got pale and looked at me very evil. And she should have learned that you don't do this with me, because she provoked me into a slightly tasteless outbreak. I told her, what is it, Joe? Was this not your experience? We are in California, share your experience. And then we had the ultimate film noir dialogue. Because, you know, she told me, Slavoj, I mean it, I will kill you. You know what was my answer? I love you too. No, this is elegant. I have a long theory that, you know, any idiot, it's easy to be polite in a polite way. You're just polite. It's easy to be vulgar in a vulgar way. It's a little bit more difficult, but every British gentleman or lady can do this, to be vulgar in a polite way. You know, this kind of a cold politeness, which can be even, and that's incidentally for me the problem with political correctness. That, for example, I remember when blacks, you no longer, I mean, it's preferred even now, I think, to say, I think it's racism, even worse. Instead of black, to say African American. But the problem is that in this way, a whole new area of racist humiliations in open, done in a much more elegant, but for this reason much more aggressive way. First, for obvious reasons of content. You know why I'm against these hyphenated identities? African American, Indian American, and so on. Because it always, here we are again at the logic of the master signifier, it always presupposes a zero level without hyphen. Like, Englishmen are not English Americans, they're just Americans, you know. So, but okay, what I wanted to say is that I remember 20 years ago when this was introduced, you don't say black, you say African American. Do you know that there is a whole series of rather tasteless, but some of them even appear to me a little bit maybe funny jokes made of this, where simply in movies with wonderful effects they replace black with, you know, do you know that early horror movie, one of these wonderful modest horror classics from early 50s, Creature from the Black Lagoon. Now all my friends are saying Creature from the African American Lagoon and so on. But I'm serious here. You see, this is the danger of this politically correct strategy. You play with fire. You think you censor it, but you know, it's precisely the logic of enjoyment that we mentioned. You prohibit it, censor it, oh my God, you explode a whole new terrain of humiliations and so on and so on. No? So again, yes. Now back to you. What I speaking about this Italian, as it were, excessive effect. What I appreciated, I wanted to ask you seriously, was this done on purpose? If you talked with the director, I'm talking about how do you really translate that into Mamma Tambien? Like, I will fuck also your mother, or what? Like,
Anche tua mamma, yeah.
Does it mean this? Like
that I also did it with your mom.
Yeah, did it? Yes, I also fucked your mom. Yeah, that's the most beautiful movie. Because didn't most of you have, my absolute dream, I had it, is when you are in elementary school, early teens, to have an attractive teacher lady and to do it with her. Isn't this the absolute dream of all? But what I mean, now I'm more serious. In this film, that's what I wanted seriously to ask you. Obviously it was done with purpose, but did the guy really know? What I like it so much is that the film, although in itself, if you just tell the story, is simply the two young guys, the lady, blah blah. But isn't it that in a, okay, not too refined, but nonetheless very nice way? Why very nice way? Because it always remains a background. It's this political violence background. Now, I remember you with your friend, when you didn't have time just to screw the lady, you are on the street, and then isn't it you pass a place where you just see how police is beating some people in the back? You know, I like this, how the film never makes this direct, vulgar step into, oh, now we will confront this. It just remains this kind of a political corruption and violence background. It's already at the beginning, because isn't it clear that, was it, don't take it personally, was it your father or the other guy's father who, because of corruption, had to escape? The other guy. So yours is clear. No, but now I'm serious. What I like so much is this elegance, you know, that they didn't go then into this vulgar open social criticism, you know, that it remains just a kind of a ominous shadow, you know, which is also nice. I forgot the title. There was a movie about 4 friends growing up and their love adventures in an American city. Sorry, I forgot the title. If you are very interested, I have it in one of my books, I can find it. You know, these growing up maturity films, which is done in such a nice way. If you look the film the first time, it's done so on the edge of subliminal that you even don't notice it. How all the time there is some kind of a hint, shadow of some impending catastrophe. For example, they found an abandoned pool of water in an abandoned construction site, and they jump in, swim, but then you see that, my God, it must be dangerous, because just beneath water there are some remainders of some steel construction, and all the time that the boys are jumping in, you know, you fear like, my God, will someone hit that or whatever. Or the same, whenever they cross in this small, when this is the film takes place in this American small town through which a highway runs, this desert highway, just 2 lanes, with a lot of long traffic, I mean large long direction traffic. So, you know, whenever they cross the street, they just miss a large track, you know. It's wonderful and all the time, but it remains totally in the background. It's kind of a, and then maybe it's a compromise, but it still works for me. You wait, you read this hermeneutic like, oh, when will the big catastrophe hit? It doesn't. At the end, they finish their studies, it's happy ending, but then you get the surprise, you know, after the final credits, because this film takes place in early 60s, they say, that guy died in Vietnam, that guy was murdered in a robbery, and you know, it's kind of, you learn only at the very end. But I like very much, because I claim, let me give you 2 further analysis from me, I claim this is what comes close to what I was improvising, you remember, apropos Van Gogh and Moon, this dance, you know, so that it's clear that for me, movie becomes art. You have a certain narrative to say, but it's not just transparent narrative, it's as if at the very level of the texture of film, there must be some density which counteracts the narrative, but it must be done not in a vulgar way. You know which film I often use, and sorry if you know this theory. What for me is one of the masterpieces of American cinema, I already mentioned it, I think, Robert Altman, Shortcuts. The official story of the movie is, of course, some kind of stupid leftist, I'm a leftist, but I hate this kind of stupid leftism, stupid leftist critique of American alienation, the silent despair of these middle-class suburban lives and so on. But it's not all so dark. Nonetheless, while I watched the film, I had this indescribable feelings that it didn't hit me as such a dark film. And then I got it. I spoke with Fred Jensen, who now wrote a wonderful text on shortcuts, that it's the forum itself. In what sense? You know what's the narrative structure? This, I think, 8, 9 parallel stories and the totally contingent encounters, which can be sometimes catastrophic, sometimes not, and so on. And Fred Jensen gave me this idea. Now you, the two evil, who like Deleuze, he told me that this very Deleuzian, this always reminded, he told me, Fred Jensen, to Spinoza read by Deleuze. You know, this optimist ontology, its open process, multiplicity, meaning, or rather sense, is not teleologically guaranteed, but sense comes from all these contingent encounters. So what I like is this, that you don't have in this usual vulgar socialist realism way at the end a guy, this would be the lowest if he were to include, by he I mean Altman, some guy, I don't know, poor, homeless, black, Latino, who would at the end says, oh, like who would have spoken the party line, you know, oh, these are all alienated. No, you don't need the direct positive message. Positive message is already in the very forum. And Fred Jensen has a very nice idea of how there is nonetheless one moment at the end when a family shares bread, a cake, and he reads this as a kind of a optimist proletarian communion, the left. Okay, but let me go on. Another example which I use in my books, which is much more vulgar, but works also. For a long time of this tension, for a long time I was intrigued by the fact of, how's it called, The Sound of Music. Why was it such a mega hit? Because, you know, if you, I mean, we all say, oh, whatever, what's the bullshit called, such a boring movie. I mean, another, Avatar, I hate Avatar. I mean, did you see Avatar? I simply don't get it. It's a boring movie. The storyline is so flat, non-interesting, you know. Okay, but now, you know, if you adjust it to inflation, then the two hits are, I think, one is still Gone with the Wind, and two is, let's be serious, Sound of Music, you know. Okay, did you see Sound of Music? If you are not, be ashamed. I pardon you if you didn't see some bullshit, Eisenstein, whatever. Fellini, but if you didn't see Sound, okay. I claim that it's precisely a similar tension. Maybe you know my idea, I read it. About how the official story is to make you feel good, no? The official story is honest Austrians fighting the Nazi threat. But I claim, look closely at gestures, how people are dressed, and you get basically the opposite message. The Nazis, you know, there is a bad Nazi guy who wants to take over on behalf of the Nazis, the Salzburg Games. He's dressed like a corrupted Jew. I mean, I know because with my friend Tudi Aloni, I was watching the film, and he said, no, but we are dead, we Jews are dead. So, you know, it's this typical non-German associated dress code associated with ordinary people, with corrupted Jewish bankers and so on. You know, this tuxedo thing, these cigar holders, whatever. And the Austrians are clearly painted as like small is beautiful fascists. Not these big aggressive fascists, but these, you know, small, deeply rooted. And I think this is the genius of the film. In order to make you feel good in front of the big other, your anti-fascist resistance, no? But at the level of its texture, it tells you exactly the opposite story. Which is why the movie has a symptom. I love it. You know that the movie has, one of the legendary mistakes. By mistakes, I mean this, how to call it, gaffe or whatever, when something is wrong, continuity. You remember that do, re, mi, blah, blah, when Sister Maria takes the children. And then she plays, Julie Andrews, with some oranges and buys oranges. If you don't believe me, and the movie takes place in 38. Okay, put it on freeze and stop when you see the box with oranges. It says they're a product of Israel. I mean, the revenge. No, but seriously, I've written about it. You know why I am really so absolutely fascinated by that film? It's the most obscene Catholic propaganda. In what sense? I'm sorry if you know the story. I would like to show it to you. We don't have time. Okay, you all know this. You know which is for me the absolutely obscene moment in the film? Okay, at the immediate level, if you saw it, is, I don't know what's with me, but whenever I see it, I flash red. I cannot. You remember, like, I think about 40 minutes into Sound of Music, when children have to go to sleep, and they sing that, Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye, and so on. I find this so obscene. Sorry, I cannot watch it. But there is one which is maybe not so obscene, but it's more. Are you aware, first, what type of obscene film this is beneath the surface? You know, the first song is the nuns sing, what should we do with Maria, and so on. Well, the point of the film is she needs a good fuck. No, it's absolutely open. No, and then comes the absolute part. You remember how it's quite shocking. How you remember the scene? The evil fiancé of Baron von Trapp comes and convinces her. Blah blah blah. Okay, so Maria is afraid of her sex awakening and escapes back into the nunnery or whatever. And that's the crucial scene. She goes to Mother Superior and says, listen, I am still in love with Baron. I don't know what to do. Please punish me. I need repentance, whatever. And then comes the absolute obscenity. You remember that famous song? The Mother Superior starts to sing back to her with a clear message, almost literally. No, church, convent, nunnery is not a place of escape. Go back, seduce the guy, fuck him like crazy. And the song goes like, you remember, climb every mountain and so on and so on. For the one that I just finished shooting 3 months ago, the second part, Pervert's Guide to Ideology, we wanted to do it, but we were afraid because there were censorship problems. They told us copyright also, no? The idea was, my God, this would be so easy. Me, but I am like this in the movie, dressed, they made a perfect priest dress for me. So I am, okay, Father Superior, not Mother, and a young priest comes to me with a similar complaint. I think all the time about fucking young boys, what should I do? And then with a dark voice that I start to sing back, climb every young boy, and then we already thought it, but it was again, fuck that imperialist, the copyright problem. You remember the beginning of the film where you have camera up there from the airplane, helicopter, approaching down, and then to Julie Andrews who runs there and the hills are alive with the Sound of Music, you know? And we already had a deal with, how's it called? With Salzburg police, because we lied them. We told them this will be the propaganda for the film, blah blah, and they gave, Sophie told me, a very good price, like just, my God, this was peanuts, just I think 1,500 euros for 1 day full use of police helicopter. You know, the idea was this one. I'm like Julie, not exactly, Andrews running there, and the camera approaches it, and then I start with a Dutch voice to sing something like, you know, the hills are alive with critique of ideology and so on, you know? And then, because if you look at credits, then the music, orchestral, goes into that other famous song, blah blah blah, Wiener Schnitzel, whatever, some of my favorite things, you know. And then we already had it written that somebody dubbing me, not me singing, then we would go on with that melody like, you know, police torture investigation, forced confessions, these are the few of it. Fuck it, imperialist preventive, you know. But again, you know what's the message of that one, of that scene? Climb every mountain. It's precisely this message that you get from some priests as the ultimate perversion. The message is not it's prohibited, but come to us, just fake that you are one of us, and we will cover you, then secretly you can do whatever you want. You know, it's this much more obscene call. I quote, I think in Puppet and the Dwarf, Chesterton, who got this in a wonderful way. Chesterton said that the only way today to maintain the spirit of pagan hedonism is to protect it by Christian prohibitions. That the whole point of Christian prohibitions is to establish a space for, which is why, for, you can do whatever you want, which is why this is the most intelligent Catholic propaganda. You get it sometimes. Like, their real message is not sex is sinful and so on. Their real message is, even some priests play with this openly, almost openly, okay, is, and they are in a way right. If you want just direct, brutal pleasure, it will become mechanic, you will not enjoy it. You need us as the screen to really enjoy sex. So the point is not too much sex. The point is you must pretend to be Catholic, you know. And it's true that both big versions, Catholicism, Protestantism, involve this type of dialectic. The Catholic version is basically you can do whatever you want, just confess at the end of the week, you know. And here was the genius of Catholic Church in early 15th, 16th century, late 14th. You know, this is what shocked. Speaking about retroactivity, you know, like punishment. They were geniuses. You know what shocked Martin Luther? Not King, the old guy, anti-Semitic and so on. No, but he was honest. You know, first he was for Jews, because he thought Jews remained Jews because Catholic Church was corrupted. They were right. His message to Jews was, now I did order in Christianity, now you can join us. The Jews didn't, and then he became no. Okay, but what I want to say is that, you know, this is the utmost perversion. Do you know that the church was selling like crazy, how do you call this? You pay for your sins.
Indulgences.
Sorry?
Indulgences.
Indulgences, yes. But you know that they make this dialectical move into retroactivity. At the end, they were selling, even for big sins, indulgences for future. Like, let's say, I don't know, you are my daughter. As a good father, I wish all the best for you, but I cannot stand another guy to take, you know, so I want to kill you better than. So, I go in advance, I buy the indulgence, and then I know I'm already covered, you know, the ultimate. So, okay, so that's the Catholic logic. The Protestant logic is even better. You know what's basically the Protestant rule? You can do whatever you want, just feel a little bit guilty, you know. But in Catholicism, typically you don't, which is why Nietzsche preferred Catholicism, no? Because, okay, but again, going back to this, what? That I don't know enough about it.
Pretty much the same thing. You wish something.
But how does here? Okay, we don't have time to go into this now. I'm cheating again. But you know what really interests me? How does it? Because I am spontaneously as a leftist more Shia, but some Sunnis try to convince me that no, Shia are more filthy Catholics or whatever. You know.
Yeah, because of Imam Hussein and his suffering and that whole narrative and.
Yeah.
You know, the
original trauma.
But in Islam, there's no original sin. So it's a fundamentally different thing. In fact, when they proselytize to non-Muslims, they're at a superior position because they're outside of the sin. But once you become inside, it's a point system.
Yeah. But nonetheless, how would you... Okay, we don't have time to go into all this madness, but it would very much interest me, you know, I know rationally in the simple sense, reading books, no? What's the difference between Shia and Sunni? But, how should I put it? I don't really know. You know what I mean?
Well, it was Ali and Imam.
I know, but that's what I know. This is the official story, no? But what does this mean, libidian? For example, one thing I know, because a friend of mine gave me one. You know that this is also another element for Shia or the Catholics, you know. Because you know that in Iran, they don't have this absolute prohibition. I have a plate with young Mohammed. I mean, you can paint even Mohammed in Iran. But the friend told me, try to enter this with this plate, Saudi Arabia, and it's the last time I see you. You know, what is absolutely prohibited. So they are much more relaxed with regard to, for example, this iconoclasm, all that bullshit, but they're much softer, I was told, you know.
But look at Iran. Iran is a Shiite country, but we celebrate Nowruz as our New Year, not Muhammad's birthday.
Sorry, you celebrate?
We celebrate Nowruz as a New Year versus Muhammad's birthday. There's another Sunni countries as well.
Yeah. So where is your heart? Shia or Sunni? Okay, it's too intimate a question. You know. Okay, let's drop it. Okay. Let's go on. We are losing time. No, sorry?
Can we go back to Buddhism? That's where we started off.
Yeah. You want to crash me? We will not get it. Okay, let me go simple.
Answer your question, that's where it lies.
Yeah, okay. No, but you know what's so tragic? We are close to that how the same lie repeated itself as it were in Buddhism, you know. You have these three stages. You have the original Buddhism, which is closest to what's called Hinayana, then you have Mahayana, which is for me the end, the regression, and then you have the Tibetan kind. Okay, but immediately we go to that. I just want to finish this time to say that even in vulgar films like this, I love this, and Hitchcock is full of this, you know. Again, we don't have time to go read that book. We tried to develop there a lot of it that I co-edited, whatever you wanted to know about Lacan, but you dare to ask Hitchcock or what. How with Hitchcock, it's always that the form itself, movements of the camera and so on, tell their own story, which tends to undermine the official narrative, and that's what makes the texture of it. No? Okay. Let's go to where we were yesterday, and with this, don't worry, I will come to Buddhism. Another line, very brief, I would like to develop here. You remember when I talked apropos vertigo about that crack in space, where it's as if from another spectral domain. I think, I'm sorry if some of you know this line, but I think that this domain of neither life or death, but undead, however you call it, spectral, this begins with Kant, and this is why basically Lacan says, very strangely, once Lacan was asked, okay, if we do a little bit of primitive history of ideas, where does it begin? Psychoanalysis. No? He meant not just, of course, with Freud, but, you know, like, what are the origins? And of course, Lacan was totally opposed to the idea that in some this Schopenhauer, whatever, deep will, irrationalism, he said in Kant. In Kant's not even practicalism, a critique of pure reason. Where? And I have a nice answer, I hope. I'm sorry, some of you know this line, but it's like, you know that Kant distinguishes there between, you have a positive judgment, negative judgment, and what he calls infinite judgment. How are they structured? Positive judgment, you assert a predicate. I am alive. Or I am dead. You assert a predicate. Negative judgment is, of course, negation. I am not dead, which means I am alive. But as Kant puts it in a very nice way, infinite judgment is also negation, but a totally different one. In negative judgment, you negate a predicate. In infinite judgment, you assert a non-predicate. And you will say, okay, fuck off, what's the shit? Isn't it the same? No, it isn't, and I will give you an example, and as you may expect, my example is from Stephen King. You know, let's take it. I am dead. Okay, I'm dead. I am not dead. Okay, it means I am alive. But You know this basic expression from horror movies. What if I don't say, I am not dead? What if I say, I am undead? You know what this is? Totally different. It means you are the living dead. It opens, this is why Kant calls it infinite judgment, because it opens a third domain of indistinction where I am undead is not simply I am alive, but it's an immanent negation. I am alive as dead. And that's the Freudian drive, I claim. What I develop this in my books everywhere, but
in every dichotomy there's actually an infinite. Any place you go, a positive and a negative, there's also an infinite.
Give me an example. Because I'm a woman, you know in what sense, symbolically. Like the male chauvinist idea is that women cannot think in abstract terms, you need to give examples. Well, I don't know if it holds for women, but I am like that. So give me, when you say in everyday life, can you give me, I want to steal it from you.
I guess any choice, so like, if you want to drink water, you can either have it, or you cannot have it, or you can have something else.
Yes, but here it's precisely, the point is, it's not simply something else. We are still, the coordinates are still those of just alive or dead, you know. It's not something else. It's life reflected within death, so that as dead you are alive infinitely. And what I claim is that Lacan's name for this undeadness is lamella, which Lacan says it is drive itself as an object. And what I want to say is that, just to give you a hint, it's crucial. What Freud calls death drive is, did you notice, if you read Freud carefully, it's basically its exact opposite. It's Freud's name for immortality. Death drive is, think about undead. Death drive is something which persists, goes on beyond life and death. Which is why for me, I always use this example, which I already mentioned. The nicest example of death drive are for me Tom and Jerry cartoons and so on, you know. You slice them, you kill them, they return again and again, which is why Freud linked death drive to Wiederholungszwang, compulsion to repeat. It's this spectral entity which insists beyond life and death, which is why here I had a friendly problem with the guy who comes this Thursday, AB, but you know, because, you know, for him, immortality is the great eventual immortality, no? And for him, being towards death is just this human animal, you know? But I claim that if there is a big discovery in psychoanalysis, it's precisely this idea of obscene immortality. You know, not the great, immortal idea, but the terrifying immortality, where the whole problem is not how to become eternal, but how to die. And this is coming back to Wagner. This is, did you notice this? This is why he really was a proto-Freudian, I claim. This is what is so great in Wagner's operas. Take already from the first one, Flying Dutchman. What does Flying Dutchman want? He is precisely condemned to eternal life. He wants to find a woman with whom he can die and achieve peace. Let's go to the end. Amfortas, the Fisher King, in Parsifal. It's exactly the same. He has this strange wound, which is the same as for me, you know, which is for me at least, apart from animal stories, the best Kafka's short story. Do you know that story, Country Doctor? Where, okay, it's much more complex, but basically a doctor goes to a country house and finds a young boy who has a big, disgusting wound somewhere here. And that wound is open, life, chronic need, and as Kafka says very precisely, this wound is not threatening him with death, this wound is what prevents him to die. It's something that just go on, a kind of a obscene, undead life. This is the death drive. And again, all around in Wagner, you have precisely this problem of how to die properly, how to avoid being immortal. Immortality is presented as the ultimate nightmare. And you know who was aware of this? People usually don't get it. Kierkegaard, when he speaks about sickness unto death, he means also, read him closely, what he basically means is the exact opposite. He says that it's not that we are afraid to die. What we are even more afraid is immortality, because as he says, if we are just a species on Earth, we die, okay, no problem, I die nowhere, it's okay. But the point is, what if we do have an eternal soul? That's the horror, that's difficult to accept. And which is why I was quite shocked. You see how even in totally shitty films you can find pearls. Did you see, I had the misfortune of seeing him because of my small son, did you see part 2 the first one was The Clash of Titans, the second one was The Wrath of Titans. It's much worse. Also the women are not. In the first one there is that Gemma Arterton who is nice and sexy. I even inquired with Ray Fiennes, how is she? She told me you don't have a chance. She has now a beautiful young Italian husband. I said, okay, life is not perfect. Sorry, let me go on. No, but now I'm serious. There is a wonderful line there. If some of you saw the movie, but don't see it because of this, it's shit, it's much worse than that. When gods debate among themselves, I think it's precisely Ray Fiennes, that is to say, how do you pronounce it? Hades, Hades, yes, who says to Zeus, and it's a wonderful reversal of Heidegger. Maybe even, I don't know, I should ask Rafe, that the scenario writer was some intellectual who planted this in. He says that we gods, if the plan of the enemy succeeds, no, and we die, he says that people don't die. They are immortal in the sense of even if they, humans, even if they physically die, they survive in tradition. Big other is here. But basically now I translate the guy into Lacanian. So basically he says, but with us gods, because we are big other. And when we die, big other also dies. We are really mortal. You know, when a god dies, there is no human trick. I die, but I live for eternity through tradition, myths, or whatever. And it's a very nice theory, I find it. Yes, Heidegger was right to say mortals and immortals, but he got it wrongly. It's the other way around. Humans are immortal. Gods are truly, radically mortal. Okay, another point I want to make, just to connect. Yeah, it will come to your fucking Buddhism and so on. You know, this is also another nice point, how to read Lacan. What is so great about Lacan is how he, all the time, returns to the same phrase or example and reinterprets it all the time. For example, from already late 40s, I think, his really early writings, Lacan repeats, desire is the desire of the other. But it means absolutely different things. And we have here, that's why I want to tell you this, a wonderful illustration of the basic Lacanian triad, imaginary, symbolic, real. You know, to understand this, let me give you a very simple example. Chess. The symbolic are the rules. The imaginary are all this, how we identify figures, king, queen, whatever. You know how you can get the gap between symbolic and imaginary? Are you aware that all this, we call it a king, a queen, whatever, fortress, it's just to make it attractive for us. All that really defines a king is which moves he can do. And we can also put it, general secretary or just a logical operator. You can see here how symbolic identity is just a figure which can, you know, what's the rule? Only one move in each direction, and if he is lost, you are fucked up. The game is over, no? But you see, imaginary is then all that we put on it to the cloth on, and the real would be the simple radical externality. You play chess, the real is I come and with my evil stupid smile I kick the table and fuck off, it's over, even if you were winning, you know. So again, let's go through these three. How am I, yes, you will see that I'm not cheating. How am I coming to Buddhism here? Because I claim that, and I had a problem when I was in Korea with this, where they attacked me, some Lacanians there. There is a Lacanian group, not all of them there, although it's interesting that it's exactly in Korea, which is, as far as I know, the only Far East country where the majority is Christian. Did you know this? I didn't know it. It's over 60%, around 60%, I think they're Christian. Okay, but Lacanians are some people who claim Buddhism, and that Lacan basically is compatible with Buddhism. I think not, and I think it precisely concerns drive, object A, and so on and so on. Okay, so we will come immediately to that. Let me just begin with this. First, in the early Lacan, desire is the desire of the other means simply envy, competitivity, and so on. I desire what you desire. It's this mirror, like what René Girard would have called mimetic, all the mimetic bullshit or whatever, no? But here already things get, and Girard knew it also in his own way, complicated with Lacan. Here I think, and it's so strange that Lacan didn't do it. Here we should read early Lacan, this idea of desire is the desire of the other, the structure of envy, like, I had a wonderful example of this. I had a friend who is now a big Slovene analytic philosopher. He is a pig, I don't want even now to talk with him, but I remember how my ex-wife told me this. When this guy, the analytic philosopher in Slovenia, was young, he wanted to seduce my not yet wife at that point. But what was so funny? This guy was so ethically disgusting, he had no constraints, which means he openly said, what, if you are a gentleman, you don't say no. There was a third philosopher who was a kind of authority for this friend of mine. And that third philosopher liked my future wife. But he didn't have time to seduce her, so he told these bad guy philosophers, seduce her, I see she likes you, blah blah, no? Okay, sorry for this complication. But the point is then, when this guy, the disgusting analytic philosopher, that's what I learned from my wife when she became my wife. She told me the story that he was making passes at her in a very brutal way, like, simply embracing her, and that she was pushing him off, and then he says, but wait a minute, that guy told me you should, he invoked that other guy as an authority, How dare you? It's like, it's officially attested, you should do, it's not my desire, I'm just realizing the desire of the other. How dare you oppose? And it's so wonderful, he said it with such totally idiotic, I love this sincere surprise, What are you doing? It's wrong, it's not that me, I want to fuck you, but it's all the big other. So that it is strange that what Lacan doesn't do is to quote, Rousseau was not an idiot here. This wonderful Rousseau's distinction, very Lacanian one, between, what are the two terms? Amour de soi and amour propre, I think. That is to say, one is the honest egotism, and the other is this mediated egotism with envy. And Rousseau saw something which only today intelligent theorists of rational choice, ethical action see. That, okay, let me put it this way. Stupid Catholics often claim that out of equity, what's the standard Catholic criticism of our predicament today? Oh, old values, we neglected them. Today people are just consumerist egotists. They all care only about their profit, well-being, and they claim, a Slovene big theologist likes to use this term, that the only ethics you can arrive at this level is a pack among the wolves, We are all wolves from hominy lupus, but we say, okay, it's a little bit better if you make a minimal pack, no? But okay, and all that stuff. Rousseau was the first one to see and it's a very deep insight, simple but deep, how there is absolutely no contradiction between authentic egotism. By authentic egotism, he means where you really care for your well-being and collaborating with others and so on and so on. But the origin of evil is not egotism. The origin of evil is this reversal when, as I think the guy who just died, Gore Vidal, put it nicely once, when he said the point of capitalist competition is not just that I win, the other has to lose also, you know. This idea that, to put it very simply, the other is not just the one whom you ignore to be happy. No, it means more to you to destroy the other than your own happiness, you know. You have obstacle to your happiness, but the focus of your interest shifts onto the obstacle itself. Like, to give you an example of this logic, in Slovenia, I think I already mentioned this to you, we are an evil nation. Envy is our principle. You must also have it. We have these wonderful sayings like, you know, a fairy, magician comes to a Slovene farmer and tells him, I will give you a cow, but I warn you, I will give to your neighbor 2 cows. You can imagine what farmers answer. Rather kill one of my cows, but kill 2 cows of the neighbor. Or we have even a much more evil version. The guy says, I will do to you whatever you want, but remember, I will do it twice or give it twice as much to your neighbor. Slovene farmer says, take one of my eyes. And so on. So again, this logic of envy is not egotist logic. And from here we should move further. I claim that it's not true that in everyday life we are egotists. Adorno already, even the good old Frankfurt School Adorno, wonderfully developed this. Now, in our consumerist societies where, you know, literally you want what others want, it's very, maybe the most difficult thing is to be an authentic egotist. You know, because we are so much got into this competitive logic, screw the other, and so on, what more matters. And this is why, that would be my point, I did it in some ecological debate. You know, when ecologists, and I totally agree with them here, I mean, in principle, they struggle, but I don't agree with them when they claim that, you know, we are just egotists thinking about our well-being, not about our children. We should rise above our petty interests to... No, I think that precisely what we need for ecology is more healthy egotism. My point, and here I would really like to ask him, I think I already even mentioned this here. For example, a typical capitalist is in a certain perverted way, I know I already mentioned this here, extremely ethical. Okay, it's what Alain Badiou would have said, pseudo-event, pseudo-fidelity. But it's still, like, what's a typical capitalist? He's not, no, I just want pleasure. No! A typical capitalist works night and day, is ready to sacrifice his life, his family, neglects family, just that the capital turns over and so on and so on. It's typical, to put it in Badiou's term, the typical capital is not the egotist, hedonist, democratic, individual materialist. It's absolutely a kind of a perverted interpellation to an event. Like, there is something for which I'm ready to risk everything. So, again, we don't need any appeals, we just have to tell people, you are a hedonist egotist, so please, really be it. So this would be the first meaning, let's go back, of desire is the desire of the other. That what we desire is, here we can make all the variations. One is, in my desire, I imitate the other's desire. And don't underestimate to what extent this works. Like, I had a friend, it's an empirical case, and I promise to you I'm an atheist, I cannot say on God, and that this friend of mine to whom this happened is not me. there was, he heard that in a certain class, which he was then organizing, there is a beautiful girl. So when he joined that class, he immediately pretended to whatever, fell in love, tried to seduce that girl. But of course, what made that girl attractive to him is the fact that she was, she had this mythic status, she is the beauty, no? You know how he discovered it? It was incredible. He got it basically, I think, I'm not sure, like he did blah blah blah, and then he dropped her. And I asked him, what went wrong? You know what he told me? That he was just told there is a fatal beauty in that class, he got the wrong one. They made another girl. And it's incredible how when he learned this, he dropped this one. No. So literally, his desire was the other's desire. And don't underestimate this. Don't underestimate this. It may be an extreme, vulgar case, but okay, this is it. Then we have the second meaning. This is imaginary. Imaginary mirror, mimesis. The second meaning, which would have been the symbolic one, where desire, and this is the standard Lacanian meaning, desire is the desire of the other where you capitalize the A. It simply means what you desire. Not only in the sense of legitimate ways to desire, like what is socially permitted, but even transgressive forms are all prescribed by the symbolic order within which you live. The idea is that, you know, it's a very simple one. Precisely when you think, oh, it's all in my imagination, spontaneously. It's a complex symbolic structure which, without you being aware of it, regulates your desire. So simply, desire is not an intimate, simple authenticity. It's regulated by the big other. But then, in the late Lacan, desire is the desire of the other gets more radical. It's not imaginary, it's not real, it's more some kind of, how should I put it, some kind of abyss of the other, you know, the neighbor, even God, for example, the Jewish God is usually like, you know, where you have always this doubt, this radical opacity of the other's desire. What does the other want from me? Sorry?
Always found.
Yeah. So you see how nicely Lacan does work here, no? It's how nicely it works in all three registers: imaginary, symbolic, real, and so on. So let me nonetheless, okay, I cheated, but just a little bit. I will start with Buddhism, and we will be screwing Buddha then in the afternoon a little bit also, because now let's go to yes, I must annoy you. One more thing I want to add to that, because it's also connected to this. You remember yesterday when I talked about, and I didn't finish the story, that stupid story, you know, I want coffee without milk, not coffee, or coffee without cream, not coffee without milk. There is a further joke, I use it in last book of mine, so maybe you know it, but it makes the point, the underlying structure even better. I'm sorry to know the story. Did you see that British movie with, how is he called, my God? The British actor who plays Obi-Wan Kenobi, the young one. Sorry? No, the young one. Yeah. Okay, this is one of his early films before he became a Jedi bullshitter, you know, when he was still the British working class hero, you know. Did you see the film Brass Off? Yeah. It's a modest working class, half comedy, half whatever. Okay, but did you remember that? I mean, nothing dirty is said there, but it's for me at least one of the most erotic scenes of invitation that I've seen. It's Ewan McGregor, the homeless miner, whatever, accompanies a girl who is a good one, although she works for the administration who wants to close down the mine. Okay, he accompanies her home to her apartment block in the evening, and then that's the entire dialogue. No sex, nothing dirty. She tells him, would you care to come up to have a cup of coffee with me? He says, I would be glad to, but I don't drink coffee, no? And she says, no problem, I don't have any. Can you imagine a more open sexual invitation, you know? And nothing happens. She offers something, then it's no. Then she said, we don't need it, okay, it's not. You know, they just, of course, because coffee is a pretext, but how? Look, the paradox is that you offer it, you negate it, but the result is not zero. The result is absolute desire, no? It's, if I may be vulgar, but precisely you shouldn't be vulgar, because if you are vulgar in the film, and that's how our publication worked, it would have ruined everything. Like, can you imagine the vulgarity of she telling him, it doesn't really matter because coffee was just a pretext for what I really want you to fuck the brain out of me or whatever, you know? It wouldn't. And you know what's my point here? It's not only that it wouldn't, it would, that it's not only that it would be vulgar, it would also, that's the finesse, ruin the effect. It would have been inherently, erotically, much less. I found this again a wonderful example. If some of you want to write something like Hegelian dialectical techniques of seduction or whatever, you know. Although I also constructed in my book an example where this would have worked in politics. I imagined a dialogue when United States were attacking Iraq to discover weapons of mass destruction, and you know it. I imagined, like, you know, Donald Rumsfeld is saying to Europeans, come, help us, let's attack Iraq to get weapons of mass destruction, no? And we, Europeans, scary, say, oh, it's a problem, we don't have good equipment to discover weapons of mass destruction. And Rumsfeld said, no problem, there are no weapons. It works perfectly, you know. And no, I will talk about him to tell you another old story. Fuck you, you will not get Buddhism. No, you will, sorry. I repeated it so many times, but it's really beautiful. Rumsfeld, the great American philosopher, big contribution to epistemology. You know him, you know his famous line, don't you remember it? It was a shock. Precisely when he tried to justify American attack on Iraq, I'm just running ahead. But although I spoke with a good friend of Foucault, and he told me, screw authentic, Foucault really went to Iran in Khomeini's times to fuck young Shia priests, and that he had wonderful time there. That's another story. He says, I'm sorry if I repeat myself, but he says, there are things we know that we know, that we know and we know that we know them. Like, I'm in Sasfe and I know that I'm in Sasfe. Then he says, there are things that we don't know, but we know that we don't know them. For example, I'm sorry, I'm so ill. You know that with the money that you earn here, Wolfgang, our beloved master, goes for half a year to Phuket, Thailand, South, and have a house there, no? Okay, let's say I don't know how many doors Wolfgang house in the south of Thailand has, but I know that I don't know this, no. I hope the spy here will report this. I could have given a much nastier example, no. How many boys or girls? I'm polite. Although I like to, you know what's once I was spreading rumors like this against but you, and he was a little bit hurt. And I told him, listen, this proves that I'm a warm, nice guy. It would be brutal to tell you these things face to face. I don't want to hurt you, which is why out of politeness and my love, I only say behind your back. Okay, sorry, so again, to put a more neutral example, there are electric cars, which incidentally, do you know, that they cost, it's incredible, 110,000 Swiss francs, which means like dollar is more like 120,000 US dollars. My God, you can buy a Porsche. Because of some problem, they're so expensive, these small cars. Okay, let's go. I don't know how many of them there are in this city, town. But I know that I don't know this, no? And then he makes a complication. First step into philosophy, Rumsfeld. He says then, but there are things that we don't know, but we even don't know that we don't know them. And that was his ultimate justification for the attack. What if we know, he implied, weapons of mass destruction, those poisons, what type? But he says, what if there are even things about Saddam that we don't know, but we even don't know that we don't know them? You know, like some ultra weapons that we even don't know what to look for, and so on and so on. And here you have the limitation of American philosophy. Rumsfeld, did you notice how he forgot one thing, the fourth category? He has only things we know, and we know that we know them. We don't know, but we know that we don't know, and we don't know that we don't know. There is a fourth one, things that we know, but we don't know that we know it. And this is the Freudian unconscious. And that's why Americans were in trouble in Iraq. Because what they didn't know is precisely, for example, all the complex network of their own prejudices and so on, how they approached Iraq and so on. This would be, again, a nice definition of the unconscious. Lacan even uses the term, an unknown knowledge. Something you know, you know where you can find a simple example of this. It also goes with what I called yesterday the objective appearance. Things, the way things really appear. I will give an extremely simple example, but it will make the point. Let's say you are an adolescent. It's the standard thing to hate your father. You think your father is a stupid, confused jerk, a loser, and so on. There is a great 99.9% possibility that you are probably right. So what I want to say is that, but still, observe the same guy when he actually interacts with his father. And you will, as a rule, note something totally different, a kind of a love mixed with respect and so on. You know how you can even empirically, experimentally assert this? When a guy is telling you, oh, my father is such a jerk, blah, blah, just agree with him. Just tell him, yeah, it's incredible what a stupid guy your father is. He will immediately start to defend him and so on. So no, here is a nice example of how you make fun of your father, blah, blah, but what you don't know is that, okay, you really are tremendously attached to him and all that.
So isn't this the same Platonic theory of anamnesis? We're born with everything we know. I mean, like, in a sense, is Plato like a Freudian?
Oh, definitely, yes. Although, again, okay, there are two problems here. The first one is how exactly do we understand anamnesis? Because, like, you know that here I'm more on the side of Christianity. Okay, Kierkegaard wrote a wonderful book. It's one of his best. Not philosophical crumbles, fragments, no? Yeah, where he precisely opposes Socrates or Plato tradition versus Christ. The idea is that Socratic universe, philosophical, is a universe of anamnesis. There is a truth, we have a deep knowledge, we have to back into ourselves to discovery. Like, you know, that famous Plato's experiment with a slave. We should maybe, where are my slaves? We should maybe repeat it with you, know. I will ask you about a square, you know that Plato. You want to play the game. Sorry, tasteless. What I want to say is that, but then for Kierkegaard, Christianity is not remembering. Christianity is repeating, it's repetition, it's event, it's wonderfully done. So again, on the other hand, you know where you have Lacan's wonderful reading of, I don't think it's already translated, in Lacan's seminar which follows ethics on transference. He goes there into this more, let's call it even Kierkegaardian repetition side of Socrates. Object A, Socrates as basically the proto-philosopher even. I mean, sorry, proto-philosopher in the sense that Socrates is the beginning of philosophy, but at that moment something close to the position of the analyst happens, which is why I think that even when Lacan attacks philosophy, it's a much more refined position, you know. It's like psychoanalysis is not simply external to philosophy. It's the very core of philosophy, which philosophy, once it becomes a system of knowledge, has to ignore, obfuscate, and so on and so on. But okay, let's not get lost here. My God, a little bit of Buddhism. Okay, let me go directly to the point, ethical point, and then from here we go to then ontological problem and so on and so on, because it is in a way connected precisely with your question. I quote Chester in my book, I think it's in Puppet and the Dwarf, where he provides the basic formula, which is, and I agree, I'm on the Christian side here. Chester said something very simple. He said, okay, it may be wrong, but he does, as an ideal type, ideally he is right in an abstract global sense. He draws the line, he draws our attention to this distinction between typical European, and he means the religions of the book, Islam included, whatever, statues of saints, whatever, and the Oriental, Buddhist and other, especially Buddhist statues of Buddha. And he says that the typical distinction is that in the West, truth, like let's say we are talking about the same someone who has a contact with truth. The truth is like we favor X-Files, you know that they all say truth is out there. In our tradition, it starts already with Jewish experience. Truth is not inner journey. This is Gnostic bullshit. The elementary Jewish experience, which remains in Christianity, is that truth hurts. Truth is a traumatic encounter, a brutal. This is here I'm at Badiou level. No, truth is an event which hurts you. Truth is not this Buddha smile, I gain peace looking deep into myself. And then, from here, then we should make a step forward in Buddhism is, of course, the most radical point of, let's call it, ancient wisdom. No, the point is only that I will have to finish quickly, so I don't know how, just I have been many. Okay, next point would have been, Chesterton also says that, are we aware how radically different the entire logic here is, in the sense that for Buddhist approach, okay, Buddhist, I use here abstract terms, it's not really Buddhism, it's what, but I'm so afraid of sounding as a racist, but let's call it without any disqualification, pagan approach. You know, it's what you find in an extremely vulgar version, of course, in Star Wars, all that Jedi bullshit, or this idea of don't get attached. The origin of evil is excessive attachment. Like, why did Anakin Skywalker go wrong? Because he got too attached first to his mother. You remember in second part, I think, his first evil act, he kills the entire tribe, you know. And then to Natalie Portman, no, to speak in normal language, you know. So the idea is precisely this one. Don't get too attached to worldly objects, no? This means more even people. But as Chesterton points out, this is then experienced as a fall. You fall into by getting attached, no? And here we should be very precise. This Buddhist view is not a view of another world. I agree here with those Buddhists who emphasize that it's totally wrong, brutally, in a vulgar way European, to read Buddhism as some kind of ascetic withdrawal and so on. No, you are fully here. Just you, how should I put it, freely float here. But you are not anywhere else. And maybe in the afternoon I will go into this, how I read in this book, I mentioned it to you, about François Julien, Detour and Excess. A wonderful reading of how spirituality works in this sense in a totally different way, for example in Chinese poetry or even in haiku. You know, the most famous haiku by the great guy Matsuo Basho, it's something like a stale water, three, okay, I give you three, you know how haiku is functioning, 3 lines, you know. Pond with stale water, a frog jumps, splash. And this is the basic formula of haiku. You have the 0 level, a state, then something happens materially, and then you have the pure event, splash, or whatever. I am an evil guy. When I was in Japan, a friend told me that, you know that, in a way of mocking tradition. But it's absolutely crucial that you take it seriously, in the sense that it works also for the real. They told me it's very popular as a joke in Japan. Now I hope this is true. They didn't make fun of me, but I don't care. It's such a beautiful story that to make fun of Matsuo Basho, they have an obscene version, like empty toilet bowl, I sit on it, splash. You know, I love this. And you know why I love this? Because I think that if you are radically spiritual, you should have the force to abstract, obliterate the obscenity. And this is where I often had problems with, like when I was in Beijing, I met one of their big guys. I had to be polite with him because he's the boss of Chinese Academy of Arts and he was financing my trip. I really spoke to the leftist, but he gave the money. And he tried to make a big point immediately. I'm closing down, yeah. But you're not effective enough. If you really want me to stop, come in black leather and with a whip, you know. Yeah. No, seriously, he told me, you know, for us in this, like, you know, divine God is everywhere, even in the tiniest piece of dust, you know, all this tricky poetry, God is everywhere, no? And I told him, wait a minute, you are cheating. It's easy to take this example, innocent, no? I told him, would you agree if I tell you, let's say I'm a Nazi officer and I push the button which releases gas onto the Jews there. God is also in my button there, and so on and so on. And he was uncertain, you know, how not to do it. So, but let's go more serious. Okay, let's stop here. What I wanted to say is that here really we have a radical break in tradition which begins with Judaism and then Christianity, Islam and so on. It's, I claim, precisely that which appears to Buddhist attitude as the origin of evil, I claim, which is the origin of transcendence of goodness. Our notion is that we are in this detached state and then we fall into something, get excessively attached. This excess which disturbs the natural cycle and so on. This is the event. But you, Alain, literally, you remember in his wonderful short book, In Praise of Love, you know, he plays even with this word, it works in French and in English, not in most, I think, other languages. The word we use is to fall in love, fall, tomber. But and you must know the joke, I was telling it all the time. You know how, but you found the publicity, where they say, you know, these new marriage agencies, no? That we will enable you by finding the right partner without you looking for it, you just give us your data. We will enable you to find yourself in love without the fall. That's the horror, you know. Okay, here I stop, we go on in the afternoon, and okay. I hope this works. Yeah. Thanks very much. I'm really glad of being here. You know why? Because let me begin with a funny association which came on my mind now. You know of what from my communist youth this scene here now reminds me. Under communism, when I was young, you not only had to work in factories and so on, but you had so-called hours of ideological education, you know, like exactly like now, like during lunchtime,
workers has to see to some boring short talk which ruined your lunch about, I don't know, great results of our construction of socialism and so on and so on. I feel like back in old time where sorry for ruining your lunch. So, in contrast to the kindness of the good guy who introduced me, I would say, please don't let me terrorize you. If your mind is with your computer, go on, go on. I would feel bad about it. What I was thinking about what to do here. Of course, I don't want to give the resume of a book. I never was able to be so arrogant. Like I know some guys, poets and so on, who treat themselves as classics, you know, like they open their own book, read a paragraph and say, let's now look at what the thinker wanted to say. No, the proper dialectical way to approach this book is, I think, to do the opposite of the book, to focus not on violence, but on what violence reacts to, usually on the everyday texture of our lives, everyday ideology. Now, your first reaction probably would have been here, but aren't we beyond ideology? I mean, am I an old Marxist from, you know, like the species which basically died around 1990, who still believed in big causes and so on? No, I will try to convince you that ideology is, of course, not in the sense of big worldview, vision to impose on society, but ideology in the sense of a whole complicated network of ethical, political, social, whatever prejudices, which, even if we are unaware of them, still determines the way we function, is still something which structures our lives. What is ideology? Maybe some of you know this, but I cannot resist repeating this story because it works perfectly. Namely, do you remember, you must, my God, it was endlessly reproduced on Google, that unfortunate interview of Donald Rumsfeld some 5 years ago, just before the Gulf War, when he wanted to explain where is the danger of Saddam, and he used his famous parallel, he basically developed a whole theory of knowledge, claiming that there are, you remember, knowns, things we know that we know. Then, like, we know that Saddam is the boss of Iraq. Then he went on, there are known unknowns. There are things we know that we don't know. Like, for example, I don't know. I know there are some cars in front of this building, but I don't know how many there are. But I know that I don't know this, no? Then he went on, there are unknown unknowns, in the sense of things that we even don't know that we don't know them. Like his idea was, the unknown was how many and where Saddam has his weapons of mass destruction. Like, we don't know, but we know that we don't know. But then his paranoia was, what if there are unknown unknowns, some secret weapons that we don't even know what they are? Get it? They are more radically unknown. Now, my claim is that, okay, that was his idea. My joke here is that if you have a little bit of a sense for structural analysis thinking, you see immediately that something is missing here. A fourth term. Known knowns, we know what we know. Known unknowns, we know what we don't know. Or then unknown unknowns, the totally other. Like, we don't even know what we don't know. Something is missing, the most interesting category. Not the known unknowns, but the unknown knowns. Not things we know that we don't know, but things we don't know that we know. That's the unconscious, that's ideology. All those silent prejudices which determine how we act, how we react, and we, in a way, they are so much the texture into which we are embedded that we literally don't even know that we know them. And I think this was why you were in such a trouble in Iraq. Not so much that there was some mystery that you didn't know. The US Army and administration basically didn't know what they already know, all the unconscious political, military prejudices, as it were, which determined their activity. Which is why, I don't know if some of you know it or not, to give you another example, I'm sorry of repeating myself, I hope you're a new public here, the analysis because of which, and again it was mocked endlessly in Google, it brought me some negative fame, but I still think it works perfectly, of this unknown knowns is the structure of toilets in our Western civilization. It's ideology at its purest. Now I will say, am I crazy? Where is ideology? Did you notice something? I simplified the analysis, but I know I simplified, but basically it holds, I claim. What do we get? We have we get three basic types of toilets. The French one, where, sorry for relative vulgarity, where the hole is in the back of the toilet so that shit falls directly into the hole and disappears. I mean, not the hole, I mean, not just the bowl, but the hole where then, get it. Then we have the German type where the hole where the shit disappears is in front. So that the shit is somehow displayed there. You know, Germans have all this ritual of, I'm not kidding, around 50% of toilets, check it up, if you go to Germany, are still structured like this, that the shit is displayed there and they have this old ritual, every morning you should smell your shit, check it for traces of, Erika Young in her Sphere of Flying makes a wonderful comment. He said, she writes, a nation which had such toilets, no wonder they imagined Auschwitz and all the horrors. Okay, then you have the Anglo-Saxon, American and so on, toilets which are mixed. It's not, doesn't matter where the hole is because it's all full of water, so that the shit floats freely there. Now, I was always intrigued by this. I asked my friends, architects in one of the other country, why this? And they tried to give me utilitarian answers. Like Germans said, isn't it natural to inspect your shit? French said, shit smells, let's get rid of it. Americans and Englishmen said, let's be practical, it should float in water so that it doesn't smell and so on. But obviously, it's not purely a utilitarian level. Then I asked myself a simple question. Where did I already hear this trinity? Let's call it a French, German, English, Anglo-Saxon civilization. Do you know that already 200 years ago, there was around Hegel's and French Revolution time, there was this popular idea among philosophers and so on about so-called European Trinity, claiming that the spiritual backbone or fundamental structure of Europe is composed of these three nations. Each of the three stands for a certain political principle and for a certain sphere of society. Germans are politically conservative, and sphere of society privilege there is Germans are the nation of poets, thinkers, and so on, culture. France is revolutionary, and the preferred political sphere is politics. Anglo-Saxon universe is more, liberal, centrist, utilitarian. The political sphere is economy. And then I got it. That's it. That's the key. French revolutionary, shit disappear, liquidate it as soon as possible. You Anglo-Saxon, more pragmatic, floated there, let's see how it's a utilitarian approach. Germans, metaphysical and poets, reflect it and so on, conserve it. And then I spoke with architects and they admitted it, crazy as it may sound. That's the only way to ultimately account for a totally vulgar object like the concrete structure of a toilet. You see now my point, which is slightly more serious, not only a tasteless joke, that even to account for the most elementary vulgar object, how it is structured, the whole, I wouldn't say worldview, but basic attitude towards civilization and so on, it's not just a utilitarian object. This is what interests me, this type of ideology. Ideology which is all this set of cultural and so on prejudices which structure our daily lives. And you don't even have to be fully aware of them, especially today in our so-called cynical era, where very interesting things are happening.
how do we deal with ideology today? Maybe you know it, it's also endlessly in Google, the wonderful anecdote about Niels Bohr, you know, Copenhagen, the quantum physics guy. The story is a wonderful one. The story is that once a friend visited him in Denmark, in the countryside where he had a house for go there to weekend, whatever, and the friend, also a scientist, saw above the entrance a horseshoe. I don't know how it is here, but in Europe, horseshoe above the entrance door is a sign of, is a superstitious item destined to prevent evil spirits to enter the house. So the shocked friend asked him, wait a minute, are you crazy? Why do you have this here? Do you believe in it? Aren't you a scientist? Niels Bohr answered him, my God, I'm not crazy, I'm a scientist. Of course I don't believe in this shit. Then the friend asked him, if you don't believe in it, why do you have it there? He gave a wonderful answer, Niels Bohr. He said, of course I don't believe in it, but I have it there because I was told that it works even if you don't believe in it. That's how ideology functions today. We are all cynics, who believes what and so on. But we somehow rely on it that it will work even if you don't believe in it, how should I put it? In this sense, we live in a cynical era, not cynical in the usual sense, bad people manipulating, but in much more refined way. We practice beliefs without believing in them, as it were. And this is what fascinates me in ideology, especially today. The old image of ideology was you have some explicit beliefs and then privately you let it know, oh, I'm not crazy as that, and so on. Today it's the opposite. What was once private is now public and vice versa. Privately we like to play that we are not crazy to believe in some stupid ideology. What is ideology today, explicitly? I think some kind of a vaguely Dalai Lama spiritualized hedonism, no? It's no longer do this, sacrifice yourself, in spite of what Republicans are saying. They just react to it. Basically, ideology today is some kind of a vague injunction. Be truly yourself. Realize your potentials or whatever, and so on and so on. But I claim we believe much more than we appear to believe. We obey, or whichever way you put it, much more than we appear to do. And this again is what all this tension between, let me call it, explicit beliefs or absence of beliefs, and this cobweb of, to put it in the terms of your great philosopher Donald Rumsfeld, of the unknown knowns. This is the crucial dimension. At the end, I hope I will have time, I would really like to mention briefly even the whole Sarah Palin phenomenon. I think is, you cannot understand it without, not toilets, let's forget that, but it will, because, sorry. Okay, let me go a little bit further here. Did you notice another extremely interesting phenomenon about which I've written and which points in the same direction? What my friend, Austrian philosopher Robert Faller, you can Google him to be tasteless. You know, I will endlessly repeat this joke being here, at least on the German Google. You find him. He proposed a wonderful category of interpassivity. The idea is that it's not only that we like, in what we philosophers call cunning of reason, that we like manipulate others. So you sit back, others are active for you. Robert Faller drew attention to a much more mysterious phenomenon, opposite one, of what he calls interpassivity, where we transpose onto the other our passive reaction. Others are passive for us. The most elementary phenomenon, and I love it. I think this is arguably the greatest contribution of American civilization to world cultural heritage. Canned laughter on TV, you know, when just think about it. It's a much more mysterious phenomenon than it may appear. It's not, as some wrong Pavlovian psychologists think, the function of you hearing the laughter there as part of the soundtrack is not automatically to trigger your laughter. No, it works so that literally the TV set laughs for you. At least that's how it works with me. It's really the same thing as, you remember those
I always like them. In Tibetan Buddhism, those praying wheels or mills and so on, where you write down a prayer, you turn it around, or even better, you let the wind turn it around, and then you can masturbate whatever, it doesn't matter. Objectively, you pray. You pray through it. Here it's the same. It lasts for you. That's my experience. You know, in the evening, you arrive home, that tired, you put on some stupid show with canned laughter on TV, cheers, friends, whatever, and you don't even laugh. The mystery is admitted. At the end of the show, you feel relieved as if you have laughed. That's the mystery, how it works. And my thesis, back to Donald Trump's topic, is that it's the same with beliefs. It's not so much that we believe. We need, as it were, another one to believe for us. This is how our rituals function. For example, take Santa Claus. I mean, of course, nobody believes. I mean, parents, if you ask parents, they said, no, we are not crazy. We pretend to believe not to disappoint our children. But I can guarantee you, if you ask them, the children, they said, no, I'm not crazy. We pretend to believe not to disappoint our parents and to get presents and so on. You got the point. Nobody has to believe. Only if every individual actually existing presupposes another agency to believe, then belief functions. The whole system of belief functions. The first to use this structure consciously, politically, it's, you know, the old Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir, who, when asked, do you believe in God? Of course she didn't. I mean, that's the irony. Israel, who makes his claim of the West Bank like God gave us this land, is, and I like it for that, avoid misunderstanding, is the most atheist country in the world. According to statistics that I read there, about between 60 and 70% of the Israeli Jews don't believe in God. And the irony is that, so Golda Meir was asked this. Her answer was, no, I don't believe in God. No, she didn't answer. She just answered, I believe in Jewish people and Jewish people believe in God. But the point is that there are no individual Jews who have really to believe in God. Everybody just has to evoke this specter. And so the most terrifying experience is when you learn, not that you don't believe, but that the other, which was in a way the guarantor of your belief, doesn't believe. If you know a little bit of literature, that's so shocking. You remember Age of Innocence, Edith Wharton. At the end, the guy, okay, I speak in cinema terms, Daniel Day-Lewis, is told by his son that Winona Ryder, his dead wife, knew all the time about his affair with Michelle Pfeiffer, but pretended not to know. When he learns it, everything is ruined. That's, I think, our much more fundamental need than directly to believe. To have another one as protected innocence. So let me go on a little bit here, after we return to ideology, to explicit ideology. How do these prejudices function? They are something much more complex than it may appear. Recently, 3 months, 2 ago, I gave a talk at Harvard. At the end of the talk, we were invited, you know, this is the most boring part of academic meetings, where we had an official dinner where, you know, people who are really bored by each other, you have to pretend, and so on. So the older professor who was coordinating dinner, 10 of us, said, okay, since we don't know each other well, please, can everybody here present him or herself? State your name, position, state your work, field of interest, and your sexual orientation. Now, this shocked me a little bit. For my European sensitivity, like, my idea was almost, you know, like, what's none of your business, no? But now I don't want to play the vulgar anti-American bashing, because, you know, this bar of discretion is just different in Europe. Immediately, I remembered how a friend of mine visited me, not the previous summer in Europe, and we went to the Slovene coast, where Slovenia, you know, we were already under communism, sexually, culturally, a very liberal country. So, as in most of Europe in the last 20 years, most of the women were simply with naked breasts, no bra on the beach. It's considered totally normal. Nobody even notices it. Here I'm told it's not so normal. Like I was told
you can even get arrested or what. And typically that friend of mine, leftist, liberal, whatever you want, felt oppressed, almost harassed, aggressed, totally traumatized. So you see here we have a nice difference. And again, I think that the formula, which is closer to me, I don't think discretion means oppression, is the proper attitude, is the one, maybe you know the anecdote, Gore Vidal, your writer, gave the best formula of discretion. He's a well-known bisexual. He was asked in a TV interview some years ago, was your first sexual experience with a man or with a woman? You know what was his answer? I was too polite to ask. That attitude is for me the proper one. Let me go on a little bit to show you why I am hated in some, not only rightists, but even more maybe leftist circles, because I think that today, when different cultures are thrown together in what we call globalization, I think we should break the spell of this liberal multiculturalist injunction, understand each other. We should understand more each other and so on. First, it's impossible to fully understand each other because I claim we don't even understand ourselves, like you know. It's not that we are separate entities who fully know what we are and then we should open. No, liberals always like this endless task. Oh, there is still something that eludes me in that culture and so on. I think quite the opposite. I don't want to understand all other stupid cultures. I can be stupid for them. I think we need precisely a code of discretion. We need a code which tells us how to sincerely politely ignore each other. I don't want, if I live in a building here in a big condominium, where, for example, where, you know, all races are there, I don't want to understand everybody. I want to be treated nicely in a non-racist way by others, and I want to treat others like that. I think this sense of proper distance is very important. And I don't think we miss, now I go even a step further, I don't think we miss anything deep in this way. Let's say, do I really understand you? Well, my first, as a psychoanalyst, counter question would be, but do you really understand yourself? I claim that another postmodern multicultural myth is that we are the stories we are telling ourselves about ourselves. That's the moment of truth, which is why the great liberal motto is articulated among others by the philosopher Richard Rorty. The basic freedom is the freedom to tell your story, your side of the story. The best expression of this attitude is the well-known motto, which sounds very deep. I hate it. I think it's wrong. The motto of tolerance, which is, an enemy is somebody whose story we didn't yet hear. It sounds so deep, you know, like, if you are just a foreigner for me, I see you as evil, impenetrable enemy. Then I hear all your boring details, which I don't care about, your dreams, your fears, and all of a sudden I see, oh, you are a human person like me, and so on and so on. This is getting as boring as, and this is ideology at its purest, as Batman and all these movies. Did you notice how in the last installments of these heroic sagas, Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, what everybody emphasizes is how they are no longer flat cartoon heroes. We see also the anxieties, fears of them, as if this makes them somehow deeper, these films. No, this is ideology at the purest. Why? Now, it sounds very nice, this. And even in Europe, we can be worse in political correctness than you. We practice so-called living libraries. Maybe it's going on. That is to say, in some countries, I know about Iceland up there, Reykjavik, and United Kingdom, where some local communities do, again, these living libraries, which means the authorities pay members of sexual, religious, race minorities just to visit the majority families, spend an evening with them, and tell them about their lives, their fears, and so on. The idea is precisely this one. When you get to know a guy, his inner life, he no longer can be your enemy. Of course, at a certain level, this works, and I'm fully for it. But there is a limit. The limit is, let's just do something. Let's replace this generality with a concrete name. Would you also say, oh my God, Hitler was our enemy because we were not ready to hear his side of the story or whatever? No, Hitler really, and others, really was an enemy. And he was telling him a story about himself. And that story was a lie. And that's my point. That's a very interesting and tragic, difficult to accept insight of psychoanalysis. It's basically what I ironically refer to as the X-Files insight. Truth is out there. Truth is not in your story, in what you are telling yourself about yourself. What you are telling yourself about yourself is basically a lie that you construct in order to cope with usually some horrible dimension and so on and so on. It's wonderful to look at all these worst nations, worst in the sense of maybe in an unjust way, identified with horrible crimes, and to look what stories they were telling ourselves to justify their position, attitude. So this is again a very radical conclusion. Let me give you two extreme examples here. One, so that I will be balanced. One from Europe, one from Far East. Europe. If there is a book that you should read, I think it's a very interesting book, shattering. It's Aldous Huxley, yes, the guy of The Brave New World, who wrote a book called L'Eminence Grise, The Grey Eminence. It's a biography of a guy, a priest called Père Joseph, Father Joseph, who was basically the State Department Foreign Ministry guy of Cardinal Richelieu during the 30 Years' War in Europe. Now, this guy in his politics was monster, the worst you can imagine. He saved France by ruining Europe. In what sense? He, in this 30 Years' War between Protestant and Catholics, he concluded a pact with Protestant Sweden against Catholic Habsburg Austria to prevent unification of Germany. With ruthless torturing, poisoning, whatever you want. And so even if we play this stupid game of who was ultimately responsible for the rise of Hitler, this guy is maybe the best candidate. Because we all know that what laid the foundation for Nazism, the ultimate cause was the so-called delay of Germany in becoming a United Nations state. And this delay was decided again at the end of the 30 Years' War. So, a bad guy. Now, what intrigued Huxley is that every evening after finishing his dirty job of poisoning, plotting, and so on, this same guy, Père Joseph, wrote wonderful mystical meditations. He had regular correspondence with some feminine convent and exchanged mystical notes with sisters there. The mystery is that no way to avoid the conclusion this is gold, authentic stuff. You know, you cannot dismiss it as, oh, the guy was cheating and so on and so on. Sorry, it's at the level of who would be the top guys. Saint Teresa, John of the Cross. It's the real thing. So that's what bothered so terribly Huxley. How is it possible to have both in the same person? A ruthless manipulator and an undoubtedly authentic mystic with the deepest imaginable spiritual experience. Huxley's answer was to blame Christianity, in the sense of there is something in our Christian fixation on the way of the cross, Christ's suffering, which opens up a door for this kind of political manipulation. So he turned towards the East. Is there any better there? My favorite book on that topic, I advise you to read it. Brian Victoria, himself a Zen Buddhist priest, Zen at War. This guy did something very simple. He simply made a research into how did the Japanese Zen community relate to the Japanese military expansion, invasion of China and all that stuff in the throughout the 30s and early 40s. And the discovery was shocking. Except, with the exception of literally 3, 4, 5 dissidents, they not only fully supported it, they even provided justification for it. The true horror is to read the works from that time of a guy who, some of you, and I see there are, who are like me, unfortunately old enough to be around, who was very popular here in hippie times, 60s, early 70s,
DT, Daisetsu Taro Suzuki, you know, the big model of introducing Buddhist tradition here, where in the 30s he was writing slightly different texts. For example, he wrote a text where he celebrated Japanese invasion of China as he put it, a work of love, and the Chinese people should learn that the sword which is killing them is really a sword of love. But what's more important is that the same Suzuki provided a wonderful argumentation on how an ordinary soldier should train himself psychologically to be able to kill without having traumas. And he gives a wonderful description of how this Buddhist attitude of overcoming your false self helps you. He said, when you are still identified with your false self and think you are the substantial agent, then of course it's a traumatic. The only way to put it is, I have a sword and I stuck it into you. But he says, if you go through Buddhist enlightenment, then the whole perspective changes. You are just an observer, you see your sword moving in the air, and you see the enemy somehow getting stuck on it and so on. It's depersonalized. He even went so far, Suzuki, as to say that for ordinary people who don't have time to do meditation, total military discipline is the easiest way to achieve enlightenment, in the sense of overcoming your false self. He says, when you learn that when the officer says shoot, you shoot without moment's reflection, you are above your false self, and so on and so on. Now, what's the conclusion here? Let me be very clear, again, to avoid a misunderstanding. I am not saying, oh, you see, all this Japanese Buddhist stuff is just a mask of militarism. No, the truly difficult thing is to accept that, like Père Joseph, that Suzuki's meditations are absolutely authentic. It's the real gem, the real stuff. But this doesn't prevent you from legitimizing with it or doing quite horrible things, and so on and so on. So, you see my point here. My point is that our truth is not the inner life, mystical stories we are telling or whatever. I'm even tempted to claim in a more radical psychoanalytic way that what we build as our inner life, stories we are telling ourselves, the narrative we construct to face what we are doing, is always a zero-level ideology, a kind of a protective screen. So now let me go a step further. All these rules of discretion, unwritten rules, how do they function? Here we are in for some surprises, considering, for example, censorship. Let me take the genre which you will maybe agree it's the most popular, I think, or your only competition. More people than Google, more people probably look for hardcore porn. That's your only competitor. So, if you had the misfortune of looking some of the hardcore porno, but especially full-feature films, where is censorship there? You will say, but there is no censorship. My God, you can see everything. What can be more uncensored than there is? You know where? If you get a full-feature 1 hour and a half hardcore film, of course, you cannot show just sex. There must be a minimal narrative which somehow justifies it, narratively, I mean, no? And did you notice how absolutely ridiculously stupid and self-mocking these narratives always are? Like, I remember one, it's embarrassing even now for me to think. When I was young, you know, the usual story. Housewife is alone at home, a plumber comes, fixes a hole in the kitchen, then the housewife said, but I have another hole to fix. Can you, or maybe, I mean, you are embarrassed. I claim this is not that they are so stupid. There is a precise function of censorship here, which is you cannot have it both ways. You can see it all, but the price you pay is to sabotage emotional involvement, in the sense of having an engaging story and so on and so on. No wonder that the French cinema director Catherine Breillat, Romance, who tries to do precisely this, both emotionally engaging, serious drama plus full sex, cannot somehow really penetrate the big market. Now you will tell me, as many critics made fun of me, they told me, but you are crazy, where do you live? This kind of plumber housewife stories, they are 40 years old. Then I asked them, okay, what's in today? And what they told me, I think it's even worse. It's so-called gonzo sex, which is what? It's like embedded journalism. It's that the camera is part of the action in the sense that
They don't even pretend that it's a story. They make fun of it. You know, in Guns of Sex, you see the cameraman tells to the actors, move like that. A woman who is being screwed slides to the camera, am I okay like this? They make fun. I think this is the high point of censorship. They're afraid of even a minimum of narrative. At this level, we find rules of discretion and all that. Okay, so that time is unfortunately, there are many other things. Nonetheless, what's the basic constellation that I want to develop here? That whenever we are dealing with, if you give me another 5-10 minutes, what always fascinated me in ideology is the following thing. It's this tension which is always here between what is explicitly said and what is understood. You are supposed to know it, but it's prohibited to publicly state it. This is the mystery of customs, and it's crucial for our social coexistence. And it's here that ideology inscribes itself. What do I mean by this? Did you notice that whenever you want to penetrate a certain social circle, you have to know the rules? From nation to company like Google to a class or whatever. But did you notice that there is always something mysterious with the rules? It's not enough to know the rules. You must know, as it were, meta rules, which tells you how to deal with the rules. That is to say, isn't it that always, I claim, there are rules which prohibit you something, but if you follow them, you are an idiot. Between the lines, they call you to, like, do it silently, and so on and so on. Like, I claim, I don't know, in my own country, ex-socialist, I'm not saying that you are any better, but it was more open there, and in all communist systems, like, what do you call it, corruption and all that was like that. Corruption was prohibited officially, which meant you just had to know, and it was exactly codified. You know, for example, I remember for a doctor to have a quick examination so that you didn't have to wait 2-3 months. So much we, at that point, made the prices for bribery in German marks. It was 200 German marks and so on. But again, so we have especially sexual prohibitions such like this. No, don't do it means if you are a man, do it but discreetly and so on. No? So we have prohibitions which are effectively function as something to be violated. And even much more interesting, this is my favorite point, we have statements which allow you, even solicit you to use a freedom to do. They give you freedom on condition that you don't choose it. They are much more around than we think. For example, I remember when I was in Japan, friends told me that usually in their work contracts you have a guaranteed 40 days per year holiday. But they told me it's considered very impolite. You are not basically allowed to use more than 20 days. Then I asked them, then why don't you write 20 days? They told me, and they were quite justified, you are a total idiot, you don't understand it. And they were right. In what sense? Because in this way, by giving you an offer, which then is supposed to be rejected, like I give you 40 on condition that you use only 20, this is the basic link. In this way, a link is created between people through this politeness and depth. Don't we have many daily rituals like this? Like, for example, I don't know how it is with you, but in my country, let's say, which is not true, I am rich, one of you is poor. I invite you to lunch. Isn't it clear that I will pay? But even in this country, I think, you have this ritual that when the bill arrives, you have to insist just a little bit, not too much, that I will pay, and we both know it's a fake. But it's in a way a sincere fake. Or, I don't know, with apologies. With my, maybe you know it, you can Google her, it's not, my theoretical enemy, personally good friend, Judith Butler, gender trouble and so on. Once I behaved very rude towards her, in a friendly way, but I used vulgar words. Like, I wanted to ask her if a friend of her is also a lesbian like her, and I put it in, I'm ashamed. I said something like, is she also a degenerate, stinking bitch like you? Okay, it wasn't a nice way. So I wonder why she felt hurt. So afterwards, I called her by phone and told her, listen, Judy, my God, I don't know what it was. It's my extremely bad taste. I really apologized. She was very nice, and she told me, listen, Slavoj, I know you, no problem, we are friends, let's be serious, no apology is needed. But did you get the paradox of this situation? She was able to say no apology is needed only after I did apologize. That's the normal logic. If I were not to apologize, she would have been offended. And I would have been probably a little bit offended if she were to say, good, I deserve the apology, don't do this again. You see the paradox. I made an offer, apology. She said, it's not necessary. But in this way, that's how it functioned normally. This level of ideology fascinated me. This, where, how should I put it? It's not only, to put it in ultimate terms, it's not only that something is prohibited. It's that prohibition itself is prohibited to be stated publicly. That's the mystery why in so many of my books I deal extensively with Stalinism. Stalinism is a very mysterious phenomenon. On the one hand, it's very ruthless regime, killing millions. On the other hand, it's extremely sensitive to maintaining appearances. What do I mean by this? Let's imagine a crazy scene, my dream. At least, we are Moscow 37, Central Committee, I am Stalin. I give a speech, you applaud, we know, that's life. Okay. Then one of you does a crazy thing, stands up and says, Comrade Stalin, I don't agree with you, I think you are totally wrong, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we know, no mystery here. If you would be the guy, next day the big question would be, who has seen you last alive? Okay, but let's imagine something else, that after, sorry to personalize it, somebody has to be blamed, that's life. After you stand up and tell to him, are you crazy? We don't talk to Comrade Stalin like this in our country. We don't attack him and so on. My thesis is, you would have disappeared even earlier. Sorry, don't take it personally. That's like, no, what I meant to say, it wasn't only prohibited to criticize Stalin. It was even more prohibited to announce this prohibition publicly. It was a prohibition which worked only on condition that it's not publicly proclaimed or whatever. Now, slowly to draw to the end, if you allow me, at least I talk too much, at least you will learn why friends call me Fidel. Not for my communist leanings, but like Fidel Castro, comrades like 10 minutes and then 7 hours, if not more. Okay, did you see a good, naive, but I like it, naively, Hollywood film, the best of the Hollywood left, They Live by John Carpenter from 1988, with that wonderful, totally naive, paranoiac idea. It's a story of an ordinary guy who stumbles upon some mysterious sunglasses, and when he puts them on, what he sees is what? What he sees is, as it were, the true ideological message. Like, the guy walks along the street, sees a big publicity poster, visit Hawaii, have the holiday of your lifetime, blah, 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 honeymoon. Then he puts the glasses on, the wonderful color picture disappears. All he sees is the order. Reproduce, obey, enjoy, don't think, consume, or something like this. Like almost a Marxist dream, the glasses which tell you directly the social order. I think that what is maybe even more interesting than this functioning, which is actual today, because today, as we all know, we are addressed not only by publicity, but even by ideology at the level of not do your duty, but enjoy, have a full spiritual life, and so on and so on. You must have noticed this, how, to put it in very simple terms, there were 3 big stages of publicity. The original one is, let's call it naively, utilitarian publicity. You are solicited to buy something because you need it and because of its qualities. Like you need a Land Rover, okay, publicity says it's the best car, it's the strongest, greatest space, doesn't spend a lot of gasoline, whatever. Then we get this more consumerist publicity, which is keeping up with the Joneses, status symbol. There they refer to what status will give to you owning a Land Rover. It's not, you don't buy it because you really need it, you buy it to signal your social status. But that's not all. I claim today, precisely after 68, we have a different mode of publicity, which is neither utilitarian, these are good qualities, nor symbolic status, but this typical me generation. They refer to to yourself, to your potentials. The idea is buy Land Rover and you will realize your potentials, you will feel free, you will feel authentic, and so on. It's as we all know, the experience. And unfortunately, although I'm very much for green topic, unfortunately, I claim that even with organic food and so on, let's be frank, it's mostly that. Why do you buy those rotten, 2 times more expensive so-called organic apples than the normal chemically produced, perfectly red or whatever apples? I don't think you really believe that it's so much better for your health. I also don't think that it's a big, like, you don't boast around, you see I have these apples. I think basically it's to make you feel good, you know. I'm not just a stupid consumer, Earth is in danger, I do something, I'm more authentic, and so on and so on. So again, in these conditions, the ideological injunction is hidden. But often we have the opposite. And this, I'm sorry, I don't have time. I will conclude. Don't be afraid. Who is the boss? I don't know in 3 minutes. We have the opposite, where what you see is the explicit order, and then what you are able to see if you were to put these glasses on is, as it were, the bribery. Like what the ideological text offers you between the lines, the obscene enjoyment, and so on. For example, let's imagine Nazi Germany. You look at it without glasses, the message is sacrifice yourself for your country, enough of decadence, of promiscuity, of Jewish immorality, do something for your country, or to use your terms, my country first, and all that stuff. What do you get when you put the glasses on? It says, do this, pretend to do this, and we can have some fun, we can beat the Jews, we can blah, 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 you know, all the dirty, obscene side. Wouldn't it be the same, let's say, in some nice, small, nice, ironically, of course, town in the American South in the 20s, 30s. The official message is Christian values and so on, our country. Then you put the glasses on and you see. To this end, we in Ku Klux Klan, you know, on weekend evening, we can have some fun, raping some black girls, lynching some guys, and so on and so on. That's what always fascinated me, how beneath the official message of sacrifice, duty for your nation or whatever, ideology always offers you, how should I put it, some bribery in this sense, some obscene action. I don't have time to go into how this affects today's nationalism, since I do have to slowly come to the end now. I would also say that another procedure of these 2 levels is, let me be frank, what were to happen if, upon seeing this on TV, advertisement, or in a newspaper, an ad, saying, you know, this disgusting manipulation, like in Starbucks coffee, you know, like you see a child starved or with twisted lips, and then this message of, are you aware, with the cup of 1 cappuccino, with the price of 1 cappuccino or whatever, you can save this kid's life, and so on and so on. What's the message if you put the glasses on? If you ask me something like, don't think, don't politicize, forget about the true causes of their poverty, contribute a little bit money, and you can buy your calm consciousness. I think it's the reason we do it is to make us feel good. You know, we know people are starving there, but F 3 points off. I did my duty. I sent my $5 per month there. I can live. So basically, I claim we don't pay really to help them. We pay to feel well, and especially to keep them at a distance there. A lot can be said here even about charity. Why is charity such a big thing today? But let me conclude now very, very briefly with Sarah Palin, and generally what I can say as a naive external observer, you know, like Montesquieu, who in order to analyze France wrote his famous Persian letters, no? I am now, okay, not an envoy from Ahmadinejad, but let's say Persian view upon United States. A couple of things. I think that it's crucial, not in any kind of deep psychological analysis. I claim it's already in the message. What is the true message of Republican country? That's how party. That's how I read it. Message to their voters. This change, change, change. But then, of course, it's easy to say what Obama and his camp is repeating all the time.
What changed? Let's look at your politics. What you are basically saying is less taxes, less state power against Washington, stronger foreign policy, and so on and so on. But wait a minute, Republican Party is saying this for the last 20 years, so where is the change? But I think that's the message. The message is, you know, that French proverb, plus ça change, plus ça reste le même. The message is, let's do some changes which will guarantee that things basically stay the same. Or another, much more ominous duality that I think. You know, they play Republicans on this populist motive. Look, Sarah Palin, ordinary girl from there, I mean, like this, giving voice to the rage of the ordinary people. We don't know what goes on, Washington corrupted, and so on and so on. Just, the message is what? I think it's a much more refined message between the lines. The true message would be, to put it in complicated terms, I think something like that. You are furious, we are also, but we all know very well that, I mean, you cannot run a country with this populist, less money here, more there. The message is, I think, we guarantee to you that, how should I put it, let's pretend that we guarantee that discreetly we will have our experts who will do it and so on. There, basically, the message is, I think, we are playing a game here, we will have backroom boys who will know how to do it. And it's the same as with, for example, you know, when people tell me Bush, I claim, okay, Karl Rove interests me, these backroom boys who do the manipulation. So my question to McCain would have been, okay, I don't care if you are sincere or not, just tell me who is your Karl Rove, how should I put it, no? Who will be the backroom boys who will be doing the job? Another thing where Democrats are playing. So again, my point is that we shouldn't be naive to get the Republican message, and maybe with Democratic it's similar, I'm not entering into that. To get the Republican message, you should definitely not take it literally, and I'm not engaged here in any dark plot, like what dark, no, it's in the message itself. It's redoubled by another much more pragmatic message, and so on and so on. Okay, I will not go into details now, just another thing where I think Republicans succeeded. Did you notice that Sarah Palin, there is something new about her from what I can judge. When till now we had feminine women politicians who really made it, they, and I'm now not using the terms in a precise way, but very vaguely, metaphorically. They were phallic women. They tried to imitate and be stronger than men, you know, like Indira Gandhi, Margaret Thatcher, and so on. Here we have something, I think, maybe new. Here we have a woman who can be sarcastic, aggressive, even, if I may use this horrible term, which is not quite appropriate in the strict psychoanalytic sense, maybe even castrating, not in the sense of revealing your fake, your impotence, without in any way renouncing femininity. Sarah Palin does not play the game of, as a woman I am more man than man. No, she, even in a magical way, unites three dimensions of femininity. What's her image? A, mother. B, teacher. It's clear that with these glasses and her hair. And C, it's obvious sex object, because that's the dream, you know, prim teacher and so on. But wait a minute. After she in the evening puts the glasses off and unwraps her hair, and so on. So, and she combines this in a masterful way with this sarcastic assertiveness. Like, I think it was really masterful the way it functioned, not at the level of argument, but as a discursive strategy, that making fun of community organizer and so on and so on. It was feminine sarcasm, feminine making fun at masculine phallic authority at its best. And I don't think Democrats had found a way how truly to answer this, because, okay, now this is cheap psychology, I know, but things unfortunately function at this level. It brings, I think, they gently, subtly evoke something which I'm afraid, ashamed to say publicly, but it's clear. The way Barack Obama is skinny and big ears and so on, there is something of a slightly emaciated weak guy in him. I think all this is subtly referring to that, but again, this is a problem for feminists, I claim today. How? And that's the sad thing, because the democratic left is so much caught in this politically correct feminism and so on, they didn't even notice that what they were dreaming of, to have a woman who wants power, but not by playing a victim, not by renouncing her femininity, but by violently asserting it, that as it were, Republicans beat Democrats at their own terrain. It's almost it's a very interesting paradox. You know, it would be wonderful to go into this logic of how there are certain things which the left should have done, but only a conservative can do it. Starting with, you know, only Nixon could have recognized China and so on, all that stuff. So, again, of course, this all is a fake. Fake in the sense that, no, I don't believe she really is all that. Like yesterday, I also saw her interview where she was talking about that war with Russia problem, and there you could have seen for a brief moment, I mean, the girl doesn't know what she's talking about, but it doesn't matter. We should not underestimate this. Again, is ideology. You know, this is where maybe Democrats are a little bit too naive when they repeat this mantra, let's talk about real causes and real issues and so on and so on. So you should see, not, again, my point is not a cheap psychoanalysis in the sense of let's look into some deep Oedipal, but just let's look into the message, which is, to use old McLuhan phrase, which is embodied in the enunciation, in the statement itself. You never say only what you say. The mystery is that what you say, the way you say, the style and so on, can give a different message, can undermine that message and so on. That's, for example, for me, the problem with so-called religious fundamentalists. Not that they are too fundamentalist, that they are fake, they are not fundamentalists at all. My most beloved one, for example, beloved in the sense of, well, when I see him, you remember the good old Jimmy Swaggart, the Southern, who was, I had the misfortune of seeing one of his shows. My God, the official guy's message is, you know, Christianity, repent for your sins, against ego, hedonism, but his show is one big ego trip. The way he delivers his message undermines the message. But it doesn't necessarily undermine it. It can also sustain it. I was too long, I know. Thanks very much for your patience. I'm just sad we don't have more time. Thanks very much. Is this a limit? Do we still have time for democracy or no democracy? Okay.
Yeah, we have the good fortune of having the room for an extra half hour, so I think we can take 2 or 3 questions.
Okay.
So please use the mics for the question.
Sorry.
Thanks for coming today and speaking to us. I have a question, I guess, from my perspective. I grew up in America. I went through the public school system in America, and I really didn't get any background or even introduction to philosophy until I went to college. And I don't know if it's similar in Europe, but I'm just kind of curious why you think there are certain subjects that are stressed more to younger individuals as they're growing up, and you know, something like philosophy, which seems very important to me, isn't. And what do you think, if anything, can be done about that?
Oh my God, this is a big question, because my first reaction is that you know that in the last years, unfortunately, because I think this is a good thing in Europe, the key, I think, is one good thing about Europe. You in United States, you have elementary school, how much is it, 9, 10 years? And then you have just this college, 2 years or whatever, and you go to university. But in Europe, these 2 years expand into 4. We call it lycée, gymnasium, high school. High school is not just a short passage. High school is where you get serious education. All sciences are covered, and there we get philosophy. Unfortunately, Europe is now becoming more like United States, but the reason I'm an optimist here is that I think that when I was introduced, it was kindly pointed out, I really think that now we need more and more
philosophy in the sense of dealing with problems which, if you want it or not, are philosophical, even to solve problems that everybody of us confronts. For example, problems like abortion, brain, biogenetics, and so on. My God, to get an opinion on that, it's not just an abstract question of ethics. You have implicitly to decide, are we free beings? Are we free at all? Are we not? And here, again, the analysis that I made through that glasses brings out some very funny results. For example, I was always perplexed by the standard Catholic answer, which is, don't mess biogenetically with brain, because if you do it, you diminish man to a biological animal, but we have immortal soul, blah, blah, blah. My God, my problem here was, wait a minute, if you believe we have an immortal soul, what's then problem with messing with brain? I mean, I cannot touch the soul. So I think the true message in between lines of this Catholic anti-biogenetic brain sciences experiments is a different one. It's, it's better not to know some things. Let's avoid knowing that, because knowing too much there may deprive us of our dignity, may diminish our freedom, and so on and so on. So again, it's not only this, it's other problems where I think effectively that we are at such a crucial moment now, truly not in the religious sense of a catastrophe, but in a sense apocalyptic moment, that we have to make decisions which are much more radical.
Thank you for coming today. I had a question about how you normally respond to claims that Marxism and radicalism is dead.
Oh, I mean, no mystery here, and the mystery is rather this one. I will be very short. Why do I consider myself still some kind of a Marxist, without any illusions and so on? Look, the question we have today is, the only serious question is this one. Is Fukuyama Francis right or not? Even most of today's left, isn't it, they are Fukuyamaists, as it were. They basically accept liberal democracy, some kind of capitalism as, if not the best, at least the least worst, the least bad system. And the idea is just, you know, when I was young, we were saying we want socialism with a human face. What even the left today basically offers is global capitalism with a human face. Make it a little bit better, as Bill Gates would have put it, creative capitalism. You can have your cake and eat it, you can have profit and help the poor, whatever. Make it more. So my question is this all? Is this our ultimate horizon? Or are there crises, antagonisms on the horizon, for which in the long term, and by long term I don't mean this 200 years, but 10, 15 years, 20, global capitalism will not be enough to solve them? I think there are. From biogenetics, even Francis Fukuyama, you know, his next book on human freedom or whatever, he explicitly says that these biogenetic possibilities undermine his vision of global capitalism. That one, then ecology, I claim, and so on. So I think, if you want to know my argument in detail, now I will do an unfair thing, refer to another book of mine, In Defense of Lost Causes. In the last chapter, I try precisely to argue where I see, and only in this sense I'm a Marxist. I claim, let's not be so sure this liberal democratic capitalism, maybe it's not the ultimate horizon. We should just keep our mind open. I'm not now saying, of course, oh, there will be a new Leninist party or whatever. No, that is over. But we should, that's the limit of my Marxism. I even don't see a solution, because, you know, old Marxists always had this satisfaction, the train of history is on my side, as they put it. No, like we are just realizing historical necessity. No, I don't think. I'm only saying I see ominous signs here and there, and I wonder if global capitalism will be able to cope with it in the long terms. One of the problems I see purely economic is the one with which you are dealing a lot. You, again, as Google. Namely the problem of intellectual property. I think that more and more it's exploding as a problem, because I think that intellectual property, if you pardon me the expression, is in its nature closer to communism than to capitalism. You have to force it. It's very difficult to contain it within the limits of private property, which is why you get all these paradoxes. If you allow too strong logic of private property to determine the domain of
of knowledge, intellectual achievements, then you get somebody like Bill Gates. I have nothing against him. I'm just saying that if you have a guy who in 30 years becomes from a nobody, tinkering in his garage, to the richest man on the earth, doesn't this show that market mechanism, you cannot in any way say that his wealth reflects his achievements, how should I put it? You know, it's just market cannot reflect it properly. So that would be my answer. But read the book. I talk too much. Now, you want a balance. Left, right, okay. Right again, okay.
I enjoyed your talk very much. I came a little bit late, so I didn't hear whether you said anything about it, but I was wondering if you used the toilets here at Google. We have an optical sensor in our toilets.
What does it do?
Well, when you stand up, it flushes. So
yeah, I'm used to them from the airport.
You get up and you don't have to touch anything. And I was wondering if, to me it seems that we have some sort of ideology here that technology will address even the most fundamental human problems and will sort of transform us. And I was wondering...
No. What my answer here would just have been, now maybe I'm too naive utilitarian, but I always thought that they come up with this because people care about bacteria, and the point is rather, I think, how to prevent you touching something. Wasn't this the origin? Was to keep you... So it's, but on the other hand, I agree with you, and I've seen even, no, this is, I mean, there is to go on and on. For example, in Japan, I was told, that it's also a nice cultural detail that in many public toilets, so I was told, there is music while you are sitting on the toilet. Why? Because people are so sensitive, embarrassed by potential sounds you make while you are sitting and so on. So the idea is the only way to make it tolerable is to have background of music enough and so on and so on. So I totally, how should I put it, maybe even more than eating, shitting is a measure of civilization, in the sense of if you want to see the basic of a civilization, it's not look at how people eat, look at how people shit. The true horror for me would have been, and I read somewhere there are already the plans which are even worse, that, sorry for vulgarity, you will not even have to do that obscene gestures to press the shit out. That there will be some kind of a vacuum stuck, and so it will just be done for you totally, how should I put it? No, that will be pretty terrible, I mean, no? But again, yes, I love details like this, because I think that through them you get that ideology, which is why, for example, in my books, I love another detail. Did you notice, for example, if you know a little bit about history of totalitarianism, how if you look at Hitler when he speaks, or fascist leader, people applaud, Hitler accepts the applause. Look at the communist leaders speaking, people applaud, what does the communist do? Stands up and joins the applause. This tells everything. It's totally different logic. Stalinist dictator is not a master, it's a perfect servant of the people. It's always, I'm nothing in myself, I'm only your... It points out a totally different logic, which can be substantiated by other claims. For example, I read in a book on Anne Applebaum on Gulag that every year on Stalin's birthday, all the arrested in Gulag, all the people imprisoned there, were even in the darkest years of Stalinism, were assembled and had to sign telegram wishing Comrade Stalin all the best for birthday and wishing him greater even success in building socialism and so on. Now, think about it. You cannot even imagine the same thing in fascism. What? To gather all the Jews in Auschwitz and make them all the best wishes, telegram to Hitler and so on. You see, I love these details like your electronic toilet or whatever, which, a small meaningless feature, but like crystal, it shows, it condenses a fundamental difference. No? Sorry.
So, you gave a great example about how the TV is a proxy for our laughter.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask the obvious question. What is God essentially a proxy for? What do you use him or her for?
God. Yes. It all depends on what we, first, I don't think there is one God. I'm an atheist, so
Sorry. So if we talk about God, of course, it's about how God functions as an idea, representation, and so on and so on. I think God is many things, but I think what God is, it's a very nice question that you asked, because I think that God is at its most fundamental and radical, not so much a determinate proxy, but the very structure of having a proxy. God is the original proxy. I don't know, but He knows for me. I don't, but He does. In Christ, I am not compassionate enough. God is this very formal structure, which is why, although an atheist, I don't think we can get over God as simple as that. There is, in the very structure of language, not that shit about is there a gene for emotions of God, but more in a purely semantic way. The moment we are in language, there is a divine dimension that we presuppose it, that we practice it in a way. So again, I would say God is originally this very dimension of having a proxy, how should I put it? And it's original, this dimension. I don't think there ever was originally a humanity which fully was itself. No, it's from the beginning that we have this gap. What do I mean by this? Let's say we are half friends. I see you, I stumble on you tomorrow on the street here, and we shake hands, and I tell you, nice to meet you, how are you? We both know that probably I'm in a way lying. First, I don't really care how are you. If I were really to care, you would have full right to tell me F 3 points off. It's none of your business how I am. But you know what I mean? It's a lie, but it's a sincere lie. It's wrong to say hypocrisy. So I don't think that we have to presuppose that there was an original phenomenological moment when people said, how are you? They really meant it authentically. No, the gap is from the very beginning here. Others believe for you, others feel for you, and God is this very other dimension. There has to be what Jacques Lacan precisely calls this dimension the big other, the one for whom we have to maintain appearances and so on and so on. So yes, it's a very nice question, and I love to dwell on this. Thanks very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming. It's been fascinating. Google famously has an informal motto, don't be evil. As an external observer, what do you think our unknown knowns are?
No, I'm not saying that the true message is, it's not simply like, oh, in a Freudian way, when you say, this woman is not my mother, then Freud said, ha ha ha, the negation, blah blah. So I'm not saying that you are fundamentally ill, but what does interest me is what is the model of evil which is presupposed in it. Nonetheless, the inherent logic is that, because why warn precisely against this? What is the model of evil here? Why the need to react against this? I think these kind of injunctions are never general injunctions. Like, of course, nobody should be evil, no? But which evil is there? It is, I don't know, is it the perception that you, being the most powerful search machine and so on, are open to the temptation of manipulation? I don't know. The question to be asked would have been, what dimension of evil? On the other hand, generally, I think that in a way, evil is good. No, I'm not part of some crazy pseudo-dialectic. What I'm saying is that what is evil? Evil is something which, as it were, brutally interrupts the normal run of things. Evil is a cut, and so on, which is why, for example, for traditional pagan religions, Jesus Christ is evil embodied. And in a way, they are right, because the message of Christianity is, it's over with that. Karma, everything circulates, and so on. It's a cut. So I claim that this don't be evil, it's more like we are doing something terribly great, let's not do it too fast or whatever. And I totally accept this, I think. I totally accept this. What you are doing is evil, which means it shakes things the way they were. I mean, you are doing something which is, in a way, crazy. You also are changing what means being human.
I mean, you know how it changes our perception that basically, if you are not a total idiot, I'm close to it, but hope not totally total. Like, you know, it's no longer that bibliography, whatever, you get everything, this life in a permanent presence, as it were, no? So I would say that it's a negative recognition that there is a radical dimension to what you are doing. It affects the normal community life and so on and so on. And my conclusion is that in order to say don't be evil, you must already dwell in that space of evil. And I congratulate you for it. That would be my... Thank you very much. I'm proud to be here. So let me begin with my favorite Catholic theologist, Gilbert Keith Chesterton, who ironically proposed to install a special corps of policemen who are also philosophers. This is quote from Chesterton's The Man Who Was Thursday. Quote, "The work of the philosophical policeman is at once bolder and more subtle than that of the ordinary detective. The ordinary detective goes to pothouses to arrest thieves. We go to artistic tea parties to detect pessimists. The ordinary detective discovers from a diary that a crime has been committed. We discover from a book of sonnets that a crime will be committed. We have to trace the origin of those dreadful thoughts that drive men on at last to intellectual fanaticism and intellectual crime." End of quote. Now, this idea may appear ridiculous, but would thinkers as different as Karl Popper, Theodor Adorno, or Emmanuel Levinas, would they also not subscribe to a slightly changed version of this idea, where actual political crime is called totalitarianism and the philosophical crime is condensed in the notion of totality? According to this line of thought, a straight road leads from the philosophical notion of totality to political totalitarianism. And the task of philosophical police is to discover from a book of Plato's Dialogues or from a treatise on social contract by Rousseau that a political crime, gulag, whatever, will be committed. The ordinary political policeman goes to secret organizations to arrest potential terrorists. The philosophical policeman goes to philosophical symposia on dangerous ideas and so on to detect proponents of totality. The ordinary anti-terrorist policeman tries to detect those preparing to blow up buildings and bridges. The philosophical policeman tries to detect those about to deconstruct the religious and moral foundations of our society. This analysis, nonetheless, I think, demonstrates the limitation of Chesterton. What we critical philosophers try to do is not destroy or whatever the ruling ideas, but to demonstrate how these ideas, once they are allowed to realize themselves, negate themselves, or if you want, distract themselves. If there is an elementary philosophical gesture, it's a gesture from noticing the distortion of a notion. How? I had a wonderful idea, but unfortunately in reality this idea was wrongly applied and led to a catastrophe, to a distortion constitutive of this notion. The basic philosophical gesture is that you cannot simply stick to idea and claim it just went wrong in reality. There must have been a flaw, something wrong in the idea itself. This is, at its most elementary, what Hegel calls
the negation of negation. There is the external negation, for example, to take a well-known communist example precisely, the external negation, theft, a thief takes away your property, and then there is the immanent negation, where, to quote the well-known phrase by Proudhon, you discover how property itself already has a dimension of theft in it. This passage from the distortion of a notion to a distortion constitutive of this notion is the basic feature of the Hegelian notion of totality. This is why I think this notion is extremely useful today. Totality is not an ideal organic whole, but a critical notion. To locate a phenomenon in its totality does not mean to see the hidden harmony of the whole, but to include into a system all its distortions, antagonisms, inconsistencies, to see these distortions as integral parts of the system. For example, what does it mean to see today's capitalism as a totality? If you want to talk about global capitalism, you shouldn't just say, okay, we have highly developed countries like United States, Scandinavia, and so on, and then countries which didn't yet catch up with this liberal democratic ideal. On the contrary, you have to include into capitalist totality, for example, a country like Congo, a country in disarray with thousands of drugged children, child warriors, but a country which is precisely as such fully integrated into a global system. So what is our totality today? Insofar as totality is a whole, inclusive of its immanent distortions, the first axiom of an analysis which locates a phenomenon into its totality should be a differential approach. When you look at a phenomenon, you should include into it not only what you see, what is present in it, but also its negative determinations. What do you mean by this? Recall the famous line of dialogue between Scotland Yard detective Gregory and Sherlock Holmes from Silver Blaze, the story about the famous curious incident of the dog in the night time. Gregory asked Sherlock Holmes, "Is there any other point to which you would wish to draw my attention?" Sherlock Holmes answers, "To the curious incident of the dog in the night time." But the dog did nothing in the night time. Sherlock Holmes' famous reply, "That was the curious incident." How does this work in practice? There is a wonderful joke in Ernst Lubitsch's classical comedy Ninochka. The hero visits a cafeteria and orders coffee without cream. The waiter replies, "Sorry, but we have run out of cream. We only have milk, so can I bring you coffee without milk?" We have to ask here a simple question. Why do we add to coffee milk or cream? Because there is obviously something missing in coffee alone, and we try to fill in this void. What this means, among other things, is that there is no full self-identical plain coffee. Every simple just coffee is already a coffee without. The structure is here the same as that of Kinder Surprise. Empty eggshells made of chocolate and wrapped up in lively colored paper. After you unwrap the egg and crack the chocolate shell open, you find in it a small plastic toy. Is this toy not what Jacques Lacan called l'objet petit a, the object small a, the small object filling in the central void of our desire, the hidden treasure? No wonder Kinder Surprise was, at least 5 years ago, prohibited to sell in the United States. I think because it renders too palpable the structure of commodity. Now, I want to mention another incident with coffee from popular cinema. This time from the English working class drama, or half drama, half comedy, Brassed Off, with Ewan McGregor when he was still a working class hero before he became Jedi and so on. The hero accompanies home a young pretty woman who, at the entrance to her flat, tells him, "Would you like to come in for a coffee?" His answer, "I would love to, but there is a problem. I don't drink coffee." Her answer, "No problem, I don't have any." The immense erotic power of her reply resides in how, through a double negation, she pronounces an embarrassingly direct sexual invitation without ever mentioning sex. When she first invites the guy in for a coffee and then admits she has no coffee, she does not cancel her invitation. She just makes it clear that the first invitation for a coffee was a pretext indifferent in itself for the invitation to sex. Why lose time with such dialectical jokes? Because I claim they allow us to grasp at its purest how ideology functions in our allegedly post-ideological times. To detect so-called ideological distortions, one should note not only what is said, but the complex interplay between what is said and what is not said. Which unsaid is implied in what is said? Do we get coffee without cream or coffee without milk? There is a political equivalent of these lines. In a well-known joke from my youth from socialist Poland, a customer enters a store and asks, "You probably don't have butter, or do you?" The answer, "Sorry, but we are the store which doesn't have toilet paper. The one across the street is the one which doesn't have butter." And what about a scene in today's Brazil, where in a carnival, people from all classes dance together on the street, momentarily obliterating their race and class differences? It is obviously not the same if a jobless worker delivers himself to free dance, forgetting his worries about how to take care of his family, or a rich farmer lets himself go and feels good about being one with the people, forgetting that perhaps he refused a loan to the poor worker. They are both the same on the street, but the worker is dancing without milk while the banker is dancing without cream. One can also imagine a Brassed-Off dialogue between the United States and Europe, for example, in late 2002, when the invasion of Iraq was being prepared. The US, Rumsfeld was basically saying to Europe, "Would you care to join us in the attack on Iraq to find weapons of mass destruction?" Europe replied, "But we doubt if it's worth doing it. We have no facilities to search for the weapons of mass destruction." And Rumsfeld's sexual answer was, "No problem, there are no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq." No. Now, it's not only jokes. Let me go a little bit more in detail how ideology functions here. Through my last example from cinema, one of the great classics of Hollywood left, John Carpenter's They Live, from 1988. It's the story of John Nada, Spanish for nothing, a homeless worker in LA who enters a neglected, an abandoned church, finds there a box with strange sunglasses, and when he puts these sunglasses on, he discovers something strange. These are literary critique of ideology sunglasses. Like, you put them on and you see the real message, as it were. For example, he walks along a big publicity board claiming something like, "Go to Hawaii, have a holiday of your lifetime, enjoy life there." And then, when he puts the glasses on, he sees the true message. Obey, marry and reproduce, don't think, and so on, whatever. Now, this may appear naive, but I think that this gap between what is said and what is implied is crucial about how ideology works. The first thing to note here is that the constellation that we get in Carpenter's film is the reversal of the classical ideological constellation. In the classical constellation, what you see directly, without glasses as it were, is precisely the direct order. And what you see between the lines, what you see if you put ideological glasses on, is the implicit pleasure, the obscene bribe, as it were, that ideology offers you in order to take hold of you. For example, let's imagine American South, a classical example, in the 1920s. A small city with Ku Klux Klan and so on. The official message, we are a Christian nation, go to church and so on. You put the glasses on and you see. So, if you are one of us, then in the evening we can go and kill some blacks, rape some black women or whatever, promising you, as it were, the implicit carnival. Or even, sorry for the obscenity, I have great respect for Christianity, but nonetheless, imagine today a poster or whatever for Catholic priests. Serve God, dedicate your life to God, you put the glasses on and maybe you would have seen something like, and you can have all the small boys you want, and so on, with pedophilia and so on. Now, this is an absolutely, I cannot emphasize how important this is, crucial mechanism, this dimension of the unsaid, which is why, if I may briefly refer to a classical example, which I developed much more in detail in my books, which is why I think a movie like The Sound of Music was such a mega success. I think the key scene of the film is, you remember, like half into the film when Julie Andrews, Sister Maria, goes to Mother Superior and tells her about her problem, which is she escaped the family von Trapp because she was not able to endure the situation of being passionately in love with Baron von Trapp, but now she still feels desire for him, so she needs punishment, whatever. And you have to remember what the answer of Mother Superior is. I think it's the most obscene moment in Hollywood for me. You expect punishment. How dare you think about sex, pray, humiliate, torture? No. Mother Superior starts to sing a song called Climb Every Mountain. And the basic message of this song is literally something like, go back, screw the guy like crazy, something like that. And you know, if you look at intelligent Catholic propaganda, this is their message. It's the official message is renounce, renounce, but then the message between the lines is pretend to renounce and you can get all the dirty stuff you want, and so on. So again, it's crucial to bear in mind these two levels. You find them everywhere. Now, it's easy to make fun of the more conservatives, but what about our politically correct times? Another of my, sorry if you already know it, classical examples. Starbucks, I noticed it, you have them here. Starbucks is for me ideology at its purest. Why? You enter it and you know. Usually they have posters saying something like, yes, our coffee is cheaper than with the others, but, and then comes, yeah, 1% goes to some stupid Guatemala children, 1% goes to rainforest, and so on to save the... I found this an ingenious ideological operation. Why? Because you know, in the good old dirty capitalist consumerist times, which I absolutely prefer, you were a consumerist and you felt bad for that. So then you had to do something against it. Charity, solidarity with the poor, and so on. But Starbucks had an ingenious idea. to include this price for the sin of consumerism into the price of the commodity itself. So it's a little bit more expensive, but you should not feel bad because, you know, the price for duty towards the poor, ecology, and so on is included into it. This, I claim, is how in our charity, humanitarian times, ideology is more and more working. Just think about buying organic fruit. Think about all those half-rotten apples who cost twice the normal, beautiful, genetically modified apples. Maybe they are better, but I don't think better at the level of pure material quality. But I'm not so sure that we really believe in it or that we buy it for that reason. Isn't it more that you buy organically grown apples because, to put it simply, it makes you feel good? My God, look, I'm doing something for Mother Earth. I'm part of a great movement to save Mother Earth, and so on, all that stuff. This is what you would have seen if you were to put the ideological glasses on. It's the same with all these ads that you find them all around. For example, where you have a picture of a child, distorted black child, and then a message like, for a price of a couple of cups of cappuccino, you can make a change. You can save this child's life or whatever. What would you have seen if you were to put these ideological critical glasses on? Something like, I know you feel bad, you are ruining nature, we are exploiting the third world, but we allow you, for the price of a couple of cups of cappuccino, not only the right to forget about all this, but even to feel better, like you are doing something for it, and so on and so on. This, I think, is our daily ideology. So I think ecology is extremely serious thing. I'm just saying we should be very careful about how ideology is part of our everyday life, even in ecology. Of how, for example, this is why I don't trust all this stuff about recycling and so on and so on. I claim that nobody really believes that recycling helps. My God, much more radical changes will have to be done. But it makes us feel good, you know. Oh, no, I separate, I didn't put the bottle of Coke in the same box as that piece of newspaper. It makes me feel good. It's pure feel-good ideology. Ideology is one of the most important, in this sense, commodities today. So what's the result of this successful ideological operation? Well, we've seen the result recently in United Kingdom with these riots. I think that the sociologist Zygmunt Bauman was on the right track when he characterized the riots as acts of defective and disqualified consumerism. You know, it was fashionable to say that in 1990, in the Fukuyama style, the era of ideology was over. Now we live in a post-ideological era. I say yes, so what we have seen in London and other British cities in their suburbs was precisely a kind of post-ideological protest. Protest which is not articulated in the form of even religious fundamentalist project, but is simple, pure protest which just imitates the ruling ideology. Like, we are bombarded by the social injunction of be a good consumerist, we cannot do it, we don't have money, so we will enact it directly. This, I think, is where things are getting complicated today. I'm sorry, I don't have time to go more in detail, for example, into what is happening with anti-Semitism today. Here, my position is here paradoxical. I'm pro-Palestinian, I'm critical of the politics of the State of Israel, but I hope I can say this openly, precisely out of my great love for the Jewish people. What I mean precisely by this? Did you notice something terrifying, which is, I think, one of the most depressing signs of where we are, about that crazy guy who, crazy as he was, nonetheless, wrote texts which are crucial to understand the predicament of today's right, namely Anders Breivik, the crazy guy who did the shooting in Oslo. You know why he is so interesting? If you had the misfortune of reading his crazy manifesto, you may have noticed what he did. He is literally an anti-Semitic pro-Zionist. At the same time, he is anti-Semitic, openly. For example, he says, we in Norway are lucky we don't have too many Jews. France also. England, United States, they have a problem. They have too many Jews, they will have to do something, and so on. At the same time, he is absolutely pro-Zionist, supporting stronger state of Israel as a defense against the Muslims. Now you will say, but this is a lunatic case. No, it's not. I claim that what he did is just the extreme form of something which should worry every Jew today. It happened some 20 years ago, I think, maybe I'm wrong, that a group of people who, how to put it, it's in their nature to be anti-Semitic, American Christian conservatives, started to support the State of Israel in its politics on the West Bank. Now, take Fox News. On the one hand, they are absolutely pro-Zionist in this sense. On the other hand, I mean, what? You know that their top commentator, Glenn Beck, they had to fire him because he was becoming more and more anti-Semitic, openly. So we have this paradox about which I don't have time to enter into it, which is, I think, shocking. This weird pact between Zionists, those Zionists, I mean, I'm not against Zionism as such, those Zionists who now are slowly appropriating West Bank, and old-fashioned Euro-American anti-Semites. The idea is, if you allow us to do what we want there, we'll allow you your implicit anti-Semitism, whatever, in your countries. I mean, what unites them is precisely this perception that the danger is the immigrant other, and so on and so on. Here also, I think the left should change its position. You know, it's very fashionable to be this self-torturing, guilty guy, like when you have conservative defenders of Judeo-Christian European civilization to say, oh no, we are guilty, imperialism, killing the natives, all horror stems for us. No, I claim that, my God, yes, European civilization is in danger today. But its true enemies, for example, in Europe, are not poor Turkish or Arab immigrants. It's these defenders of Europe themselves, anti-immigrant races, who are the true danger to European identity. I think the left should reinvent progressive, radical, I wouldn't say Eurocentrism, but my God, Eurocentrism means democracy, egalitarian spirit, human rights, French Revolution, and so on and so on. The greatest thing, even around the globe, happened as an echo of French Revolution. Remember Haiti Revolution, the first black successful revolution. It was direct repetition of French Revolution and so on. And here, Europe is in danger, but from its defenders. For example, I'm desperate now. In Europe, in post-communist countries of Eastern Europe, you know how things are tricky with gay, homosexual parades, Pride Day, and so on. If you organize one in Eastern Europe, it will probably be prohibited or brutally attacked by Christian counter-demonstrators. Like in the Croat city of Split, a weird thing happened a couple of months ago. There was a gay parade, but it looked like this. some 800 gays protected by 2,000 policemen from the rage of 8,000 people around them attacking them. I read today in a newspaper that which I think it was even in Czech Republic or where, that gay parade was prohibited, claiming that it would arouse public opinion and so on and so on. While whatever you say, for example, about Turkey, at least there was, a couple of months ago there, a big gay parade, tens of thousands of people without any counter demonstrations and so on and so on. So again, the situation here is getting extremely complex, but we don't have time to go into it. Just let me go to the final part. What is effectively happening here? Where do we stand with global capitalism? I tend to agree with the idea proposed by my good friend, American Marxist Frederick Jensen, that one should reread The Capital by Marx, focusing on the notion of unemployment. Unemployment is structurally inseparable from the dynamic of accumulation and expansion, which constitutes the very core of capitalism. And the idea is the following one, that today, more and more with this incessant technological renewal, revolution, and so on, unemployment is becoming a key feature. Today's world marker is a space in which everyone has once been a productive laborer, and labor has everywhere begun to price itself out of the system. We have even whole nations, massive populations around the world who are, as it were, dropped out of history, who are excluded from the modernizing projects. We have so-called failed states, rogue states, Congo, Somalia, victims of famine, ecological disasters, states caught in pseudo-archaic ethnic hatreds, objects of philanthropy and NGOs, or of the war on terror. The category of the unemployed should thus be expanded to encompass a wide span of population, from the temporary unemployed through no longer employable and permanently unemployed up to people living in slums and other types of ghettos. And finally, the whole areas, populations of states excluded from global capitalist system. So this is, I think, one fact which is absolutely crucial to grasp today's global capitalism, that it is with its expansion producing more and more inherent exclusions. The whole areas left out there, as it were, out of history. And don't be naive here. It's not that some primitive countries are left out. They are literally primitivized. Like my great example, just think about Afghanistan. If there is a country which appears a crazy fundamentalist country, it's Afghanistan. Wait a minute, unfortunately, I'm old enough to remember when I was young, before even the Soviet invasion and before the communists took power there. Afghanistan was maybe the most tolerant Near East, predominantly Muslim country, with a progressive, technocratic, pro-Western king, with a very strong local communist party. Absolutely not, and with a great tradition of multi-religious tolerance. How did Afghanistan become fundamentalist? Well, first the Communist Party did a coup d'etat, then there was the counter-movement and so on and so on. So it's precisely through globalization that Afghanistan, tolerant country, became, how to put it, fundamentalized. The second thing we should bear in mind is that this new structural unemployment should be conceived, I think, as a form of exploitation. Exploited are not only workers, producing surplus value appropriated by the capital. Exploited are also those who are structurally prevented from getting employment. All those excluded. Which is why I find this very interesting. Did you notice how the only original leftist idea of the last decades, economic idea, is the idea of basic citizens' income, which is basically a form of a rent. The idea is to save capitalism by enabling precisely those unemployed to get some basic rent and to survive, but also to still function as consumers. Why is this so interesting? Because I claim we should here think further than Marx, in the sense that today we are somehow returning from profit to rent. Think about Bill Gates. How did he become? He no longer is. I know that Mexican guy is now the richest man in the world. I don't think he was ultra exploiting his workers or what. I think it is rent. Something is going on today, masked as technological innovation, computer clouds, and so on, which is that, you know, Marx at his best, but at the same time at his worst, thought in a very naive way that the moment the main source of wealth is no longer physical work, but knowledge, shared knowledge, social knowledge, productive knowledge, whatever Marx called this in English, general intellect, that the moment this happens, capitalism can no longer function. It will, as it were, disintegrate. What Marx was not able to see is the idea of this general intellect, the shared collective field of knowledge itself being privatized. And those who succeed in privatizing it get rent, not profit. It's a return to rent. That's what Bill Gates did. Why is he so rich? Because in order for me to communicate with you, to be in touch, I have the very field shared by all of us is partially privatized by Bill Gates. It's not that he is earning a profit. We are all paying him a rent precisely in order to communicate with each other. Now, to conclude, so my idea is here the following one. Why communism? I'm not crazy. I'm well aware. I've written quite a lot about it, about how the 20th century communist dream miserably failed, ending in an economic, ethico-political, ecological, and so on catastrophe. So why still use the name communism? My answer is the following one. It's explained much more in detail in my books. I claim that the only true question today is Fukuyama or not. It's easy to make fun of Francis Fukuyama, that crazy guy who thought history is at its end. But aren't we all, or most of us, silently Fukuyamaists? Even so-called radicals, they think we're more gay rights, better ecology, blah, blah, but nobody questions the basic liberal, democratic, capitalist framework. So the only true question for me is, the problems we are confronting today, can they be solved within this frame or not? And I think, and this is even a sad pessimist thought, that in the long term, no. I claim that if you take the crucial problems we are confronting today, ecology, okay, you can do many things with market, I agree. If you tax products which pollute the environment and so on. But when you have serious disturbances like Fukushima and so on, nuclear plants or whatever, the melting of the ice, you cannot leave this to market. You need some kind of large, globally coordinated social activity. Intellectual property, I think it's clear that it's maybe one of the main sources of all the financial market convulsions now and so on. I don't think capitalism will be able to in the long term to control or to even cope with the problem of intellectual property, which is why I think the greatest revenge of ex-communists is that, well, what? I read recently a commentary from a Singapore economist who said, 40 years ago, Deng Xiaoping thought only capitalism can save China. Now the West thinks only China can save capitalism. That is to say, did you notice how the most efficient capitalist country today are the countries where either Communist Party or another authoritarian movement is at its power? And that's what should worry us. Namely that till now we had the idea, which was more or less even true, the idea of a kind of eternal marriage between capitalism and democracy. You may have 10, 20 years of dictatorship, but sooner or later, when capitalism becomes more productive, you have a demand for democracy. But now I think, unfortunately, maybe this time is over. Capitalism will, following its inner necessity, will have to not maybe directly get rid of democracy, but change it into an empty form. Then, biogenetics. My God, Fukuyama himself, once when I met him, admitted this to me recently, that the fact of biogenetics, the fact of the possibility to directly influence our psychic and so on features makes his idea of the end of history obsolete. Not to mention the new forms of apartheid and so on and so on. Let me be very clear here. I am not saying, oh, back to Lenin's communism and so on. That is over. The 20th century is over. I have no nostalgic dreams here. What I'm saying is maybe even something much more pessimistic. What I'm saying is that, unfortunately, the problems are here. The problems which we face today are precisely at their most fundamental level the problems of the commons of nature, which cannot be, I claim, the way we deal with nature, resolved through market mechanisms. It needs a kind of a globally coordinated activity beyond nation state, beyond the market. Intellectual property, the same. Biogenetics, the same. And especially new forms of apartheid, new divisions, new walls. It's the irony that global capitalism, where commodities circulate freely, is characterized by new walls everywhere. I claim that more and more capitalism will not be able to sustain this, what Marxists dismissively called formal freedom. We are all, at least in our ideological, political life, acknowledged as free individuals with human rights and so on and so on. More and more it's clear that something has to be excluded. Now you will say, okay, but where are here concrete possibilities? How to do it? Well, my answer here is that I'm not an old-style Marxist who claims, you know, there is a historical necessity, the train of history is on our side. No, it's not. There is no guarantee that something will happen. Nonetheless, if you allow me just briefly to conclude with, nonetheless, when I hear the word impossible, it's not possible, I get skeptical. What do I mean by this? Did you notice how, in what a strange way, this opposition between what is possible and what is impossible functions in our societies? On the one hand, especially in the domain of private pleasure, sexuality and technology, more and more things are becoming possible. They are telling us maybe we will become immortal, we will be able biogenetically through cloning to grow organs, to replace them, whatever, all these dreams, or even in sexuality, the tasteless example that I like. I recently met in New York a surgeon whose specialty is to cut the penis into two. So you have two penises, you can do it with two women, whatever. Everything is possible here. So this is possible. You can be immortal. We will be able to travel to Mars soon, and so on. But to raise like taxes for 1% to get better healthcare, that's impossible. This is our reality. So there you have an absolute impossibility. And things are here very strange. This is the triumph of ideology today. Recently, in mid-April 2011, media reported, and I checked it up with my Chinese friends, they told me it's true, that Chinese government has prohibited showing on TV, in theaters, but also in novels and comics, stories which deal with time travel and alternate history. The official argument is that such stories introduce frivolity into serious historical matters. Of course, we know what it is about. Even a fictional escape into alternate reality is considered too dangerous. But I think this is a good sign for the Chinese people. Like, those in power at least still see this as a danger. We in the West, we don't need such a prohibition. We automatically assume that it's not possible. So, communism today, for me, is not the name of a solution. It's the name of a problem. The problem of commons in all its dimensions. The commons of nature as the substance of our life, the problems of our biogenetic commons, the problems of cultural commons, intellectual property, and the problem of commons as the universal space of humanity from which whole groups of people are more and more excluded. Whatever the solution, and it will certainly not be the 20th century communism, it will have to solve this problem. Because, to conclude by quoting myself from the way you quoted me, I think that when people say you are a utopian, well, I'm saying, no, the only utopia today is the idea that with small changes here and there, things can go on the way they do. I think that we witness today an incredible amount of refusal, how to put it, refusal to believe. For example, take just ecology. On the one hand, we refuse to take the ideological crisis seriously. Sorry, the ecological crisis seriously. No, they are exaggerating and so on and so on. But what is so interesting is that at the same time, there is a lot of magical thinking going on in the way we deal with ecology. What do I mean by magical thinking? You know that wonderful everyday example of magical thinking when you sit at home in front of a TV and you watch a sport competition, you support your team, and even if you are alone at home or with a couple of friends, you shout support as if in some magical way you can nonetheless influence the outcome. Well, I claim that a lot of this everyday low-level personal ecology, this buying organic fruit, recycling, is pretty close to this sitting at home and shouting and so on. I mean, here comes the duty of us so-called public intellectuals today. I don't think, and those who think they can do are bluffing, I don't think we can offer solutions. I mean, when people ask me what to do with ecology, my God, what do I know? I don't have answers. What we can do is to see how, when we are confronting a problem, the very way we formulate a problem is part of the problem. It's a great art. As important as the art of finding answers to problems is the art of formulating problems in the right way. Here is ideology at its purest. Just to conclude my standard example. Of course, I am, as all of you, against sexism, racism, and so on. but I'm deeply suspicious of, and this is what we are usually doing today, of automatically translating these problems into problems of tolerance. Make a simple test. Google Martin Luther King, his text, and look for tolerance. It would have been ridiculous for Martin Luther King to say, I want from white people more tolerance, and so on. Or for a feminist to say, we want to be more tolerated women by men. It's humiliating, ridiculous. So why do we today automatically accept, or automatically translate problems of racism, sexism, and so on into problems of tolerance? I claim it's one way of depoliticizing the situation. The problem, which is basically economic, legal, and so on problem, all of a sudden becomes a cultural problem. Are we ready to tolerate others? And then you can even squeeze into it all the pseudo-psychoanalytic stuff, like, why do I hate the other? Is it that I hate, by hating the other, I hate something deep in me? So I should, the solution is then to deeply analyze myself and so on, whatever. So, or another, even more direct ideology. When in developed countries, we talk about tolerance, do we not often mean the exact opposite? Intolerance. What do I mean by this? When we mean tolerance, we mean there should not be harassment. Harassment is for me a very ambiguous term. Of course, I'm opposed to it when we are dealing with rape or whatever, sexual harassment. But be careful when you hear the word harassment. Often it means something very precise, which is much more problematic. The aversion towards the proximity of the other as an actual desiring being. Harassment means don't come too close to me, the other. Harassment means the fight against harassment often means stay at the proper distance. Your over proximity bothers me, and it is here that racism functions today. A common liberal will always say, I like blacks, Chinese, but I don't like, and then comes that element of overproximity. But I don't like the way they smell, I don't like their music, I don't like, again, the taste of their food, whatever. The problem is this over proximity. So basically, quite often, tolerance means I don't tolerate your over proximity. Tolerance means don't come too close to me. And this is how, in our narcissistic times, ideology functions at the level of everyday life. And just to conclude with a totally crazy story, I claim that this is good news if you are an old romantic like me who still believes in love and passionate sex, not this kind of a healthy sex, you know. I'm even suspicious of condoms. Like, I deeply sympathize with the black guy from South Africa who asked once, but why don't you use condoms? He says, I know it's wrong from political correctness, but I love the black guy's answer. He said, well, making love with a condom is the same as taking shower with a raincoat on. No, there is, no, but seriously, like, so that you will not think that I'm dreaming. Did you notice something strange in the latest Hollywood products? The last James Bond, Quantum of Solace. Did you notice that although politically it's very progressive, basically James Bond saves the Morales regime in Bolivia against some bad international company, but did you notice that it's the first James Bond film where at the end there is no sex between Bond and Bond girl? Let's go further and the lowest possible level. Dan Brown. Did you notice Da Vinci Code? No sex. And this is why I think it's the same logic as that how's it called, the TV series where with the two agents fighting the. Sorry? Yes, X-Files. Yes. I mean, my friend Darian Leader drew attention to a simple fact. Why do all those things happen out there? Aliens intruding all the time, to mask up the fact that nothing happens here between the two of them. And it's exactly the same in Dan Brown's Da Vinci Code. Poor Jesus Christ has to make love to cover up the fact that here there is no love between Robert Langdon and the granddaughter of Jesus Christ. Then, in the last novel, one of the worst novels of all time, Lost Symbol, there is absolutely no sex, no tension, even a step further. Did you notice how with angels and demons, it's even more mysterious. There is sex in the novel at the end between Robert Langdon and that Italian scientist. There is no sex in the film. Where are we coming? In the good old days we said Hollywood added sex to make it more commercial. Now Hollywood is deleting sex. What is going on here? I think something very sad is going here. My friend Alain Badiou noticed a strange thing. She read a French ad for marital agencies where they said, it's the same, it works in French as in English, tomber à l'amour, to fall in love. It said, we will enable you to be in love without the fall, without falling. The idea is a very sad one. The idea is, you know, falling in love means precisely fall. You expose yourself to an open danger. And now I think it's a very sad sign of our narcissistic predominant form of subjectivity that we want to have the result be in love, but without risking the fall. Which is why something is really going on, and agencies themselves are mentioning it, how we are in a way that potentially returning to so-called old primitive strategies of arranged marriages. Only today it's not relatives, it's agencies who are doing. Like the idea is who has time for slow flirting, who can risk opening yourself to the other. You tell all your desires, blah, 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 needs to an agency, they will do it for you, and you will be just informed with whom to fall in love, and so on and so on. This is our reality today, and it's a very sad reality today. Which is why, again, absolutely to conclude with my old joke, you know how more and more we live in a society where you get a thing without its substance. Coffee, yes, without caffeine. Sausage, yes, without fat. Chocolate without calories. Beer without alcohol. This is my problem with multiculturalism. I'm afraid that the other that multiculturalists are offering us, you know, this wonderful other who is holistic with organic harmony with nature, is the same decaffeinated other. Multiculturalism can be a form of racism. Maybe I should stop now. Thank you very much.
This is Big Ideas from the ABC.
I hope you will not be disappointed, because this time I will not do with any political interventions. It will really be about the concept of love, how can it be used politically. First, a quote. If all else perished and he remained, I should still continue to be. And if all else remained and he were annihilated, the universe would turn to a mighty stranger. I should not seem a part of it. End of quote. This is how, in Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights, Katie characterizes her relation to Heathcliff and provides a succinct definition of the unconditional erotic love. There is an unmistakable dimension of terror at work here. Think about the ecstatic trance of Tristan and Isolde, ready to obliterate the entire social reality in their immersion into the night of deadly enjoyment. Now, I could go on here about erotic love, because I sincerely think that, in contrast to our youth, the youth of those who are already old here, when, you know, to fight for sexual freedom was experienced as liberating, and even monogamous love was considered or dismissed as a bourgeois convention, and so on. I think that today more and more love simply passionate love is emerging as something dangerous and precisely subversing. Think about how you are addressed in your everyday life by society, what society demands of you. It's basically a kind of slightly spiritual, pseudo-Buddhist hedonism. Ideology is telling you, be faithful to yourself, realize your true potentials, and experiment with your life, try all different options, don't fixate yourself on a certain stable identities, life is dynamic, fluid, and so on and so on. And I claim within this economy, not only is stable love, passionate love, emerging as an obstacle to your authentic development, but even the crucial dimension of love is gradually disappearing. What is love? As Alain Badiou, our good friend who wasn't able to come here, put it in his wonderful book, In Praise of Love, there is always something traumatic, extremely violent in love. Love is a permanent emergency state. You fall in love. And it's crucial that in English and in French we use this expression, to fall in love. You lose control. It's really, I claim that love, the experience of passionate love, is the most elementary metaphysical experience. It's a Platonic experience. In the sense of you lead your easy daily life, you meet friends, you go to parties, whatever, everything is normal, maybe here and there a wine night stand, but whatever. And then you passionately fall in love. Everything is ruined. The entire balance of your life is lost. Everything is subordinated to this one person. I almost cannot imagine in normal daily life, outside war and so on, a more violent experience than that of love. And I think, which is why all the advisors that we need today are trying precisely to domesticate or to erase this excess of love. It's as if love is too poisonous, and then they tell you, you know, the trick that they try to offer you, all the marriage agencies, dating agencies, is how to find yourself in love without falling in love. This idea came to me when on one of the transatlantic flights I read one of those stupid airline journals, and there was a big text there claiming, publicity text claiming, we will enable you to find yourself in love without the fall, without this dangerous exposure. And I think this fits perfectly our daily narcissistic metaphysics. You know the old story that I repeat all the time. We want coffee without caffeine, we want beer without alcohol, and we want love without its dangerous moment where you get lost. But okay, enough of this. Now this is eros, erotic love. Then we have its counterpoint in Christianity, agape. Agape functions in a wholly different way. How? It may appear that in contrast to eros, with its violent subtraction from the collective space, the love for a collective succeeds in getting rid of the excess of terrorizing violence. Does agape not imply an emphatic yes to the beloved collective, ultimately to the entire humanity, or even, as in Buddhism, to the entire domain of suffering life? The first counter-argument is provided here by the reply to a simple question. Just think about it. Which political regimes in the 20th century legitimize their power by evoking the subject's love for their leader? It was the so-called, I don't like the term, totalitarian ones. Today, remember, it is only and precisely North Korean regime which evokes all the time the infinite love of the Korean people for Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and so on, and vice versa, the radiating love of the leader for his people, love expressed in continuous acts of grace. Kim Jong-il wrote a short poem along these lines. I will quote you the entire poem, just 2 lines. In the same way that a sunflower can only thrive if it is turned towards the sun, the Korean people can only thrive if their eyes are turned upwards towards their leader, towards himself, of course. Terror and mercy are thus closely linked. They are effectively the front and the obverse of the same power structure. Only a power which asserts its full terrorist right or capacity to destroy anything and anyone it wants, only such a power can systematically universalize mercy. Since this power could have destroyed everyone, those who survive are all still alive because of the mercy of those in power. Consequently, the very fact that we, the subjects of power, are alive is the proof of the power's infinite mercy. This is why the more a regime is terrorist, the more its leaders are praised for their infinite love, goodness, and mercy. Theodor Adorno was right to emphasize that in politics, love is evoked precisely when another democratic legitimization is lacking. Loving a leader means you love him for what he is, not for what he does. Okay, we may agree with this. So how about the next candidate for love as a political category? The so-called Oriental spirituality, Buddhism, with its, or so we are told, more gentle, balanced, holistic, ecological approach. You know all the stories about how, say, when digging up earth for the foundation of a house, Tibetan Buddhists are careful not to kill any worms and so on. In the whole of the last 150 years, Japan's rapid industrialization and militarization, with the ethics of discipline and sacrifice, was sustained by the large majority of Zen Buddhist thinkers. Who today knows that Daisetsu Teitaro Suzuki himself, the high guru of Zen in the United States of the 1960s, supported in his youth in Japan of the 1930s the spirit of utter discipline and militaristic expansion. There is no contradiction here, no manipulative perversion of some authentic, compassionate insight. The attitude of total immersion into the selfless now of the instant, the so-called Buddhist enlightenment, in which all reflexive distance is lost, in short, in which absolute discipline coincides with total spontaneity, perfectly legitimizes our subordination to the militaristic social machine. It's quite interesting to read this, to read Buddhist texts on war, where they claim that openly for ordinary people who don't have time to meditate for years, the best shortcut towards overcoming your false self and reaching nirvana, satori, however we call it, is total subordination to the military discipline. And Suzuki himself wrote a wonderful text where he even gives the advice to the military into how using Buddhism to make killing easier. He says, if I persist in my everyday attitude of false belief that I have a self which is the free agent of its acts, then let us say I have to kill one of you. Then this is difficult because you are here, I see it, I look into your eyes, I find it difficult, should I stab the knife into you? I feel responsible. Then Suzuki says, but if you reach Buddhist enlightenment, the thing gets much easier. You no longer believe in your autonomous self, you perceive yourself as just a void, an anonymous, impassive observer of life around you, where phenomena simply are engaged in their cosmic
dance, which is a totally neutral process. And from this distance, as Suzuki puts it, you simply observe your knife in a cosmic dance of phenomena hitting the eye or the throat of your enemy and so on. Now, this is no joking matter, because I'm not blaming Buddhism for this. I'm just saying how even the most radical spirituality is no guarantee that it will not be doing horrible things in our daily life. So again, what this means is that the Buddhist all-encompassing compassion has to be opposed to the Christian intolerant, violent love. I want to praise the Christian love. Although Christians would probably lynch me for what I will say now. The Buddhist stance is that of indifference, of quenching all passions which strive to establish differences, while the Christian love is a violent passion to introduce difference, a gap in the order of being, to privilege and elevate some object at the expense of others. Love is violence, not in the vulgar sense of the well-known Balkan proverb, if he doesn't beat me, he doesn't love me. Violence is already the love choice as such, which tears its object out of its context, elevating it to the sublime absolute thing. In Montenegro folklore, so I was told by Andrei Nicolaidis, my Montenegro friend, the origin of evil is a beautiful woman. She makes men around her lose their balance. She literally destabilizes the universe, colors all things with a tone of partiality. Among Christian theologists, it was Gilbert Keith Chesterton who fully assumed the consequences of this violent aspect of love. One has to get rid of the old Platonic topos of love as eros, which gradually elevates itself from love for a particular individual through the love for the beauty of a human body in general, and then the love of the beautiful form as such, to finally the love for the supreme good beyond all forms. True love is precisely the opposite move of forsaking the promise of eternity itself for an imperfect individual. What if the gesture of choosing temporal existence, of giving up eternal existence for the sake of love, from Jesus Christ to, for example, Siegmund in the Act 2 of Richard Wagner's Die Walküre, who, Siegmund, prefers to stay, to remain a common mortal, if his beloved Sieglinde cannot follow him to Valhalla, the eternal dwelling of the dead heroes. What if this is the highest ethical act of them all? I think this is the message of Christianity which is still alive. Not forsake all terrestrial things for eternity, but love means, I know you are a miserable mortal being, but I'm ready to forsake eternity itself for you. Based on this insight, Chesterton rejected the fashionable claim about the alleged spiritual identity of Buddhism and Christianity. Here is a well-known, I want to repeat it, quote from Chesterton, from his Orthodoxy, quote, "Love desires personality, therefore love desires division. It is the instinct of Christianity to be glad that God has broken the universe into little pieces. This is the intellectual abyss between Buddhism and Christianity. That for the Buddhist, personality is the fall of man. For the Christian, it is the purpose of God, the whole point of his cosmic idea. The world soul of the Theosophists or Buddhists asks man to love it only in order that man may throw himself into it. But the divine center of Christianity actually threw man out of it in order that we might love it. All modern philosophies are chains which connect and fetter. Christianity is a sword which separates and sets free. No other philosophy makes God actually rejoice in the separation of the universe into
different living souls. End of quote. A tremendous violence thus dwells in the very heart of the Christian notion of love for one's neighbor. The violence which finds its most direct expression in a series of Christ's disturbing statements. Here are some of these passages from Gospels. Just listen to them. You may be surprised what you find in Gospels. Christ saying, talking all the time, "Do not think that I came to bring peace on the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I came to set a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and man's enemies will be the members of his household. He who loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he who loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me." Next quote. "If anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple." Next quote, the best one, I think. "Perhaps people think that I have come to cast peace upon the world. They do not know that I have come to cast conflicts upon the earth. Fire, sword, war. For there will be fire in a house. There will be 3 against 2 and 2 against 3. Father against son, son against father, and they will stand alone." The final quote. So how are we to read these statements? And believe me, I know what I'm talking about. I'm asking all the time when I engage in debates with Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox priests, I'm asking them, okay, just tell me what this means. And it's incredible how they try to squeeze out, you know. One way is the, how should I call it, the linguistic one. They claim, no, maybe hate is not the right translation. That Christ just wanted to say, if you love some other people more than me, not to hate them. I claim this is a blasphemy for a true Christian. God appears here then as a stupid, jealous guy, you know. You can love others, but be sure that you love me more. That's an obscenity. Or the best answer was given to me by a Polish priest in Warsaw during a debate. When I asked him, what does this mean? And he told me, oh my God, I didn't expect this question today. I would need more time to prepare the answer. To which I answered him, fuck you, you had 2,000 years to prepare the answer, you know. I didn't pull out an unknown passage. And it's, again, absolutely incredible how they are really not ready to provide a clear answer. What do these lines mean? To put it in a somewhat simplified way, there are 2 basic attitudes discernible in the history of religions. On the one hand, there is the pagan cosmos, the divine hierarchical order of cosmic principles, which, when copied onto society, gives the image of a congruent edifice in which each member is at its own place. The supreme good is here, the global balance of principles, and evil stands for their derailment or derangement, for the excessive assertion of what principle to the detriment of others, of the masculine to the detriment of the feminine, of reason to the detriment of feeling, and so on. The cosmic balance is then re-established through the work of justice, which, with inexorable necessity, sets things straight again by crushing the derailed element. With regard to the social body, an individual is good when he or she acts in accordance with his special place within the social edifice, when he respects nature, which provides food and shelter, when he shows respect for his superiors, when he takes care of his followers or children in a fatherly way, and so on and so on. And evil is defined as evil occurs when some particular strata or individuals are no longer satisfied with their proper place. Children no longer obey parents, servants no longer obey masters, rulers no longer take care of their subjects, and so on and so on. I think that
This is the ethics which even now is re-emerging often in the guise of some New Age wisdom. It's called so-called holistic approach, you know. Every element should remain at its proper place, evil is imbalanced, and so on and so on. I claim that Christianity does precisely the opposite. Christianity introduces into the global balanced order a principle totally foreign to it, a principle that, measured by the standards of a traditional cosmology, cannot but appear as a monstrous distortion. The principle according to which each individual has an immediate access to the universality. In Christianity, the universality of the Holy Spirit, or today, the universality of human rights, freedoms, and so on. I can participate in this universal dimension directly, irrespective of my special place within the global social order. So do Christ's scandalous words, which I quoted, not point in the same direction? Here, of course, we are not dealing with a simple, brutal hatred demanded by a cruel and jealous God. When Christ says, if you don't hate your father and mother, you cannot be my follower, I think the point is not that you should simply hate them as living beings. I think that it's in a very simple way you can resolve this dilemma. Father, mother, and so on, here stand or condense the entire hierarchic social order, the network of relations of domination, subordination, and so on. So that the hatred Christ mentions is simply the hatred of established social hierarchy. You are my follower if, instead of functioning as a part of social hierarchic order, you see as your true home, as it were, Holy Spirit, an unconditionally egalitarian community. Or, as St. Paul put it, it is love that enjoins us to unplug from our social community into which we were born, so that, you know the passage, there are neither men nor women, neither Jews nor Greeks. This is, I think, the very, I'm simplifying here, of course, but nonetheless, the very core of the Christian insight for me. God dies. Christ dies. At the same time, the Father dies. All that survives is Holy Spirit, which is the first name of the Communist Party, as we know. An radically egalitarian society which violently opposes social hierarchy, an immediate violent assertion of universal equality. And it is against this Christian background that we should read Che Guevara's well-known statement on revolutionary love, a quote from Che Guevara. At the risk of seeming ridiculous, let me say that the true revolutionary is guided by great feelings of love. It is impossible to think of a genuine revolutionary lacking this quality. End of quote. There is a further step to be made here. Guevara's statement that the true revolutionary is guided by a great feeling of love should be read together with his more problematic statement on revolutionaries as killing machines. Now comes the other statement. Hatred is an element of struggle, relentless hatred of the enemy that impels us over and beyond the natural limitations of man and transforms us into effective, violent, selective, and cold killing machines. That's the other quote. These two apparently opposite stances are united in Che Guevara's well-known motto: one must endure, become hard, toughen oneself without losing tenderness. End of quote. I think Guevara is here basically paraphrasing Christ's declaration of the unity of love and sword. In both cases, the underlying paradox is that what makes love angelic, what elevates it over mere unstable, pathetic sentimentality, is its cruelty itself, its link with violence. So while Guevara certainly believed in the transformative power of love,
he would never have been caught humming "All You Need Is Love." What you need is to love with hatred. Or, another strange bedfellow here, as Søren Kierkegaard put it long ago, the necessary consequence, the truth of the Christian demand to love one's enemy is, quote from Kierkegaard, is the demand to hate the beloved out of love and in love. So high, humanly speaking, to a kind of madness, can Christianity press the demand of love, if love is to be the fulfillment of the law. Therefore, it teaches that the Christian shall, if it is demanded, be capable of hating his father and mother and sister and beloved. End of quote. With regard to social order, this means that the authentic Christian tradition rejects the wisdom that the hierarchic order is our fate, that all attempts to mess with it and to create another egalitarian order have to end up in destructive horror. Agape as political love, and following Terry Eagleton, this is how I would propose to translate agape, is simply political love. Agape means that the unconditional egalitarian love for the neighbor can serve as the foundation for a new social order. The form of appearance of this love is the so-called apocalyptic millenarism, or the idea of communism, the urge to realize an egalitarian social order of solidarity. Love is the force of this universal link which, in an emancipatory collective, connects people directly in their singularity, bypassing their particular hierarchic determinations. Terror is terror out of love for the universal singular others against the particular. This terror names exactly the same as the work of love. So my reproach to the fundamentalist terrorists, Islamist or Christian, should be that precisely they are not terrorists in the right way, that they shirk from authentic terror of the work of love. Now you will be saying, am I crazy? What distinguishes this from a murderous terrorist who kills but claiming I'm killing you because of your eternal soul, and so on and so on? I will try to explain this in the remaining part by beginning with what is precisely the form of non-love today which poses as love: charity. One, again, of the names and practices of non-love today. When we see an ad with starving children in Africa with a call to do something to help them, like something like for the price of a couple of cappuccinos you can save their life and so on, I claim that the true message is something like, don't think, don't politicize, forget about the true causes of their poverty. Just act, contribute money so that you will not have to think. In short, the true message is, for the price of a couple of cappuccinos, you can continue your ignorant, pleasurable life, not only not feeling any guilt, but even feeling good for participating in the struggle against suffering. So, how would this notion of love, which is the opposite of charity? Charity is false love, because charity is love with the true aim of which is to make you feel good. My God, what a great man I am. You see, I'm helping all the children starving in Somalia and so on and so on. How would the authentic violent love help us to orient ourselves today? Let me begin with a wonderful quote from last Christmas issue of the magazine Spectator. In this issue, there is an editorial entitled "Why 2012 was the best year ever." This editorial argues against the perception that we live in a dangerous, cruel world where things are bad and getting worse. Here is the first paragraph of this editorial. I quote, "It may not feel like it, but 2012 has been the greatest year in the history of the world." That sounds like an extravagant claim, but it is borne out by evidence. Never has there been less hunger, less disease, or more prosperity. The West remains in the economic doldrums, but most developing countries are charging ahead, and people are being lifted out of poverty at the fastest rate ever recorded. The death toll inflicted by war and natural disasters is also mercifully low. We are living in a golden age, end of quote. Now, the first thing to add here, even if why not? I always like to concede to the devil what belongs to the devil. Even many things are true in this statement. But the first thing to add is that people rebel not when things are really bad, but when their expectations are disappointed. French Revolution took place after the king and the nobles were for decades gradually losing their full hold on power. The 1956 anti-communist revolt in Hungary exploded after Imre Nagy, the reformist prime minister later shot by the Soviets, was already prime minister for 2 years. And after relatively free debates among intellectuals were allowed. Even a closer example, people rebelled in Egypt in 2011 because there was some minimal economic progress under Mubarak, given rise to a whole class of educated young people who participated in the universal digital culture. And this is why the Chinese communists are right to be in panic, precisely because on average, Chinese are now living considerably better than 40 years ago. But the social antagonisms between the newly rich and the rest exploded, plus expectations are much higher. That's the problem with development and progress. They are always uneven, they give birth to new instabilities and antagonisms, they generate new expectations which cannot be met. In Tunisia or Egypt, just prior to the Arab Spring, the majority probably lived a little bit better than decades ago, but the standard by which they measured their insatisfaction was much higher. So yes, the Spectator is in principle right, claiming that we live in a golden era, but the very facts that Spectator emphasizes are creating conditions for revolt and rebellion. So again, what rebellion? There is a more down-to-earth version of this claim of Spectator, which I often hear in mass media, especially when I visit non-European countries. They laugh at me and they say, crisis. What crisis are you talking about? Look at the BRIC countries, Poland, South Korea, Singapore, Peru, even many sub-Saharan African states. They are all progressing. The losers are only West Europe and, up to a point, the United States. So we are not dealing with a global crisis, but just with the shift of the dynamics of progress away from the West. Is a portent symbol of this shift, not the fact that recently many people from Portugal, a country in deep crisis, are returning to Mozambique and Angola, ex-colonies of Portugal, but this time as economic immigrants, not as colonizers. So what if our much decried crisis is a mere local crisis in an overall progress? Even with regard to human rights, is the situation in China and Russia now not much better than 50 years ago? Decrying the ongoing crisis as a global phenomenon is thus a typical Eurocentrist view, and the view coming from leftists who usually pride themselves on their anti-Eurocentrism. There is a partial truth in it. And again, admit what is true. It's true that globally economy is progressing. I mean, the crisis in some sense is not global. But nonetheless, I think we should restrain here our anti-colonialist joy a little bit. The question to be raised is, if Europe is in gradual decay, what is replacing its hegemony? Capitalism with Asian values, which of course has nothing to do with Asian people, and everything with the clear and present tendency of contemporary capitalism as such everywhere to suspend or at least limit, constrain democracy. From Marx on, the truly radical left was never simply progressist. It was always obsessed by the question, what is the hidden price of progress? Marx was fascinated by capitalism, by the unheard of productivity it unleashed. He just insisted that this very success engenders antagonisms. And we should do the same with today's progress of global capitalism. Keep in view its dark underside. How? Where? First, I want to note something about the status of universality, because critiques of universality, critiques of Eurocentrism usually emphasize the ideological limitation, lie, deception of Western European universalism, claiming that, for example, and they are right up to a point, when we talk about human rights, we privilege a certain ideological set of human rights specific of Western individualist societies, and so on and so on. That's true, but the situation is a little bit more complicated, because in a properly dialectical Marxist perspective, yes, every universality can be false. It is always overdetermined by some particular content. For example, human rights, yes, but if you look closely at it, human rights secretly privilege white, male, people of some property, and so on and so on. So whenever it's clear that this is in some sense true. For example, when we talk about Chinese philosophy, it's clear that we are doing a Eurocentrist operation, because philosophy as we know it emerged in Europe, and if we apply the same notion to Chinese thought, the Chinese thought is automatically in a disadvantage, and so on and so on. But this historicist relativism, beware how universality can be a false universality, is just one side of the story. Marx is saying something, I think, which is much more actual today. That we are not only less universal than we think universal human rights, we privilege European, patriarchal, whatever rights. We are also much more universal than we think we are. For Marx, the uniqueness of capitalism is that as agents on a market, we ourselves as individuals occupy a universal position in the sense that we relate to ourselves as universal subjects, universal in the sense that we are no longer fully rooted in or identified with a particular social, ideological, and so on positions. It's not a universality with regard to others. It's I relate to myself as someone who, for example, today I'm an engineer, I lose this work, tomorrow I can be a taxi driver, then I don't know what. Our particular field of work is experienced as something ultimately contingent. The same goes for market commodities and so on. So universality is a way of life, as it were. It's a mode of our immediate experience. And now the big question is what role, with regard to the process of emancipation, this brutal late capitalist universality, this unheard of force of capitalism to dissolve our particular modes of life and so on has. I want now to do something extremely problematic. I want to rehabilitate a text of Marx, rather two texts, which are usually dismissed by post-colonial studies as embarrassing cases of Marxist racism and Eurocentrism. His two short, from 1853 articles on India, the British rule in India and the future results of British rule in India. Marx admits here without restraint the brutality and exploitative hypocrisy of the British colonization of India, which goes up to the systematic use of torture, prohibited in the West but outsourced to India. Really, nothing new under the sun. There were Guantanamos already in the midst of the 19th century British Empire. The quote from Marx: "The profound hypocrisy and inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization lies unveiled before our eyes, turning from its home, where it assumes respectable forms, to the colonies where it goes naked." End of quote. All that Marx adds is, quote, England has broken down the entire framework of Indian society without any symptoms of reconstitution yet appearing. This loss of its old world, with no gain of a new one, imparts a particular kind of melancholy to the present misery of the Hindu, and separates Hindustan, ruled by Britain, from all its ancient traditions and from the whole of its past history. England, it is true, is causing a social revolution in Hindustan, a revolution which was actuated only by the vilest interests and was stupid in her manner of enforcing this interest. But that is not the question. The question is, can mankind fulfill its destiny without a fundamental revolution in the social state of Asia? If not, whatever may have been the crime of England, England was the unconscious tool of history in bringing about the revolution. Now, this is the Marx usually attacked. One should not dismiss here the talk of the unconscious tool of history. Marx is not a naive teleologist claiming, oh, the British brutal exploitation of India was a tool of some higher historical reason which made it an instrument of future progress, and so on and so on. All Marx claims is that the British colonization of India unintendedly created conditions for the double liberation of India, from the constraints of its own traditions as well as from colonization itself. And there is even an empirical proof of this. Do you know that the British they were intelligent enough, the British colonizers, they knew that if they allow their colonization to simply dissolve traditional ideological, social Indian edifice, castes, and so on, that this may create revolutionary upheavals in India. So it's interesting to notice how, from the very beginning of their colonialist critics' claim, British colonizers wanted us to lose our tradition and to impose Western standards. No, on the contrary, they put hard work into re-establishing some kind of resuscitating old, stable, value, ideological, religious systems which would keep India a stable, inert society ready to be exploited. For example, the ultimate Indian ideological textbook, The Loss of Manu, a pretty terrifying book, a detailed justification of caste system with detailed descriptions what, where to do. You know, I learned with surprise from my Indian friends that in 17th century at least this book was half forgotten. It was just lost in different transcriptions. It is in the earlier 19th century that the British colonizers re-established, resuscitated this book. So I claim in this sense, all this topic about respect for local cultures and so on was from the very beginning the crucial part of the process of colonization. British didn't want for the Indians to become like them. They want them in their inert traditional ways, and they even went as far as to praise immensely the superiority of their spirituality. The standard memoir of a British colonizer in India reads something like that. Yes, we may be richer materially, the British. Yes, we bring progress and industry to India. But when you see a simple yogi saint praising there, don't you feel how worthless we are? Don't you feel the infinite depth of that simple spirituality, and so on and so on? I claim that this is absolutely crucial. You take this false respect from the other, from colonialism, you lose colonialism itself. What do we have to accept here? We have to accept that, a quote from another great dialectician, Richard Wagner, from his Parsifal, "Die Wunde schließt, der Speer nur, der sie schlug." The wound can only be healed by the very spear that smote it. That is to say, we should insist on what Marx insists.
on this radical, brutal, but radical ambiguity of colonization. That is to say, that it is the very power of social disintegration brought by, unleashed by colonization. All traditional forms of identity, traditional ethical mores dissolve and so on, which at the same time opens up the space for liberation, also for anti-colonial liberation. What do I mean by this? Let me give you another example from India itself. When I was there 2 years ago, I got into a heated debate with some Indian cultural theorists who complained about the fact that they had to use English language as their expression. They claimed this is already a form of cultural colonization which censors our true identity. They claim, can you see how strong colonization is even now when we try to formulate our project of liberation from colonialism, we have to do it in the language of the colonizers. This was a quote from one of them. We have to speak in an imposed foreign language to express our innermost identity. And does this not put us in a position of radical alienation? Even our resistance to colonization has to be formulated in the language of the colonizer. My answer to this was, yes, but this imposition of English, a foreign language, created the very X, unknown quantity, which is oppressed by it. That is to say, and this was my message, and it's typical what happened to me. I was shocked how this message was received differently among my partners in debate there, but in strict correlation to the social status. The top Brahmin intellectuals shouted at me as colonizer blah blah. The Dalits, the untouchables, immediately accepted it. Namely, my message was, it's true, when you are forced to speak a foreign language, you feel deprived of the very core of your identity. But my thesis is here a much more radical one. It is that which you feel deprived of is a specter engendered by this very colonial imposition of a foreign language. In other words, it's a very refined dialectical paradox. If some of you are philosophers, Hegel uses a wonderful term, der absoluter Gegenstoß, the absolute recoil, counterpunch for this. How? The very loss, in a properly dialectical notion of history, the very loss of something creates the lost dimension. We don't have a pre-colonial India and then brutal colonization, which makes the people aware what they lost, and then in anti-colonial struggle they are trying to regain what they lost. No, the pre-colonial India was something totally different. It's irredeemably lost. Insofar as it's not lost, it precisely serves colonizers. This new dimension that you are craving for example, in the case of India, a new, modern, democratic India, the very program of decolonization is something engendered by colonization itself as a reaction to it. Another example to make this clear. You know, he is one of my heroes, Malcolm X, the great American, a little bit more violent than Martin Luther King, fighter for black rights. You know why he has chosen this no family name, but just X? X, unknown quantity, instead of, I don't know what, family name. Of course, at an immediate level, he wanted to emphasize how the blacks, by being torn out of their African ancestral homes, that they are deprived of their roots. But the program of Malcolm X was not, so let's return to those roots. But X means, what if we grasp this very void into which our enslavement put us? The fact that we don't have any genuine tradition to rely on. That we have to, as it were, collectively reinvent our identity as a unique opportunity of freedom. And it's also clear that he followed this line. At the end, we may debate it if he was right. He found the new universalist frame in Islam. He became Muslim. So he had no dreams about returning to origins. If you want further proofs of what I'm saying, never forget in South Africa that it was the greatness of African National Congress that they absolutely resisted all the bullshit about returning to some authentic African roots. The one who was preaching return to African roots was King Buthelezi, a local king there who, as we all know, was collaborating with apartheid forces. He was even directly financed by the Pretoria apartheid government. No, to see the truth of what I'm saying, you should really read history. For example, you should read the apartheid, white racist justification of, well, apartheid system. It was not we whites are more. Of course, it was this de facto, but the justification was something like, what a precious difference of cultures we have here. We have Bushman, Hottentot, this, that. If we allow them, if we give them equality in the modern sense, all these precious spiritual traditions, all we get lost in our vulgar Western, mechanical, imperialist, non-holistic, whatever civilization. The idea was strictly, of course, a fake multiculturalism, but nonetheless a multiculturalism. And again, the greatness of Mandela and so on was always to insist, no, we should beat the white people at their own field by being more universal than they are. And so again, back to India. I think that the solution is not to look for some lost British identity, but it's a crazy paradoxical solution, but accepted by Dalits and so on. To see decolonization as a welcome chance of getting rid of old rules, and to take the fact that India is lacking, now is being deprived of their proper tradition, again, as a chance of achieving a much more open, egalitarian, democratic society. And believe me or not, Western conservatives are becoming aware of it. For example, I read a wonderful complaint by an American conservative linguist who says we shouldn't be too glad about the primacy of English language, because he says, and he was right, that the language, the English language, which is now becoming lingua franca, is no longer the old English of true British people, but it is an English spoken by Indian merchants in Bombay, by Singapore bankers, and so on and so on. The English itself as universal language is being stolen from British people themselves. So again, this is what I see as the core of Marxist insight. I don't believe in anti-colonial resistance on behalf of any return to some primordial lost roots and so on and so on. If anything, we should advocate an even further universalization, further loss of our local or whatever roots. Next point, and now I'm approaching the end, I want to make very briefly, is that what does this mean again for us concretely today? There is a certain, how should I call it, paradigm which unites many modern or not so modern philosophers. Let's call it Hölderlin paradigm. By Hölderlin, I mean Friedrich Hölderlin, the great German poet whose best-known hit line, as you know, is "Wo das Gefahr ist, wächst das Rettende auch." Where the danger is, grows also what can save us. The idea is that our epoch is the epoch of extreme danger, extreme alienation for Marx, or loss of our roots in global technology for Heidegger. But at this point of extreme loss is also the opportunity for what Heidegger calls the Kehre, for the reversal. You know, when things are lost, there is a chance of reversal. For example, the whole eschatology of Marx is based on this. Capitalism is utter alienation. Workers are totally deprived of all of the substantial objective conditions of their work, but this very deprivation liberates them from all particular roots, creates them as universal subject who may reappropriate the universal substance. The next, my final thesis is that I think we should resist this paradigm of we are at the moment of kairos, you know, dangerous time, the very limit, everything is almost lost, but maybe there is a chance in this total enslavement for total liberation, whatever. I think on the opposite, that Hegel, our situation is much closer to that experienced by Hegel. We had a revolution. For Hegel it was the French Revolution, for us the communist attempts of the 20th century and other attempts, and it's obvious, although Hegel's critique of French Revolution is a complex matter, but it's obvious that things went terribly wrong in Stalinism and so on, or for Hegel in the French Revolutionary Terror and so on. And the whole problem of Hegel, if we read him properly, is how in these conditions of failure, when, for example, communism, the way we experienced it in the 20th century, was a fiasco globally, more or less, not totally, but nonetheless, how to save the legacy, how to remain faithful to it, how to do it again, how precisely not to betray what was worth fighting in it. Because the fiasco of communism was used not only by anti-communists, but in a much wider sense by ruling ideology to put in question basically the entire legacy of modernity. You know, first it began with communism is over. It was a dangerous utopia. Then, as you probably know, it went on into, because of this lucky or unlucky coincidence, 1789, 1989, 200 years, that an era which began with the French Revolution is over in 1789, this egalitarian modern era. Then you can go further, modernity, all modernity was a fiasco. No wonder that, and you can feel this even in TV series, Game of Thrones, or all this desire for a new neo-Gothic universe, that there is a big unease with modernity. And you find here strange bedfellows from extreme right, which basically claims that it all began with Luther or European modernity, all horrors began there, up to a person for whom I have a great admiration, for example, Evo Morales, president of Bolivia, who said capitalism killed Mother Nature, as if the catastrophe started there. No, it didn't. I think that more than ever today, when we are faced with all horrors of global capitalism and so on, more than ever, I claim, we should remain faithful to this Marxist insight that modernization is a radically ambiguous process, and that any return to pre-modern values, traditions, only serves to accelerate, to strengthen what is most dangerous in modernization, that the only way out is through bringing modernization to its end. And now to conclude, really, this brings me back to the beginning. We encounter here the very dilemma with which I began, the two ways. Either this holistic, pseudo-oriental, because with Buddhism things are much more complex, but I will not go into it now. This idea of holistic, global harmony, universal compassion, which will close the wound of modernity, or to accept that the wound itself, by wound I mean this cut of modernity, violent interruption of traditional order by modern universalism, beginning with Christianity and so on, or that this is our only salvation. Since there were no dirty jokes, I would nonetheless like to begin with to end with a very dirty joke that I heard, believe it or not, in Ramallah from a Palestinian Christian. They are wonderful people, sense of humor. He told me this joke about Jesus Christ. The night before Jesus was arrested and crucified, he was there praying alone in the tent. Jesus Christ, his followers, apostles, gathered around the tent and started to worry. Like, Christ was still a virgin. He didn't have sex. And they say, my God, our Lord did so much to us, so many great things, and he will die tomorrow, being crucified without any joy and happiness. So why don't we make at least the last evening of Jesus Christ, why don't we bring some joy to him? So they call Mary Magdalene and ask her to go to the tent where Christ is resting and to seduce him. Of course, being who she was, Mary said, oh, with pleasure, and went there. Now, after 5 minutes, Mary Magdalene came out running with a totally horrified cry. And apostles were wondering, what happened there, my God? Is Christ secretly a pervert? Did he torture her or what? No, she explains. Everything went well at the beginning. I slowly undressed, I spread my legs, I showed to Christ my pussy, but then catastrophe started. He said, what a terrible wound is there. He put his hand in and healed it, made it whole, no? I am... So beware of the people too intent on healing other people's wounds. I claim in exactly the same way, if today's advocates of anti-Eurocentrism were to find themselves in actual pre-colonial reality, they would have undoubtedly uttered the same terrific scream as Mary Magdalene did. There is no way back. We have to play to the end the game of, or whatever we call it, of modernist project. I think this is the greatest temptation today, precisely, even if it's called anti-imperialism. I am totally against imperialism. I just think we should never forget that anti-imperialism is also a very much misused word. Remember that when they started to fight the British and so on, Germans and Japanese fascists were regularly using the term anti-imperialism and so on and so on. You know, I'm against imperialism, but I am not ready to sacrifice the legacy of European modernity. Precisely that passionate model of love, agape, universal love which is not the wisdom of keeping a distance, but fully falling into it, full engagement, losing oneself without reserve. For me, wisdom is not all that Star Wars pseudo-oriental bullshit, you know. Don't attach yourself too much to worldly object. No, attach yourself to the end to a worldly object. That's the only way out for me, with all the risks this involves. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Slavoj. What can I say after the joke with Magdalena? We have, I think, enough time.
You deserve it because the talk was boring. There is a better one also told to me, but this one is not obscene, it's very loving. If you want to understand what is identification in psychoanalysis, identification as basic alienation. You always identify with the decenter point. It's another story about Christ. The idea is when he was tired from all his work of religious blah blah stuff, Jesus Christ said, I need a holiday. So he took one of the apostles and went to play golf on Galilee Sea there. So okay, he was not a good golf player, so when he hit the ball fell into the sea. Not a problem of Christ, you know, he knows